Today's story took place last month. Inspector Noah Danton and I had gone up to the Saranac Lake country to do some bird shooting. On the third day of our vacation, we started out early in the morning, and before noon found ourselves some distance from the lodge where we were staying. Getting tired, Inspector?
Me? Tired? Heck no. I never get tired. Phew. Let's stop and rest a minute.
All right, Inspector. There's a log we can sit on.
Yeah, good idea. This is better. Say, Bart.
Yes, Inspector.
How far do you figure we've walked since morning?
Oh, not very far.
Well, we've certainly come a long way.
Yes, and I think we might as well face it now as later.
Huh? Face it? Face what?
The fact that you're lost, Inspector.
I'm lost.
Mm-hmm.
Now, wait a minute, Bart, my boy. You're here, too, you know.
Yes, that's right, Inspector. But it was you who said you knew this country like your own backyard.
Did I?
Yeah.
Bart, I've a confession to make.
Oh, that's Inspector. What?
I haven't a backyard.
Very amusing, Inspector. Well, let's get going.
Get going? Where? If we're going to be lost, I'd rather be lost sitting still. We could build a fire.
We cut through that heavy growth over there. Looks like good partridge cover.
Well, all right. But I still think we ought to send up a smoke signal or something.
Inspector, I'm beginning to think that you're a pioneer at heart.
Yeah. I'm Daniel Boone without the whiskers.
Here we are, Inspector. You got your gun ready?
Yeah. Say, this is a regular jungle, isn't it?
Yes, but it's excellent bird country. There goes one, Inspector. Take him.
Yeah, I'll take him.
You missed him, Inspector. What was that?
Huh? Oh, easy, boy, easy. It sounds like someone's behind that clump of bushes.
Yes, and it was toward that clump of bushes that you shot. Come on, Inspector.
There he is. It's a guy on horseback.
Yes, and by the way that horse is acting, something's radically wrong.
Oh, down, boy. Jumping Judas, Bart. Look at him go.
It's no use, Inspector. We can never catch him.
No, I guess not. Say, you don't suppose I hit him, do you?
I don't know, but I think we ought to find out.
Find out? How?
There must be a habitation somewhere near. I think if we follow that horse's hoof marks, we'll come to.
Say, that's an idea. If I hit that guy, I want to tell him it was an accident.
Oh, yes. Well, he'll probably doubt that statement when you explain that the bird you were aiming at was 10 feet the other side of that clump of bushes.
Very funny, very funny. Jumping Judas, Bart. My dogs are so tired they're going to begin barking in a minute.
Don't get discouraged, Inspector. Can't be much farther.
No?
No.
You've been saying that for the past 2 hours.
There it is, Inspector. You can tell those dogs of yours that it won't be necessary to bark now.
What? Oh, a house, eh?
Might as well.
Hey, that's quite a place, isn't it? Big enough to be a hotel.
Yeah, looks to me more like a private residence. Some rich man's hunting lodge, maybe.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Those buildings in back must be the stables.
Yep. Well, there's no doubt this is where our horseman lives. Shall we go up and make ourselves known, Inspector?
Good idea. I hope they got an automobile.
Listen.
Huh?
Oh, is there anyone who can hear me?
Oh, sounds like someone's in trouble.
Mark? Oh, who are you?
Is there something wrong, miss?
Yes. Will you help me, please? Something's happened to Chris.
Chris?
Chris Pomeroy. He's a friend of ours. He shot himself.
Shot himself? Well, now, that's right up our alley.
Never mind, Inspector. Lead the way, miss. We'll be glad to do anything we can.
Oh, thank you. Come with me.
When did it happen, miss?
I don't know. Not very long ago. Mark and I were out for a walk. When we got back, I found Chris.
Well, was it we or was it I?
It was I. This is the room here. He's over there in the chair.
Yes, I see. You, please stay here, miss. Come along, Inspector.
Yeah, I'm coming.
Got through the temple. Do you recognize him as our horseman, Inspector?
Could be. He must have been sitting here by the window reading. There's a book in his lap.
Yes, and there's the gun on the floor.
It looks like suicide, all right. Doesn't it?
Do you really think so, Inspector?
Naturally. Don't you?
I'm not sure yet.
Not sure. But look, Bart, there are powder burns on the guy's face. That
proves that the gun was held very close to Pomeroy's head when it was fired, doesn't it?
It sure does, yeah. It also proves that he pulled the trigger himself.
Oh, why, Inspector?
Why? Because here's the guy sitting in a chair reading a book or looking out of the window or something.
Yes?
Well, he isn't going to be dope enough to let somebody with a gun get close enough to him to shoot him, so the powder marks would show.
Suppose Pomeroy were asleep.
At 11 o'clock in the morning, a young guy like that? Oh, come, Bart, my boy.
Excellent, Inspector. Your deductions are not only logical but brilliant. However...
Ollie, what the deuce has happened? I heard you yell.
Mark, finish you, Tom. Mark, it's awful.
What's awful? Who are these men? Who's that in the chair?
Chris, Mark. He shot himself.
Chris, shot himself. Who are you?
Come on, Inspector. I'm sorry we haven't had a chance to introduce ourselves before now. I'm Barton Drake. This is Inspector Noah Denton.
Hi. Drake, the criminologist?
Yes, that's right. The inspector and I were out bird shooting. We became temporarily lost.
Temporarily, he says. That guy kills me.
But I still don't understand what...
The inspector fleshed a partridge, took a quick shot, and a horseman galloped out of the cover. We followed the hoof marks.
A horseman? Oh, then it must have been Chris.
Chris, that man over there, Miss Essex?
Yes. How did you know my name?
I'm afraid your publicity has caught up with you. You're Polly Essex, this gentleman's your brother Mark, and your father is Calvin Essex, the publisher.
That's right, but how did you know?
Oh, Drake knows everything.
That's entirely untrue, Inspector, but your pictures appear frequently in the society columns of the newspapers. By the way, are there other guests staying here with us?
Yes. Glenn Douglas is here. He's a friend of Mark's. Dad and Mother are coming up tonight. Why do you ask?
Because one of you murdered Chris Pomeroy.
I got the kids out in the living room, waiting like you said, Bart. Hey, what are you doing over there?
Oh, just looking around, Inspector. According to the bottles and jars on Pomeroy's dresser, he was rather a vain young man.
What's that got to do with his being murdered?
Vain young men usually leave dramatic suicide notes when they take their own lives, Inspector.
Yeah. Is that the only reason you think the guy was murdered?
No, I have others. The fact that Pomeroy's chair is facing the light, for one.
I don't get it.
Well, when a man sits down to read, Inspector, he doesn't face the light. He allows it to come in over his shoulder.
Say, that's right, isn't it?
Yes, it certainly is, Inspector. Well, suppose we go out to the living room and have a talk with the youngsters.
I'm telling you, Drake, I don't like this.
Well, neither do I, Essex. Nobody likes murder.
It's absurd to say that Chris was murdered. Inspector Danton proved by his deductions that it wasn't murder.
That's right, I did. Didn't I?
Mm-hmm. Inspector Danton was merely stating facts that seemed obvious to him at the time. I have every respect for his opinion.
That's mighty fine of you, Bart, old boy.
But
now,
in the excitement of the moment, Inspector Danton overlooked a number of things.
Such as what?
That's a good question, son.
Before I answer it, I'd like to ask a few questions myself. Do you mind?
Yes. I think you're letting your imagination run away with you, Drake. It's pretty obvious what happened.
And just what do you think happened, Essex?
I think that Chris went out for a ride this morning. Returned early and decided to read an hour before lunch.
Yeah, but the book became boring, so he decided to shoot himself, eh? That I can understand. Some of the books I've read lately...
Inspector, tell me, Essex, why do you think Pomeroy shot himself?
And how should I know? Now, look, Drake,
what's the use? Why don't you tell him, Mark?
Tell me what, Miss Essex?
No, Polly, you keep out of this. Doesn't concern you at all. Chris shot himself. Why, I don't know or care. But I do care about dragging our name through a murder trial.
I'm afraid your name is going to be dragged through a murder trial, whether you like it or not, Essex. Now, Miss Essex, what was it you were about to say?
That Chris and I were engaged.
Aha! Here it comes, the old love motive.
Blast it, Polly, I told you to keep quiet.
But, Mark, if Chris were murdered, we can't just ignore it. Wouldn't it be better to do what we can to help?
Why? We're not even sure who these men are. Why should we answer their questions? What right have they even to be here?
Well, those are fair questions, Essex. If you say so, we'll leave immediately. However, it'll be our duty to report Chris Pomeroy's death to the police.
Then see what happens to your precious name.
On the other hand, we can stay and perhaps save you a lot of unpleasantness by solving this murder.
Solving it?
Yes, solving murders is rather a hobby with me.
He writes books about it.
Mr. Drake's right, Mark. If the police come, reporters are sure to follow, and Dad will be furious.
Okay, you win. What do you want us to do, Drake?
Thank you. Miss Essex, you say Pomeroy was in love with you. That's hardly a reason for murder.
We were engaged, but last week something happened.
Oh?
Glenn Douglas came home. He'd been reported missing in the war. It was a surprise to us all.
I see. And you and Glenn Douglas had known each other before the war.
He was in love with me.
And you with him?
I don't know.
Oh?
We weren't engaged, but I told him that I'd wait.
Well, that makes a nice little situation, doesn't it?
Glenn didn't kill him. He wouldn't do a thing like that. He's my best friend.
The soup is getting thicker, Bart.
Yes, you're so right, Inspector. Where is this Glenn Douglas now, Essex?
Oh, I don't know. He's around somewhere. You've got to take it easy with Glenn, Drake.
Really?
Yes, he was in a prison camp for a long while. He's in bad shape.
Oh, I understand. Please don't worry about it. Miss Essex, was it you who discovered the body?
Yes, it
Will
was.
you tell me about it, please?
There isn't much to tell. Mark and I went out for a walk this morning. When we got back, Mark stopped at the stables, and I came on to the house alone.
I see. Did you hear the shot?
No, I didn't.
Then how did you happen to discover Pomeroy's body?
Why, I went to his room.
And you found him sitting in the chair dead?
Yes.
And you began screaming for help?
Yes.
Immediately?
Yes, why?
I think you're lying, Miss Essex.
How dare you?
If you'd come directly up from the stables to the house, Inspector Danton and I would have seen you.
That's right. We came up that way ourselves.
Also, I do not believe that you took a morning stroll with your brother when two young men, both of whom were in love with you, were eager for your company.
I concur. Very unnatural indeed.
And lastly, Miss Essex, I don't think you went to Pomeroy's room unless you had some definite purpose in mind.
I resent your saying that, Mr. Drake.
I'm sorry, Miss Essex. Frankly, I think you know who murdered Chris Pomeroy. I think you saw whoever it was, and you're trying to shield him.
Still looking for clues, eh?
Very so.
I should think you'd begin to feel like a corpse spending so much time with this one.
The corpse is about to be removed, Inspector. I've contacted the local coroner.
Well, look, Bart, I don't get this. If you're sure that the girl knows who murdered Chris Pomeroy, why don't you make her tell?
How, Inspector?
How what?
How would you suggest I make her tell?
Ask her. Make her talk.
Well.
Oh,
Inspector, you're terrific. Did you ever try to make a woman talk when she didn't want to?
No, but I've tried to shut him up without much luck.
Yes. And I'm afraid we'd have similar results with Miss Essex.
But look, there's ways.
Yes, such as the so-called third degree, Inspector.
Well, we're cops.
No, Inspector. We're on vacation. Remember, we're not acting in an official capacity at all.
I guess you're right at that.
Besides, you wouldn't undertake the third degree anyone. Not if your life depended upon it. You're too soft-hearted.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So, what are we going to do? Sit around and twiddle our thumbs waiting for Polly Essex to fall into a talking jag?
No, hardly, Inspector. We're going out to the stables, and we're going to look for a horse. A horse that has buckshot buried in its hide. I guess this must be the stables, Inspector.
Yeah, looks like it. I'll open the door. It's kind of dark in here, isn't it?
Yes, our eyes have become accustomed to the darkness in a minute.
Hey, there's a horse right over there.
Yes, and someone's with it. Let's get over there, Inspector.
What the devil's he doing with that jackknife?
Unless I'm greatly mistaken, he's picking buckshot out of that horse's
Come
hide.
on over. I guess I haven't met you two men. My name's Glenn Douglas.
Oh, yes, Douglas. I'm Barton Drake. This is Inspector Noah Danton.
Hi.
I'm glad to know you. Are you guests of Polly and Mark, too?
Well, not exactly,
The
Bob.
inspector and I were out bird shooting, and we just dropped by.
Oh, I see. Say, then you were the ones who
We're
were...
responsible for the buckshot you're picking out of that horse. I'm afraid we are. Did the horse suffer any?
No, didn't do him a bit of harm.
Good.
I just wondered why he hadn't been attended to before this, that's all.
Well, if you were riding the
Oh, I wasn't riding him. It was Chris Pomeroy.
You mean you don't know what happened?
Just a minute, Inspector. Are you sure it was Chris Pomeroy who was riding that horse, Douglas?
Oh, yes. Both Polly and I saw him.
Mm-hmm. Did he see you?
See us? I don't think so. Why?
It might be important. Douglas, I'm going to tell you this because you're bound to find out sooner or later, and there's some questions I want to ask. Chris Pomeroy is dead.
Dead?
Yes. Polly and Mark Essex think that he committed suicide.
The poor devil.
But we happen to know
Just a minute, Inspector.
Huh?
Douglas, you don't act particularly surprised at Pomeroy committing suicide. Do you know of any reason why he should take his own life?
No, that is...
We'd appreciate anything you can tell us.
But if he commits suicide, I don't want to say anything that would besmirch his character.
Then there is something.
Oh, well, not exactly. I don't see how it could be important.
Can I say it now, Bart?
Yes, go ahead, Inspector.
Thanks. Bob, Chris Pomeroy didn't commit suicide. He was murdered.
Murdered?
The
Yeah.
Inspector wouldn't make that statement, Douglas, unless we had conclusive proof.
No, I don't suppose he would. That changes things, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. I'm sorry we had to tell you like this, Douglas. Mark Essex explained to us about your war experiences.
Yes, it was pretty dull.
Dull. That isn't the word I've heard the boys use to describe those prison camps.
Prison camp? I wasn't in any prison camp. I wasn't even overseas.
Now, wait a minute. That isn't the way we heard it. Young Essex told us that you had a heck of a time.
That's just one of Mark's stories. He doesn't like to admit that his best friend spent 3 years of the war sitting behind a desk in Washington.
I see. Very interesting. Well, now let's get back to Chris Pomeroy. What are your reasons for thinking he might commit suicide, Douglas?
They're probably not important. I happened to overhear Mark and Chris talking yesterday. I think Chris was trying to borrow some money from Mark.
There they are again. Money and love. The same old motive.
And Mark refused to lend Pomeroy the money?
I don't know. I got out there. It wasn't any of my business. All I know is that Chris seemed pretty desperate.
Mm-hmm. Douglas, will you come up to the house with the inspector and me, please?
Oh, sure.
Thank you. Inspector, I think that now we can be pretty sure who it is that murdered Chris Pomeroy.
Understand me, Drake. I want to do everything I can to cooperate. But I can't see your point in herding us all into this room while you search the house. What do you expect to find?
A letter, for one thing, Essex, addressed to you and mailed by someone in New York. The letter, I think, will concern Chris Pomeroy.
So you know about that?
Yes. Yes, your war veteran friend overheard a part of your conversation between you and Pomeroy, and I guess the rest.
Glenn, what the devil do you...
Hi, Mark. I thought Chris had committed suicide, and they wanted a reason.
Yes, but eavesdropping on...
I wasn't eavesdropping. I happened to be passing this room yesterday, and you and Chris were in here talking. I couldn't help but overhear what you said.
Well, you could help writing it to Drake.
What difference does it make now? Mark, what was in the letter?
You know what was in the letter, Miss Essex. Your brother Mark told you this morning.
You're pretty clever, aren't you, Mr. Drake?
That's what I'm always saying. That guy knows everything.
It wasn't a matter of being clever, Miss Essex. It was merely common sense.
Oh?
Your family have always been very proud, quite concerned with whom they married.
What's so terrible about that?
Nothing, except that you, Essex, believed that your sister was going to marry Chris Pomeroy, and you took the precaution to check on Pomeroy's background.
Okay, so I checked. So I found he didn't own the shirt on his back. So what?
So you tried to persuade Chris not to marry your sister. He refused. So you tried to influence your sister.
And how did she react?
I don't know. And I can tell by the expression of her face that she isn't going to tell me. However, what she said or did doesn't matter. I'm trying to solve a murder, not solve family problems.
And so far, you're no nearer to solving the murder than you were when you started.
Oh, on the contrary, Essex. Inspector Danton and I are going to leave you people here. In less than 15 minutes, we'll return with the evidence that will positively prove who murdered Chris Pomeroy.
Well, Bart, here's the last bedroom.
Yep.
And so far we found nothing.
Patience, Inspector. I can practically guarantee that what we're looking for is in this bedroom.
Whose bedroom is it?
I haven't the faintest idea, Inspector.
Then, when we find what we're looking for, how are you going to know who owns it?
Fingerprints, Inspector. I'll just take a look in this closet.
Say, Bart,
Yes, Inspector?
I'm probably kind of dumb, but I still don't see why Chris Pomeroy let anyone get close enough to him to press the barrel of a gun against his temple.
Nothing in the closet. You're not dumb, Inspector. Let's take a look in this wardrobe.
Bart,
Yes, Inspector.
Look, the door to the hallway's opening.
By Jove, so it is. I didn't expect this. Look out! Look out! He's got a gun!
Come on, Bart. He banged the door and beat it. We can catch him.
No, Inspector, wait.
Huh? What's the matter?
That's exactly what he wanted us to do, chase him so he could come back and... By Jove.
Now what?
Come with me, hurry.
You say, what is this? First you say not to chase the guy and
Leave the door open, Inspector.
Open? Well, all right, only...
Here we are.
Look, this is just another bedroom across the hall.
Get inside. Quickly now.
But look, Bart. We were in this room a little while ago.
Keep quiet, Inspector. We'll peek through this crack in the door.
What's going to happen?
Keep quiet.
Okay.
Coming now.
Yeah. Someone's coming along the hall. I'm not saying anything.
He's crossing to the other bedroom.
Yeah. And the doors are all open for him.
Come on, Inspector. Don't make any noise.
Oh, don't worry about me.
The hall's empty. He's gone into the other room and closed the door.
Who is it anyway?
The murderer, Inspector.
You don't say.
Have you your gun ready?
Yeah, I got it right here in my hand.
Good. Come on. All right, Douglas.
What's that?
Drop that gun, Douglas!
Oh, you're not going to take...
Oh, no! Come in, Essex. How's your sister?
She'll be all right, I guess.
I'm glad.
It was quite a blow to her, finding out that it was Glenn who murdered Pomeroy.
Yes, I imagine it was, especially when she thought the real murderer was you.
Huh? Me?
Yes. Isn't it true that when you and Polly were out walking this morning, you told her that you learned about Pomeroy's financial standing?
Yes. How did you know?
I guess, but my guessing was based on certain facts I had acquired. For example, you also told Polly that you were going to speak to Pomeroy, ask him to break off his engagement to her.
What it amounts to that?
I thought so. Polly wanted to talk to Chris, too, you know. She knocked on his door. When no one answered, she opened it.
I see. And when she found out he was dead, she thought that because of what I'd said that I had killed him.
Yes. So naturally, she couldn't tell the inspector and me.
But I still don't understand why Pomeroy allowed Glenn to get so close that he could press a gun against his head.
Well, that was easier than you might think. Pomeroy was quite madly in love with your sister. He was jealous of Douglas.
Well, that was obvious.
Yes. This morning, Pomeroy went out for a ride. He suspected that Polly and Douglas were together.
Well, they weren't. Polly was with me.
I know, but Pomeroy didn't know that. He went back to his room. From the front window, he could command a view of the entire valley.
Well, I get it. He saw Polly and me and thought it was Polly and Glenn.
Yes, but he wasn't sure, so he got out a pair of binoculars and he sat there watching you.
Say, that's the reason.
That's it, Essex. With those binoculars glued to his eyes, he wouldn't be aware of anyone creeping up behind him and holding a gun close to his head.
Well, I'll be...
Oh, hello, Inspector. Come in, come in. Is Douglas safely installed in the local jail?
Yeah. He's taken care of.
Did you check the fingerprints on the binoculars?
They were his, all right.
What about Douglas's wound?
Wound? Heck, I only shot the gun out of his hand. Wound. He's not wounded.
Oh, of course, Inspector. I should have remembered what an excellent shot you are. Marksmanship is sort of a hobby with you, isn't it?
Now, wait. I know what you're leading up to.
Yes, I know you do, Inspector. You know I'm going to say that mystery is my hobby. Mystery is my hobby. Inspector Denton and I had arranged to spend a few days at a resort called Southern Hot Springs. At the last moment, I was detained in New York. Inspector Denton went on alone, and I entrained 2 days later to join him at the resort. Why, I beg your pardon. I thought this was...
It is your section, Mr. Drake. You are Mr. Drake, aren't you?
Yes, I am. I'm afraid you have the advantage.
I'm Monica Michaels, Mrs. Rex Michaels.
Oh, what a pity that...
Please, I'm in desperate trouble, Mr. Drake. I need your help. I haven't dared go to anyone else. They'd think me crazy.
Why would they think you crazy, Mrs. Michaels?
Because I believe my husband is trying to kill me.
Oh, and just what makes you think that?
Oh, it's rather a long story. I have no proof, no evidence. To To all appearances, we're both very happy, very contented.
Then you're still in love with your husband?
Still in love with him. I could no more stop loving Rex than I could stop breathing.
You intrigue me, Mrs. Michaels. A woman who is sure that her husband is trying to kill her and just as sure that she loves him is rare.
But don't you see, that's why I haven't dared go to any of my friends. What if I'm wrong? What if Rex should find out about my fears? What if he is ill?
Yes. Can you think of any reason why your husband might want you out of the way? Another woman, perhaps?
No, I'm positive. Though, for a reason, it'd be almost a relief. There's nothing on which I can base my suspicions except...
Yes?
My husband's a writer, Mr. Drake. Perhaps you've read some of his things.
Yes. Rex Michael's stories have a rather psychological flavor. I was wondering if you were the same man. I admire his work very much.
Rex would be flattered to hear you say that, Mr. Drake.
When did these suspicions first appear in your mind, Mrs. Michael?
They began one evening about a year ago. Lucille and Neil Parker, our best friends and neighbors.
Hey, wonder what's happened to Monica. I've never yet met the woman who could powder her nose in less than half an hour.
Oh, don't be impatient, Neil. She'll be along. Cigarette, Rex?
No, thanks. Oh, he was right. Only a woman could quit a bridge game with the final rubber hanging in the balance. I'll call her. Monica, we're waiting.
Oh, don't bother her, Rex.
She's been gone long enough. Monica!
Did you call me, Rex?
Yes, for heaven's sakes, where are you?
I'm coming right down.
There, you see? All she needed was a little... Good heavens, what was that?
Well, it sounded as though Monica fell down the stairs.
Good Lord, how could that have happened?
There she is, lying at the foot of the stairs. Monica! Monica!
Be careful, Rex. There might be some bones broken.
Oh, Monica. She's white as a sheet. Neil, she isn't dead.
Darling, speak to me.
Of course she is. Now get hold of yourself, Rex. Suppose you call a doctor.
What if she's...
Neil's right, Rex. Call the doctor and try to get hold of yourself. We'll take care of Monica.
All right, be careful of her. I'll get Dr. Howell. Is it any better, darling?
I don't know. Pain doesn't go away. There must be something we can do. Rex, suppose I run across the street and look at our medicine cabinet.
No. The ambulance will be along any minute. We might give her the wrong thing.
Hey, it's been over an hour since you called. I'm going to give him a ring and see what's going on.
Tell him to hurry. Why don't they get here? Why don't they get here? Oh, if she could only faint, it would be so much better.
Monica isn't the fainting kind. Here, dampen that cloth again. Let me bathe her face.
All right. Here.
Thank you. There. Does that feel better, darling?
My arm hurts terribly. She's getting delirious. The pain must be frightful.
Is the pain frightful, Monica? Tell me. Is the pain frightful? How does it feel? Tell me exactly how it feels.
Rex, what are you saying? That expression on your face.
Tell me exactly how it feels, Monica. Tell me.
Oh, Neil, what's the matter?
I just got hold of the county hospital.
Oh, what did they say? Why isn't the ambulance here?
They said that they'd received no call to send an ambulance out here. They checked the switchboard and found that there'd been no call from a Rex Michaels tonight.
I'm not sure that I quite understand what you're trying to tell me, Mrs. Michael.
I'm not sure either. That is, I wasn't sure then.
But you became sure later on.
I think so. I did faint before the ambulance arrived that night, but when I returned to consciousness, I was in the bed at the county hospital.
Oh, Lucille. What happened? You're all right now, darling. You fell down the stairs and broke your arm.
Oh, yes, I remember. Where's Rex?
Neil took him across the street for a drink. He was terribly shaken.
Poor Rex. Must have been terrible for him watching me suffer.
Yes.
I remember how he kept asking me how I felt, how the pain felt. Poor dear.
Yes.
Sometimes I think Rex suffers in this. Lou, something wrong?
Oh, no, dear, nothing. Nothing at all.
But you're looking at me so strangely.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's nothing, really.
Lou, is anything wrong with Rex? Did my accident upset him? Lou?
Darling, I don't know what to say.
Don't know what to say. Lou, whatever in the world are you talking about? Tell me.
Monica, your fall wasn't an accident.
Wasn't an accident?
No. You see, before we left the house, Neil went upstairs to get our things. He slipped on the rug at the head of the stairs.
Then that's how...
Yes, that's what caused you to fall, darling. You know, it's a small scatter rug placed at the top of the stairs.
Yes, I know that, but it'd be impossible to slip on it. Both Rex and I were careful to put non-skid rubber mats underneath. Lou.
The rubber mats had been removed, Monica. One of them fell from Rex's pocket while they were carrying you to the ambulance.
Are you trying to tell me that your husband resorted to such a crude attempt to take your life, Mrs. Murphy?
No, not then.
Not then?
It's very difficult for me to explain this, Mr. Drake. It's too much like a nightmare. Oh, good heavens, if it only were a nightmare.
I guess you were upset, Mrs. Michaels. If you'd rather...
No, I want to tell you I must. Lying in bed at the hospital, I had plenty of time to think. The absurdity of the thing struck me. Rux came every day. He was most kind and considerate. I convinced myself that it had been an accident, that the hospital had been mistaken about not receiving the telephone call, that the rug had become loose and Rex had absent-mindedly picked up one of the rubber mats and put it in his pocket.
In other words, you wanted to convince yourself that Rex wasn't trying to kill you.
He wasn't. Not then.
You said that before. What was he trying to do then?
Rex is very intense, Mr. Drake. He's very much in love with his work. He demands realism in his characters.
I see. Go on, please.
He was writing a story at the time in which his chief character was suffering intense pain. The character tried to describe how she felt to her husband.
Good heavens, you don't mean that...
I don't want to mean what you're thinking, Mr. Drake. I wouldn't permit the thought to enter my head then. But later, after I came home from the hospital, Rex and I and the Parkers went on a picnic at a place called White Rocks Beach. The Parkers had also decided to forget the incident of my fall. There was a tiny cove at the beach that Rex had discovered sometimes earlier.
Okay, here it comes, Alice. See, you catch it. Nice work, Lou. Throw it here.
Okay, watch it.
Wow, I had to reach for that one.
Throw it to me, Rex.
You bet. Get ready, darling. There she goes. Oh, sorry, honey. That's nice going, Rex. It only went above her head about 4 feet.
And in the water.
I'll get it.
Don't let me. I haven't even got my bathing suit wet yet.
Okay, darling. Take it easy.
Be careful, Monica. There might be an undertow. I'm all right.
Don't worry about Monica. She can outswim any of us. Sure, she's... Hey, look. The ball's being carried out. There must be a current there.
Monica doesn't realize it.
Good heavens. Monica, come back here. She can't come back. The current's got
She's
her.
being pulled under.
Come on, we've got to help her. Monica.
Call her, Monica.
Obviously, they reached you in time.
There was a dory pulled up on the beach. They used it to rescue me.
And what happened that time, Mrs. Michaels?
They brought me back to the beach and used artificial respiration. It was hideous.
The same thing happened?
Yes. I can still see Rex's face, the way he looked at me, the almost avid expression in his eyes.
And you were convinced that Rex deliberately threw that ball over your head?
What else was I to think? It was Rex who suggested eating our lunch at the cove. Later, Neil made some casual investigations and learned Rex had arranged to have the dory there.
Well, which means, of course, that Rex wanted you to be rescued.
Yes, he... Oh, it's terrible to think of, but the next week I saw the manuscript of Rex's latest story. In it, one of his characters almost drowned.
Amazing. Were there other incidents after the drowning episode, Mrs. Michaels?
Yes, many of them. During the weeks that followed, I ran the gamut of every emotional reaction possible for Rex to study.
And you think that Rex was responsible for all of them?
I'm not sure. I didn't want to think so.
And now you think he's trying to kill you?
Yes. Death. The agonies of a violent death. The only emotions he hasn't been able to observe at my expense.
And you believe that he'll make this attempt in your life at Southern Hot Springs?
2 weeks ago, Rex began to work on a new story. The setting is a Southern health resort. Rex suggested we all go down to Hot Springs so that he could pick up some local color.
All of you?
Yes. He invited Neil and Lucille. I'm afraid he did it deliberately so as not to alarm me.
So, then the Parkers and your husband are on the strange room?
No. 2 days before we were to leave, I read in the papers that you were going to Hot Springs also, Mr. Drake. That's why you found me sitting here in your section when you returned from the dining car.
But the fact that your husband and the Parkers are already in Hot Springs...
I told Rex that my sister in Connecticut had suddenly become ill, that I wanted to run up and see her. I urged him to go on with the Parkers. He couldn't very well refuse without arousing my suspicions. Mr. Drake, you will help me, won't you?
Help you? But what can I do? You have no evidence. You're not sure that you believe half of these things that have happened yourself, I'm afraid.
You're right, Mr. Drake. Rex admires you very much. He'd be flattered if you'd call on him.
But I have
You could question him without arousing his suspicions. I must know. I must.
Questioning people who are obviously neurotic, Mrs. Michaels, is out of my field. I'm afraid what
I have plenty of money. I could pay you. Please, help me.
Well, I'll do what I can. Inspector Danton will be at the station to meet me. I'll ask him to come along. Well, I believe with him, Mrs. Michaels. Will your husband be here to meet you?
I imagine so.
Carry your bags?
Thank you, Porter. Here you are.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Hey, Bart. Bart.
That's Inspector Danton.
Hey, Bart, hey.
Hello, Inspector.
Bart. Am I glad to see you? And me figuring I'm coming down here for a vacation.
Inspector, I want you to meet Mrs. Rex Michaels. Mrs. Michaels, this is Inspector Noah Danton.
How do you do, Inspector Danton?
Hi. Look, Bart, the doggone Michaels. Did you say your name was Michaels, lady?
Yes, Mrs. Rex Michaels. Why?
Anything wrong, Inspector?
Wrong. I'll say something's wrong. A man named Neil Parker was found shot to death at the Surf Hotel yesterday, and I'm holding a guy named Rex Michaels for his murder. Well, Bart, those are the facts of the case. This is the room where Parker was found dead. That's the gun that killed him lying on that table.
38, Inspector?
Yep.
Fingerprints?
Sure, there were fingerprints. As nice a set as you want to see. Michael.
Well, naturally, they would be if you came in here and found him holding the gun.
Not only holding the gun, but standing over the corpse looking smug.
Smug, eh?
Yes, smug, eh?
All right, Inspector. What did Michaels have to say for himself?
Oh, the usual stuff. He and Parker have been sitting here talking. Michael stepped across the hall for a minute. While he was gone, he heard a shot, came running back, found Parker with a bullet through his heart.
He saw the gun on the floor and picked it up without thinking, eh?
Yep, that's it.
Who owned the gun, Inspector?
Michaels. He said he carried it around with him for years, but never even had it loaded. I found a box of cartridges in his bureau drawer with 2 bullets missing.
Well, are these things on this table Parker's personal effects?
Yep, nothing important there, though.
Let's see. Bill phone, keys, silver, watch. Hey, what's this?
What is it? What's it look like? It's a picture of a babe.
It's more than a picture of a babe, Inspector. It's a picture of Monica Michaels.
Huh? Well, what about it? They were all good friends, weren't they?
Yes, they were. Well, what else is there?
Nothing much. That pile of papers there is the story Michaels was working on.
Oh? Did you read it, Inspector?
Yeah, dull as dishwater.
No.
It's a yarn about a private detective who solves a murder after the regular police have failed. Imagine that.
I can't imagine that, Inspector. By the way, tell me something, will you?
Glad to, Bart. What's on your mind?
Why do you think Michaels is innocent of murdering Neil Parker?
Why do I?
That's right.
Doggone it, Bart. Haven't I already told you that I've had the guy arrested? Haven't I shown you that all the evidence points to his guilt?
Stop being so proud, you old codger. Huh? There's a doubt in your mind that you wouldn't have asked me even to look at the corpse. Now, what is it?
Well,
what?
Well, it's like this. In the first place, Parker was wearing a jacket he'd borrowed from Michael. Yeah. So it could be that whoever murdered Parker meant to get Michael.
What?
In the second place, I haven't been able to scrape up a motive for Michael's murdering his best friend.
Consider it's necessary that you do so, Inspector?
Well, I like to be thorough about these things, you know. Then there's another thing.
Yeah?
I talked to Mrs. Parker, and she told me a lot of things about the way Rex Michaels has been acting lately.
Oh? Such as trying to kill his wife?
Yeah. How did you know?
Mrs. Michaels told me.
Well, then that's it.
What is it?
Mrs. Michaels had a motive, and Mrs. Michaels was here in Hot Springs at the time the murder was committed.
What?
Right. Mrs. Parker saw her. So did a couple of other people.
Can that be possible? Could she have...
Yeah, she could have. I checked the plane schedules. She could have flown back as far as Washington and picked up the southbound limited there.
I just, Inspector, you may be right. It was after we left Washington that I came back and found Mrs. Michaels waiting in my section.
Sure, I'm right. I'm always right. But wait a minute. We can't just go galloping into Mrs. Michaels' room and arrest her without any evidence now, can we?
No, but we can go galloping in and find that evidence. Inspector, send down to the police station and have Rex Michaels brought up here.
But, Lou, why would Rex want to kill me? Or why?
The answer to that seems pretty obvious to me, Monica.
What do you mean?
I mean, he must have found out that Neil realized what Rex was doing to you.
Oh, that silly Rex wouldn't have shot him. He couldn't have.
Oh? Your attitude toward your husband seems to have changed.
It hasn't changed. I think Rex is ill. but not ill enough to commit murder.
And yet you believed that was the very reason he wanted you to come to Hot Springs, to murder you.
No, I didn't think that. Not really. Oh, I don't know what I thought. Perhaps I imagined all these things. Perhaps it's I who's ill.
Perhaps it is, darling. Perhaps that's why you were here yesterday.
Lucille, what are you saying?
Oh, darling, I don't want to alarm you, but you were here yesterday. I saw you, and other people saw you. Suppose you are ill, Monica.
You don't mean... You can't.
I'm afraid, Monica. Afraid for you. Could it be that you've imagined these things about Rex?
No. I'm not ill. I'm not.
You're afraid of Rex. You thought he was going to kill you. Neil was wearing Rex's jacket when he was shot. Oh, Monica, could we have been mistaken all these months?
Oh, hello, Michael. Oh, I imagine you're Mrs. Parker. I'm Barton Drake.
Oh, yes, Barton Drake. You're the criminologist.
That's right.
It was you to whom Monica wanted to talk about Rex.
Yes, we rode down on the train together. Is anything wrong, Mrs. Michael?
No, I'm all right. I think I'd like to sit down.
Monica and I have been talking, Mr. Drake. Something happened that she doesn't seem to remember.
I couldn't have been here yesterday. I couldn't have.
Oh, this is dreadful. You see, Mr. Drake, Monica was here in Hot Springs yesterday.
Yes, I know. You saw her and some other people saw her. Who were the other people, Mrs. Parker?
Who were they?
That's right.
Oh, some casual acquaintances whom we met here at the hotel. Does it matter?
It matters a very great deal. What was their names? Are they at the hotel now?
No, as a matter of fact, they aren't. They left this morning. I don't remember their names. It didn't seem important.
Not important. Where was it that these people met Mrs. Michael?
Monica? Why, they never... Oh, of course, they must have met somewhere, mustn't
In
they?
order to recognize her, they certainly must have. Come, Mrs. Parker, why did you want to establish that Mrs. Michaels was here?
Why, then I wasn't here. I'm not going mad.
Of course you're not going mad, Mrs. Michaels. Mrs. Parker, do you mind if I search your room?
Yes, I do mind. I resent your attitude, Mr. Drake. You tricked me. What are you doing at that fireplace?
I was wondering about these charred fragments of photographs. Have you been burning photographs, Mrs. Parker?
No, yes. They were some old pictures I decided to destroy.
Pictures of whom? Pictures of Mrs. Michaels? Do they belong to your late husband? And these bits of metal, they seem to have come from the binding of a book, a diary, perhaps?
Mr. Drake, this has gone far enough. I will not tolerate
All
this.
right, Michaels, in you go.
Rex!
Monica, when did you get here? Why didn't they tell me?
Rex,
Oh,
darling.
there, honey. Everything's going to be all right.
But you didn't.
Shoot Neil? Of course I didn't. Why in the world would I want to shoot old Neil?
Because he was in love with your wife, Michaels.
What? Who are you? What are you talking about?
The name is Drake, Barton Drake. What was Neil Parker doing in your room, Michaels?
I asked him to come. I wanted to talk over my new story with him. Neil always had good ideas. He was an excellent critic.
Really? Did you always talk over your ideas with Parker first?
Mostly always. Why?
Rex, I didn't know that. Why didn't you tell me?
Why should I? It wasn't important, and besides, Neil asked me not to.
What reason did he give for asking that?
The obvious reason. He didn't want to take any credit for my story.
How did he happen to be wearing your coat when he was shot?
He was cold and put it on while we talked.
So then you stepped across the hall, and while you were gone, you heard a shot and came running back.
But is this some kind of a trick to get me to lie?
Why don't you leave him alone? Neil was his friend.
The kind of friend, Mrs. Michaels, who plots against him, who tries to destroy him so he can have his wife.
I don't believe
You mean, Mrs. Parker, that you didn't believe it? It was quite a shock to you when you came across photographs of Mrs. Michaels among your husband's things, wasn't it?
I don't know what you're talking about.
And the diary. There must have been some shocking bits of information in that diary. It came over you all of a sudden that for years your husband was in love with your best friend.
That's a lie. It's not
You
true.
were furious. You knew about Michael's gun. So you got it from his bureau and shot your husband through the heart.
No, I didn't. You can't prove a thing.
Your fingerprints weren't on the gun, Mrs. Parker. You wiped them off. But did you wipe your fingerprints from the cartridges that you took from the box that was in Michael's bureau drawer?
Why,
All right. I shot him. Doesn't matter now. After I learned that all this time he'd been in love with another woman, nothing mattered. Nothing mattered at all.
something, Bart?
What's that, Inspector?
This is the first time I've had a bathing suit on in 5 years.
I never would have guessed it, Inspector. I knew it looks good.
How do you know? You haven't looked at me once since that blonde babe sat down over there under the beach umbrella. Well, are you going to tell me?
Are you? Oh, yes, of course. But I'll have to make it fast, however, Inspector, because the blonde is rather attractive, isn't she?
Okay. Look, just answer me one thing. Was that guy Neil Parker nuts?
Let's say he was neurotic, Inspector. He knew that the only chance he'd ever have of winning Mrs. Michaels was to have her fear and hate her husband.
So he planted the idea in Monica's mind that Rex was using her as a guinea pig for his stories, eh?
Roughly, that's it. But Parker went further by suggesting incidents for the stories and then causing them to happen to Mrs. Michaels.
And then pointing out to her that the stories and her accidents were the same.
That's it, Inspector.
Okay. Now, how did you know that it was Mrs. Parker who shot her husband?
Elimination, Inspector, and motive.
Oh, elimination and motive.
Yes. You see, Rex had no reason for murdering Neil. Right up until the last, he claims that they were friends.
Uh-huh.
And Mrs. Michaels couldn't have done the shooting because she was on the train with me.
But I thought...
No, Inspector. Trying to sell Mrs. Michaels the idea that she was here in Hot Springs without knowing it was a pretty absurd piece of business. It didn't make sense.
So that left Mrs. Parker, eh?
Yes, but Mrs. Parker didn't have a motive, so I grabbed the most obvious one and hit the jackpot.
Pretty far-fetched. Must have been a gimmick.
A gimmick?
Oh, sure. Now, don't tell me you don't know what I'm talking about.
All right, Inspector, I won't. You see, Mrs. Parker tried to establish that Mrs. Michaels was here in Hot Springs when the shooting took place. She knew that Mrs. Michaels had a motive for shooting her husband. She knew that Neil was wearing Michaels' jacket, and therefore it could have been a case of mistaken identity.
Well,
Parker was shot through the heart, wasn't he? That means that he must have been facing whoever shot him.
Say... So, if it had been Mrs. Michaels, she couldn't have failed to recognize him, could she? Hey, where you going?
Blondes, Inspector, are notoriously impatient. See you later.
What are you going to tell her?
Anything, Inspector, except that mystery is my hobby. Mystery is my hobby. For more than 2 years, a pair of top-flight radio comedians, Kit Fairfax and Jay Hardy by name, have been delighting millions of listeners from coast to coast with a friendly feud which they've been carrying on over the air. On the afternoon our story opens, Inspector Noah Danton had called at my apartment and said that he'd received a mysterious phone call in which some unknown person had told him that Kit Fairfax was to be murdered during his broadcast scheduled for that evening. Now, Noah Danton isn't the type of man to be taken in by crackpot telephone messages. And so, when he urged me to accompany him to the broadcasting studio, I readily agreed.
All right, just to show you I'm no cheapskate, I'm getting a cocktail party up in my room after the broadcast, and you're all invited. The only thing is, you'll have to bring your own liquor.
Bring your own liquor. That guy kills me.
You and about 20 million others, Inspector. By the way, did it ever occur to you that Hardy and Fairfax might be serious about some of those insults they hurl at each other?
Bart, you're smart enough to know that's exactly what Hardy and Fairfax want people to think.
Maybe.
That they are serious. They work at it. That's why it's such a good gag.
Exactly. It's a very convincing routine, almost too convincing.
Huh? Say, nobody's tipped you off to anything, have they?
No. Just making idle conversation. You know, Inspector, I was a little bit surprised to find you waiting outside the studio with a couple of tickets in your hand when I arrived tonight.
Well, now, think of that. That's what I call gratitude. Here, I go to the trouble of getting you a free ticket to a bus.
Oh, thank you, Bob. Ladies and gentlemen, Jay Hardy and Kit Fairfax will be back in a moment. Meanwhile, a serious question. Have you put a black mark against every suggestion of black marketing? We've set up price controls to protect ourselves against runaway, uncontrolled price rises.
Hey,
then
that was a shot.
Then let's
Probably
keep
part of the
those
sound effect.
protections.
Not while the commercial is on. There wasn't anything phony about that. Mr. Fairfax has been shot! Mr. Fairfax has been shot! Holy smoke! Come on, Bart.
Right with you, Inspector. Better keep the crowd from leaving till we find out what the score is.
Yeah. Hey, you ushers, lock those doors. All right. Take it easy now, folks. One side, big away.
Here we are, Inspector, through the store.
Which way now?
This door here opens onto the stage, I think.
Please, will everyone please be quiet. My sergeant guard of the police will be here in a moment. Please, will everyone please be quiet.
All right, mister, all right. I'm Inspector Noah Denton, police headquarters.
Well, my sergeant guard, how did you get here so soon? I mean, how fortunate that you are here.
Yeah. Suppose we take a look at the body.
Now, just a moment, Inspector, please. I must caution you. I will not tolerate any publicity. It would be very bad.
Look, Bub, do you take us to the body or do I arrest you for obstructing justice?
Arrest? I? What such language? Oh, very well. This way. Through the door here.
Well, the spot to hold a murder.
You said it, Inspector.
Oh, Mr. Flagg, it's terrible.
There, Amanda.
All right, folks, all right. I'll take over. Stand back, please. Let's have a look, Bart.
All right.
Dead, all right.
Through the heart. Killed instantly, wouldn't you say, Inspector?
Yep. Hey, you.
Are you addressing me?
Yep. What's your name?
Me? Why, I'm Gregory Flagg, of course. My stars and garters, everyone knows me. I'm Kip Fairfax's manager.
Okay. Look, call up my office and tell them to send medical examiner Jim Ryan out here.
What?
Also a squad car.
But I'm not
Now, get going, will you?
Oh.
All right, the rest of you people. Let's have your names. You first. I guess you're Hardy.
That's right, Inspector. Jason Hardy. It was I who discovered the body. See?
Never mind that now. You, ma'am, you must be Amanda Gale, the singer on Fairfax's show?
Yes, that's right.
I'll just write that down here. Now, you.
Me? I'm Gabby.
The bodyguard, eh, Gabby? What?
Nobody never called me nothing but Gabby.
You got a last name, haven't you, Bub?
Yeah, I got one.
Oh, what is it?
Goebel.
Spell it.
I can't.
Oh, smart guy.
Inspector.
Let's get... Yeah, Bart?
I think you'd better take charge of this.
The gun, huh? Where'd you find it?
Under Fairfax's body. Keep my handkerchief around it. There'll probably be some fingerprints.
Hey, that's my gun. Keepers, how'd Mr. Fairfax get hold of it?
Maybe he just borrowed it to shoot himself.
No, he didn't. He ain't gonna pin this on me. Mr. Hardy shot him.
Oh, so Mr. Hardy...
Cut him out, Gabby.
Now, wait a minute, you guys.
Now, Hardy shot him. I seen him do it.
You what?
Why, you dirty liar. You hands off me, Hardy. I can tell a lot more. Don't forget that.
Hey, what is this? Break it up. Get away from him, Hardy.
Slap happy. Bodyguard is nuts.
Yeah.
Kid was my best friend.
It's ridiculous to think that Jake could do such a thing.
Well, now, think of that. Just one big, happy family, eh? Everybody loves everybody else.
Inspector, perhaps it would be better if we adjourned to Hardy's dressing room. I'm sure his description of how he discovered the body will make interesting listening.
Good idea. Okay, everybody, in you go. Might as well go there as anywhere else. Okay, Hardy, let's hear it. And don't leave out any details. The rest of you keep quiet.
Well, there isn't much to tell. After we finished our turn, Kit and I came off the stage. Kit is an inveterate tea drinker. Thinks he does no more cups a day. Says he gave him a lift. Formed a habit of sneaking back to his dressing room for tea during the band number. The commercial follows the band, so he had about 2 minutes. Gabby here always had a hot cup ready just at the right time. Here's about the way it happened.
Show's going all right, isn't it, Jay?
Yes, well, rolled him in the aisles with that last gag.
Oh, it was the build-up you gave me, boy. Hey, how about a spot of tea?
No, thanks. I've got to make a phone call. See you in about 2 minutes.
All right.
Right. Hello, operator? This is Jay Hardy. Yes. Would you get me the passenger agent of the American Airlines, please? Yes, that's right. I'll hang on. What the devil? Good heavens, Kit. Holy smoke, he's been shot. Here's a gun.
Hey, what's the matter?
Gabby, Kit's been hurt. Get hold of his leg.
Keepers. He's been shot. There's blood all over.
Now, take it easy. Getting excited won't help. Just do as I say and...
You shot him.
Oh, don't be a dope. I didn't shoot him.
You done it. You got the gun in your hand right now. You shot him. Mr. Fairfax been shot.
Oh, come back later, crazy lug. Well, that's all there was to it. Gabby lost his head and went running out onto the stage yelling like a wild man.
Okay. Now, Gabby, what's this story of yours about seeing Mr. Hardy shoot your boss?
Oh, he's lying. Gabby hated Jay because Jay wouldn't give him a job.
Please, Miss Gale, your turn will come. Well, Gabby?
Hardy had the gun in his hand. He was standing over the dead body. Ain't that enough?
Hardly. Inspector, do you mind if I ask a few questions?
Go ahead, Bud.
Mr. Hardy, did you have the gun in your hand?
Well, yes, as a matter of fact, I did. You see, it was quite a shock finding Kit like that. I was dazed. I didn't realize what I was doing.
But you weren't too dazed to hide the gun under the body. Is that correct?
Well, knowing that Gabby thought I shot Kit, I didn't want to get...
Well, this is utterly ridiculous, cross-examining poor Jay. But you men don't seem to realize that Jay's an awful...
By the way, Miss Gale, weren't you supposed to be engaged to Fairfax?
Why, well, not really. It was a sort of a publicity stunt to build up the show.
I see. Where were you when the shot was fired, Miss Gale?
Why, I was in my dressing room.
I'll bet.
Miss Gale, a moment ago you mentioned that Gabby hated Mr. Hardy because Mr. Hardy wouldn't give him a job.
Yes, I did. And it's true.
But why?
Because Kit Fairfax fired Gabby just before tonight's broadcast. Gabby asked Jay for a job, and Jay turned him down.
Is that right, Harvey?
Yes, it is. You see, tonight was Kit's last night on the air.
You mean Kit Fairfax was going off the air?
When did this happen?
Well, he planned to make the announcement at the end of tonight's show. Not many people knew it. But Kit's been suffering from heart trouble. His physician ordered him to take a long rest.
I see. Then tonight was the first time the public would know that Fairfax's program had been canceled, huh?
Yes. Kit was also going to announce that from now on, Amanda would be singing on my show.
That's a lie. Miss Gale was supposed to be in love with Mr. Fairfax. When he told her he had to quit the radio account he was sick, she begins to make passes at Hardy.
Gabby.
I won't. I'm going to tell what happened.
Is that coming, Rat? One more yip out of you.
Hardy, I told you once to lay off that rough stuff. Now I'm going to
Just a minute, Inspector.
Yeah, what's eating you, Bart?
Before you do anything drastic, do you mind if I ask our friend Gabby a few questions?
Well, no, I suppose not, but...
Gabby, tell me, where were you when the shot was fired?
I was in Mr. Fairfax's dressing room where I was supposed to be.
And you heard the shot quite plainly.
Sure, you could hear it all over the place.
And what did you do?
I already told you. I run to the door, flung it open, and I...
And did you run to the door and fling it open immediately after you heard the shot?
Why, sure I did.
Inspector, I'm afraid that Gabby is the man you should arrest.
What do you mean, arrest me? What for? I didn't do nothing.
Fairfax's body was found in the hallway between his dressing room and the stage. That's right, isn't it, Inspector?
Why, yes, but...
The room we're in now is Mr. Hardy's dressing room. It's located farther away from the stage. So that means Gabby had about half as far to go to reach the body as Hardy.
Bart, you got something there.
Yes, if Gabby ran out of the door immediately after the shot was fired, he'd naturally be the first to reach the body.
Holy smoke, why didn't I think of that?
Yeah, why didn't you? Well, maybe when I get through, none of you'll wish you had.
Put down that gun.
I'll put it down when I get ready. You ain't gonna arrest me. You think just because I'm a punk you can hang this murder on me, huh? I know your game. You don't want the public to know it was that pantywaist Hardy that murdered Kit Fairfax. You don't want them to even think that Hardy and Fairfax was good friends because it would be bad publicity. So you're going to pin the rap on me. Well, you ain't going to get away with it. You ain't going to get away with it.
Help my Sergeant Garner.
Just in time, Mr. Flagg, come in.
Gabby, what are you doing with that gun? Put it away, put it away. I hate the sight of guns.
Well, you're going to hate the sight of this one more than most. I suppose you think that I killed Mr. Fairfax, too.
I think that you killed... What? No such thing, Gabby. On the contrary, I know you didn't.
What the devil do you mean, Flagg?
Precisely what I said, Inspector Danton. Your friend, Medical Examiner Ryan, has arrived. He's examined the body, and he states positively that Kit Fairfax was dead before the bullet penetrated his heart. He was poisoned.
Fine thing. We practically have the murderer on ice. Then the medical examiner throws a monkey wrench in the works by telling us that Fairfax is poisoned.
We can't expect all the breaks, Inspector. Here's Fairfax's dressing room. Let's take a look.
Quite a place. Looks just like all the others.
But what did you expect? Burning incense and a gorgeous blonde reclining on a chaise lounge?
Yeah. Wouldn't have surprised me any. What have you got there?
Fairfax teacup. Yes, it smells of poison, all right. Strychnine, I think.
So what does that prove? Nothing. Any one of a dozen people could have dumped poison in that mug of tea.
That's not quite true, Inspector. You know, Fairfax had only a few minutes. He probably gulped the tea without tasting the poison.
So what does that add up to? Did Gabby dump the poison in?
No. It was Gabby who shot Fairfax, remember? If he poisoned the tea, he wouldn't have shot him.
Yeah, I know. By the way, I've been thinking about that.
About what?
About the way you tricked Gabby into showing his hand.
Tricked? Why, Inspector?
Well, if it had been Hardy who did the shooting, he would have had to leave his room before Gabby heard the shot. And that would have placed him in the corridor exactly as Gabby described.
Yes, it certainly would.
I'll get it. Hello? Yeah, he's here. It's for you, Bart.
Thank you, Inspector. Drake speaking. What? Oh, splendid. Thank you very much. That was a studio switchboard operator. I asked her to check any calls made from Hardy's dressing room tonight.
Yeah?
Hardy put through a call at 7:16 to American Airlines. He broke off in the middle of it.
So that means he was telling the truth. He wasn't in the corridor when the shot was fired. Gabby was lying.
It was Gabby who shot Fairfax, all right. After Fairfax drank his tea and left, Gabby probably opened the door, took a quick shot at him, ducked back into the room, and waited until he heard Hardy running along the corridor.
Well, But Fairfax was dead on his feet when Gabby plugged him. Poisoned.
Yes, and I think the answer to that poisoning is right here in this room.
What do you mean?
I'm not sure yet. There's something here that shouldn't be, or there's something missing that should be here.
I don't get it.
Neither do I. Inspector, poisons are usually kept in some kind of container. They're not carried around loosely.
What are you driving at?
Just this. Whoever put that poison in the tea must have had a box or a bottle of some sort. Inspector.
Huh?
There's someone in that closet. I just saw the door move.
Oh, there is there? I'll just get out my gun and, Okay, come on out and with your hands up. Oh, so you're going to play hard to get, huh?
Bart, flatten yourself up against the wall and jerk the door open.
Right, Inspector.
Well, my sergeant Garters, you've certainly got a nerve.
Well, if it isn't Paddy Waste himself, okay, Flag, what's the gimmick?
I won't talk to there.
Whoa. Hey, this guy's been reading too many books. Look, Angel Eyes, don't make me sore, will you? I'm just a poor cop trying to do his duty. What were you doing in that closet?
Don't yell at me like that, you thing.
Perhaps I can answer your question for you, Inspector. Probably as Fairfax's manager, Mr. Flagg wanted to look over some of his papers.
Yes, that's exactly right. And I think it's simply wonderful of you for thinking of it, Mr. Drake.
Oh, yeah? Then why did you hide in the closet when you heard us coming?
Because I like to listen to other people's conversations. I adore eavesdropping.
I give up.
I didn't poison Kip Fairfax, though, if that's what you're thinking. Oh, I simply hate people who poison other people.
Mr.
So you needn't
Flagg,
accuse me of it.
Do you mind if I ask you a few questions?
Why, of course not, Mr. Drake.
Thank you. As Mr. Fairfax's manager, I suppose you handled all his affairs.
Naturally.
You'd see that he had comfortable accommodations, attend to his needs, things like that?
Of course.
Then, of course, you'd provide him with a teapot and cup?
Hey, that's an angle. Nice work, Bart. All right, Angel Eyes, how about it?
My sergeant God, what a silly question. Of course I'd prepare... Oh!
Well...
Oh, it's a trick. Oh, you're trying to trap me into saying that I... Oh, Mr. Drake, I'm furious at you. I'm simply furious at you. Well, I'll not see you another minute. I'm going to leave this in.
Hey, come back here. And me, standing here with a gun in my hand watching him walk out.
He can't get very far, Inspector, but I'd track him down if I were you.
You bet your sweet life I'll track him down.
Operator, this is Barton Drake. I'd like to be connected with my office, please. Yes, that's right. The number is 20... Come in. Why, Miss Gale, I've been expecting you.
You have?
Yes. You've been waiting for an opportunity to talk to me, so I arranged to be here alone. For a talk, right?
Why, yes.
You want to assure me that it wasn't Jay Hardy who poisoned Fairfax?
Yes, I did. Well, how did you know?
It's quite obvious that you're in love with Hardy, Miss Gale. You'd hate to see his career ruined by the publicity he'd get if you were arrested.
Why, that's it exactly. Well, you do understand, don't you? I was afraid you wouldn't. Well, Jay couldn't have murdered Kit. He's an artist and an idealist. He couldn't murder anyone. Oh, I think this whole thing is terrible.
Oh, there, Miss Gale. Here, take my handkerchief. Yours is all stained and wet. I guess this isn't the first time you've broken down tonight.
Oh, thank you. No, it isn't. I've tried to pretend that I wasn't upset. for Jay's sake.
I know.
I guess I haven't been very successful at it.
I think you're a brave girl. Could you tell me, Miss Gale, did Fairfax and Hardy dislike each other as much as they pretended on their shows?
Why, of course not. It was all a gag to arouse public interest.
I see.
A month ago, Kit's doctors told him he'd have to quit radio. Well, Kit and Jay and I talked it over. We didn't tell anyone else. Tonight, Kit was going to announce that Jay had won me away from him. In the feud, I mean, and that was the reason he was quitting radio. We wanted to keep the gag running until Kit was well enough to come back on the air.
I see. Sure, people have a curious way of doing things, but...
What was that?
Sounded like a shot.
Oh, it came from the direction of Jay's dressing room.
Come back here, you!
What happened, Inspector?
Oh, the dumb truck of a bodyguard took a pot shot at Hardy. That guy must have an arsenal.
Jay! It's Jay!
No, Gabby missed him a mile.
Oh, that fat-headed bodyguard.
Oh, Jay, are you all right?
Sure. I'm okay, honey. Did you get Gabby?
It certainly appears so.
He's not hurt. I only winged him.
You dirty copper, I'll get you for this. I'll get you
Sure,
for...
that's what they all say.
Well, what happened, Jay?
I was calling up American Airlines to make my reservations. I saw Gabby's reflection in the mirror.
You were making your reservations, Mr. Hardy.
Yes. Is there anything wrong with that?
You used the singular pronoun. Weren't you taking Miss Gale with you? Didn't you tell her she was to sing on your program in Chicago tomorrow night?
Why, yes, but...
I see. Inspector, I think you'd better inform Mr. Hardy that he won't be taking any airplane tonight.
Yeah, another dressing room. Holy smoke, how do these actors stand such lousy cubby holes?
They love it.
What the devil are you looking for?
I'm playing a game, Inspector. Button, who's got the tea leaves?
Tea leaves?
Yes. There weren't any in the cup that Fairfax drank from. You'd see most anywhere around here, I suppose.
No one would be dumb enough to throw them in a wastebasket.
On the contrary, Inspector, if the person were smart, he'd throw them away in the most obvious place. Thinking, of course, we'd never look there.
Yeah, I can't see what a handful of tea leaves is going to get us.
Possibly nothing. Let's see now. Some old press clippings, theater programs, a couple of letters.
What's the matter?
I found it.
Say, what the... See, that looks like a tea bag.
That's exactly what it is, Inspector, a tea bag. Some of the tea leaves had been removed and poison substituted.
Well, I'll be... Then that's how...
Yes. This tea bag could have been prepared by the murderer days ago and placed in a box with other tea bags. Inspector, now I know who murdered Kit Fairfax.
Done, eh? Fairfax unknowingly put the poison tea bag in the cup himself.
Yes, he gulped down the tea, then headed back for the stage. He was probably just about to collapse when Gabby shot him.
Okay. Now, who was it that...
Don't move, you love. I've been standing outside listening. Clever of you, Drake.
The blonde singer, and she's got a gun, too. Well, now, think of that,
Neither of you are going to be able to think of anything in about a minute. Drake, it's a pity I have to do this. I was really beginning to think you were an all-right guy.
I'm flattered, Miss Gale.
Sticking your nose into crimes that don't concern you is bad medicine. Say, by the way...
How did I know it was you who poisoned the tea bag? Woman's curiosity can always be depended upon.
Never mind the cracks.
I'm sorry. It was like this, Miss Gale. First, there was something missing from Fairfax's dressing room. Remember, Inspector?
Yeah, I remember.
I didn't realize what had happened until I saw Miss Gale's stained and moist handkerchief.
My handkerchief?
Yes, your tears touched me, Miss Gale, but it occurred to me that a woman as charming as yourself would not carry about a handkerchief that was stained an ugly brown.
Now I get it. The babe here sneaked into Fairfax's dressing room, wrapped up the tea bag in her handkerchief, and took it away. That's how she destroyed the evidence.
Yes, that was what bothered me. Tea cannot be made without tea leaves. I could find neither a tea bag nor loose leaves anywhere in the room. It was Miss Gale's stained handkerchief that made me curious. So I had my office check up on your past, Miss Gale.
Why?
I wanted a motive for your murdering Kit Fairfax. Miss Gale, why didn't you divorce your first husband?
He wouldn't give me a divorce, the rat, so I left him. I changed my name and I got a job singing with Kit. Sure, I made passes at Jay when I found out that Kit was leaving radio. I was on the way up and I wanted to stay there. Well, how did I know Jay was going to fall in love with me and want me to marry him? Well, I didn't do any more than any other dame would have done who wanted to get somewhere. Well, I would have married Jay if he'd insisted. Then that lousy husband of mine turned up and got the Kit. Kit and Jay were friends. Good friends. Kit didn't want to see Jay getting mixed up in anything that would harm his career. He told me that unless I laid off Jay, he'd spill what he knew.
So you decided the Kit had to be eliminated.
Yes, and I would have gotten away with it, too, if you hadn't interfered. I'm still going to get away with it because right now...
Hi, Sergeant. Got us another gun.
Grab her, Inspector.
Yeah. Oh!
Miss,
I got her.
grab the gun.
Sergeant, look. Oh, this is dreadful. We simply can't have this sort of thing, you know.
Okay, Bob. You can let her go. I got the bracelets on her lily white wrist.
Right.
Well, if it hadn't been for that dumb manager...
Why, I had nothing to do with it. Nothing at all. My Sergeant Guard.
And look, Bart, the next murder that comes up, let me handle it, will you?
Inspector, how can you ask when you know that mystery is my hobby?
Today's story took place last autumn. Arthur Gideon, playboy, world traveler, and multimillionaire, had been asked to write his memoirs. He'd invited most of the people whose names would appear in the book up to his estate on the Hudson for a weekend party.
Well, Barry, come in. Everything all right?
Yeah, everything's fine, Arthur. Just dandy.
Good. I like to feel that my guests are enjoying themselves.
I'll bet. That makes it easier for you, doesn't it, Arthur?
Huh? What was that, Barry? Easier for me.
Sure. Easier for you to study them to get their reactions. That's what you invited us down here for, wasn't it?
Oh, Barry, you amaze me. Are you implying that I coerced you and the others into coming down?
Yes.
Oh, come now, Barry.
And you were very clever about it, Arthur. Very subtle. The invitations that you sent us sounded genuine.
They were genuine.
Yeah, except for one thing. It's the first time in 3 years that you've had a weekend party.
I know. I'm ashamed I've been ill.
It's a pity you didn't die easily and comfortably in bed.
Well, that sounds suspiciously like a threat, Barry.
It's more than a threat, Arthur. It's a statement of fact. I'm going to kill you.
Oh, Barry, that's very amusing. Shall I act terrified, drop to my knees, and beg for mercy?
You think I'm kidding? Take a look at this.
Wow. A knife, and a big one, too. You plan to slit my throat with it, or will it be a quick plunge to the heart?
You still don't get it, do you, Arthur? Listen. Last night, after everyone had gone to bed, I came in here to your study.
Yes, I noticed that my desk had been tampered with.
I found the chapter that you had just completed in your book of memoirs.
Oh, you did? Then you read a few facts about yourself that you thought I'd forgotten. Didn't you, Barry?
I read some facts that I hoped you'd have the decency to forget.
Oh, Barry, my dear boy, when a man is asked to write a book of memoirs, it's because his publishers feel that he has certain things to say that will be of interest.
Arthur, you're a rat. You're an unmitigated pig. It's a wonder to me that someone hasn't called your bluff before now.
My bluff? I've never bluffed in my life. Everyone knows that.
Everyone's been afraid of you, Arthur. You had money and power and influence. Your life has been sheltered and protected. You've been allowed to get away with things for which other men have gone to jail.
What sort of things, Barry?
Bullying people. Slandering their characters. Upsetting their lives and amusing yourself by breaking women's hearts.
Oh, Barry, you're priceless. Can't you ever forget that Fran Darwin?
No. I was in love with Fran Darwin, Arthur. Can you understand that?
Yes, I remember. It was unfortunate because dear Fran happened to be in love with me.
That's a lie. You bought her. You offered her jewels, furs, cars, servants, and she fell for that.
Oh, yes, how vividly it all comes back. Youth, Barry. Youth is a wonderful thing. Tell me, Barry, how many years was it you spent in jail?
A lifetime.
Thanks to you. Oh, I suppose it did seem like a lifetime. Refresh my memory, Barry. Why was it you sent to jail?
You should ask.
I'll tell you why, Barry. Couldn't meet competition. You didn't have the money to buy Fran's love.
Why,
you tried to steal it and got caught. If you'd succeeded, you'd have done exactly what I did. Offered to buy Fran for a price. You knew she was in the open market?
Shut up, you cheap two-timing...
Oh, now. Calm yourself, my boy. Calm yourself. Let's face facts. We both played the game and you lost. Lost?
Well, you framed me.
You gave me the tip on those stocks.
You knew the bottom was going to drop out of the market.
Oh, come, Barry. That's the way the game's played. The cards are dealt, the chips are bet, and the loser grins and plays the next hand. There are no hard feelings, are there?
You know what will happen if my present boss finds out I'm an ex-convict?
Well, I'm sorry, Barry, but it seems that my publishers feel that I've, lived rather an interesting life. Now, would it be fair to them if I omitted the incident of Fran Darwin and you?
It would be the only means of saving your life.
Oh, Barry, for heaven's sake, stop talking about killing me. You're not going to kill me.
No?
Of course not. You haven't the courage.
You're quite sure of that, are you, Arthur?
Of course. Consider your chances of getting away with it. The house is full of gas.
You're wrong, Arthur. We're quite alone.
What did you say?
Your guests are all attending the skeet shooting matches that you arranged for them last night. Remember?
Oh, nonsense. It isn't all go to the servants.
The servants are under orders not to disturb you during the morning hours while you're at work on your book. Surely you remember giving such orders, Arthur?
Well, what of it? Someone knows you're here. Someone is... Harry.
No, Arthur. No one knows I'm here. I went to town to send a telegram. Oh, I've arranged things very nicely, Arthur.
Harry. Don't be a fool. Somebody will hear you, though.
No, Arthur. No one will hear. The night is silent and smooth and quick.
Oh, Barry, don't. In heaven's name, I'll do anything.
I haven't the courage, Arthur. You fool.
Look at me.
Backed against the wall. Your eyes terrified. Sweat on your face.
In the name of God.
Come, Arthur. Why aren't you still scornful and contemptuous and sure of yourself?
Mary, take the knife away from my throat, please.
That's it, Arthur. Beg. Beg for your life.
Please. That's what I want to hear.
That's what I dreamed of hearing.
I do beg you, Harry. I do. I'll do anything you ask. Anything at all. Will it? Please take that knife away.
How does it feel, Arthur? Tell me. The point is pricking your skin now, isn't it? Your eyes are wide with terror. You're trembling. You're sweating from every pore.
Harry, in the name of...
So you thought I wouldn't have the courage to kill you. Why, you...
Oh.
You filthy scum. Thought I didn't...
Arthur! Oh, Barry, I thought you'd gone to town. Where's Arthur?
What are you doing back here, June? You're supposed to be at the skeet shoot.
Oh, Arthur's a skeet shoot. I thought of something I wanted to tell Arthur that might help him in writing his book. Oh.
Yeah?
There's someone on the floor. Behind the bed. Harry!
Stay where you are, June.
It's Arthur. It's Arthur.
Shut up, Susan. Shut up, Howard.
Oh, it's...
I'll do more than choke you if you don't shut your mouth.
You murdered Arthur.
Yes, my dear. I murdered him. I slit his throat with this knife. It was a very pleasant experience, I assure you.
But Barry, you can't get away with it. The police...
I have no worries about the police, my dear. No worries about the police at all.
They'll find out, Bill. Why? What are you going to do?
No worries at all about the police, my dear. What a pity you chose this time to come back and visit poor Arthur.
No. I won't tell my daughter.
No. I don't think you will tell.
So, this guy Arthur Gideon wrote your letter, did he, Bart?
That's right, Inspector. He expected to be murdered this weekend, and he thought I might like to be around.
Very funny. Now, how about telling me what this trip is all about?
I'm quite serious, Inspector. Gideon is writing his memoirs. He had quite an eventful life, you know.
Yeah, I know. 5 wives, a couple of jewels in Europe.
Right.
International politics, a royal scandal or two. Oh, the guy got around all right. So, now he's writing a book about him, eh?
That's right, Inspector. He's invited most of the people who will appear as characters up to his place on the Hudson for the weekend.
And he expects one of them to murder him.
That's it, Inspector.
Sounds like an original party, at least. Hope we aren't too late for the big event.
I don't think we will be. Turn here, Inspector. This is the place.
Okay. Say, look at that bunch of cars.
Yes, and there's a larger bunch of people. Apparently, they've just come back from someplace or just leaving.
Now, wouldn't it be our luck if they were leaving and me just spoiling for a good red-hot murder?
Park in behind this line of cars, Inspector. We can walk the rest of the way.
Okay.
Good.
Hey, here comes someone to meet us.
Yeah. Rather matron-looking lady. Probably Arthur Gideon's sister.
Good afternoon. I suppose you're more of Arthur's guest.
Yes, my name's Drake, Barton Drake. This is Inspector Noah Datton.
Hi.
Drake? Benton? Well, the names aren't familiar. Well, Arthur knew a great many peculiar people whose names he neglected to mention to me. Come along up to the house and have a drink.
Peculiar. Did you hear what that old battle axe said, Bart?
I certainly did, Inspector. That confirms the stories they've heard about Arthur Gideon, doesn't it?
Confirmed. Hey, what are you looking at?
That young girl who just came out of the house. She looks scared to death.
Say she does it there. I wonder what's the matter.
Well, we'll probably know in a minute, Inspector. She's heading for Miss Gideon.
June, what in the world is the matter? Oh, Miss Gideon, it's terrible. Barry Kirster's been bitten by a black widow spider. What's that? Barry bitten by a spider? What's so tragic about that? You don't understand. This was a black widow. They're poisoned.
The young lady's right, Miss Gideon. If someone's been bitten by a black widow, you'd better send for a doctor at once.
I've done that. He's on his way now. I tried to find Arthur to tell him, but he's disappeared. Arthur disappeared? Oh, come, June, you're all excited. Calm down and explain yourself. It's true. I went to his study. The manuscript was on his desk. Arthur was gone.
Well, could Mr. Gideon have just stepped out somewhere?
And leave his manuscript for prying eyes to see. Oh, not Arthur. Oh, come, I think we'd better look into this. Well, he's certainly not here. There's the manuscript on his desk. The last page is half completed. He must have been writing when...
When what, June?
When... whatever happened to him... happened. June, what in the world ails you? You're white as a ghost. You're trembling.
Oh, my trembling. It's cold in here. What is this, Gideon? An Eskimo or something?
I don't think June is trembling from the cold.
There's nothing wrong with me, really. I'm just worried about Barry. Perhaps the doctor won't get here in time. And what do you think happened to Arthur?
Hey, Bart.
Yes, Inspector.
Come over here in a minute.
Right. Found something, Inspector?
I don't know. Look down there behind the desk.
A dark spot on the rug, eh?
Yeah.
Any idea what it is, Inspector?
Sure, I got an idea. It's blood.
Oh, no, it isn't blood. I'm sure it isn't. It couldn't be blood.
And why couldn't it be, June?
Because it couldn't. I mean, why would there be blood in Arthur's study? It's perfectly ridiculous. There's something peculiar about all this. I think I'd better call the police.
Your brother's already attended to that, Miss Gideon.
Attended to it? Arthur? Whatever do you mean?
Inspector Datton's a policeman. Your brother wrote us a note asking us to come up here for the weekend. He said he expected to be murdered.
Murdered? Oh, great heavens, by who?
I don't think that was important to him. I think, Miss Gideon, that your brother wanted to be murdered.
Wanted? Oh, Mr. Drake, if that is your name, that is the most ridiculous statement I have ever heard. If this is some sort of practical joke...
I assure you, Miss Gideon, it's no joke. Your brother's been ill for the past 3 years. Did you know that he'd been suffering from an incurable disease?
Why, no, why?
He would have been dead in a short time anyhow. By allowing himself to be murdered, a chapter would be written in his book of memoirs that would give a publication a sensational value. I think that's what Arthur Gideon wanted.
Hey, Bart, we missed the boat again. That spot on the floor isn't blood, it's water.
Water?
Yeah. Now, what do you make of that?
I don't know what you two make of it, but it confirms my belief that this is nothing but one of Arthur's...
Look out, Inspector.
Good gosh, have they fainted? Okay, nothing to get excited about. She'll be all right in a minute.
I can't understand it, June. Such a healthy girl. What do you suppose made her faint?
The usual causes. Miss Gideon, would you mind getting a damp cloth and some smelling salts, please?
Oh, I'll bring for one of the servants.
I think it would be better if you saved time by going yourself.
Well, all right.
And tell someone to get some wood and start a fire in this fireplace. I'm frozen.
All right, Inspector. Go over and lock that door.
Lock the... Why, for crying out loud?
Hurry. June is regaining consciousness.
Okay. Only I don't see one.
Are you feeling better, June?
What happened? Where am I?
Nothing. You fainted. You'll be all right in a minute.
Oh,
Where's who, June?
Nobody. I'm all right. Have Arthur come back yet?
Can Arthur come back, June?
What do you mean? What are you saying?
I was just wondering if it were possible for Arthur to come back. Or is he dead?
Oh, no, of course he's not dead. What makes you even think such a thing?
Well, the blood.
It wasn't blood, it was water. That other man said so.
And where did that water come from?
Where did it come from? I don't know. Why are you asking me?
Because I think you know the answer. There's no reason why there should be water on the floor. There's no water pitcher inside. Who put the water there, June?
I don't know. I don't know.
Yes, you do. You put the water there, June. You wiped the blood with a wet cloth, didn't you?
No, I didn't. Oh, please don't ask me any more questions.
You're frightened, June. Why? Was it you who murdered Arthur?
No, I didn't. I swear I didn't.
You admit coming here to the study and finding it deserted. Was it deserted, or was... I'll get it.
No, you mustn't. It's for me. I'm sure it's for me. Let me answer.
Just a minute, lady. Let her answer.
Let her know. Look, what? I'm the cop here.
Hello? Hello? Who is it, please?
It's Barry, June.
Barry. Where are you?
I'm upstairs in my room. The doctor just left.
The doctor?
Yes, he gave me an antidote to the spider bite. I'm going to be all right, June.
That's fine, Barry.
Have they found Arthur yet, June?
No. The policeman is still here. They're right at my elbow, Barry. They're listening to every word you say.
Is that so? Well, ask them to come up and see me, June. Maybe I can help them out.
All right, Barry. I'll tell them.
And remember, June, I'm all right. I can get around. I can do things. I'm as good as new.
I understand, Barry. Goodbye. That was Barry Kester. He thinks he might be able to help you find Arthur.
Mm-hmm. I think so, too. Come on, Inspector. Let's go have a talk with Barry Kester. This must be the room here, Inspector. Let's go in.
Yeah. Oh, hello there. Are you the policeman?
That's right, Mr. Kester. How's the spider bite?
Oh, I'll live, I guess. Still a little weak. Those things can be dangerous, though.
I'll say they can. I didn't know there were any black widow spiders around this section of the country.
Yeah, indeed there are, Inspector. Black widows aren't as common here as in some of the western states, but they're just as deadly. Eh, Kester?
Deadly? I never heard of a man dying from one.
Oh, there have been cases. You were smart to call the doctor the first thing. What did he use for an antidote?
Oh, the usual stuff, I suppose.
What's the usual stuff?
Serum made from the blood of the victim.
I see. You were fortunate that the doctor had some on hand. I suppose that bandage around your arm covers the wound.
Say, I'd like to see what one of those bites looks like.
Sorry, old man. Removing the bandage would be strictly against the doctor's orders.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
June told us that you might be able to throw some light on the whereabouts of Arthur Gideon.
No, I wouldn't worry about him. Arthur's always disappearing for short periods of time.
I suppose, like most riders, he likes to spend considerable time alone.
Yeah, creates an effect. Arthur was always one to create an effect.
So I've heard.
Now, wait a minute. This doesn't add up. The guy invites a lot of people up here for a weekend, then goes off by himself because he doesn't want to be around the people he invited up here.
But Mr. Kester just explained that, Inspector. The more people he has around, the better the effect he can create.
That's all right, but...
I wouldn't worry about it, Inspector.
No?
Arthur will turn up in a day or so and get a big laugh out of our concern.
Yeah, but...
Mr. Kester's right, Inspector.
Huh?
We don't want to make fools of ourselves, do we? Come along. I hope you have no ill effects from that spider bite, Mr. Kester.
But I'm beginning to get another one of my headaches from watching you work.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Inspector.
Now, look, that guy Kester didn't fool you, did he?
Not for a minute, Inspector.
Good. That makes me feel better.
On the other hand, I'm sure we didn't fool him.
Huh? Were we trying to fool him?
But definitely. That must be the stable over there.
The stable?
That's right.
What do we want the stable for? No. Don't tell me. I know. We're looking for something.
Yes, that's right, Inspector.
Yes. So, now I'm supposed to ask you what we're looking for. Nothing doing. You won't tell me anyhow.
Well, of course I'll tell you, Inspector. We're looking for Arthur Gideon's body. Body? Naturally. We can't prove there's been a murder unless we have a body. Corpus delicti, you know, Inspector?
Yeah, corpus delicti.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's just one thing wrong with that theory, Bart.
Oh, what?
Bodies are usually dead. Now, if this Arthur Gideon is only sitting off in some corner thinking about his...
Arthur Gideon, Inspector, was murdered. His corpse has been hidden somewhere around these premises. If we don't find it before nightfall, the murderer is going to sneak the body out and dispose of it.
Is that a fact?
That's a fact.
Oh, I wonder why I didn't figure that all out.
Why? Because you're not a figuring man, Inspector. You're a man of action. Here's the stable. Let's go in and have a look. You take a look in the horse stalls, Inspector. I'll browse around the feet pen.
Oh, what if there are horses in the stall?
Don't ask questions. Just...
Now what?
Here comes Miss Gideon, and she looks excited.
Maybe Artie has returned.
No, I doubt that.
Oh, Mr. Drake, I've been looking everywhere for you.
Something wrong, Miss Gideon?
Oh, you've got to help me find Arthur, Mr. Drake. Our guests are asking questions. I'm rapidly getting into a stew.
Is that a fact? It's a tough thing to get into, lady.
Inspector. Is anything else wrong, Miss Gideon?
Oh, everything's wrong. June acts strangely. Barry Kester's been bitten by a spider. The servants won't bring in wood for the fire. Everybody's cold. It looks like rain. Arthur can't be found.
Now what? Now what, Inspector? Now I know what happened to Arthur Gideon, and I know where to find him. Come along. Well, June, I'm surprised to find you still here in the room where Arthur Gideon was murdered.
Murdered? What do you mean?
Don't ask him, lady. He might tell you. That might prove embarrassing for certain people.
You know he was murdered, June. You saw it happen.
That's not true. I didn't see it happen. I didn't.
But you know who murdered him.
Oh, I don't. I don't know anything. Won't you please stop hounding me?
Concealing guilty knowledge is as bad as committing the crime itself, June.
I can't tell you. I can't. I'm afraid.
Afraid? Of what?
Oh, June, Oh.
Come in, Chester.
Hey, for a guy who just got out of bed, you're acting kind of spry, aren't you, son? I'm sorry. I thought June was alone.
Just a minute, Chester.
Well?
Close the door, Inspector.
Closed it? Okay. It's closed. Now what?
Chester, you must be a pretty tough guy.
What do you mean by that crack?
Why, the way you frightened June into not talking. The way you manhandled Arthur Gideon before murdering him.
Before murder? Are you crazy?
I wonder just how tough you are, Chester.
Why, you... keep your hands off me, Drake.
Come, Chester. You're not going to just stand there and take it, are you?
Quit it. I'm no match for you. That spider bite left me as weak as a kitten. That's right, Bart. Better take it easy. The guy can hardly stand up.
I disagree, Inspector. Chester's just as strong as he ever was. He just doesn't dare fight back because he knows that by doing so, he'd give away the fact that he wasn't bitten by a Black Widow spider at all.
I was. I can prove it.
And I can prove that you're lying, Chester, this way.
You keep away from me.
On the contrary, I'm going to follow you right around the room. Lock the door, Inspector.
He won't get out.
How about it, Chester? How long can you keep your temper,
Watch out, Mr. Drake. He's dangerous.
We'll soon find out, June. Well, come on. Stop talking and do something, man.
Quit!
You what, Chester? Come on. At least put up your dukes, man.
I'll do more than put up my dukes, you dirty copper. I'll make you wish you'd never...
Your face is bleeding, Bart. Be careful.
Bart, she says he doesn't like blood, lady. Watch.
Fine. Now we know, don't we, Chester? You got to do better than that.
I'll do better.
You don't. This will do it.
Nice going, Bart. He's out like a light.
Yes, I guess that takes care of Mr. Chester. You better put some handcuffs on him, Inspector.
With a right cross like that, he writes books.
Your poor cheek. Let me wipe off the blood. Oh, you were magnificent, Barton.
You flatter me, Miss... June?
Nothing.
I'll answer it. What in the world is going on in here? Who's that on the floor? It's Barry. Mr. Drake just knocked him out. It was wonderful. Wonderful. Mr. Drake, what is the meaning of this?
I'll explain as briefly as I can, Miss Gideon. And then I think you'd better summon the coroner.
The coroner? Why?
Because the body of your brother is stuffed up the chimney in that fireplace, and it's held in place by the damper.
What?
Barry Kester murdered him when he learned certain things your brother was writing in his book of memoirs.
I can't believe it. It's true. I came in and saw Arthur's body on the floor. Barry tried to kill me, too, because he thought I'd tell. I begged him not to. We heard someone coming, and he told me if I said a word, Oh, it was awful. Upon my soul.
So, when Barry forced June to wash up the blood in the carpet while he stuffed the body in the chimney, he had to work fast. He had to think quick. If he could keep anyone from discovering the body until tonight, he had a chance to dispose of it. That's why he thought of Black Widow.
The Black Widow? Whatever did that have
The Black Widows are sometimes deadly poisonous, Miss Gideon. Everyone knows that. So Chester merely announced he'd been bitten by a Black Widow spider while picking up some wood from the fireplace.
Say, that's the reason none of the servants had lugging any wood. They were afraid of being bitten by a spider.
Exactly, Inspector. You see, Chester couldn't afford to have anyone start a fire in that fireplace.
Well, I'm a Black Widow's spouse. But that was a nice piece of work. Knocking out Chester, I mean.
Yes, it was fortunate, wasn't it, Inspector, that for once something besides mystery is my hobby. Mystery is my hobby. Today's story took place here in New York early last month. In a third-floor apartment located in the upper 80s, a young woman stood near a window, furtively peering down into the street.
See anything?
Yes. Peter just came in with the door. Just wait a minute.
Okay, honey. Well, this is it. Remember now, stay in the kitchen. Make him come to you out there.
Dad, I'm scared. What if Peter suspects? What if our plans don't work? What?
They'll work. They can't help it work. Now, Peggy, don't start crying, baby, now. Remember how much depends on this. Remember all our weeks of planning.
But now the time is near. I'm so afraid.
Forget it. We can't turn back now. If Peter found me here, it would be worse than if we didn't go further.
Oh, you're right. You're always right.
There. Is that better?
Dad, you always make things right.
Everything's going to be all right from now on, honey. Everything's always going to be all right with us from now on.
We'll be wanted, Dad. After this is over, it'll be all right. Tell me it will, Dad.
Sure it will, Peggy. I've already told you. Now, go on. Get out to the kitchen. He should be here. Make him come to you in the kitchen.
All right, Dad.
I'll be behind the dining room door. You'll never know what hit him. Oh, don't worry about a thing.
This way you want me?
Yes. Sit there. Oh, pretend to be reading. Call to him when he comes in. Make him come to you.
All right.
Here he is now. Smile at him, honey. Make your voice sound natural.
Is that you, Peter? I'm out here, out in the kitchen. Peter. Peter, what's wrong? You haven't said a word. Aren't you coming out and kiss me? What are you saying?
What you... That'll take care of him.
Daddy.
Get hold of yourself. Now, unplug that gas hose in the floor heater while I move this body. Go on. There. That ought to do it. Peggy, close the door to the living room.
All right.
Okay. We'll go out through the kitchen and down the back way. Oh, wait. Let me look around now. Make sure everything's all right.
Never forget the way she did it. Never. If you knew. I couldn't believe it. The way...
Quit it. Quit it, I say. Think of the way he used to look at you before you met me. The way he used to knock you around.
You're right.
Hey. Sorry. Yeah, that's better. Now, let's see now. Book open on the table. Half-filled glass of liquor.
Good. Honey, it's a perfect setup. Perfect. Why, we haven't got a thing to worry about.
Can't we go now, Chad? Why do we have to stay here any longer? Suppose Peter comes too.
Sure, honey, sure. We're leaving right now. Wait for me over there near the back door.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to turn on the gas. Go on now.
All right.
Here we go, Peggy. This is it. That does it. Come on, Peggy. Let's get out of here. What drive is this, Peggy?
11:15.
Another 3/4 of an hour and we'll go back. Dance?
Rather not.
How about another drink?
No, thank you.
Oh, don't be a sap. Have a drink. You need it.
I don't want another drink, Chad. I've had enough.
Cut the ad, Peggy. Waiter. 2 more bourbon. Come on, hurry him up.
Chad, 12 o'clock.
Yeah, 12 o'clock, Peggy. Time to go. Old Pete ought to be dead as a herring by now.
Don't talk about it.
Why not? We got to talk about it sometime. Say, what's the matter with you, anyhow?
Oh, I don't know. Chad, I wish we didn't have to go back.
Yes. So do I.
Chad, you're not really drunk.
Of course I'm not drunk. I just wanted to attract attention. Now, listen. As soon as we find Peter, you scream. That'll bring some of your neighbors running. And then on, I'll take over.
What are you going to do?
Do? I'm going to show him how Peter was sitting at a kitchen table reading and having a drink when the telephone rang. He got up to answer it, tripped over the gas heater in the living room, hit his head when he fell, and pulled out the rubber tube that feeds gas into the heater.
Oh, Chad. You think they'll believe us?
Of course they'll believe it. What's to stop them? It's perfect, honey. Perfect. Let's put on the final act and finish it up. Steady, Peggy. This is it.
I'm all right.
Shall we
ride up in the elevator? It's only 2 flights.
Sure we will. You always do, don't you?
Sometimes I walk.
Here we are. Tonight you're riding. It'll look more natural.
Chad, I'm scared.
For God's sake, quit saying you're scared. I'm sick of hearing it. Here we are. Go ahead.
There's a light under the door. Someone's in the apartment.
Nonsense. You probably left the light burning in the living room.
No, I didn't. I'm sure I didn't. What'll I do? Oh, what'll I say?
Just act natural. Remember, you don't know anything. When they tell you about Peter, put on an act. Start crying. Carry on.
Right, I'll try.
Now, come on. That's the stuff. Come on now.
There's someone here.
Good evening. Are you Mrs. Sanders?
Yes, I am. Who are you? What are you doing in my apartment? Where's my husband?
One question at a time, lady. I'm Inspector Noah Danton. This is Barton Drake.
The police.
Police? What? What's wrong? What happened?
Who are you, if I may ask?
Well, I'm Chad Pennington, a friend of Mr. and Mrs. Standish here.
Oh?
We were supposed to meet Pete tonight at the Golden Glow nightclub. He didn't show up, so I brought Mrs. Standish home.
I see. I'm afraid we have some bad news for you, Mrs. Standish.
Has something happened to Peter?
Yes. Your husband's dead, Mrs. Standish.
Dead? Oh, no. No.
Peter's dead. Can't believe it. How did it happen?
Gas fumes. He apparently tripped over the hose that connects the floor heater to the wall plug in the dining room, hit his head somewhere, knocked himself out, and inhaled enough of the escaping fumes to asphyxiate him.
Peter can't be dead. He can't be.
Steady, Peggy. Are you sure that's what happened? How did you find out about it? Where's Peter now?
He's still in the dining room. Would you like to have Inspector Danton explain what probably happened?
Oh, yes. It seems incredible that such an accident could have occurred.
Come this way, please.
I can't look at him. No, I can't.
You've got to. Come on.
He's in here.
Oh, Peter.
Steady, Peggy, steady. Hold on to yourself. Inspector. It's terrible. When did you discover it?
About an hour ago. A neighbor came to the door and knocked. No one answered, but since the neighbor had seen Standish coming up in the elevator, they knew that someone was home.
What a pity. I suppose old Pete must have been sitting at the kitchen table reading and having a drink.
Why do you say that, Pennington?
Oh, Peter always had a drink before going to bed. It was a habit he had.
Yes.
He'd sit out in the kitchen for an hour or more, reading and drinking.
Oh. Was it his habit to read a cookbook, Mrs. Standish?
Cookbook?
Yeah, the book we found on the table near the glass of liquor was a cookbook.
Well, but that doesn't surprise me. Pete didn't care what he read. The book was lying there, and he probably opened it and just flipped the page.
I see. That probably accounts for the fact that he was sitting in the dark.
In the dark?
Yeah. When we arrived on the scene, there wasn't a light on in the place.
Oh, that's ridiculous. Peter wouldn't sit in the dark.
Of course he wouldn't. But, George, I know. He didn't want anyone to know he was home, so he switched off the light when he heard the knock.
Yes, he knew you two were expecting him at the Golden Glow, and he didn't want anyone to suspect that he'd come home instead.
Of course, that must have been it. It must have been.
Sure. I told you somebody could answer all those questions for us, Bart.
Mm-hmm.
However, there's that business about the heater being on.
Heater being on?
The inspector was disturbed, Mrs. Standish, when the neighbor who came in told us that the button near the wall plug that turns on the gas was in a non-position.
Yeah. You see, that means that the heater must have been lighted. Otherwise, of course, no gas would have escaped when Standish accidentally tripped over the tube and pulled it out.
But why shouldn't the heat have been on?
No reason, Pennington, except that this is an unusually warm evening for anyone to have a floor heater going.
Oh, Peter was like that. It was always cold.
Yes, I see. Always cold. Well, Inspector, I guess you'll have to turn in a report of accidental death.
Of course. Accidental death. What a pity. Well, thanks for dropping in, boys. I suppose you run into cases like this frequently.
Oh, all the time, Bob. Wait a minute, Bart. I just thought of something.
Yes, Inspector.
What do you figure it was that Standish hit his head on when he fell?
Why, Inspector, the heater, of course.
Yeah, but if that happened, the heater would be behind him. And here's the guy turned around just as though he'd crawled up to the gas outlet and stuck his nose into it.
Yes, possibly you have something there, Inspector.
That's nonsense. He could have fallen sidewise.
Yes, Inspector, I think what you say should be given some thought. For example, if Standish did strike his head against the heater, there'd be blood on it, wouldn't there?
Yeah, no, that's the way I figure it.
What is this? He could have hit his head against the floor.
Well, if he'd hit his head on the floor, Pennington, the wound would be in the front of Standish's head and not on the back, wouldn't it?
Not necessarily.
Oh?
He probably fell backward.
Oh, now he probably fell backward. That guy must have been a contortionist. Bart, I guess we'd better switch that accidental report.
What do you mean?
I think the inspector means, Mrs. Standish, that he feels your husband didn't die accidentally. He was murdered.
Murdered?
No. Peter wasn't murdered. He couldn't have been. You mustn't think that. You must.
We not only think it, lady, we know it.
I'm afraid the inspector's right, Mrs. Standish. But please don't alarm yourself. You're in no danger. Even though the murderer should return, Inspector Dutton and I will be here to protect you both.
Oh, Bart, what do you think?
I think we have a couple of murderers in the next room, Inspector.
Well, then, what are we waiting for crying out loud?
We're waiting for one of them to break down and confess, Inspector.
Confess? Are you kidding?
No, not at all. It'll save us a good deal of trouble and will save a lot of money if either Mrs. Standish or Pennington confess want it.
It sure will. It'll also save me a lot of headaches if you can tell me why either one of them will be sucker enough.
Well, let me put it this way, Inspector. So far, we've succeeded in establishing the fact that Peter Standish was murdered.
All right, then. Let me go in and arrest the guilty party.
On what grounds?
Huh?
Have we any proof that Standish's wife and Pennington are guilty? No, we haven't. The best you could do is bring them down to headquarters and hold them on suspicion. My plan is much simpler.
Plan? What plan?
Sitting here and waiting.
Huh?
Letting them wonder what we're doing, how much we know, when we'll finally present them with the evidence that will prove them guilty.
You think one of them will break, huh?
I'm quite sure of it, Inspector. You see, Those two are not unlike a lot of other people who think they're clever enough to commit a crime and fool the police.
We kind of made them look silly, didn't we, Bart?
Yes, we did, Inspector. Pennington and Mrs. Standish, being novices of the art of crime, overlooked all the less obvious clues. But my guess is they were careful to provide alibis for what they thought would be the clues we'd check on first.
Such as what?
Well, they probably made sure they were seen at the Golden Glow nightclub. And I imagine if we checked, we'd find that Standish had actually arranged to meet them there.
So you figure we'd be wasting our time if we checked all those things, eh?
Yes, definitely. Our two suspects are not hardened criminals, Inspector. They're just a couple of ordinary human beings. I don't think we'll have long to wait.
Maybe not. But when medical examiner Ryan's report comes, and when we hear from the fingerprint boys, I figure we ought to do something.
Oh, we will, Inspector. We will. But in a psychological manner.
Psychological manner, then?
We'll play what is known, Inspector, as the waiting game.
Sounds like fun. I only hope it'll work.
It'll work, Inspector. Don't worry. It will work.
Dad.
Yes?
How long has they been in there?
Oh, I don't know. A couple of hours, I guess.
Why don't they come out? Why don't they question us some more? Waiting's going to increase.
Forget it, Peggy. I've told you 100 times. We haven't anything to worry about. Now relax.
What are they doing? Why are they holding us here?
Why not? Look, honey, those two are human beings just like you and me. Even if they are cops. They've got their reputations to think of.
But if they don't know it was us...
Shut up. Look at it, listening. Now, take it easy, honey. If they want to play a waiting game, we'll play it, too.
I suppose you're right.
Sure, I'm right. They haven't got a thing on us. Which is smart for them, Peggy. Too smart.
Look, Bart. It's 4 o'clock in the morning. I'm getting tired.
Well, Inspector, go over on the couch. Take a nap.
Oh, I'm not that tired. I want to know what's going on, you know.
But there's nothing going on at the moment, Inspector.
Yeah, that's just the point. What if this psychological manner deal of yours doesn't pay off?
It will pay off.
Yeah?
What if you were the murderer, sitting there in the next room? Wonder what's going on in here.
Yeah, but I'm not a murderer.
Oh, Inspector.
Huh?
It'd be a big relief to me if you would take a nap.
Yeah, but I just told you. You're going to sleep.
Inspector, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't get any fun out of this business at all.
That's what I like about you, Bart. Sometimes you don't seem to know up from down.
Wait a minute, Inspector.
Huh?
Listen.
Hey, that sounds like maybe your plan is working, Bart.
Yes, it does, Inspector. I don't think we'll have to wait much longer. As a matter of fact, I think you'd better put off that nap for another 15 minutes. Fool. What if they heard you say that?
I hope they did. I hope they did. I didn't know it was going to be like this. I hope it...
I had to. Get hold of yourself. That's what they're waiting for. For one of us to break.
Not knowing what they're doing. Perhaps they found some more evidence.
There isn't any more evidence. That's what I keep telling you, Peggy. They haven't got a thing to go on. Not a thing.
You said that before. You said you'd taken care of everything, and then they found all those clues.
So now it's my fault. It was you who wanted him murdered, and now because I tell you...
It wasn't I. You found out about the insurance money. You made all the plans. You forced me to...
You little double-crossing cheat. It was you who first put the idea into my head. And now you're trying to sell me down the river.
That's not true. I'm not. Oh, Ted. Let's not quarrel. Quarrel.
Don't need a telephone. I'll answer. I'll take that, Pennington. Thank you.
Let's sit down, Bob, and relax.
Hello, Drake speaking. Oh, yes, Ryan. I see. He was, eh? No traces? Well, that's odd. His wife? I see.
What about his wife? Who is it? What's he saying about him?
Now, lady, what are you getting jumpy about?
Nothing. I'm not jumpy. Why should I be jumpy?
Maybe plenty of reasons, maybe none. What's the story, Bart?
This looks serious, Inspector.
Yes?
Mrs. Standish, are you quite sure you were at the Golden Glow tonight?
Of course we're sure. We were both there. We can prove it. You hear me? We can prove it.
How, Pennington?
Because we were seen. I got drunk and made a lot of noise, and
people looked at it.
Well. So you got drunk and made a lot of noise and people looked at you. Well.
What do you mean? Well. Oh, what is this? What are you trying to do?
Nothing, Bob. Nothing. What are you getting excited about? You haven't a thing to worry about, remember?
That must be our fingerprint expert, Inspector. I'll answer. Hello, Drake speaking. Oh, yes, Mac. What did you find? Is that so? On the swinging door between the kitchen and the living room, eh? By Jove. I can't believe it. Okay, thanks, Mac. Pennington, were you here earlier in the evening?
Yes, why? I came up to get Peggy.
Whoops, wait a minute, Bob. You told us that you met her at the Golden Globe.
I didn't. I said we all arranged to meet here.
You'd better check that with your notebook, Inspector.
Yeah. Let me get up my little black book here.
I don't care what your little black book says. I know what I said.
Who got to the Golden Globe first, you or Mrs. Standish?
She did. She was there when I got...
But you just said you called for Mrs. Standish here.
I did. I mean, we left here together.
Nope, my little black book says otherwise.
I don't care, I tell you. Those fingerprints couldn't have been mine. They couldn't.
What fingerprints, Pennington?
The ones on the swinging door.
Why couldn't they have been yours? Did you wipe yours off?
I mean, there weren't any to wipe off.
You mean, Pennington, that you were here, but that you didn't go out into the kitchen?
Yes, that's exactly what I mean.
Then how could you leave by the back way?
The back? Who said we left by the back way?
Peggy, she just told us.
I didn't say a thing.
But you did leave by the back way, didn't you, Mrs. Standish?
Yes, but what difference does it make? Sad did...
Shut up, Peggy. Don't answer them. Don't say a word.
Was the swinging door to the kitchen open or closed, Pennington?
When? I don't know. I didn't go out there, I tell you.
Sure you did. You wiped off your fingerprints. You said so.
You tricked me into saying that. It doesn't prove a thing.
Let me see your handkerchief, Pennington.
Why?
If you wiped off your fingerprints, there'll probably be a smudge on your handkerchief. Hand it over here.
Something wrong, lady?
What's the use? What's the use?
Shut up, Peggy.
Well, Pennington.
I haven't got a handkerchief.
Oh, you haven't?
What if there are smudges on it? They could have gotten there some other way.
We can check that easy enough. Let's see your handkerchief.
I haven't got one, I tell you.
Sorry, Pennington. You also left your fingerprints on the button of the gas heater.
No, he didn't. He couldn't have. It was I.
It was you who what, Mrs. Standish?
It was her who turned on the gas, of course.
She didn't. Don't let him trick you, Peggy. Keep quiet.
So that's how it was. Pennington slugged the guy and the babe turned on the gas.
Who pulled the tube from the wall socket?
And who swung Standish's body around after he was knocked out?
What did you hit him with, Pennington?
It was a lead pipe. I found a pipe.
You're a liar. It wasn't a pipe.
Oh, so it wasn't a pipe.
Then what was it, Pennington?
None of your business. It wasn't anything. You haven't got a thing on me.
Did you know that Standish was dead before the gas reached his lungs?
He wasn't. He was breathing.
Who says so?
I do.
How do you know?
No, stop it. I can't stand it anymore. We did it. We killed him.
Shut up, you fool.
No, I've got to tell him. I've got to.
Shut up, I said it.
We wanted him. We thought we could get away with it. We wanted him to. Dad said we wouldn't find out. He said he'd take care of everything.
Shut up. Grab him, Inspector. Grab him.
Stop.
Don't shoot you too. Our killing days are over. Put on that gun.
Don't kill everybody. Look out, Barton. Down there.
Let me out at the corner, Inspector. I'll walk the rest of the way.
Okay. You're tired. Practically daylight. Say, Bud, I was wondering about those telephone calls.
The one from Ryan and the one from Mac?
Yeah. What did they find?
Not much more than we already knew, Inspector. The autopsy showed that there was no trace of alcohol in Standish's system.
So he hadn't been sitting there drinking, eh?
That's right.
How about the fingerprint?
No fingerprints at all, Inspector. Pennington must have worn gloves, a fact which he'd probably forgotten.
It seems to me like he forgot a lot of things.
One of the main things he forgot, Inspector, was that he was new at the business of crime. He had the usual layman's lack of respect for the police, and we used it to advantage. You know, when this story breaks in the newspapers, a lot of people might learn a lesson.
I doubt it. Well, I guess that about winds up everything.
Yes, guess it does, Inspector. Well, good night.
Good night. Hey, Bart.
Yes, Inspector.
What are the folks who read this story going to think when they realize that you're not a cop either?
I guess we'll have to tell them, Inspector, that mystery is my hobby. Mystery is my hobby. Today's story took place one cold day last November. I'd received a phone call for an appointment from a young lady up in the Tupper Lake region of the state. 2 days later, she called on me at my apartment. Yes?
Are you Barton Drake?
Yes, I am. Won't you come in, please?
Thank you. My name is Ellen Wade.
Yes, I know. I've been expecting you. Sit down, please. Cigarette?
No, thank you.
Miss Wade, since talking to you on the telephone, I have taken the trouble to inquire into the circumstances of your brother's arrest.
And you concluded he's guilty of murdering Rose Quentin, and you don't feel that you can help me. Is that it, Mr. Drake?
Unless some new evidence has turned up, Miss Wade.
Some new evidence has turned up, Mr. Drake.
Oh? Then why haven't you gone to the authorities with it?
For the same reason, Mr. Drake, that you don't go to the authorities if you uncover a new piece of evidence when working on a case.
I see.
They've already decided that my brother is guilty of murder. All the evidence is against him.
Yes, I know.
There isn't much time left, Mr. Drake. If I went to the authorities with my evidence, I'm sure they'd laugh at me.
But you think that I will give it serious consideration?
I think this. You have a reputation for honesty, Mr. Drake. Most of the cases you've worked on have had, shall we say, an unusual twist.
Yes, that's quite true.
I've admired your work greatly. You're a clever man, Mr. Drake.
You flatter me.
No, please. My purpose is not to buy your services with flattery. Here. There are $2,000 in this roll of bills.
Well?
It's all I have. I believe my brother is innocent of murdering Rose Quentin. The money is yours if you'll listen to my story.
Listen to your story, but I thought
I must tell you about Peter, Mr. Drake, before I show you my evidence. I wouldn't ask even you to believe that what I've discovered is important until you first heard the true facts of Peter's love for Rose Quentin.
Then your brother did love this girl, hmm?
He believed he did. Peter's a country boy. We'd always lived in Hartsville.
Yes, I know. Your parents are both dead. Those facts were mentioned in the newspapers out of the case.
That's right. Peter and I were getting along fine. And then Rose Quentin came to town. She'd been ordered into a drier climate because of sinus trouble. She came from New York. To Peter, she represented all the glitter and glamour of a way of living that he'd always dreamed. Hello, Peter.
Ellen, why aren't you in bed? It's almost 1 o'clock.
I waited up for you, Peter. I want to talk to you.
Oh, Skip, but I don't want to
Peter,
talk.
listen to me. Jules Magnus is here tonight.
Magnus? What did he want?
Just what you think, Peter. Either you stop seeing Rose Quentin or Mr. Magnus will withdraw his offer to take you into the bank.
Oh, so that's it. Just because he offered me a job, he thinks he owns me. He thinks he can tell me how to live my own life, huh? Well, he can't. He can take his bank
Peter,
and...
stop it. Mr. Magnus is right. He was kind enough to offer you an opportunity to make something of yourself. The least you can do is give some consideration to his reputation.
His reputation? What the devil has Jules Magnus' reputation got to do with me being in love with Rose?
Love? Oh, Peter, be reasonable. How can you mistake a boyish infatuation for something as deep and sincere and honest as love?
Ellen, if you weren't my sister,
But I am your sister, Peter. I'm older and more experienced. I feel responsible.
Oh, nuts.
Peter, listen to me. Rose Quentin is bad. This small country town bores her. She's found a way to amuse herself by encouraging you and others to...
Others? Oh, what do you mean by that crap?
Peter, are you so blind that you don't realize you're only one of many who go to see Rose Quentin?
That's a lie.
It isn't, Peter. It's the truth. Everyone in town but you knows it. They're laughing at you behind your back.
I don't believe it. It can't be true. Rose is good and loyal and honest. She wouldn't betray my love.
Oh, you poor dear fool, Peter. You're so honest yourself, you can't believe anyone else can be otherwise.
Rose wouldn't do that to me. She wouldn't.
You're whistling in the dark, Peter. Deep down, you know that it's true. I don't want to hurt you, Peter. Believe me, I'm telling you this for your own good.
My own good? You think I was a child? Ellen, I don't know what's behind all this, but if you think I'm going to give Rose up, you're crazy. Rose and I are going to be married.
Married?
Yeah, she promised me tonight. We're getting out of this stinking town and its small-minded people forever.
Peter, I'm sorry.
I'll forget it. I'm not blaming you.
I mean, Peter, that I'm sorry I have to tell you this. I hoped it wouldn't be necessary.
Tell me what?
Jeff Bullard was at Rose Quentin's last night.
Oh, Ellen, for gosh sakes, quit trying to dream up wild stories in order to
I saw
make
him, Peter. I saw him with my own eyes. And the night before, my Tanner was there.
Ellen, if I thought you were lying to me,
I'm not lying. I'm your sister, Peter. You're all I have in the world. Do you think I'd lie to you? Peter, what are you doing?
What does it look like?
Peter, no! Put that gun back! Peter, in heaven's
Keep your hands off me! I'm going to settle this thing right now, tonight.
Not that way, Peter. Killing won't settle anything, Peter. You fool! You fool! Oh, Peter. I didn't dream that Peter would lose his head, Mr. Drake. He was never an impetuous youth. I tried to follow him, but we only had one car. He'd taken it.
I see. And the next morning they found Rose Quinton dead, shot through the head with a .32 caliber pistol.
Yes.
What caliber was your brother's gun, Miss Wade?
It was a .32. But they never found it. Peter had dropped it somewhere.
Dropped it?
Yes. He didn't go to Rose Quinton's that night, Mr. Drake.
Uh-huh.
Long before he reached her house, he realized what a fool he was. He changed his mind about wanting to kill her.
Where did he go? As I remember the case, he was picked up the next morning in the woods several miles from Hartsville.
Peter doesn't remember where he was or what he did. He left the car and spent the night wandering aimlessly through the woods.
I see.
Oh, I know. Everything points to Peter's guilt. I have only his word against the evidence. I believe my brother, Mr. Drake. That's why I brought you this.
Uh-huh. Is this your evidence, this picture?
Yes. On the night Rose Quinton was murdered, we had a thaw in Hartsville. The next morning, the temperature dropped. The ground was frozen solid.
I see. So you found a footprint in the frozen ground and took this picture of him.
Yes.
Seems to be just an ordinary picture of a footprint.
Except for the fact that the man who made it wore hobnails in his boots.
I see you did. I suppose now you're going to say that your brother owned no boots with hobnails.
No, he didn't, but that's unimportant. Look closely at the picture, Mr. Drake. I don't want to influence you. You must see for yourself.
See what?
Turn the picture sideways. Study the design of the hobnails. Do you see anything unusual?
I turn the picture sideways and I... By Jove.
Do you see it?
See it. It's as plain as day. Miss Wade, I should be delighted to take your case.
Now, wait a minute, Bart. I read all about the Wade case. The police did a good job.
I read all about it, too, Inspector, and I agree with you 100%.
Well, then?
Well, then, I'm going to prove that the authorities were 100% wrong, Inspector.
You are, eh?
I am.
Well, count me out. I'm not sticking my chin out on anything as dead open and shut as that.
Very well, Inspector. By the way, here's a picture I'd like you to have a look at.
Huh? A picture?
Mm-hmm.
What's it a picture of?
What does it look like?
Look like? It's a picture of a footprint. The guy had hobnails in his boots.
Exactly. These boots were worn by the murderer of Rose Quinton.
Is that a fact?
Yes. Turn the picture sideways, Inspector. Look closely. What do you see?
What do I see? Well, doggone it, I see the same thing I saw before. Jumping Judas.
Well, Inspector.
Bart, where'd you get this?
A very lovely young lady gave it to me.
A very lovely young... I'll bet. Well, what are you going to do about it?
I've already told you what I'm going to do.
Yeah? So you did. Huh. Let me see that picture again, Bart.
Of course, here it is.
Huh. Bart.
Yes, Inspector?
Oh, get that smug grin off your face and make 2 reservations for Hartsville.
You see, Mr. Magnus, Ellen Wade mentioned that her brother was going to work in your bank, and we thought possibly you could help us.
Mr. Drake, I know you'll pardon my frankness.
Of course.
Believe me when I say I've always admired your work. Your reputation is to be envied.
How about me? I figured in some of Drake's deals.
I know you did, Inspector Danton. I admire you, too. Believe me, I do.
Well, now.
What you're trying to say, Mr. Magnus, is that in your opinion there's little hope of proving Peter Wade innocent of the murder of Rose Quinton.
You embarrass me, Mr. Drake. Ellen's and Peter's father was my dear friend. Yet under the circumstances...
Show him the picture, Bart.
Yes. Mr. Magnus, this is a picture of a footprint taken by Ellen Wade on the morning after Rose Quinton's murder. Will you examine her closer, please?
Ellen always was a fairly good amateur photographer. Say.
See it, do you, Mr. Magnus?
Oh, I should say I do. Gentlemen, this throws an entirely different light on the matter.
Yes, we thought it did too, Mr. Magnus. Tell me, how many cobblers are in this town?
Your problem there is simple. There's only one. His name is Ethan Lance. He lives... Good Lord.
Yes, Mr. Magnus?
Ethan Lance lives next door to the house where Rose Quinton lives.
Now we're getting somewhere. If the cobbler lived next door, then he knew what...
Here are the statements, Mr. Magnus. Oh, I didn't know you were busy.
Come in, Jeff. I want you to meet these 2 gentlemen.
Yes, sir.
This is Barton Drake, the criminologist, and Inspector Danton, his co-worker.
Aye.
Gentlemen, this is Jeff Bullard.
How do you do?
Jeff Bullard, say his name.
Hello, Jeff. Nice to know you.
Jeff's our newest employee. He took the job that I had in mind for Peter Wade. Yes, Mr. Drake and Inspector Danton are investigating the murder of Rose Quinton.
I thought the case was solved several weeks ago.
It was, Jeff. But it seems that some new evidence has been uncovered. Tell me, my boy, your favorite sport is hunting, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Why?
Nothing. I was just wondering. You may go.
Yes, sir. Oh, his favorite sport is hunting, eh?
Just a moment, please. Let's not jump to conclusions. I'm afraid I was wrong in asking Jeff that question in front of you, gentlemen.
Why do you say that, Mr. Magnus?
Jeff's a good boy. I couldn't ask for better. It's unfair to suspect it.
Unfair? Look, Mr. Magnus, there's been a murder and the wrong party's going to pay for it. That's kind of unfair, too.
Yes, I suppose you're right. I hadn't looked at it that way. Well, gentlemen, it seems to me that your task is comparatively simple. Our cobbler friend Ethan Lance holds the answer to your mystery.
Yes, we'd better have a talk with Ethan Lance at once. How far is it out this place, Mr. Magnus?
About 5 miles. Suppose you two gentlemen come home and have dinner with me. Then I'll drive you out to Ethan's place. We can stop and pick up Ellen and Mike on the way. Mike Tanner. Something wrong?
I'm not sure. Mike Tanner was one of the 2 people that Ellen Wade mentioned whom we might consider as suspects.
He did?
Mm-hmm.
What? That's odd.
What's odd about it?
Mike Tanner and Ellen Wade were engaged to be married. Ceremony's scheduled for next week.
Look, Bart, I think you're a nice guy and all that. I'm willing to play along with you, but...
Perhaps you don't like the idea of passing up a good dinner for a ride in the country, eh, Inspector?
Oh, it isn't a dinner. I'm like a camel. I can go for days without eating.
You mean drinking, Inspector?
Oh, drinking either. I'm a very rugged fellow.
Well, then what is your particular complaint, Inspector?
It's the principle of the thing, Bart. When a gentleman asks me to dinner, I at least like to be polite.
But instead of that, we ignore his invitation, borrow his car, refuse his company, and set off by ourselves.
Yeah. Now, do you call that good manners?
No, I call it atrocious
well,
manners.
Well, then.
There are times, Inspector, when it's smart not to consider one's manners or stomach. This must be the place.
What place? Oh, the cobbler's. I forgot where we were going. Hey, there's the cobbler. What are you running away for?
He isn't the cobbler, Inspector. That's Mike Tanner. Come on.
We're going to try and catch him?
Certainly not. We have more important things to do.
What, for example?
Examining the corpse of Ethan Lance, for example.
Examining the corpse, for God's sake, Bart.
Here we are. There's no point in knocking. Our cobbler friend is dead, Inspector. Open the door.
Okay. I won't ask any questions. Just do as I'm told.
He isn't in this room, is he, Inspector?
Nope.
Well, let's try the kitchen.
Okay, let me open the door. That's my job.
There we are, Inspector.
There we are, he says, pointing casually at the corpse. Do you have to be so cold-blooded about it?
Sorry, Inspector. I was thinking of young Peter Wade, who was scheduled to die for a crime he didn't commit.
You're sure Wade is innocent, eh?
Positively, Inspector?
Yeah. Well, how are you going to prove it now that Ethan Lance is dead?
I can prove it, Inspector. Come on. We're going to report this murder to the local authorities, and then we're going to have a talk with Ellen Wade.
I know why you're here, Mr. Drake. You found out about me and Mike.
I'm not at all interested in your flirtation with Mike Tanner, Miss Wade.
How dare you imply that I'm capable of carrying on a flirtation with a murder?
I'm not implying anything, Miss Wade. I merely want to
Why
ask
don't you let me explain? Mike and I were engaged before Rose Quentin came to town.
Inspector.
Yeah?
Would you stop saying, aha?
Okay.
Thank you. Miss Wade, it is important that you answer some questions I
and
have to ask.
And it is important that you understand about my interest in Mike Tanner.
Very well, Miss Wade. You're merely pretending to be in love with Mike Tanner in the hope of getting information from him that will prove your brother innocent. Is that it?
Yes, that's it.
That's what I thought. And how have you made out?
Why,
Also, why didn't you mention your plans to me when you called at my apartment in New York?
Because
And why didn't you tell me that you called on Ethan Lance and asked him in whose boots he placed those hobnails?
Who told you that?
Nobody. It merely seemed logical. And I think the reason you neglected to mention those facts to me in New York was because you were afraid I'd refuse to take your case. Is that correct?
Yes, it was. I needed help desperately. I'd have done anything I could
I understand, but unfortunately, your desperation has been the cause of another murder.
Another murder?
Yes. Ethan Lance was shot through the head this morning.
Ethan Lance shot?
Unfortunately.
Now, we'll never know who killed Rose Quentin. Ethan was the only one who knew the identity of the real murderer.
Oh, no, lady. Drake knows, don't you, Bart?
As a matter of fact, I do, Inspector.
You do?
Yes, but proving it is another matter. Miss Wade, have you any idea where your brother went after he left this house on the night that Rose Quentin was murdered?
I've already told you. He doesn't remember himself. He was dead.
Yes, I know. But a man in that condition usually follows a pattern, Miss Wade. The chances are that his wanderings carried him to some place where he'd been before.
Peter was in the woods all the time. He's sure of that.
Say, I once knew a guy who got lost in the woods. You know how he found his way home?
No, Inspector.
Huh?
Your brother was quite a sportsman, wasn't he, Miss Wade? He must have had a favorite spot where he went to hunt or fish.
Well, Yes, I suppose he did have.
I'll be glad to tell you folks how this guy I know found his way home.
It's important, Miss Wade. You see, if we can find the gun that Peter lost and it hasn't been discharged, that will prove conclusively he didn't shoot Rose Quinton, won't it?
Won't cost you a cent to listen.
I remember now. Peter was always talking about a place called Sunset Hill. It's beautiful there, and there's excellent partridge cover.
Splendid. Come along, Inspector. We're going hunting for a gun.
Okay, so you don't care how the guy found his way home. Okay, all I was trying to do was tell you. But this is the nuttiest deal you ever got us into. How the heck do you think we're ever going to find a gun in this stuff?
Just keep your eagle eyes open, Inspector. We'll find it.
I wish I could feel as sure of myself as you sound. Look, don't you think the local authorities came looking for that gun when Wade told him he dropped it?
I certainly do, Inspector.
Well, then.
Well, then what,
If they
Inspector?
couldn't find it, how do you expect us to find it?
Ah, they didn't have you to help them, Inspector.
Very funny. Now, look, Bart, I'm getting sick of this. The gun was lost a month ago. It's been looked for. There wasn't a... What do you mean,
Look over there, Inspector.
Huh? Over where?
Not there. There. See it?
Well, I'll be a ruffled grouse. It's a gun.
Not a gun, Inspector, the gun. Pick it up.
Sure, lying right there, all shiny and nice. Say, Bart.
Yes, Inspector.
This is cockeyed.
Oh?
If we found the gun so easily, how is it
I
that...
told you, Inspector, the others didn't have you along.
There's another
Put
thing.
the gun in your pocket, Inspector, and let's get back to Ellen Wade.
Just a
Stop
minute
asking
now.
so many questions, Inspector. Come along.
But, Bart, don't you see?
I see more than you think I see, Inspector. If you must talk, tell me about your lost friend and how he found his way out of the woods. Come along, man. There's the Wade cottage, Inspector.
And there's someone going into it. Say, isn't that Mr. Magnus?
Yes, I think it is, Inspector. And the young man with him is Jeff Bullard.
Well, what do you know? Now, if Mike Tanner would only show up, it'd make things simple, wouldn't it?
No, Mike Tanner won't be far away, Inspector. Let's hurry along.
Well, gentlemen, I'm glad to see you. I've unearthed a bit of interesting information.
That's right, Mr. Magnus. Miss Wade, you were right about your brother going to Sunset Hill.
You mean that you found
No, not I. The inspector found it, Miss Wade. He has very sharp eyes.
Oh, sure. As a boy, they call me Gimlet-Eyed Danton. Now, look.
Gentlemen, if you don't mind, I think you'll find that what I have to say is important.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Mr. Magnus. What is it you want to tell us?
And after you left the bank this afternoon, I got to thinking.
That's the way Bart figures things out, thinking.
Yes. It occurred to me that since Jeff here had been, seeing something of Miss Quinton before her death, he might possibly have been near her home on the night that she was so brutally murdered.
I see. Well, Jeff?
Well, I guess I should have mentioned this before. I did go out to see Rose that night. I didn't go in, though. I heard a shot, and then I saw someone run from the house.
You certainly should have mentioned that before, Jeff. Did you recognize this person who ran from the house?
Well, yes, sir. That is, I think so.
Well, tell them who it was, Jeff.
No, Jeff, I wouldn't if I were you. If you mention the name and I can prove that you're lying, you'll be worse off than you are right now, and that, my boy, will be bad.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, Jeff, that you're going to lose your job at the bank anyhow, so you might as well not talk.
Drake, what the devil are you getting at?
A lot of things, my friend. A boy is accused of committing murder. He has a trial which very little evidence is presented, and then suddenly everyone seems to have ideas on the subject. I wonder why.
I'll tell you why. Magnus here owns the town and everybody in it. He's got everybody scared of him. They only talk when he tells them to.
I think you're right, Inspector.
Why, you keep a civil tongue in your head. I'll have you run out of town. I'll have you tried and...
Sit down, sport.
Well,
you won't do anything. That's better. Go ahead, Bart.
Thank you, Inspector. Magnus, besides being the most wealthy and influential man in town, I think you must be the most hated. I think that Ethan Lance must have hated you.
What about it?
Probably you held a mortgage on his home or loaned him money to operate his business. Obligating a man is a certain way to make him hate you.
Is that the kind of stuff you write in your books, Drake?
Yes, it is. Ethan Lance lived next door to Rose Quinton. He probably amused himself by watching the progress of her various romances.
I know he did. He used to sit in his window with...
Shut up, Jeff. You didn't want it known that you were calling on Rose Quinton, Magnus, did you? Because of your important position in town.
I calling on her? Oh, it's ridiculous.
No, it isn't ridiculous. You probably tried to make her promise that she would see no one else, and when she refused, you threatened to kill her.
That's a lie.
Ethan Lance must have been a bit of a philosopher. He knew the type of person Rose Quinton was. He knew that she'd do as she pleased. Lance guessed that one of the men who was going to the girl's house would kill her, and he had his own way of picking the winner.
I suppose now you're going to tell me that stupid picture of the footprint that Ellen took was
made by my boots.
Yes, I am. You brought the boots to Ethan Lantis to be resold, Magnus. They were hunting boots, and you ordered hobnails. The cobbler, being a whimsical sort of chap, cleverly designed the word guilty in the sole of one boot when he inserted the nail.
Yes, old man Lance thought he was pretty cute. Well, he can't prove who owned the boots.
But I can, Mr. Magnus.
I don't believe it.
Very well. Lance saw you murder Rose Quinton. He was afraid to do anything about it because of what you might do to him. So he kept quiet, hoping that someone would discover the footprint. He didn't even dare speak when Peter Wade was arrested.
And so?
Oh, I realize you've had ample time to destroy your boots, Magnus. That's why I worked on another theory. That's why we hunted for and found the gun with which Peter Wade was supposed to have shot Rose Quinton.
But it's impossible. We looked for that gun.
But you didn't have Inspector Danton's eagle eyes to help you. Show him the gun, Inspector.
Sure, here it is, Sport. No bullets discharged, and a fingerprint test will prove who owned it.
Exactly. And Ethan Lance's testimony given to us this morning before we saw you, Magnus, will prove that you...
Inspector, I see him all right, Sport.
Keep away from me, Dunn.
Why, you...
What's like that? What up?
Nice work, Jeff.
Yeah, thanks, son. I've been wanting to hit that rat for years.
Mr. Drake, I don't know how to thank you for what you've done for me. And Peter.
Oh, there's lots of ways, lady.
That will be enough, Inspector.
Pardon me. And look, lady, ask him how he happened to find your brother's gun so easily.
I did wonder about that, Mr. Drake.
Yeah, so did I. The thing is, here's a gun all shining and bright lying out there in the woods staring up at us. Ask Mr. Drake why it wasn't kind of rusty and dirty after lying around in the brush for a month.
It didn't look as if it had been lying outdoors very long.
No. Now, ask Mr. Drake if he ever owned a gun of that caliber, and if he just happened to have it with him when we were walking through the woods.
Mr. Drake, you didn't...
Miss Wade, there are times when a man in my position has to resort to artifice to achieve an end, such as telling Magnus the idea that we had actually talked to Ethan Lance.
Now, that was a pretty speech, wasn't it? Say, Bart.
What now, Inspector?
How were you so sure that it was Jules Magnus who had knocked off the babe?
Inspector, do you mean to say you don't know the answer to that?
Oh, Bart, can't you take a little ribbing?
All right, Inspector, I'll tell you. You see, Magnus knew about the existence of that picture. Ellen showed it to him. Isn't that right, Ellen?
Well, he acted as though he wanted to help me.
Naturally, he would. So when you showed him the picture, he tried to laugh you out of doing anything about it. Isn't that true?
Yes. So I decided to come to New York to see you without telling anyone.
Yeah, but what happened when you showed the picture to Magnus, Bart?
Why, I showed it to him upside down, Inspector. Yet he knew the word that was written there. A word that you and I had to look at twice to discern.
Why, that's wonderful. I can't imagine anyone being so clever.
You've got the answer to that, haven't you, Bart?
Yes, I have, Inspector. You see, Ellen, mystery is my hobby.
Mystery is my hobby.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Barton Drake speaking. For tonight's drama, I've selected case history number 72 from my book, Mystery is My Hobby. I call it Engaged to Death. Tonight's story took place 3 weeks ago in New York. I'd been invited to attend a party given by Senator Ralph Hobart to announce the engagement of his niece, Diane Hobart, to Mark Russell, youthful millionaire.
Oh, there you are, Diane.
Mark, darling, where have you been?
Wandering around looking for you. Come on, let's get out of here.
Oh, but darling, should we? After all the parties for us, you know.
Well, sure it is. Which means we should have a few special privileges. Come on to the den. Have something important I want to tell you.
Important? I suspect this is a trick, young man.
A trick? Me? Woman, how dare you accuse me of trickery? Oh, here we are. Oh, nice. It's good to get away from that jabbering mob for a while.
Oh, but darling, you shouldn't call our friend a jabbering mob. So what is this important thing you have to tell me?
Well,
several. First of all, you're very beautiful.
Oh, Mark.
Second, I love you very much.
Darling.
Third, we're going to be very, very happy as Mr. and Mrs. Mark Russell.
Mark Russell, did you get me in here, Joe?
Oh, hardly. This is the most important reason I wanted you along. Come here.
Oh, Mark.
Love me, darling.
Oh, more than I ever thought it possible to love anyone.
Are you happy?
I'm so happy that it hurts.
You say those things just the way I like to hear them. That's why I keep asking you.
I'm glad I do things the way you like, Mark. It's important that a wife should know what her husband likes.
Oh, darling, just stay as you are. That's all I ask. And now for the surprise.
The surprise?
Sure. Our engagement party, isn't it?
Oh.
Isn't it customary for the groom-to-be to give the bride-to-be a present?
Oh, but Mark, you've given me so much
Let
already.
me see. I got... Oh, good heavens.
Oh, what's the matter?
I must have left it up in my room. How do you like it?
Fine thing. The groom brings a gift to the bride and he forgets he has it.
It's probably my other suit. I must have forgotten it when I changed. I'll get it. It'll only take a minute.
You better not take more. I'm dying of curiosity.
Why don't you go away? Be back in 2 shakes.
Oh, the old dear. Oh.
Diane? Don't you know me, Diane?
Paul. It can't be. It can't be Paul.
It is Paul, Di. It's your kid brother, Paul. I hoped you'd be glad to see me.
Oh, Paul. Paul, darling. Glad to see you. Put your arms around me. Hold me tight.
Sis, it's just like I dreamed it would be. Hey, quit crying, will you? You'll have me doing it in a minute.
Oh, Paul.
Quit it, sis, quit it. I've only got a few minutes.
Few minutes? Well, then...
I escaped, sis, last night.
Oh.
I couldn't stand it any longer. I guess I wasn't made to spend the rest of my days in jail.
Oh, Paul, you shouldn't have. Uncle Ralph was trying. We all were trying to get you paroled.
Yes, I know, for 6 years. I couldn't wait any longer.
But Paul, won't they?
Capture me? Not alive. I'd rather be dead than go back.
Oh, Paul.
I mean it, sis, I would. Listen, I've got to get out of here now. Someone might come in. I just wanted to see you once more to ask you something.
Yes, Paul.
You don't believe I murdered Gene Falmouth, do you?
Of course I don't, darling. I'll never believe it. It was an accident. I know it was.
Thanks, sis. That's all I wanted to hear. You were always swell, Di. The only one who believed I was anything but rotten.
You weren't bad, Paul. You weren't. I've only given you another chance.
People who are branded killers don't get a second chance, Di. Don't let's forget that. Take care of yourself, sis.
Oh.
Tell Mark Russell that he's lucky. Tell him an old friend said to say that.
Don't go, Paul. Stay here. Give yourself up. Let Uncle Ralph and me
Not a chance, honey. Look, Mark Russell doesn't even know you have a brother who's a jailbird. Think I'm going to ruin your chance at happiness?
It doesn't matter, Paul. Let us try and help. Mark will understand.
The heck he will. Guys are funny when it comes to their wives' relatives. It wouldn't help Uncle Ralph either to know about me. This is his first term in office.
Oh, Paul, those things are so unimportant. Trying to run away like this will hurt you so much. Please.
It's no use, honey. I'm going now. Just forget I ever existed. I won't see you again, Di. Will you kiss me once more?
Oh, Paul. Paul, my little brother. Hey, you two, aren't you ever going... Well, you're fine. Aren't you in the wrong pair of arms, darling? Betty, I want you to... An old friend, darling. Oh, this is rich. The lily white Diane Hobart found necking with an old friend at her own engagement party. Oh, what a juicy bit of gossip. That isn't so. Betty, please, this is my...
Diane, don't. You can't. Think what it means to both of us.
But oh, come, darling. You might as well introduce me. We'll all have to meet him sooner or later, you know. You won't. I mean... Oh, Betty, do you have to tell everyone? Oh, so that's it. A forgotten lover come to life. Dropped in to say his fond farewells and place his tender blessings upon your eager young lips. And then bingo, he's gone into limbo. And little Diane, the sweet memory of the parting still lingering in her innocent thoughts, goes on and sacrifices herself to the Mark Russell millions. Nuts! Betty, how can you be so vulgar? Vulgar, she said. Aren't you being a little presumptuous, my dear? If I ever saw a more vulgar display... Stop it, Betty, stop it! Nothing that you say is true.
Nothing that I say is true. Oh. Then you won't mind me repeating it to Ma, will you?
Repeating it to Ma? Betty, you wouldn't.
Oh, wouldn't I? Listen, you double-crossing little cheat.
Quiet. Someone's coming. I'm getting out of here. So long, Diane. Sorry.
No, wait. Don't go. Oh.
She's waiting in here for me, Uncle Ralph.
Yes.
Oh. Hello, Betty.
Come in, Mark, darling. You just missed the feature attraction.
Feature attraction? What are you talking about? Diane, is anything wrong?
Tell him, darling. Or I will.
Betty, you... Oh, please, Betty.
Well, there seems to be drama going on here from which you and I are excluded, Mark. Diane, suppose you let us in on the conspiracy,
Oh, Uncle Ralph, I don't know what to do.
Well, there. Now,
Heaven's name, what's this all about? Betty, have you been...
Have I been what, darling? Needling Diane because she took you away from me? Oh, no, hardly. I've merely been observing Diane in a rather amorous prenuptial sequence.
You know what? Diane, what's she saying?
I don't know, Mark. There was a mistake. I mean, Betty came in, and I...
And what?
Tell him, darling. Tell him how I came in and found you kissing another man. A rather striking young man, I might add.
You what?
Diane, is this true?
Yes, I mean...
Diane!
Please, Mark, please, it isn't what you think.
It isn't what I think.
Oh, really, Diane, Mark isn't an idiot, you know. When you admit kissing another man, it's only natural for him to be curious.
No, I don't believe it. I can't believe it. Diane, tell me it isn't true.
It isn't true, Mark. Not the way Betty means it. It's just... Well, it's just... Oh, I can't explain.
Diane, if there was another man here, who was he?
Yes, tell us, darling.
Whoever he was doesn't matter. What I want to know is Betty telling the truth? If she is,
Oh, Mark, darling, if you don't believe me, you better look for yourself. He can't be far away. He went out through the French doors. Why don't you go look?
Diane, tell me. Is what Betty says true?
Answer him, Diane. He has a right to know.
Go on, darling. Tell them.
Yes, it's true. It's true. Betty did find me kissing another man. Is that what you want to know? Oh, leave me alone. Leave me alone.
Mark, what are you going to do?
What do you think?
Mark.
Put down that letter opener. Where are you going, Mark?
Going out after this other man whom my so-called future wife thinks it's all right to kiss. If I find him, I'm going to kill him.
I'd like to speak to Inspector Danton, please. This is Barton Drake calling.
Oh, yes, Mr. Drake. Just a minute. Inspector Danton, Barton Drake calling. Okay. Hello, Bart. Thought you went to an engagement party.
I did, Inspector. I'm at Senator Hobart's house now. I was wondering if you could come out.
Nothing doing. I don't go for second-hand invitations. If they didn't want me in the
This
first
would
place...
be an official call, Inspector. I have a mystery to solve, and I need your help.
A mystery? You would get mixed up in something like that. Okay, who's been knocked off?
No one's been able to identify the body yet, Inspector. Apparently, he's a stranger to everyone here.
A sneak thief, eh? Somebody tried to snitch the engagement presents and got caught at it.
Inspector, if that's all there were to it, I wouldn't be calling you. The motive is far more important than robbery, and the victim is someone whom no one wants to admit recognizing. Does that interest you sufficiently, or are you going to sit there and ask a lot more questions?
Okay, you don't have to get sore. Keep your shirt on. I'll be out.
Very well, I'll be waiting for you. And, Inspector... I'd rather you came alone. For reasons that I'll explain later, it's important that no one from the department sees the victim until we have this mystery cleared up.
Well, that's about the...
Thank you, Inspector. See you in about an hour. Goodbye. Hello, stuffer. Oh, hello, Senator. I just talked to Inspector Danton. He'll be over here shortly.
Oh, fine. I was wondering if it would be possible to have the body removed.
I'm sorry, I have no authority to allow the body to be removed. However, there's one thing I can suggest.
Yes?
You can tell all but two of your guests they can go home.
All but two? But who are those two, Mr. Drake?
Mark Russell and Betty Berkeley.
Mark and Betty? Does that mean that you suspect one of them of committing the crime?
I mean that they are 2 of 4 people I believe had motives.
Motives? Well, how could anyone have a motive for killing a sneak thief? I mean, other than the fact that he was attempting to rob the house.
If attempted robbery were the only reason for the murder, an alarm would have been raised immediately, Senator. A person who fights off a thief doesn't keep quiet about it for an hour.
Oh, I think you're trying to make a big project out of this, Drake. It's a simple case of attempted robbery with the thief being caught and accidentally killed.
Is that why your niece suddenly disappeared from her own engagement party, Senator?
Eh?
When I found her, she was in tears and refused to give any explanation. Young Mark Russell refused to talk to his bride-to-be. And Betty Berkeley is going about looking like the cat that swallowed the canary.
Oh, nonsense. Your imagination is running away with you, Drake.
Yes, sir. Tell me, Senator, are you quite sure that you didn't recognize the murder victim?
I? Oh, good heavens, no. I've already told you I didn't. Why did you ask?
Because I think you're lying. I've reason to suspect that you know him better than anyone here. Hello, Inspector. Come in.
Hi, Bart. You know, I've been thinking about that screwball conversation we had on the telephone. There's something cockeyed about this deal, and I want to know what it is before I start pulling your chestnuts out of the fire.
Really, Inspector?
Yeah, really, Inspector. That's what I mean, that tone of voice. There's some funny business going on around here, and I'm telling you right now, I'm not going to be the goat.
Inspector, sometimes I think you don't trust me. There's nothing funny about murder. You know that. Come on, I've got to show you my suspects.
Oh, so now you got a bunch of suspects. Why don't you tell me that over the telephone?
Here we are. That tall gentleman wearing the double-breasted white linen suit is Senator Ralph Hobart.
Yeah?
The young lady holding the handkerchief to her eyes is the senator's niece, Diane Hobart.
Uh-huh.
The young man...
Okay. What is this, a tour of inspection? Why don't you introduce me? This long-range stuff isn't getting us anywhere.
All in good time, Inspector. First, I have a more important introduction to make. As I was saying, the young man is Mark Russell, Miss Hobart's betrothed. And the other young lady is Betty Berkeley, a friend. Now, come this way, please.
Wait a minute, Bart. I want...
Oh, Mr. Drake. Yes, Senator. Oh, I'm sorry. This is Inspector Norden.
It's about time. Hi.
Good evening, Inspector. Mr. Drake, I know you asked us all to stay in this room.
Yes?
But I'd like permission to go up to my room and change my clothes. Frankly, a white linen suit at a time like this. You understand?
Of course. Inspector, has the senator your permission to go up and change his suit?
Huh? You're asking me? Oh, okay. Go on. Change your clothes, Senator. Only what I want to know is...
No, Inspector. Oh. Just a minute.
Now what? Why'd I give $1 to know what kind of deal you're pulling if I didn't know you so well? What are you looking after the senator for?
I just thought of something. Well, never mind. Come in here, please. I want you to meet our corpse, Inspector.
What's he doing here? I thought the murder took place outside.
It did, Inspector. I called Dr. Ainsworth, had him come over and make the examination.
Ainsworth? That old fuddy-duddy? Since he's about to retire, I didn't think he'd bother to come out at night.
I know, but you see, I have no authority to move the body, and Ainsworth won't talk.
Won't talk? What's all this secrecy about? Aren't we going to tell anyone about this murder?
Do you recognize the dead man, Inspector?
Say, wait a minute. He does look familiar.
I thought he would.
Yes, sir. I can't place him, though. Still...
That's fine, Inspector. Don't think too hard. I don't want you to place him yet. Now then, let's get down to facts.
Facts? You haven't told me a fact for so long that I probably wouldn't believe it anyway.
The victim was stabbed twice, Inspector. Once in the back and once in the chest.
So I noticed.
So that eliminates the possibility of suicide. It also eliminates the chance that the knife was thrown. As a matter of fact, it establishes in my mind that the blows were delivered while in close contact.
Wonderful, Mr. Drake. You certainly are sharp tonight.
Thank you, Inspector Danton. The murder weapon was a letter opener, which I found several feet from where the victim lay. The handle was grass-stained, which indicated to me that the fingerprints had been wiped off.
Well. Now I suppose you're going to tell me that you know who murdered the guy.
Not just yet, Inspector, although, of course, I know.
Not just yet. What? You know who the guilty party is?
Yes, of course. I'm surprised you should ask, Inspector. When you know that I've been on the scene for more than 2 hours.
Yeah. Foolish me. Well, who is it?
In just a minute, I'll be able to... Oh, hello, Miss Berkeley. Come in. We're just about to go and have a talk with you.
I thought you would, Barton. You want to ask me what happened in the den just before it happened, don't you?
Well, as a matter of fact...
I know. The Hobarts and Mark Russell are my friends. You dislike asking me to implicate them. And yet it's my duty. I'll not beg you, Barton.
What she means is, Bart, that she's just dying to tell everything she knows.
I beg your pardon. Who is this person, Barton?
This person, Miss Berkeley, is Inspector Noah Danton. And as for telling us what happened in the den, it won't be at all necessary.
Not necessary. But it's important.
Yes, I know, but I'm already aware of what happened in the den and what happened afterwards.
You couldn't be.
Oh, well, then stop me if I'm wrong, Miss Berkeley, please. You saw Diane and Mark Russell go into the den, and you were consumed with curiosity and jealousy. Unable to stand it any longer, you went into the den yourself on some pretext and found Diane in the arms of another man.
Yes. Diane was cheating, and at her own engagement party. Don't try to make me out a jealous, vicious woman, Barton. What I did was natural and right.
What else happened in the den, Bart?
During the conversation that followed, the other man left, and shortly afterwards, Mark Russell and Senator Hobart came in.
Okay, I can guess the rest. This babe here did her duty by telling what she knew, and young Russell threatened to kill the other man. Happens every day.
Yes, that's approximately it, Inspector. Mark Russell grabbed up the letter opener and ran out of the house. The others followed him.
So that put all four of the suspects outside the house at the time the murder was committed.
Right, Inspector. Any one of the four had an opportunity to kill the unknown stranger.
Any one of the four? Do you mean that I am considered one of the suspects?
Oh, yes, very definitely, Miss Berkeley. If you'll join the inspector and me in the library in 15 minutes, I'll be glad to tell you why.
Oh, it's Mr. Drake. I'm sorry. I thought it would be Uncle Ralph.
You act profoundly disappointed, Miss Hobart. Is it because you're embarrassed at being left alone here with your fiancée and hope that your uncle would appear?
Drake.
Sort of...
Going too far. Sticking your nose into things that don't concern you.
Well, I'm going to make them concern me, Russell, whether you like it or not. As a matter of fact, before I get through, you're going to like it.
Well, of all the conceit...
First of all, Miss Hobart, I want you to know that I'm aware of the identity of the man who was murdered.
You can't be.
Oh, yes, I can. I was suspicious from the first, but now Inspector Danton has confirmed my suspicions.
Oh, no. Mr. Drake, you won't.
Tell Mr. Russell who the unknown man was. Well, I'm sorry, Miss Hobart, but that's exactly what I intend doing.
No, please.
What difference does it make? Who cares who he was?
You do, Russell. Oh, you should.
Are you kidding? When I come in and find the girl I love...
Do you love her, Russell?
Do I? How would you feel, Drake, if you were in my shoes?
Oh, frankly, if I really loved the girl, I'd give her a chance to explain.
Oh, you did, Mr. Drake. Don't blame Mark. It's just an impossible situation.
And I think if you were as deeply in love with Mark as you pretend, you'd have enough faith and trust to tell him your secret.
As deeply in love as I pretend. How can you say such a...
It's you who created this impossible situation you speak of. I think you owe Mark Russell a trusted confidence.
Diana, what's he talking about?
He's telling me that I've been a fool, darling, and I think he's right. I couldn't tell you. Betty was there. Uncle Ralph had just been elected to the Senate, and Paul was trying...
Paul.
Tell him, Miss Hobart.
Paul was my brother. A long time ago, he was sent to jail. I didn't believe him guilty. I don't now. But today he escaped and came here to say goodbye to me.
Oh, Diane. Why didn't you tell me?
I love you, Mark. Did you want to marry a girl whose brother was a convict? Betty Berkeley would have told the world.
Oh, you little fool. What do I care who your brother was? Darling, it's you I'm in love with.
This babe takes things literally, Bart. She says the 15 minutes are up, and now she wants to know why you suspect her of being the murderess.
Well, it looks as though a reconciliation has been effected. The two lovebirds are back together again. Oh, really, Mark? Your scruples are a lot less exacting than I thought.
Miss Berkeley, why don't you give up? Your attempts to create trouble are at this point rather pitiful.
Are they? Well, if Mark wants to marry a little
keep quiet, will you? Now, look, Bart. My purpose in being here is to catch a murderer, not referee a lover's quarrel. If you know who our boy is, I think you better tell.
Very well, Inspector. Now that the less important aspect of this affair is settled, I think we can go ahead. Russell, you had the letter opener when you ran from the den. What became of it?
I don't know. I found Diane's friend crouching behind some shrubbery near the highway. I guess he was waiting for a break in the traffic so he'd get across the street without being seen.
Mm-hmm. And you attacked him?
Yes. He knocked me out. When I came to, he was gone, and so was the letter opener. Diane was bending over me.
Well, that's a simple tale well told. The trouble is it doesn't prove anything. What's your story, Miss Hobart?
When I came from the house, I saw Mark and the other man fighting. I reached him just as Mark fell. I tried to bring him to.
We're certainly getting places, aren't we? Okay, Miss Berkeley, I suppose you also made a beeline for the fallen hero without pausing to stab anyone.
Yes, I did. Mark needed someone he could trust.
So that leaves the senator. He'll probably tell us he went back to the house to get the smelling salts. Oh, well, Bart, suppose you tell us which one of these innocent people is lying and why.
None of them is lying, Inspector. Come in, Senator. You were standing outside the door listening, weren't you?
Yes, Mr. Drake. Yes, I heard it all.
And you decided that there was little use in attempting to destroy the evidence?
That's right, Drake. It was I who killed...
Please, it won't be necessary to mention his name.
I don't intend to. I'm not a fool, Drake. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to speak sharply. I understand what you're trying to do, and I appreciate it.
Uncle Ralph, it was you.
Please don't judge me too harshly, my dear. I didn't know at first that he had the letter opener. I had to defend myself.
Your mistake came, Senator, when you didn't explain at once that you killed him in self-defense. Even now, we're going to have a difficult time convincing Inspector Danton that you did not murder the man who attacked you.
So the guy was Diane Hobart's brother, eh, Bart? Well.
That's right, Inspector. It was a long time ago that Paul was sent to jail, and no one ever connected his name with Diane or the senator.
And you figure they won't now, eh?
Why should they, Inspector? There are a lot of people named Hobart in the world.
Yeah, but...
Senator Hobart didn't murder Paul, Inspector. In the first place, I don't think he was the type of man who could murder anyone, especially his own nephew.
Yeah, but...
In the second place, he didn't have the letter opener. Paul had it.
That's right, isn't it? So it must have been Paul who did the attacking.
Exactly. A simple case of self-defense. You see, Inspector, it's all up to you.
Up to me? Thanks, pal. Well, we'll see what we can do. However, I'm not promising anything.
Thank you, Inspector.
You're welcome. Now tell me how you knew Hobart was the one.
He had a spot of blood on his double-breasted white linen suit, Inspector.
He did? I didn't see it.
Neither did I, but I knew it was there.
How?
It was simple, Inspector. A man wearing a double-breasted suit always buttons it from left to right. Hobart had his buttoned from right to left in order to hide the spot.
Oh, you're very observing, Mr. Drake.
It pays to be, Mr. Danton, when mystery is your hobby. Is my hobby. Amazing what a woman will do to possess a mink coat. Inspector Danton and I had this brought sharply to mind one day last fall. A woman named Norma Luther had been found shot to death in the living room of her home in the town of Monte Vista. Inspector Danton had gone up to investigate, and had phoned for me to join him. I just stepped from my car when a voice called to me.
Just a minute, there.
Oh, hello. You must be Officer Culver. I'm Barton Drake.
Oh, hello, Mr. Drake. Inspector Danton's waiting for you inside.
Thank you.
How are you, Bart? Come on in.
Hello, Inspector. Got something interesting?
Could be. At least it's messy. Want to see the corpse?
Yes, if you don't mind.
Okay, but don't say I didn't warn you. Over here on the couch. I'll just pull back the sheet.
Oh, face completely blown away. All right, Inspector, cover her up again.
Yeah, that'll make me happier, too.
You're sure she's Mrs. Luther?
Sure, I'm sure. The ring on her finger checks, so does her dentistry, also a fingerprint.
Fingerprint?
Sure, I had them taken off the pots and pans in the kitchen. Also a toilet article.
I see. From what you told me over the phone, it's generally agreed that Mrs. Luther committed suicide.
Yep, there's just one thing wrong with that theory.
Oh?
She didn't commit suicide.
You sound sure of yourself, Inspector.
I am. Come over here.
And?
You see this double-barrel shotgun?
Mm-hmm.
This is the shotgun with which Mrs. Luther was supposed to have killed herself.
Oh.
When Polly Randall, a neighbor, came in, she found Mrs. Luther sitting with the gun across her knees. One barrel of the gun had been discharged, and Mrs. Luther's face was blown away.
So it was Polly Randall who decided that Mrs. Luther committed suicide.
Why not? Polly isn't a detective. People who aren't detectives just jump to conclusions about these things.
Naturally.
Did Mrs. Randall have any other reason for her conclusion jumping?
Oh, sure. There was a note on the floor written by Mrs. Luther stating that she had decided to take her own life.
Well, have you the note?
Natch? Here. Take a look at it.
Thank you. Ethan, I cannot stand this any longer. Every other woman in our crowd has a mink coat. I'd rather commit suicide than to have to face them again. Norma. Well, is Ethan her husband?
Yeah, he's a traveling salesman. Right now, he's on a trip up in the northern part of the state.
I see.
It sounds screwy, eh, Bart?
Yes, it certainly does, Inspector. A woman who will actually commit suicide because she can't have a mink coat is a rare woman indeed.
Yeah, that's the way I figure it. Now, here's the switch. She didn't.
Didn't what?
Commit suicide because she couldn't have a mink coat. Come over here. Take a look at this.
Well, a mink coat.
That's right, a mink coat, and it belonged to Mrs. Luther.
Are you sure, Inspector?
Yeah, Bart, don't keep asking me if I'm sure. Of course I'm sure. We found the box in which the coat came. We checked with the department store where the coat was bought.
Well, who bought it?
They don't know or care. The clerk who sold it had an acute attack of appendicitis and was taken to the hospital last night. He's still groggy from the ether. He doesn't remember anything.
So Mrs. Luther craved a fur coat and got one and still committed suicide.
Nope, I just got through telling you she didn't commit suicide. Look, don't you remember? I said Polly Randall came in and found Mrs. Luther sitting in a chair with a shotgun across her knee.
Yes, I remember that, Inspector.
Well, then, let's face it. Nobody could blow their brains out with a shotgun and then face the gun across their knees, now could they?
It doesn't seem likely, does it, Inspector?
No.
On the other hand, it's possible that the gun could have fallen into that position when Mrs. Luther pulled the trigger.
Yeah. There's about one chance in a zillion that could have happened.
Well, we mustn't overlook that zillionth chance, must we, Inspector?
No, and we mustn't overlook the fact that it's physically impossible for anyone to point a shotgun at his own noggin and pull the trigger.
All right, Inspector, you've got me. This is murder. Now tell me, you've figured everything else out and done a very good job at it. Who murdered Mrs. Luther?
Bart. Sometimes, very often, in fact, you kill me.
But why, Inspector?
Why do you think I got you up here? Look, I don't know who murdered Mrs. Luther. If I did, I'd let you read about it in the newspapers. Now, do you want to work on this case, or do you want to?
All right. Suppose we go over and have a talk with this neighbor, Polly Randall. I think she might have some interesting answers to our questions, Inspector.
Certainly. I've known Norma and Ethan Luther all my life. They lived over there, and I've lived over here. And up till the time Craig Mackey came to town, they got along fine.
And who is this Craig Mackey, Miss Randall?
Oh, he's just a fellow who came to town and got smitten with Norma and kept pestering her for dates.
Well, what's he do for a living? Where can we find the guy? Was he around here yesterday?
Now, don't go getting your dander up at me, mister. I don't have to answer your questions, and I won't. Unless you keep a civil tongue in your head.
Oh, you won't? Well,
yes? Take it easy. Miss Randall, we'd appreciate it very much if you would answer our questions. Perhaps you don't realize it, but Mrs. Luther was murdered.
Murdered? Oh, but I thought...
Yes, we all thought it was suicide at first, but the evidence pointed the other way now. You see, that we have clues that turned up since that indicate foul play. Now, will you be good enough to tell us what you can about Craig Mackey?
You mean you think Craig did it?
Look, lady, we don't know who did it. Maybe you did it. Now,
Why, the very idea. How dare you?
All right, so you didn't do it. Now, are you going to tell us where we can find Craig Mackey, or do we stay here trying to get you to admit that you did do it?
I'll never admit it. It was Craig. It must have been Craig. He was here last night, and that must have been him.
What do you mean by here, Miss Randall?
I mean right here in this house. He spent the evening here. He left about 11 o'clock, and right after that I heard the shot.
Well. Why didn't you tell me that this morning, lady?
Because Craig asked me not to mention it, that's why.
But now that you think we might suspect you of the crime, you've decided to tell the truth. Is that it, Miss Randall?
Of course that's it. Maybe I'm in love with Craig, but I'm not enough in love with him to take the rap for a murder he committed.
But isn't it surprising the things that people say at times like these? Someone yells murder, and everyone else begins dreaming up motives for everyone else.
Yes, I quite agree with you, Inspector. Well, Miss Randall, where can we find this Craig Mackey?
Down at the Monte Vista Dam. He's a construction engineer.
Oh?
And while you're talking to him, you can tell him that I know all about the fur coat. He makes me sick thinking he can get away with that.
Are you referring to a mink coat that belongs to Mrs. Luther, Miss Randall?
Of course I am. Craig bought it for her. I know one of the girls who works in Hobson's department store, and she told me.
What? We'd be wasting our time talking to anyone else. This paper's got all the answers right here.
It does seem so, doesn't it, Inspector? Miss Randall, does Mrs. Luther's husband know that Craig Mackey bought her a mink coat?
Well, if he doesn't, he will as soon as he gets back from his trip up north. Norma's been yowling for a mink coat for years.
But won't he be a bit annoyed that another man bought it for her?
Are you kidding? He wouldn't even ask where it came from, so long as it shut Norma up and he could have a little peace.
Now I've heard everything. Lady, if you've got any more tidbits of information, you're going to spring on us. Get him over fast, will you? I'm getting a little dizzy.
I told you I wasn't going to answer your questions, and I'm not. You're not fooling me. I know how you policemen are always incriminating people.
Well, I'll be...
Miss Randall's been very helpful, Inspector. Let's not bother her anymore. I suggest that we go down to the Monte Vista Dam and have a talk with Craig Mackey, shall we?
Right now, anything seems like a good idea. Let's get out of here. You know what I think, Bart?
No, what, Inspector?
That babe was lying in her teeth. She found herself in a spot and began thinking them up as she went along.
Well, if you're right, we won't find her at home when we get back. She knows we can easily check her statements.
I don't know how we're going to check screwy statements like she made. What's the matter?
I think that shack must be the field office of the construction company. Let's go up and find out.
Okay. I hope this Craig Mackey won't be as nutty as the dame he's been playing around with.
Yes, the sign on the door says Mackey Construction Company. Well, let's go in.
Hello. Are you gentlemen looking for me?
If you're Craig Mackey, we are.
I'm Mackey. What can I do for you?
We're from police headquarters, Bub. We got a few questions we want to ask you.
Police headquarters?
Yeah.
Oh, then you must be investigating the death of Mrs. Luther. Routine checkup, I presume?
You might call it that. What's your story, Mackey?
Story? I haven't any story. If Mrs. Luther wants to shoot herself, that's her business. It doesn't concern me.
Well, now, how do you like that?
Mrs. Luther didn't shoot herself, Mackey. She was murdered.
Murdered? Well, that makes things... Are you implying that I murdered Norma Luther?
We're not that subtle, Bub. Why'd you shoot her?
Why did I... Come, gentlemen. Do you think if I murdered Norma Luther, I'd be sitting here at this desk now?
It'd be smart of you to do just that, Mackey. I suppose you can account for your whereabouts last night?
Of course I can. I spent the evening in town playing poker with some of the boys who work here in the dam project.
You didn't call for Luther home at all?
I'll give you an indirect answer to that question. As I understand it, Mrs. Luther died between 11 and 12 o'clock last night.
That's correct.
From 10 o'clock last night until 2 this morning, I was playing poker. Where I was before then is nobody's business.
Oh. I'm afraid we'll have to make it our business, Mackey. Polly Randall claims you spent the evening with her.
Yeah. She says you left her place around 11 o'clock. And right after that, she heard the shot.
She knows darn well I wasn't at her place last night, and she knows why.
Why, Mackey?
Because someone else was there, that's why.
Oh, this is getting interesting. Who was it, Bub?
Ethan Luther.
Luther? Norma Luther's husband?
Yeah, Norma Luther's husband. They've been playing around together for years.
How do you know that?
Norma told me. She also told me she was through with him.
Well, Bart, it looks to me like we stumbled on a true romance. So you arrived at your sweetie's all unsuspecting last night and found her in the arms of a next-door neighbor. Is that right, Bub?
Crudely, that's right.
Tell me, Mackey, did you have any particular reason for going to Miss Randall's last night?
I don't get it.
Apparently Miss Randall wasn't expecting you, or she wouldn't have been entertaining Luther. So I wondered if you had a surprise for her, a present, perhaps?
Yeah, to be more specific, a fur coat.
How do you know about that?
Oh, we know lots of
The fur coat was found in Mrs. Luther's home, Mackey. We think it was because of that coat that Norma was murdered.
Well, that's crazy. I bought the coat yesterday at Hobson's. What's wrong with that?
You bought it for Polly Randall, didn't you, Mackey?
So what if I did?
But when you found her entertaining Luther, you decided to give it to Norma. First, however, you let Polly see what you had, thereby making your revenge sweet.
You're pretty clever, mister.
My guess is, Mackey, that Luther was hiding in another part of the house while you were showing the coat to Polly. You knew he was there, but he didn't know you knew it.
You still haven't got anything on me.
One more question, Mackey. Is your father, David Mackey, president of this construction company?
Sure he is. Why?
Nothing. Thank you. Come along, Inspector. We've an errand to do in town, and then we're returning to the Luther home.
Look, Bart, how is leaving that suicide note at the local police department for analysis going to help us any?
Oh, it might not help us at all, Inspector. However, we've a lot of loose ends to clear up before we solve this case.
It's all solved as far as I'm concerned. Craig Mackey's our man.
Oh, then you think Mackey was lying, too?
Sure I do. They're all lying. Look, this guy Mackey comes to town, see? He's a good-looking kid, and the babes go for him. He gets acquainted with this Norma Luther and falls for her, only he doesn't know she's married.
And then hubby appears on the scene. Craig, being the jealous type, decides to kill her, eh?
Sure, it's simple.
I think perhaps you're right, Inspector.
You do?
Yes, I do. Well, here we are. Hey, that's odd.
What's odd?
There's not a light in the place. Didn't you tell Sam to stay here?
Sure I did, but I didn't tell him to sit under an arc light. Come on. Sam won't be far away.
There's something strange about this, Inspector. I don't like it.
Oh, you're always thinking there's something strange about something. Sam! Hey, Sam!
Sam must have fallen asleep, Inspector.
That's Sam. He's one of the best boys I got. Sam! Sam Calvert! Let's go around back.
All right. Inspector.
What's the matter?
Get out your flashlight. There's something here in the ground.
Come on. Okay, here we are. Jumping Judas, it's Sam.
Yes, it's Sam. And with a bullet through his head.
With a dirty cop killer.
All right, gents, get your hands up, both of you. One false move and I'll blow your brains out. Get your hands up, both of you. One false move and I'll blow your brains out.
I think we'd better obey. The gentleman sounds as though he means business.
That's smart talk, mister. Trouble is, it's going to take more than smart talk to get you out of this murder rap.
Murder rap? Spot, did you hear what the guy said?
How could I help it here?
Well, I reckon this proves that old saying that murderers return to the scene of their crime. All right. Inside the house, both of you.
Now, just a minute.
Let's not argue. The man with the gun is always the boss.
Well, mister, like I said before, you got sense. All right, you. There's a light switch just to the right of the door. Turn it on.
Do as the gentleman says.
Okay. That's better. Now, let me get a look at you two. I always wanted to see what a couple of murderers look like. Yeah, you're the type, all right. Especially you.
Who, me?
Yes, you. Close the door, mister.
Glad to. Well, now that you've caught us, Luther, what do you plan to do?
How'd you know my name?
Who else would be so familiar with the location of the light switch in this house, except the man who lives here? Unless, of course, you or your wife are used to having male visitors.
Hey, you sound kind of sure of yourself, mister.
I'm very sure of myself, Luther. By the way, when did you get back from your trip up north?
Up north? Who said I'd taken a trip up north?
Your girlfriend, Polly Randall.
My girlfriend? Look here. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm a respectable married man.
Oh, well, then you won't mind explaining.
Go off it, Luther. Drop the gun. Stop it.
That's better. Okay, Bart, take it up.
Right. Nice work, Inspector. I have it.
All right, Luther, sit over there. So you're Ethan Luther, eh?
Murderers. I suppose now you're going to shoot me in cold blood the way you shot my wife. Well, go ahead. Nothing matters now that Norma's dead.
Before we go into this any further, I think we'd better explain who we are. I'm Barton Drake. This is Inspector Noah Danton from Police Headquarters.
Police Headquarters?
Yeah, Police Headquarters. And don't give us any of that malarkey about you didn't know it. I hate a cop killer.
Cop killer? I didn't kill that officer. He was dead when I got here. Naturally, when you two came in.
Yeah, sure. You thought we were a couple of murderers returning to the scene of our crime. That gives me a pain. Now, I suppose you're going to tell us you didn't spend last evening with your girlfriend next door.
Well,
aye. Everybody says aye when they can't think up some kind of new fish story. Now,
that was Polly. She must have discovered the policeman's body.
You're probably right, Luther. Let's find out.
Ethan, there's... Oh, it's the policeman.
That's right, Miss Randall. How do you happen to be standing outside here?
I wasn't standing outside. I saw a light in the window. I knew Ethan must be home, and I came over to comfort him.
Comfort him. Now, there's one for the record. Look, lady, as far as we can figure, you did enough comforting last night to last for...
Last night? What are you talking about? I haven't seen Ethan in weeks.
Polly, they know about last night.
Know about last night? Well, then they know.
Know what, lady?
Nothing. I don't have to answer your questions, and I'm not going to.
Fortunately, Miss Randall, it won't make any difference whether you answer our questions or not. We know who shot Mrs. Luther, and we also know who murdered Officer Culver.
You know who killed my wife?
Of course.
I don't believe it. If you know, why don't you make an arrest?
That'll come a good time, Miss Randall. Both of you are at liberty to come and go as you like for the present. Inspector, we're wasting our time here. Come along with me.
Look, Bart, weren't you being a little optimistic when you told those two last night that you knew who the murderer was?
Oh, well, possibly, Inspector. However, I think we justified my optimism with that inquiry at Hobson's department store.
Yeah, I know it was about the fur coat.
Yes. I was just wondering how many fur coats a store of that size carried in stock.
So the coat was ordered especially for Craig Mackey from New York.
Yes, and paid for by him in cash.
So now we know young Mackey bought the coat.
Inspector, in a town of this size, there wouldn't be many $5,000 coats carried in stock at any store. It was just reasonable to suppose that if a sale were made, the front office would know about it.
Yeah, I suppose you're right. You got some other plans in mind?
Oh, yes, definitely. I'm going to start at the police headquarters now and pick up that note we left for analysis.
And what am I going to do?
You, Inspector, are going out to the dam project and pick up young Mackey and bring him out to Polly Randall's house. Unless I'm greatly mistaken, we'll find both Polly and Ethan Luther waiting for us there.
I told you, I don't have to answer your questions.
Look, lady, put on another record, will you? You've given us that routine so many times, I'm beginning to get a headache.
Well, I don't have...
All right. Nobody's asking any questions. Now, keep quiet, will you? Okay, Bart, let's get this over with.
All right, glad to, Inspector. Mackey, we've checked and found it was you who bought that mink coat at Hobson's department store.
So what? I've already admitted that I bought it.
But you didn't tell us you paid cash for it. Your father has an account at Hobson's. You've always used it before. Why didn't you use it this time?
I didn't want to.
Well, that's fair enough. You didn't want your father to know that you were buying $5,000 coats for your girlfriends. In a moment, I'm going to prove that that's an important piece of evidence.
That I've got to see.
You will. Luther, you admitted that you came here to Miss Randall's the night before last instead of going home after you returned from your trip up north.
If it's any of your business, yes.
We're making it our business, Junior. Answer the questions and never mind the ad-lib.
You don't have to answer the questions if you don't want to, Ethan.
There she goes again. Hey, keep quiet, will you?
I won't keep quiet. I'll talk if I want to.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Well, go ahead and talk then. Who's stopping you?
I won't talk. I don't have to.
Oh, my gosh. Bart.
Miss Randall, perhaps you'd like to explain to us why we shouldn't accuse you of murdering Norma Luther.
Accuse me?
That's right.
Well, I certainly will explain it. I was right in this house every minute, that's why.
And how do we know that?
Because these two men were with me, that's why.
Oh, both of them? All the time?
Ethan came first. He dropped in to say hello on his way home.
Just sort of neighborly-like, eh?
Yes, just sort of neighborly-like. While he was here, a knock came at the door. Luther stepped into the next room.
Why?
Because he thought it might be someone who'd get the wrong impression. That's why.
Oh, my.
Was this new arrival Craig Mackey, Miss Randall?
Yes, it was. Craig had a mink coat in a box. He showed it to me and said he was going to give it to Ethan's wife.
And what did you say?
I said, isn't that nice? But I thought it was very sweet of him.
Well, I'm a cross-eyed woodchuck.
And then what happened, Miss Randall?
Craig put the coat back in the box and left. Ethan came out of the other room. We talked a while, and then he went home.
And then?
Craig came back.
How long did Craig stay, Miss Randall?
Until 11 o'clock. I went to the door with him. As we stood there talking, we heard a shot. Or I thought we did.
The last time you told that story, you were sure.
I was sure. Only Craig said he thought it was the backfire of an automobile or something.
But you didn't think so?
No. After Craig left, I went over to the Luthers and found Norma dead. I screamed.
I'll bet.
Was Luther there?
No, I ran home and called the police. And that's all I'm going to tell you, so you needn't ask me any more questions.
Can we count on that?
You've told us quite enough, Miss Randall. Well, Mackey, what have you to say?
There's nothing more to say. Polly's told it all.
I see. Luther, how about you?
Well, what about me?
Did you get home before Mackey left your wife?
No.
You found her then, trying on the fur coat. You became raging mad and asked her who'd given it to her. She laughed in your face, so you picked up a shotgun and shot her.
Oh, that's a lie. I didn't. You can't prove it.
Oh, yes, I can prove it. In the first place, that suicide note that we found on the floor lying beside your wife's dead body was written a year ago.
What? How did you know?
That was easy to prove. By a chemical analysis at local police headquarters. She wrote that note a year ago hoping that you'd break down and buy her a coat.
Smart guy, huh?
Yes, smart guy. But you laughed at her. However, you kept the note. It came in handy the night before last after you'd shot your wife. You reasoned it would serve well to plant the suicide theory.
Keep your hand away from your pocket, Daddy. 3 murders and no more than one. This gun... I hate a cop killer, Luther. Drop that gun. Stand back, you fool. No, you won't do anything. Take this.
He killed him. He killed him.
No, Miss Randall. Even though the inspector hates a cop killer, he knows the law will take care of Luther. And you. funny thing for you to do, jumping Luther when he was holding that gun.
Well, I hate a cop killer.
Yes, so do we all, Inspector. And Luther was more than a cop killer.
Yeah, to my dough, none of that bunch was much good. And that reminds me.
Yes, Inspector.
You told Mackey that you were going to prove that the fact that he paid cash for that link was important evidence. And you never did.
I didn't have to.
Huh?
However, if you'd like to know why I thought so, I'll be glad to explain.
I hate to seem curious, but go ahead.
The way I looked at it, Inspector, the solution to the whole case hinged on that mink coat.
Why?
If Mackey had charged the fur coat to his father's account, it wouldn't have been terrifically important to him. But since he paid cash for it out of his own pocket, it was tremendously important.
I don't get it.
Well, Inspector, it's like this. A man who pays $5,000 for a mink coat isn't going to give it to someone he doesn't expect to live very long, especially when there was no chance of him getting it back.
Say, that's right, isn't it? If Mackey had figured on murdering Norma Luther, he wouldn't have given her the coat. By golly, that's a fact.
You have it, Inspector. So when both Luther and Mackey confirmed Polly Randall's story that she was at home until after 11 o'clock, I knew it had to be one of those two men who had murdered Norma. And since Mackey had bought the coat, it was reasonable to assume that he wouldn't murder the one he gave it to.
That's terrific. You know, sometimes I think you ought to warn people in advance. They'd give up more easily.
Warn them? About what, Inspector?
About what, he asked.
Oh, you mean warn them that mystery is my hobby. Mystery is my hobby. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Barton Drake speaking. For tonight's drama, I selected case history number 66 from my book, Mystery is My Hobby. I call it Short Distance to Murder. Inspector Denton and I had been requested to attend a political convention that was being held in a fashionable hotel not far from New York. More than 200 guests were present. And during the early evening, we were invited to enjoy a concert on the hotel grounds.
That's a pretty interesting number, eh, Bart? That band is really doing itself proud.
Interesting is hardly the word to describe Beethoven's Fifth Symphony, Inspector.
Well, it's interesting for my dough. Who is this fellow Beethoven, anyway?
He was a composer, Inspector.
A songwriter, right?
Mm-hmm.
I wonder who dreams up his titles. What did you say the name of this number was?
The Fifth Symphony.
Huh. He should have talked to the guy who wrote Cement Mixer Putty Putty if he wanted a title. Hey, what are you looking at?
That group over there near the fountain.
Yeah?
The old gentleman seems to be in trouble.
Yeah. Looks like he's sick. Say, isn't that Alfred Emerson?
I believe it is, Inspector. Well, I guess it isn't anything serious. He's going into the hotel unassisted.
It better not be anything serious. Emerson's going to be our next governor.
Yes, you're probably right. Unless Cliff Goddard gets the nomination.
Goddard hasn't got a chance.
We'll see.
Oh, for God's sake. Now what's the matter?
Emerson's wife seems to be arguing with that dark-haired young man.
Looks like Emerson's secretary, Kent Leslie.
Yes, it does.
Say, that Mrs. Emerson is a looker, isn't she?
Well, she's much younger than her husband, Inspector. Since Leslie's going into the hotel, he seems to have won the argument.
Probably Mrs. Emerson figured her husband wasn't feeling well or something and wanted to go up and see if he was all right.
And apparently Leslie persuaded her that he should go instead.
Well, that makes sense. If both the Emersons left, the party would be a bust. Oh, I might as well get back to Beethoven. I guess nothing exciting is going to happen after all.
Did you expect something exciting to happen, Inspector?
I gotta be on the lookout. That's what they're paying me for.
Always the adventure at heart, eh, Inspector?
Well,
now will you please sit back and enjoy the music?
Say, how long does this number last?
The first movement should be over shortly, Inspector.
First movement, yes.
Do you mean we gotta sit here and...
Look, Inspector.
Huh?
Someone to see.
Oh, hello, son. What's on your mind? What? Speak up.
I don't think he wants anyone but you to hear, Inspector.
With all this noise? Huh? What was that? Good gosh.
Something wrong, Inspector?
I'll say something's wrong. Alfred Emerson has just committed suicide.
Please get out of the way.
All right. Gangway. Break it up.
I beg your pardon.
Come on. Let's through here. Come on, Bart.
I'm right behind you, Inspector.
Crowds like that remind me of vultures.
Sudden death never fails to attract a mob, Inspector. Well,
Glad you were here, Inspector Datton. I'm Cora Emerson.
Cora Emerson. I thought you were down listening to the concert.
I was.
you got up here rather quickly, didn't you, Mrs. Emerson?
Quickly? I don't believe I understand. I was on my way up when the shot was fired.
Oh, I see. Well, that explains it. I hadn't noticed that you left the garden.
Where's the body? I mean, your husband, Mrs. Emerson.
In the bedroom. You'll just step in here, please.
Say, Bart. For a lady who's just lost her husband, I wouldn't say she was exactly heartbroken, would you?
No, I wouldn't, Inspector.
Sir, I tell you, you're crazy.
Oh, am I, Leslie? We'll see. Oh, well, here's Mrs. Emerson now with the policeman.
Cora, this crazy loon says that I did the work.
Gentlemen, this is my husband's secretary, Mr. Kent Leslie. And this is Mr. Ralph Dexter. Inspector Noah Datton and Barton Drake.
Hi.
How are you, gentlemen?
Well, gentlemen, you seem to have arrived just in time. Why so?
He's going to tell you that I murdered Mr. Emerson, of all the crazy fools.
Calling me crazy is a poor defense, Leslie.
All right.
Let's save that until later. Where's the body?
Alfred is lying there on the bed, Inspector.
On the bed? Oh, my gosh. Then some dumbhead moved him.
I beg your pardon.
Oh, I don't mean you, lady. He's too big for you to lift. Don't look at me, Inspector. I didn't move him.
Neither did I.
No, of course not. Now, look, somebody...
Inspector, suppose we take a look.
Good idea. And nobody leaves this room until I say so. Understand?
Look, Inspector, come here.
Yeah, what, Bart?
By the position of the body, I'd say he could have fallen across the bed after he was shot, wouldn't you?
Yeah. Yeah, maybe you're right at that.
The bullet made a clean hole through his head. That means we should be able to locate it here in this room.
What good will that do us? We haven't got the gun. The gun is on the floor at your feet, Inspector. Well. So it is. Imagine that.
Be careful, fingerprints, Inspector.
I'll be careful. Nobody'll touch the doggone gun until the fingerprint boys get here. What are you looking at, Bart?
Powder burns, Inspector. There are definite traces on the right side of Emerson's head.
A close-range shot, eh?
Possibly.
That means it could have been suicide.
Unless it happens that Emerson was left-handed.
Yeah, that's so. Now,
Don't waste your time, gentlemen. Alfred Emerson was right-handed.
This guy seems to know all the answers, Bart, so how's about us asking a few questions just to keep the balance even, eh?
I think that's a good suggestion, Inspector.
Yeah.
Well, have you gentlemen decided that Emerson was murdered?
Why do you insist that Alfred was murdered, Ralph? I'm positive it was suicide.
And why are you so positive, Mrs. Emerson?
Alfred was suffering from a heart ailment and had an attack during the concert. He was morbidly afraid of being a helpless invalid.
Look, lady, a man who is about to become elected governor doesn't go shoot himself just because he has heart trouble. Not for my dough, he doesn't.
You wouldn't say that if you'd known Alfred Emerson, Inspector. He had a phobia against a lingering illness.
You've got to think up better ones than that if you want to get out of this, Leslie.
Listen, Dexter, why don't you shut up? Why do you insist on being such a sorehead just because I talked Mr. Emerson out of that political job for your son-in-law?
Watch your lip, you young pup.
Ralph, you know that you're letting that incident prejudice your thinking.
Prejudice my... Oh, all right, Cora, and why not? You know I dumped enough money into your husband's campaign to ask for a few favors.
You should know that Alfred never sought votes by offering political favors.
Oh, no?
Bart, you know, there's one interesting thing about this deal. We don't have to ask questions to get the answer.
The trouble is, Inspector, we're not getting the right kind of answers.
I guess we better take over, eh?
An excellent idea, Inspector.
All right, now. Who discovered the body?
I did. I was in my room at the end of the hall. I heard a shot, came directly here, and found young Lester standing over Al's body.
That's a lie. I wasn't anywhere near the body. I was there by the door.
You're going to have a sweet time proving that, son.
Suppose you tell us your version of the story, Leslie.
Sure, I'll tell you. I haven't anything to hide.
Good.
Mr.
Mr. Emerson had a heart attack during the concert. He said he was going up to his room. Cora wanted to go with him, but we dissuaded her. After Mr. Emerson had gone, Cora was still worried, so I said I'd go up. Mr. Emerson! Mr. Emerson! Probably in the bathroom. Mr. Emerson? In the bedroom. Mr. Emerson! Stop. Mr. Emerson! Mr. Emerson! Mr. Emerson. He's dead. I better call him. Dexter, what are you doing here?
Something wrong, Leslie?
Where'd you come from?
Oh, just checked in. Heard the shot and came down to investigate. Got tired of waiting, eh, Leslie?
What do you mean I got tired of waiting? What are you talking about?
You know what I'm talking about, son. Are you sure that you wiped off your fingerprints?
Wiped off my fingerprints?
From the gun. That's always the first thing a murderer should think of, you know.
Murder? Take that back or I'll...
Attacking me is only going to make it look worse. You'd better be careful.
Yeah, I'll be careful. What's the matter, Dexter? Did Cliff Goddard turn down your offer of money for that job for your son-in-law?
As a matter of fact, I didn't ask him. I didn't have to.
Oh, no?
No, I talked to your boss over long distance this morning, and he promised to take care of everything.
It's a lie. I happen to know that... Who's that?
Ken?
It's Cora. Got to keep her out of there. Cora, don't...
Ken, is Alfred all right?
Cora, go back into the other room. Don't come in here.
No, let me. Is that Alfred on the bed? What's happened to him? Ken, he's been shot.
That's right, Cora. Shot. And who do you think shot him?
Shut up, Dexter.
Why? I'll have to talk later. Why not now? Cora, your late husband, trusted secretary, seems to have murderous instincts.
Kent, you didn't...
Of course I didn't. Mr. Emerson shot himself. I heard the shot and went in to investigate. Dexter found me there and immediately jumped to conclusion.
I'll say I did. Jumped and hit the bullseye.
I don't believe that, Ralph. Not a word of it. Kent, I think you'd better get a bellboy and send for Inspector Dan. He's in the garden with Barton Drake.
And that's the way it happened. None of us has touched anything before you two got here.
Well, that's an interesting story. How about it, Dexter? Is that the way it happened? That's good enough. There wouldn't be any good in the kid lying.
Of course I wouldn't lie. I've got nothing to hide.
Mrs. Emerson, a few minutes ago, you said you were on your way up here when the shot was fired.
That's right. I was on the stairs.
According to Leslie's story, considerable time elapsed after the shot was fired before you arrived. You must have been down on the second floor.
Well?
I'm just wondering if you could have heard that shot from down there.
I didn't say I heard it. I said I was on my way up here when the shot was fired. I just reasoned that the shot must have been fired at that time.
I see. Leslie?
Yes?
Is this the door that you tried to open and found locked after you heard the shot?
Yes. Only it wasn't locked. It was stuck. Mr. Emerson's been complaining about it ever since his arrival.
Huh. Well, possibly you're right, but I don't think so.
What do you mean you don't think so?
I'll explain in a minute. Inspector, I think you'd better send for the medical examiner and the fingerprint men. In the meantime, suppose we try and locate that bullet that passed through Emerson's head.
Okay, first I'll phone You won't have to waste your time looking for the bullet, gentlemen. There's a hole in the closet door on the other side of the bed. By golly, Bart, he's right.
Yes, I see he is, Inspector.
I imagine you'll find your bullet somewhere inside the closet. I'll take a look.
You have sharp eyes, Dexter.
Thank you. It's easy to figure out what happened, isn't it? If Emerson were standing up, his head would be in a direct line with the hole in the closet door.
Does that mean he didn't commit suicide? Find it, Inspector?
Yep. Here it is. It was caught on the sleeve of a coat hanging in the closet.
What caliber is it?
Looks like a .38. Same as the gun.
So?
Well, we still don't know if Emerson shot himself. You would if you knew anything about wood, Inspector. Wood? Wood, Inspector. That closet door is made of white oak, which is a pretty hard wood. Well, what about it? What about it? Yeah. Why, that's a clean hole through the door panel. Quit talking in riddles. So what if it is a clean hole?
Well, if you know anything about wood, you'd know what I was talking about.
What Dexter's trying to say, I think, Inspector, is that if the speed of the bullet were retarded by passing through Emerson's head, it wouldn't have had enough momentum to penetrate the heavy oak of the closet door.
That's it, Drake. Therefore, Emerson couldn't have committed suicide.
Let me get this straight. The bullet that killed Emerson didn't have enough speed to penetrate the closet door. All right. Now, there is a hole through the closet door. That means that 2 shots must have been fired.
You are catching on, Inspector.
2 shots weren't fired. I was in the other room. I know.
Sure you know, Leslie. Now let's see you talk your way out of it.
Dexter, I've got a half
Just
a mind
a
to...
moment, please. Dexter, you've been riding rather high, wide, and handsome in this case. Suppose you stop advancing theories and accusations and answer a few questions yourself.
Not a bad idea.
I should be very glad to accommodate you, gentlemen.
Fine. You told us a few minutes ago that you heard a shot and came up here to investigate. How many shots did you hear?
2. Why didn't you say so before?
Well, nobody asked me.
Oh, wise guy, eh?
Excuse me, Inspector. Now then, if 2 shots were fired, what happened to the second bullet?
That's your problem, son. You'll have to find it yourself.
We'll try to, I assure you, Dexter. That door over there opens onto the hall, doesn't it, Mrs. Emerson?
Yes, it does.
And there's a door which opens into the hall from the sitting room, which means, of course, that Emerson's murderer could have escaped into the hall while Leslie was still wrestling with that stuck door.
Say, that's right.
Oh, that's what I call grasping at straws.
Is it, Dexter? What do you think, Mrs. Emerson?
Well, I suppose by that you mean that I could have shot my husband.
I mean that you had the time and the opportunity. So did Dexter. And certainly Leslie was in an excellent position to do so.
Then you're quite sure that Alfred didn't commit suicide?
I know he didn't, Mrs. Emerson. He was murdered. And I know who murdered him. That's probably headquarters, Inspector. You'd better answer.
Yeah. Hello? Danton speaking. Yeah, hello, Charlie. What's the story? It was, eh? Emerson died as a result of a gunshot, Bart. His heart was okay.
Well, I'm not surprised. Are you, Inspector?
I ceased being surprised at the age of 12. Go ahead, Charlie. Is that a fact? Well. Okay, thanks. What do you know? No fingerprints on the gun.
I didn't think there would be. Did you, Inspector?
No, I guess not. Would have made things too easy. Well, let's go in and arrest the guilty party.
No, wait a minute. Not so fast, Inspector.
What's the matter? You said you knew who murdered Emerson.
I do, Inspector, but as you know...
Yeah, I know. We've got to have the proof before you go accusing anyone.
Right.
Well, look, if we haven't got the proof now, how are we going to get it?
I don't think it's going to be too difficult.
You don't, eh? We haven't found that second bullet yet, you know.
That's because it went out the window, Inspector.
Out the window? How do you know?
What other answer can there be? We've searched every inch of this room and found no trace. The window was open when we entered,
So it went out the window. That means that Emerson must have been standing in line with the window when the shot was fired. I still don't see...
Never mind, Inspector. Now, suppose we go and have a talk with our suspects. 1 or 2 more questions, a little stratagem, your able assistance in a plan I have, and I think we'll be able to corral our murderer.
Is that you, Kent?
Yes, Paul.
Holly still in there?
Yes, but I can't hear anything.
Do you think they'll find the other bullet?
I don't know. I suppose so. If there is another bullet.
Kent, there's something I want to tell you.
Hmm?
I did hear the shot fired, Kent. I wasn't on the second floor. I was right outside the door to the bedroom.
You couldn't have been. There wasn't time.
There was time, Kent. Listen, I was down on the second floor when the first shot was fired. I didn't hear it. No one did but Ralph.
Now, wait a minute, honey. I couldn't...
No, Kent. Let me go on. I came up here and was just about to enter the living room when the second shot was fired.
You couldn't have been. Don't you see you couldn't? Ralph came into the living room before you did. Cora.
Yes, Kent?
You're lying. Deliberately. Why?
Oh, Kent, don't you see why? Can't you understand that I'm trying to...
Sorry to keep you folks waiting so long, but we were... Oh, something wrong here?
No, everything's all right, Mr. Drake.
Where's Dexter?
He went back to his room.
Oh, he did.
He's got a nerve. Now, I've half a
I
mind
don't
to...
think we've anything to worry about, Inspector. Dexter will be around when we want him. Right now, I think we'd better listen to what Mrs. Emerson and Leslie have to say.
What we have to say? What do you mean?
Haven't you something to tell us, Leslie?
No, we've told you everything we know.
Have you? How about you, Mrs. Emerson?
Oh, what's the use? You're bound to find out sooner or later, and I suppose it will be worse.
Be careful, Cora.
You're right, Mrs. Emerson. If you're hiding something and we find out later, it will be worse.
All right. Kent and I are in love.
Good night. Is that all?
Is that all? Well, to us, that's rather important, Inspector Danton.
Well, to me, it's a lot of...
Inspector. Huh? The inspector and I guessed that you and Leslie were in love some time ago, Mrs. Emerson.
You knew?
Yes. The fact that your husband's secretary addressed you by your first name, plus the fact that you were so little disturbed by Emerson's death, was ample evidence.
I see. Oh, but you must believe that there was nothing sordid about our regard for each other. Alfred knew. He was quite willing to give me a divorce. We decided to wait until after the election.
Everything just hunky-dory with all parties concerned, eh? Nope, I'm not buying that. I've heard that routine several times before.
But it's true, Inspector Danton. Every word is true.
Sure. It's also true that it gives you and your boyfriend here a motive for murder. But how about putting that excellent plan of yours into execution and get this over with? Or are we running an advice to the Lovelorn Bureau?
Inspector, your sarcasm is a stimulant.
Yeah.
Is Clancy still on guard out in the hall?
He is, unless he's fallen asleep. I wouldn't blame him if he did. This is about the
Splendid.
dullest.
I'd like to talk to Clancy a minute, and then the four of us can call on Mr. Dexter in his room and enact the final drama, right? May we come in, Dexter?
Oh, please do. Well, now that we're all together again, sit down and make yourselves comfortable. I'm standing. This isn't any tea party, you know. Oh, suit yourself, Inspector. Well, Drake, I suppose this is the big moment. You're going to identify the murderer of Albert Emerson.
Not quite, Dexter. The murderer is going to identify himself.
That'll be a good trick if it works. Well, tell us about it.
First, let me tell you what happened this evening. Do you mind?
No, I'd like to hear your version of it. His version will be right. You can bet your boots on that, mister.
Thank you, Inspector. When Emerson got up to his room after leaving the concert, the murderer was waiting for him. He was in the bedroom. Emerson didn't see him at first. He walked over to the window, opened it to get a breath of air. While he was standing there, the murderer shot him.
And the bullet went through his head and out the window, eh?
That's it exactly, Inspector.
Well, that sounds simple enough. And then what happened?
It was simple, Dexter. The murderer then carried Emerson's body to the bed and arranged it so that it would appear he had fallen. And at this moment, the murderer heard someone come into the living room.
Right, so far, Drake. It was I. I'd heard the shot and came running down.
It couldn't have been you, Dexter. It was I.
It's your turn to claim it as you, lady. Go ahead, Bart.
The murderer then shot a second bullet through the closet door.
Why?
So that it would appear that Emerson had shot himself while standing near the bed. And so that the person who was in the living room would hear the shot and discover Emerson lying on the bed, thereby making it appear to be suicide.
Then there were two shots. I did hear one.
You couldn't help but hear it, lady, if you fired it.
If I fired it?
Cora couldn't have fired it. I know.
Oh, you do? What happened then, Bart?
Then, Inspector, the murderer hastily wiped off his fingerprints and went into the hall from the bedroom and entered the living room.
Sort of a merry-go-round deal, eh? Get to the point, Drake. Who was this murderer?
Under the circumstances, Dexter, I'll have to ask you to... What was that?
What was it? It was a shot. Clancy must be in trouble. Come on, Bart.
Right you are. Either that or we've made a mistake and our murderer is at large.
Which way did the shot come from, anyway?
Down this way, I think.
No, it wasn't. It came from that direction.
How about it, Dexter? In which room was that shot fired?
Well, how should I know? I'm not a mind reader. You're the detective.
You see, Dexter, the murderer did identify himself, didn't he?
Oh, you're pretty smart, Drake. Now let's see if you're smart enough to figure this one out. Look out, Bart!
I'm ready for him, Inspector.
What's that they're playing now?
Beethoven's Fifth, Inspector.
Doesn't that band know any other number? They were playing Beethoven's Fifth when we left. This crowd must be gluttons for punishment. They want to hear it twice.
They're not hearing it twice, Inspector. This is the last movement we're hearing now.
The last move. You mean the same number has been going on all this time?
Yes, that's right, Inspector.
Holy smoke. That fellow Beethoven must have worked nights to turn out stuff that long. By the way, Ralph Dexter was a lumber dealer, wasn't he?
Yes, he certainly was, Inspector.
Yeah.
That's why he knew about the bullet going through the closet door. He had to advance the murder theory because he was afraid that someone else might remember that the speed of the bullet would be retarded.
Uh-huh. And the reason he wanted his son-in-law to get the political appointment was because the kid would throw a lot of business his way, eh?
That's right, Inspector. Apparently, he and Emerson quarreled, and he shot him in a fit of anger.
You know, that was pretty cute, the way you made Dexter show his hand.
Oh, thank you, Inspector. You remember when we first questioned Dexter? He said he was sitting in his room when he heard the shot? And he came directly to Emerson's room.
So he said.
Mm-hmm. But Dexter was quartered some distance down the hall, and I wondered how he knew where Emerson's room was located and how he knew that the shot came from that room.
Yes, sir. Pretty cute. When Clancy shot off his gun, Dexter didn't know where the shot came from any more than anyone else. The trouble with Dexter was he didn't know that...
Mystery is my hobby. Mystery is my hobby. Today's story took place last fall. I retired early after spending an evening with Inspector Noah Danton at the Lamplighters Club. It must have been about 3 o'clock in the morning when my telephone began to ring. There. That last telephone. Probably Inspector Danton. Hello.
Hello. Is this Barton Drake?
Yes, this is Drake. Who's calling?
Well, this is Guy Walters. Can you come out to 146 West Chestnut Street right away? There's been a murder.
If there's been a murder, why haven't you called the police? I wish people would realize
Who's been murdered was Mrs. Stella Dix.
It's 3 o'clock in the morning. What did you say?
Mrs. Stella Dix. Under the circumstances, you can probably understand why we haven't called the police, Mr. Drake.
Yes, of course. What did you say that address was?
146 West Chestnut.
146. Very well. I'll be there within a half hour. Tell absolutely no one that this has happened.
So, you told this guy Walters to tell nobody that Stella Dix had been murdered, and then you wake me up to tell me. Is that right, Bart?
Yes, that's right, Inspector. You see, you are a policeman.
Yeah, but I thought Guy Walters didn't want to cast in on the deal.
No, he didn't, Inspector. However, when a murder has been committed, it's necessary to have an officer around. And you men can be trusted.
Yeah.
See, Inspector, if Stella Dix has actually been murdered, it's going to make a profound influence on how the voters cast their ballots next week.
Yeah, I suppose you're right.
This is the first time that a woman has come close to being elected to the United States Senate in this state. It's important to know how she died, who's responsible for her death before the voting starts.
You mean you think her opponent might have killed her?
No, Inspector, not that. But suppose at the last moment, Mrs. Dix had decided to change her stand on the Interstate Commerce Bill. Suppose someone who would be personally affected by that change of attitude decided to do something about it.
Like knocking her off before the old girl's decision was made known to the press, eh?
Exactly, Inspector. Stella Dix is, was one of the most brilliant personalities of our day, Inspector. She has a large following, people who believe in her implicitly.
And a switch in policy on her part would gum the works, eh?
Yes, that's one way of putting it, Inspector.
Okay. Now, where did this murder take place?
I don't know. Guy Walters asked me to come to 146 Chestnut Street. That's the Dix home.
Isn't Guy Walters Stella Dix's campaign manager?
Yes, that's right.
And isn't he president of the Walters Trucking Company?
Yes, I think he is, Inspector.
Well, then.
So, Walters murdered her because Stella decided to change her policy, thereby affecting his trucking business, eh?
Well, it's a motive.
Yes, it would be, Inspector. If Stella had decided to change her policy. This is the house, I think.
Yeah, 146. Well, let's go up and start the old routine.
Right.
Shall I ring the bell, or do we go busting in?
Well, I think it would be polite if we rang. Well,
You're Barton Drake.
That's right.
We've been waiting for you. I'm Penelope Gage. Oh, you have someone with you?
Yes, this is Inspector Noah Danton, Miss Gage.
Hi. But the police...
Yes, I know. Mr. Waters preferred that the police were not to be notified. However,
Of course. I'm sure the presence of Inspector Danton will be a help to us. Come in, please.
Thank you. Miss Gage, you are Stella Dix's secretary, aren't you?
Yes, I was. Guy called me directly after it happened, and I came over immediately.
Well, when did it happen, and where, and why?
I can answer your first two questions, Inspector Danton, but I'm afraid that... Oh, here comes Guy now. He can tell you.
Hello, Drake.
Hello, Waters.
Oh, who's this gentleman?
Never mind, Bart. I'll tell him. I'm tired of being apologized for. The name is Danton, Inspector Noah Danton.
Oh, yes, of course, Danton. I've heard of you. Your name is frequently mentioned in connection with Drake's work.
Yeah.
Drake, I appreciate you being willing to make an investigation before notifying the police. You see,
Wait a minute, Junior. You got your wires crossed. I'm the police.
Huh? Oh, are you?
Yeah.
Well, then I imagine Penny's given you all the details.
No, I haven't. I thought you'd be better at that, Guy.
Huh? Very well. Well, it was like this. Stella came over to my house tonight to discuss the campaign. Penny was also there, and Otto, Stella's husband.
You four were the only ones present?
Yes. We broke up about 2 a.m. Stella and Otto decided to walk home. It's only a few blocks. About 3/4 of an hour later, Otto called and asked me to come over. I couldn't understand him very well, but, well, I came nevertheless.
Yes, and what did you find?
Stella was dead. She'd been beaten to death with a hammer wrapped in a newspaper. Otto was wounded, but had crawled into the house, bound a towel around his head, and called me.
Then the murder took place outside the house?
Yes. Just as they turned up the walk from the street. Apparently, the murderer or murderers had been waiting behind the shrubbery that grows there.
I didn't see any shrubbery.
Well, you should go out and look again.
Huh?
Otto's upstairs in his room, Drake. I suppose you'd like to hear the story from him firsthand.
Yeah, and we'd like to ask what decision Stella Dix came to tonight at your house regarding the interstate commerce business.
In good time, Inspector. Drake, I have the hammer and the newspaper in which it was wrapped in the next room.
Oh, good.
I found them lying beside the body. Possibly you'd like to examine them.
Yes, I would. Did you find anything else?
No, that's all.
How about the body? Where's it?
Upstairs. I carried Stella to her room.
You mean you moved the body without a coroner?
Well, naturally. I couldn't just leave her out there on the street. No, Penny, have I omitted anything?
Nothing except that you murdered Stella.
What was that?
You murdered her, Guy. It's silly to deny it. You were the only one who had a motive.
What you hope? No. What's that, Inspector?
I hope it was Wallace who committed the murder.
You do? Why?
I don't like him.
Oh, come, Inspector.
Oh, all right. What's that you got?
It's the murder hammer, Inspector. If it weren't for the fact that the handle was broken and held together with picture wire, I'd say that Mrs. Dix's murderer was a homicidal maniac.
You would? Why?
Because most hammer murderers are committed by maniacs, Inspector. And in practically every case, their weapons have been nice new hammers.
You're right. Now, why do you figure the killer wrapped his hammer in that newspaper? And why do you figure he left the hammer at the scene of the crime?
Well, he probably left the hammer there, so we would think the killer was a homicidal maniac. And he probably wrapped the hammer in a newspaper so there wouldn't be any fingerprints, Inspector.
But we think otherwise, eh? Mm-hmm. We know that there will be fingerprints on the newspaper, don't we, Bart?
I'm afraid, Inspector, we're going to find that the killer's prints aren't on this newspaper. Look here.
Well, what do you know? The outside page has been torn off.
Yes, and that's the page in which the killer's fingerprints would have been. Inspector, I think we've really stepped into one this time. Come on, let's go upstairs and have a talk with Otto Dix.
And that's about all I can tell you, gentlemen. As Stella and I approached the house, someone jumped on us from behind. I was immediately knocked unconscious. When I regained my senses, Stella was lying beside me on the sidewalk.
Mm-hmm. Did you know she was dead at the time, Mr. Dix?
No, I spoke to her, but she didn't answer. She's a fairly large woman, and I knew I couldn't move her, especially in my weakened condition.
So you crawled into the house and got to a telephone?
That's right, Inspector Danton.
Shouldn't you have called a doctor for yourself, Mr. Dix? That wound looks pretty bad.
No, I'm getting along fine. Please don't call a doctor. Oh, Mr. Drake, you must know what this will mean if the news gets out.
We both know, but the news has got to get out sometime.
Oh, yes, of course.
But I was hoping that Mr. Drake could apprehend the murderer before the story reached the papers. You see, if the man I suspect is guilty, it'll make a great deal of difference.
Oh, so. And whom do you suspect, Mr. Dix?
Terrence Adams.
Adams? Your wife's opponent for the senatorial chair, eh?
Yes. Oh, I don't imagine that Adams attacked us personally, but if it were proven that he'd hired some thug, well, you can understand what it would mean.
Yes, quite. If Adams is responsible for your wife's murder, I hardly think he would get many votes.
Exactly. On the other hand, if Terrence is innocent, I shouldn't want to hurt his campaign.
Well, that's very fair of you, Mr. Dix. Tell me, did your wife discuss with you the possibility of changing her views on the Interstate Commerce Bill?
Well, briefly, yes. I urged her to maintain her original stand, but I doubt if my argument had much effect.
I see. And what was the nature of your argument, Mr. Dix?
Nature? Why, I just reasoned it was rather late in her campaign to make such a drastic step. Her platform had been too firmly established.
I see. If Mrs. Dix had decided to take your advice, how would that have benefited you, Mr. Dix?
Benefited? I beg your pardon?
I understand that you and Terrence Adams were one-time partners. You owned and operated a road construction business. I was thinking that possibly a coastal truck route might have...
That's ridiculous. I don't know where you got your information, Drake, but, well, it's entirely incorrect. I've been retired from active business for several years.
I see. I beg your pardon, sir. Thank you. I didn't know that, Mr. Dix. Come along, Inspector.
Yeah.
I think we'd better step across the hall and have a look at the body of Mrs. Dix.
If you gentlemen will excuse me, I'd like to lie down.
Certainly, Mr. Dix. Get some rest. We'll see you later.
Well, there she is. I wish that Walters mug hadn't moved her.
Yeah. Why?
Why? It's against the law, for one thing.
Inspector, she's pretty severely beaten. Have you any other reasons, Inspector?
Sure, I have other reasons. The position of the body, the condition of the body. Oh, there are 100 reasons, and you know it.
Yes, you're quite right, Inspector. Mrs. Dix was a handsome woman, wasn't she?
Sure, everybody knows. That's one reason she had a chance of winning the election.
You know, I admire intelligent women who have the good sense not to neglect their looks. Especially, look at that now. Except for the wounds about her head, Mrs. Dix is perfectly groomed. Now, Inspector, let's... Oh, hello, Waters. We're just about to go looking for you.
I hope what that fool woman said there hasn't made you suspicious about me.
We're suspicious of everyone, Junior. Now, where is the fool woman, by the way?
I sent her home.
Sent her home? What's the matter? Were you scared she'd tell some more stories on you?
Scared is hardly the word, Inspector. I think annoyed would be more suitable.
Oh, so then you did figure she had some more to tell.
I figured she'd tell some more, whether she knew anything or not. Miss Gage saw a chance to put me in a bad light, and she grabbed it.
Why would she want to put you in a bad light, Walters?
Well, we seldom agreed on anything. As Mrs. Dix's secretary, she wanted to run the entire campaign. Said she knew the women's viewpoint.
Do women have a viewpoint?
Well, we'll talk to Miss Gage again in the morning. In the meantime, Walters, I'd like to have you show Inspector Denton and me exactly where you found the body of Mrs. Dix. Get out your flashlight, Inspector.
Yeah.
Well, is this the place, Walters?
Yes. She was lying right there with her head at the edge of the curbing.
Mm-hmm. And where was the hammer?
Right there beside her. The newspaper was under it.
Oh, the newspaper was under it?
Yes. Does that prove anything?
I don't know. It might.
Well, there are plenty of blood stains. Footprints could have been made by anyone walking by. Uh-oh.
Found anything, Drake?
Yes. These fine particles of glass. They look as though they might come from the crystal of a wristwatch.
Hey, that's right. Otto's watch was broken when he fell. He showed it to me himself.
Oh, he did? Well. Walters, did Mrs. Dix mention that Terrence Adams had called on her recently?
Yes, as a matter of fact, she did. He was here yesterday. Tried to get her to change her mind on the Interstate Commerce Bill.
Well, thank you very much. Come along, Inspector.
Huh?
We're going to wake up Terrence Adams out of a sound sleep. If a man who has a guilty conscience can sleep soundly.
Doggone it, Bart, I don't get this. We drive around the block, park the car, and then start walking. What's the idea?
Oh, that might not be a good idea at all, Inspector. Look, can you read the number on that house up there?
Wait a minute, I'll get out my flashlight.
No, don't do that, man. Don't. I think this must be it.
Must be what?
Yep, there's a number above the bell. 381. That's where he lives.
Who, Terrence Adams? You're crazy. He lives way over the other side of...
I'm talking about Guy Walters, Inspector. This is where he lives. You got the skeleton keys with you?
Sure, but without a warrant, I don't like to use them now.
Loud, man. Oh, wait a minute. Let me try the door first. Good. It opens. Walters probably left in such a hurry he neglected to lock it. Close the door, Inspector. Now you can get out your flashlight.
Okay. Suppose he's got a wife. Suppose there's a house full of servants. I'd be like a thief.
You're going to be a thief in just about 1 minute, Inspector.
Huh?
Throw your light around the hall.
Okay. Well, looks like an ordinary hall to me. What'd you expect to find?
Look, that door over there probably leads to Walter's study. Come on, now be careful. Don't trip over the rug.
Don't worry about me tripping. I'm not tripping.
Quiet.
All right. People ought to know better than to
There we are, Inspector. I'll open the door. Throw your light around, Inspector.
Yeah. Hey, there is someone. Oh.
It's Miss Gage. Grab her, Inspector.
You frightened me.
Is that a fact? Now, I wonder why. I suppose you're going to tell us you live here.
No, I don't. Do you?
Do I? Are you kidding?
Then what are you doing here? Have you a search warrant? If so, why'd you come sneaking in? Did Mr. Walters give you permission to enter his house?
No, but...
I think we're in the same boat, Inspector Danton. Suppose we compromise.
Compromise? Look, Bud, why don't you say something? Answer the lady's question.
I'm speechless, Inspector.
That's the house.
However, I think we'd be smart to listen to Miss Gage's compromise.
Yeah, that's a good idea. A very good idea. All right, lady. What's the compromise?
You came here looking for evidence that would convict Guy Walters of murdering Stella Dix. So did I.
Well?
I found it. I'll be glad to turn it over to you, but I don't want my name used in connection with your investigation.
We don't make deals, Miss Gage. Just give us the evidence.
Mr. Drake.
Never mind him right now. Let's see what you've got.
Very well. Here.
Well, now, picture wire.
Yes. I think you'll find that it is the same as was used to bind up the handle of the hammer that was found beside Stella's body.
Well, Bart, that little lady's smart. I guess this sort of clinches things, doesn't it?
No, hardly, Inspector.
Huh?
Miss Gage, a moment ago, you said we came here looking for evidence that would convict Guy Walters. That's not so. We came here looking for evidence, period.
But doesn't this prove that
No, that doesn't prove anything. What made you think a coil of picture wire would be lying in Walter's desk drawer anyway?
I saw him put it there.
Oh, you did?
It was lying on top of his desk when we came in tonight. I watched him thrust it into a drawer. I didn't think anything of it at the time. But when Stella...
Oh, that's nonsense. The man who had used picture wire to bind up a hammer that he planned to use to kill someone wouldn't leave such a damning bit of evidence lying around.
Come to think of it, that's right.
Of course it's right, Inspector. Miss Gage, would you mind telling me why you're so anxious to pin this murder onto Guy Walters?
I'm not. I'm just trying to do what I think is right. It's important that the murderer be apprehended before the story gets to the newspapers.
Even though the murderer is yourself, Miss Gage?
Whatever are you saying?
I'm saying, Miss Gage, that you have a motive and a good one.
I have a motive?
Yes. If Stella Dix was successful in the forthcoming election, you would continue as his secretary, wouldn't you?
Why, yes, but...
Being secretary to U.S. Senator is an important position, Miss Gage. If Mrs. Dix changed her policy regarding the Interstate Commerce Bill, the chances are she would be defeated at the polls. In that event, you would, of course, find yourself out of a job.
Well, the idea. Are you implying that I would
Well,
commit
it's a
murder...
possibility the inspector and I can't afford to overlook, Miss Gage. May I suggest that you return to the Dix home? We'll join you there in about an hour.
But I...
If you don't mind, we'd prefer that you discontinue going about looking for evidence that will convict someone else. At best, you'd probably destroy clues that would help the inspector and myself.
Well, you certainly
Good
have
evening,
your
Miss
nerve.
Gage. Take the picture wire, Inspector, and let's get going.
Sure, that was a nice brush off you gave the babe. But I'll bet a buck she didn't swallow that routine about us suspecting her because she'd lose her job.
No, why not, Inspector?
Because if she did murder Stella Dix, like you implied, she'd be out of a job anyhow.
Yes, that's right, Inspector. However, somebody had to say something. You weren't doing so well.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yes.
I suppose you expect to find her at the Dix house when we get there.
Yes, definitely.
And I suppose you told me to bring along the picture wire because you figure it's the same as was wrapped around the hammer handle, and you didn't want Miss Gage to know it.
Oh, Inspector, now you're anticipating me.
Yeah, I'm anticipating. Now what?
I'm going to buy a newspaper for this all-night stand. Inspector, have you got a nickel?
Have I got... Oh, sure. Just... Hey, haven't you got a nickel?
Thanks, Inspector. Here we are. Let's see now.
What are you looking for?
An account of Stella Dix's murder, of course.
But look, the newspapers aren't supposed to...
Well.
It's there,
No. But here on the masthead, it says that this particular paper reached the newsstand at 2:15 in the morning.
Well,
the newspaper in which the murder weapon was wrapped was an early edition of this same paper.
my. So now we know that the murderer bought a paper at this stand, wrapped his hammer in it, and shot Stella on the noggin, eh? So what?
So now we know who murdered Stella Dix. Don't we, Inspector?
Oh, hello, Mr. Drake. Come in.
Go ahead, Mr. Dix.
It's coming along nicely. Have you talked to Torrance Adams?
No. We found it wasn't necessary.
Not necessary? Well, then, that must mean you believe him innocent. Oh, I'm glad to hear it. Arresting Terrence would have created no end of a scandal.
Yes, it would. We've just returned from the house of Guy Walters.
Walters?
Mm-hmm.
Good heavens, you don't think
I didn't say that now. Inspector Danton will be here in a moment with some evidence that we found. As a matter of fact, well, here he is now. Come in, Inspector.
Hey, Bart, I found these two in our huddle in the den. At first, they didn't want to come along, but I got kind of persuaded.
You mean you threatened us with a gun? Now, see here, Drake. Penny tells me you two have been searching my house. I'd like to know about
Did she tell you that she was searching it, too?
Of course I did. I explained that I was looking for some evidence that would help solve the murder.
Yeah, but did you tell him that you figured...
Inspector, did you bring the picture wire?
Oh, yeah. Here it is in the hammer, too.
Thank you. Walters, we found this picture wire in a drawer of the desk of your study. We've compared it to the wire that was used to bind up the hammer handle.
Oh, of all the idiotic nonsense. That picture wire was lying on my desk because I was hanging a picture this afternoon.
Now, that's a simple explanation, isn't it?
Sorry, Walters, you didn't let me finish. I said we compared the two wires and found that they were of an entirely different texture.
Entirely different texture?
That's right.
Well, then why are you accusing me of murdering Stella?
Oh, did we? What's the matter? Something wrong, Miss Gage?
It's Otto. He seems to have fainted.
Huh?
Oh, I'm all right. Just let me rest a minute.
He's probably weak from loss of blood.
Yes. Miss Gage, suppose you look at that wound. Since Mr. Dix refuses to see a doctor.
No, I'm all right. I'm all right, I tell you.
Yes, but I still think you ought to change that bandage. Do you mind, Miss Gage?
No, I'll be glad to if Otto doesn't.
Keep away from me. I don't want the bandage changed.
Sorry, Mr. Dix. I insist.
I don't care whether you insist or not. I'm not going to permit. Keep away from me, Drake.
Hold still, can't you? I'm only trying to help you.
You take your hands off me. Let me alone.
There.
Why, he isn't wounded at all. Why, there isn't even a sign of a wound.
Otto, what the devil's the meaning of this?
The meaning is quite obvious, Walters. Dix wasn't attacked by his wife's murderer because he is a murderer himself. Arrest him, Inspector.
Hey, Bart.
Inspector what?
Get your nose out of that newspaper and let's play chess. What's so doggone interesting, anyhow?
Well, I was just reading the statement that Stella Dix made to the newspapers last night before she attended the meeting at Guy Walters' house.
What's it say?
It says she definitely did not plan to change her policy on the Interstate Commerce Bill. So, you see, there was no point in being so secretive about her investigation after all.
And there's no point in you being so secretive about how you knew that Otto was our boy. You can tell me while I'm setting up the man.
All right, Inspector. First, I think I'd better give you the picture of how it happened as I see it.
Yeah, tell me about that first.
You see, Mr. and Mrs. Dix left the Walters home shortly after 2 o'clock. As they passed the all-night stand, Mrs. Dix asked her husband to step inside and get an earlier issue of the morning paper.
She wanted to see if they'd published her story on the commerce bill, eh?
Yes, that's right. There was a hammer lying on the counter beside the newspapers. While Dick stood there waiting for his change, he probably conceived the idea of murdering his wife.
Why?
Because, Inspector, he was sick and tired of being known as Mr. Stella Dix.
The old motive, eh?
Right.
Hubby's pride wouldn't allow him to take second place.
That's it, Inspector. Dix had been an important man all of his life. He didn't like being shoved into the background. You remember, he told us himself that Stella had little respect for his opinion.
Yes, so he did. So he rolled up the hammer in the newspaper, thus concealing it, and they started home.
Yes, and it isn't a pretty picture. During the brief walk, the murderous impulse was probably building in his mind.
And when they got in front of the house, he let her have it, eh?
Yes, I'm afraid that's right, Inspector.
What made you suspicious of Otto?
Well, Mrs. Dix was meticulous about her appearance, Inspector. She was one of the best-groomed women in the public eye.
Everyone knows that, Bart. So what?
When we viewed her corpse, we found her without a hair out of place, except for the wound caused by the blow.
And that made you suspicious of Otto?
Yes, it substantiated my suspicions. Otto told us that he was attacked first and knocked unconscious. Say, is right, Inspector. If Otto were attacked first, Mrs. Dix would have had a chance to scream or run or at least defend herself. She certainly would have struggled.
Struggle is right, and being a big woman, she'd probably have put up quite a scrap. At least she'd have been mussed up.
That's right, Inspector.
But you're an amazing fellow. Sometimes I think you're wasting your time in this sort of work. Now, if you were in politics...
Yes, possibly you've got something there, Inspector. Politics these days is murder. Mystery is my hobby. Mystery is my hobby. Tonight's story began 2 days before state election last fall. Andrew Bradford, gubernatorial candidate on the independent ticket, was concluding a final speech, his final campaign speech, at a rally that was being held for him in the...
And in closing, ladies and gentlemen, I want to say this. If I am elected governor at the polls next Wednesday, it will be the beginning of a new era of state politics. An era of square dealing and fair play. An era of prosperity and economic advancement. This I give you as my solemn pledge. Thank you.
Andy, you were wonderful.
Thanks, darling.
Congratulations, Andy.
Thanks, George.
Nice going, boy. You're as good as in.
Well, thank you, Bill. Claudia, where's Dexter?
Right here, Mr. Bradford. Ready to go?
Yes, I think we'd better. I'm feeling rather tired.
But, Andy, the banquet.
The banquet will have to get along without me, I'm afraid. I haven't had any sleep for days.
This way, Mr. Bradford.
Andy, wait. You can't walk out on all these people. How can I ever face them?
Don't face them, darling. Come along home with me. You could use some rest, too.
Andy, you can't. Don't you realize...
I realize that I'm about ready to drop in my tracks. Come along.
I should think you'd have more consideration for other people. I should think you'd consider me. I should think you'd realize you can't do this sort of thing. I think it's terrible of you to do this, Andy Bradford. I think
Here we are, home. At least wait until we're out of Dexter's hearing, will you?
Here we are, Mr. Bradford.
Thanks, Dexter.
Need me any more tonight, Mr. Bradford?
No. Go and get some sleep. This campaign hasn't been easy on you either.
Oh, I'm all right. Well, good night, Governor.
Good night, Dexter. Thanks.
I'll never forgive you for this, Andy. Seems to me that you could have at least...
Claudia, please. Can't we postpone this until tomorrow? I'm so tired.
No, we can't postpone this until tomorrow. You seem to forget that I married you when you were nothing. You seem to forget that at the end...
All right. I owe everything to you, and I appreciate it. Only right now...
You appreciate it. You expect me to believe that after the way you treated me tonight?
No, I don't expect you to believe it. I was a fool to ever expect you to believe anything I say.
Andrew!
Sorry. I shouldn't have said that.
So that's the way you feel about me?
No, Claudia. Not really. I'm tired. I'm going to bed, Claudia.
You're not going to bed. We're going to have this out right now. Andy!
Good night, Claudia.
Andrew, come back here. I'll not let you treat me like this. If it weren't for me, you'd be nobody. I'll not...
Hello, Andy.
What's the devil?
Nerves jumpy, Andy? Thought you'd have gotten over that by now.
Ray Seaver.
Yeah, that's right, Andy. Ray Seaver. And I thought you weren't going to recognize me. Some of the boys said you wouldn't. They're saying that since you got to be a big shot, you're forgetting a lot of your old friends.
Ray, how did you get us?
You mean you ain't heard?
Why, no.
Why, it was simple, Andy. A bunch of us got together one night and persuaded the guards to lend us a couple of Tommy guns. I told you when we were at Joliet together that
In heaven's name, man, not so loud.
Okay, Andy. I forgot you wouldn't want it known you and me were cellmates.
Don't mention that word.
Easy, Andy, easy. Now, don't get excited. You've come a long way, boy, a long way. Andrew Bradford, alias Fritz Carlson, alias Tommy...
You, Ray, shut up. I paid my penalty. I've gone straight.
Sure you have, Andy, sure you have. From convict to governor, just like in the movies.
Shut up, I said.
Well. So you still pack a gat, huh, Andy? Got a permit, I'll bet. How does it feel to be able to do things legally that in the old days they'd send you up...
Get out! Get out, or I'll...
You'll what, Andy?
Don't force my hand, Ray. I still know how to use this gun, and I will.
Andy, I'm surprised. Think of tomorrow's headlines. Gubernatorial candidate slays old friend. Corpse found in Andrew Bradford's bedroom.
Ray, you always were a sucker. Who's going to know we were old friends? You fool. When they find out who you are, I'll get a medal for capturing an escaped convict.
Wait a minute, Andy. Wait a minute. Didn't I mention that some of the boys came with me when I made that break from Joliet?
What do you mean?
Why, Andy, I'm surprised you ain't caught on. This is big-time stuff.
Get to the point, Stephen.
Well, that's better. Well, it's like this, Andy. We got things fixed, see? Nothing ain't going to happen to me because if it does, Charlie Messer, your worthy opponent, is going to get a letter, see?
You rat. What do you want?
Well, now we're getting places. It ain't what we want, Andy. It's how much we want.
Naturally. I can tell you right now, my resources are limited.
But your wife ain't.
My wife? Listen, see, very few.
I told you this was big-time stuff, Andy. We've covered all the angles. Now, it wouldn't be a shame if your wife found out she married an ex-con.
Why, you
be almost as bad as Charlie Messer knowing about it, wouldn't it?
Ray, you can't do this to me.
It's done, Andy. It's done. It's all wrapped up and ready for delivery.
Ray, listen to me. You've got to listen.
Oh, sure, Andy. Sure. I got all the time in the world.
We were friends once, Ray. Good friends.
But I told the boys, Mandy and me, I told them we're just like that. He won't let us down.
And I won't, Ray. I swear it. Just don't say anything until after election.
Until after election, huh?
Yeah.
Well, come, Andy. Be reasonable. Our information wouldn't be worth a nickel after you're in.
It would, Ray. It would. Ray, I'd give you anything you want. There'd be ways of raising money then.
There's ways now. Quit stalling, Bradford. We ain't waiting for nothing, see? We know you can raise that dough, and we ain't listening to any sob story. Pay up or else.
How much?
$200,000.
200,000? Are you crazy? I couldn't raise half that amount.
Shut up! 200,000 is the price, and you're lucky it ain't more. I'm getting out of here. You got 2 days, Bradford. You bring the dough to... Put down that gun, you fool.
Come back here, Ray. Come back and sit down. Keep your hands where I can see them.
You can't get away with it, Andy. I always...
Keep your hand away from that pocket, you crazy fool. I only want you to...
Extra. Candidate for governor murdered. Slayer escaped. Paper. Read all about it. Big mystery surrounds murder of Andrew Bradford. Get your morning paper. Barton Drake to investigate slaying of Andrew Bradford. Bradford murderer captured by chauffeur Raymond Seaver. Says candidate wants his cellmate at Joliet.
Danton speaking.
Hello, Inspector. This is Bart.
Hello, Bart, my boy. How are things?
Not so good, Inspector.
Huh?
I'd like to have you meet me at the Andrew Bradford place right away.
Bradford? Hey, wait a minute, Bart. Haven't you heard? That murder's been solved.
A solution might have been offered that satisfied the public, Inspector, but it doesn't satisfy me. Nor does it justify calling an innocent man guilty.
Yeah, but look, Bart, all the evidence
The
shows
evidence shows nothing conclusive. I've just come from the Bradford home.
Oh, you have?
Yes, and I'm going back. I need someone of authority to go with me. Will you come along?
It isn't that I don't want to, Bart. Only the investigation is ended.
Mine is just beginning. Will you come along?
Well, gosh, Bart.
Very well, Inspector. Then I'll have to get someone else.
Oh, no. Look. No, I didn't. Don't do that. Oh, you win. Pick me up in your car.
Thank you, Inspector. I'll be there in 15 minutes.
I think you're crazy to do this, Bart. Ray Seaver isn't innocent. He was already doing a life stretch for one murder. He admits coming to Bradford's room and trying to blackmail him.
I'm quite aware of all that, Inspector. Dexter, the chauffeur, made a hero of himself by finding Seaver hiding in the greenhouse. And I'm still convinced Seaver didn't murder Andrew Bradford.
I give up. How do you know?
I'll tell you later. Here we are.
Well, look, why not tell me now? If I'm going to stick my chin out, I ought to be in the know.
I think it'd be a better idea if I show you, Inspector. Mrs. Bradford should be in.
Oh, it's you again, Mr. Drake. I've already told you.
Good evening, Mrs. Bradford. I said I'd be coming back. This is Inspector Denton.
Hello.
Inspector Denton? Mr. Drake, I don't wish to appear rude.
But you think there's nothing more I can produce in the way of evidence? Is that it, Mrs. Bradford?
I'm positive there isn't.
And I'm just as positive there is.
I don't want to argue with you, Mr. Drake. I appreciate your taking over the case, but since my husband's murderer has been apprehended...
I'm sorry, Mrs. Bradford. Your husband's murderer has not been apprehended.
I don't believe I understand. The newspapers...
The newspapers, Mrs. Bradford, were merely responding to the public's demand. They have offered nothing conclusive to prove that Ray Seaver murdered your husband.
Mr. Drake, aren't you being a bit egotistical?
You mean, of course, that my professional reputation has been challenged? Yes. I was called in on this case, and a few hours later, your chauffeur, Dexter, stole the show by capturing the alleged murderer in the greenhouse.
To put it crudely, that's exactly what I mean.
And you're quite right, Mrs. Bradford. A man in my profession does have his reputation to think of.
I see. Well, I'm sorry that I can't cater to your professional whim. I'll have to ask you to leave.
Which, of course, is your privilege. Well, Inspector.
Huh? Hey, what do you mean, well, Inspector?
Mrs. Bradford can force me to leave. As a police officer, you can remain, if you're convinced that Ray Seaver's not guilty of the murder of Andrew Bradford.
Oh, this is ridiculous. I demand that you both leave.
It's up to you, Inspector.
What a lovely spot it puts me in. Look, Bart.
The murderer and the bullet that killed Andrew Bradford was a .32 caliber, Inspector. The gun found on Ray Seaver was a .38 caliber.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean...
Of course it doesn't. Seaver could have had two guns. Most gangsters do. He could have disposed of one.
Yeah. That's the way I figure it.
There were powder marks on the inside of the bathroom door. Where did those get there? Unless someone fired the shot from behind that door, Inspector.
But look, Bart.
How stupid of you, Mr. Drake. The murderer was standing in the bathroom when he fired the fatal shot.
Yeah. I sort of figured it that way, too, Bart.
An empty shell from a .32 caliber revolver was found on the ground beneath that window over there, Inspector. Where did it come from?
Oh, well, the way I figured it...
Mr. Drake, it seems to me you're trying desperately to vindicate yourself. The empty shell that you speak of was undoubtedly dropped there by the murderer when he was making his escape.
Yeah. Now, that could have happened, you know, Bart.
Quite true, Inspector, quite true. But Mrs. Bradford admits hearing 3 shots. One of them killed her husband. That one we know came from a .32 caliber revolver.
Oh, for goodness sake, Mr. Drake.
The other 2 bullets we found embedded in the walls of this room. One was a .32, the other was a .38.
That's right. But, what's it prove?
Possibly nothing, possibly a great deal.
This is nonsense. I demand that both of you leave this house at once.
Well, Inspector?
Well, Inspector. There it is again. Poor me.
I'll not tolerate this any longer. You will please leave.
Inspector.
Okay, Bart. You win. Lady, we are not leaving here until we found out who murdered your husband. And heaven help us if we don't. Look, Bart, I hope you're not sore at me.
Not at all, Inspector.
After all, the evidence does point to Seaver's guilt.
It certainly does, Inspector. And besides that, Seaver was already serving a life term. Another murder charge couldn't affect him one way or another.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Bart. If you're accusing me of...
Come, Inspector. I'm accusing you of nothing. Well, there's the garage. Dexter's room must be in that L over there.
You know, this guy Dexter's a tough character. I don't think he's going to want to answer any more questions.
Frankly, Inspector, I don't expect much cooperation from anyone.
Oh. Huh. I suppose that's a crack at me. Now, look, Bart,
I'm sorry, Inspector. Suppose we forget about it, here we are.
Looks like he isn't in.
On the contrary, I think he's merely being stubborn.
Yeah? Well, I'll take care of that. Hey, open up in there.
Oh, so it's you again. Look, when are you two going to stop playing cops and robbers and go home?
That'll be enough out of you. Come on in, Bart. If Junior wants to play rough, we'll help him out.
Oh, wait a minute. You can't come in here.
Yes, we can, too. Get over there and sit down. That's better. Go ahead, Bart.
Thank you, Inspector. Dexter, we're working on a theory that Ray Seaver didn't murder your boss.
What am I supposed to do? Break down and confess that I shot the old man?
That would certainly simplify things, wouldn't it?
You're crazy, Drake. It's as plain as the nose on your face. Why don't you get wise to yourself and go home and write your books?
Because I pride myself in putting accurate facts in those books, my friend. And if I stated that Ray Seaver murdered Andrew Bradford, it would be inaccurate.
Ah, nuts. You're sore because I stole your thunder. You just can't take it if you're not in the limelight, can you, Drake?
That's it, Dexter. I can't take it. Now I want you to show me the ladder that you found leaning against the house beneath Mr. Bradford's window.
Show it to you? Look, Drake, if you think
Show it to him, Junior.
Take it easy, copper. You can't make me do anything I don't want to do.
Is that right? All we can do is take you down to headquarters and have some of the boys sweat it out of you.
Sweat what out of me? What is this, anyhow? I've told you all I know.
No, you haven't, Dexter. You've only told us part of what you know, and only a fraction of that is correct.
Who says so?
I do, and I can prove it.
You see?
Now, wait a minute. Are you saying you can prove there wasn't a ladder leaning against the house?
No. That part of your statement is quite true. There was a ladder leaning against the house. There were imprints in the flower bed beneath the window to substantiate the fact.
Well, then?
That's probably also true that you heard the shot and ran outside. But when you state that you saw Ray Seaver coming down that ladder, you're lying.
Oh, am I? Drake, you killed me. So you're going to prove that I went up the ladder and shot Bradford, huh?
No, I don't think that's what happened at all. Dexter, exactly what did you do when you saw Seaver coming down that ladder?
I've already told what I did 100 times. Now,
well,
look.
You're going to tell it 100 more. If we want to hear it, what you do?
Okay. I ran after him. He had a gun. He took a shot at me, so I ducked in the house and called the cops. That's all.
Not quite all, Dexter. Who removed the ladder from the side of the house?
I did. The cops told me to. That's how I happened to find Seaver.
Well, that part's right, boss. The ladder belonged in the greenhouse, and when Dexter here went to put it back, there was Seaver sound asleep.
Yeah, that's it. He was sound asleep. He'd been there for 2 days trying to keep awake. Couldn't take it any longer.
That makes sense, Bud. It was kind of clever of Seaver at that, to hide on the grounds instead of trying to escape us. Everyone would think he'd do.
Seaver was clever, Inspector. Too clever to hide in the very place from which he'd stolen the ladder. Don't you suppose it occurred to him that the ladder would be returned?
Say, maybe that's something to think about.
Oh, nuts. If that's all you've got to go on.
We've considerable more to go on, Dexter. All right, let's go have a look at that ladder.
Well, there it is. So what mighty deduction are you going to spring now, Drake?
Dexter, I'm not quite sure yet.
Oh.
Yes, this is a ladder, all right. There's dried mud on the wide ends where it sank into the flower bed beneath Bradford's window.
Now, ain't that wonderful?
Pipe down, Junior. What now, Bud?
A little experiment, Inspector. Grab one end of the ladder. I'll take the other. Come along, Dexter.
Hey, where are we going to take this thing, Bud?
Over to the house. I want Dexter to show us exactly where it was when he saw Seaver making his escape.
Oh, for crying out loud. You already said you knew the ladder was there because you saw the imprints of it in the dirt.
There's Mrs. Benson.
Yes, I rather expected she'd want to witness this.
Mr. Drake, I want you to know that I've contacted the State House and Governor Johnson has promised to put a stop to this nonsense.
Governor Johnson was a friend of your husband, wasn't he, Mrs. Bradford? I suppose he felt that doing you a favor would be a nice gesture.
I don't like your implication, Mr. Drake. Dexter, return to your room.
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, stay here, Junior.
Sorry, Mrs. Bradford. Dexter's going to help us conduct a little experiment.
He's not. I forbid it.
It won't do any good, lady, but a stubborn guy.
Please stay, Mrs. Bradford. I'm sure that what we're about to do will prove most interesting.
I'll not stay. You're both of you crude and discourteous. You're acting like children. You have no respect for a widow's sorrow. I'm going to the house and call someone. I won't have this sort of thing.
Think she's mad?
Mad. Or clever. All right, Inspector. Up the ladder. Yeah. Careful now. I want those points in exactly the same imprints that were made in the flower bed when the ladder was up here before. All right, there we are.
Reaches right up to the upstairs bedroom window.
Yes. All right, Dexter. Up you go.
What do you mean, up I go?
I want you to climb the ladder and show me just how Seaver looked when he made his escape.
Are you crazy? What kind of kid stuff is this?
You'll see. Unless you're afraid.
Afraid? Of what? Get out of the way. I'll show you.
Splendid. When you get to the top, start down as fast as you can. Well, Dexter?
Hey, he stopped halfway up.
Keep going, Dexter.
Hey, I get it. He can't keep going. If he goes up any further, he'll fall over backwards.
That's right, Inspector. That ladder was placed so close to the house that it would have been impossible for anyone to climb up or down it.
Jumping Judas. Then that means that Seaver couldn't have. But who put the ladder there and why?
Why, Inspector, Dexter put it there. Didn't you, Dexter? You put it there to corroborate your story because you knew it was shot came from the house, Inspector.
Yeah, from one of the upstairs windows.
Up on the porch, Inspector.
Yeah, there's the door and it's open. Come on.
No, wait.
Huh?
That door's open for a purpose. Follow me. Let's try this window. It's locked.
Shall we bust it in?
Yes, tap the glass with your gun, Inspector, then reach in and open the latch.
Okay. That does it.
Good work. Now we'll just raise the window. Okay, Inspector. Let's get inside.
Yeah.
Careful, Inspector. We don't want to have to shoot Mrs. Bradford if it can be helped.
Mrs. Bradford?
Yes. She will shot Dexter.
Huh?
Now, that door there probably leads to the kitchen. We can get up the back way.
Yeah. I'll just open it in if you like it.
Look. All right, you two, get your hands up.
Well, Mrs. Bradford, you handled that gun quite well.
I'm an expert, Drake. Keep that in mind.
I've no doubt about you being an expert, and rather a cold-blooded expert. 2 murders to your credit.
And now 2 more, you and Danton. Is that what you're thinking, Drake?
Well, it stands to reason. But you can't be executed any more thoroughly for 4 murders than you could for 1.
You're a cool one, Drake.
Yeah, well, I'm not. I'm hot. Lady, would you mind pointing that gun toward the ceiling? It might go off.
It's going off, my friend, and it's not going to be pointing toward the ceiling when it does.
Yeah, I was afraid that's what you'd say.
But first, you want to know how I happen to suspect you of murdering your husband. Is that it, Mrs. Bradford?
I don't believe you did suspect me. I think you suspected Dexter.
That's right, Mrs. Bradford. And until you saw Dexter trying to climb that ladder, you weren't sure whether or not I had any grounds for my suspicion.
I don't get this. If the lady here knew you suspected Dexter, what did she shoot him for? That's what I call sticking your chin out.
I'll tell you why she shot Dexter, Inspector. Both Bradford and Dexter overheard the conversation between Andrew Bradford and Ray Seaver. Now, Mrs. Bradford was standing in the bathroom between her room and her husband's. Dexter was outside in the hall. Neither one knew of the other's presence. That's right, isn't it, Mrs. Bradford?
Go on, Drake.
You both decided that Seaver had to be eliminated. You both opened your doors and shot at the exact moment that Seaver and Bradford came to grips. One of you missed. The other hit Bradford by mistake.
So that's it. Dexter and Mrs. Bradford got a gander at each other. Both were guilty. They made a pact to pin the murder on Seaver because he was doing a life sentence anyway.
That's it, Inspector. So naturally, when I found the flaw in Dexter's story, Mrs. Bradford had to eliminate Dexter because she knew he'd talk in order to protect himself. And look out, Inspector!
I'm looking at this chair. I'll do this, Wicket.
Hey, Bart, what the deuce are you doing with that notebook and pencil?
Oh, just jotting down a few notes, Inspector.
About the Bradford case, huh?
Yes, that's right, Inspector.
Maybe you got it figured out why Bradford's wife and Dexter both decided to shoot Seaver.
Oh, I had that figured out long ago, Inspector.
Yeah?
Mrs. Bradford certainly didn't want it known that she'd married an ex-convict, and Dexter figured there'd be a reward for capturing Seaver.
I see. You going to write all about that in your book?
Certainly. After that crack that Dexter made, I've got to be more careful than ever to get my facts straight.
Yeah. What's the name of this book going to be, Bart?
Why, Inspector, what other name could it possibly be than Mystery is My Hobby? Mystery is my hobby. Today's story took place here in New York about 2 weeks ago. In the early evening of a bright spring day, a young lady climbed the 4 flights of stairs to the studio of a famous young artist in Greenwich Village and knocked. Linda. Well.
You act surprised to see me, Mark.
Well, under the circumstances.
What circumstances, Mark?
Why, the fact that I finished your picture.
Oh, Mark, finish my picture. You're wonderful.
What do you mean by that crack?
You finished my picture 3 months ago, Mark, remember?
Well?
Twice a week for 2 of those months, I've been coming here to your studio.
Well, there was a reason. I had some touching up to do.
Yes, I remember. You were ingenious at inventing excuses, darling.
Where are you going?
My curiosity's aroused, darling. I'm dying to know whose portrait you've so carefully covered with your smile.
Let that alone.
My, what a charming young lady. Who is she, darling?
Never mind.
Another conquest, I'll wager.
No, she isn't another conquest. Her name is Diane Mayberry. She's a client, and that's all there is to it.
And how long has Diane's picture been finished?
A month.
If she's been returning for the touching up treatment. Is that it, darling?
Now, look here, Linda. I don't know what you're getting at.
Don't you, Mark? You're rotten all the way through.
So I'm rotten. Now that you've had your say, will you get out of here and let me go on with my work?
No. Did you think I came here just to talk, you fool?
Oh, look, Linda, we had fun together. Now, why don't you forget it and go home?
I wish I could, Mark. I wish I could forget. I guess I'm just one of those stupid women who play this game of love for keeps.
All right, Linda. I hoped I could spare you this embarrassment. Your husband was here this afternoon.
What did you say?
Oh, quit play acting, Linda. It isn't going to pay off. Leo told me all about you.
That's a lie. I haven't any husband.
Shall I prove it to you?
You can't.
Can't I? Listen to this. You were married 3 years ago to a man named Leo Bunker. You lived together 2 years, and then you left him. You wanted excitement and romance when you found it with me. Now quit just squawking.
That's not true. Leo and I were divorced. We never loved each other. It was all a mistake.
Oh, so you do admit having a husband.
What if I did? It isn't important. I was very young.
Oh, sure. Young and naive. Didn't know your way around. Yes, you sold me the idea that you didn't know what the score was.
Stop it, Mark. That isn't so. I fell in love with you.
Fell in love with me? How many others have you told that to?
There haven't been any others, Mark. There's never been anyone but you. You've got to believe me.
Have I? Well, I'll show you how much I believe you. I'm going over to Diane's right now, and I'm going to ask her to marry me. I'm sick and tired of it. What are you doing at that desk?
You used to keep a gun in the drawer, Mark. How fortunate. It's still here.
Put down that revolver, you little fool.
You're not going to marry anyone, Mark. No one else is going to have it.
Put down that revolver, I said.
Keep away from me, Mark. I warned you.
Give me that. Have you suddenly lost your mind?
Yes, one more step and I'll kill you. You're not going to.
Oh.
I killed him. I've got to get out of here. Oh, Mark, I didn't want to kill you.
The little fool. Thought I'd let her get away with shooting me, huh? Let's see now. Yes, there's the gun lying half under the divan, just where she dropped it. Now I'll just check in here. Yep, there it is. Oh, what a perfect setup. And now to set the final scene.
Hello?
Hello.
I'd like to speak to Miss Diane Mayberry, please.
I'm sorry. Miss Mayberry went out an hour ago and hasn't returned.
What, out? But that's impossible. She had a date with me tonight.
Oh, is this Mr. Adrian?
Yes, it is. Did Diane leave any message?
Diane said she was going to your studio, Mr. Adrian. She should have arrived long ago.
She said she was coming here? Good heavens. Are you sure?
I'm positive that's what she said, Mr. Adrian. You suppose something's happened?
No. No, I'm positive everything's all right. Don't worry. Goodbye. Good heavens, if she comes here. Oh, but that's nonsense. She'd have arrived long ago. Operator, get me police headquarters. I want to report a murder.
What, Bart?
What, Inspector?
Sometime when we start out to investigate one of these murders, I'd like to come sailing up in a squad car with a siren howling. Be kind of exciting, wouldn't it?
I'm afraid you've seen too many movies, Inspector.
Well, maybe you're right. The last one I saw was a thing called Dragon Lick. Not bad. Well, here's the joint.
Never met an artist till you refer to one of these Greenwich Village establishments as a joint, Inspector.
Any apartment building is a joint to me unless it has an elevator.
Oh, I see what you mean. Well, there's only one way to reach the top, Inspector, and that's keep climbing.
Holy smokes. How many more flights is it?
One more, I think, Inspector. Getting tired?
Oh, no. I like it. This sort of thing appeals to my sporting nature. Phew.
Well, let's stop and rest a minute. I'm worn out.
Oh, you don't have to stop for me. I can take it if you can. However, if you insist.
I think it'll be a good idea if we're not out of breath when we walk into Mark Adrian's apartment. No telling what we'll find.
According to the guy who called, we're going to find a corpse. What are we complaining about? He'll be out of breath permanently.
Inspector, this man who called, he said his name was Leo Bunker?
Yeah, Leo Bunker. He used to be married to a babe who now calls herself Linda Stewart.
Stewart? What did she change her name?
I don't know. Neither does Bunker. It seems that Bunker's been away for a year doing some kind of research up in Alaska. He got back the day before yesterday.
I see. And what happened?
We heard his wife was playing around with this artist guy, Mark Adrian. He comes up here to Adrian's studio about an hour ago and finds a dead man lying on the floor. So?
So he called the police.
Yep. That's all there is to it. Well, are you rested enough to tackle the last flight?
Yes, I think I can make it.
Why the heck do artists have to live on top stories anyway?
It makes their work lighter, Inspector. Well, there seems to be only one apartment up here. Must be Adrian's.
Yep, there's a sign on the door that says so.
Didn't you say that Leo Bunker said he'd wait for us here, Inspector?
That's what he said.
Doesn't seem to be anyone here now. Let me try the knob. If Bunker were here, he apparently became frightened and decided to leave. The place is as black as ink.
Wait a minute. There must be a light switch around someplace. Yep, there we are. I don't see any corpse lying around.
Inspector, do you suppose that telephone call came from one of your crackpot friends?
I haven't got any crackpot friends except you.
Oh.
Hey.
Oh, yes, that's it. A gun lying half under the divan, huh? I'll just pick up my handkerchief here and take a look.
Any shots fired?
Yes. 2.
Well, maybe there's a stiff lying around someplace after all. I'll take a look in this room. Hey, Bart, come here.
Find something, Inspector?
Yeah, take a look.
Well, our corpse, eh?
Corpse is right. Bullet through his gizzard and blood all over the place. What's that in his hand?
Looks like an artist's paintbrush, Inspector. By Jove, look down the floor.
Yeah, he tried to write something with a paintbrush. What's it say?
Let's see. Nothing much more than a scrawl. As near as I can make out, it says, Linda killed Bunn. Last words trail off as though he'd been unable to finish it.
Well, it's easy to figure out. He tried to write Bunker. Linda killed Bunker. He got as far as the B-U-N in Bunker, then he must have died.
Yes, but that's odd, isn't it?
Why? Looks plain enough to me.
But I thought you said the man who called you on the phone was named Bunker.
Huh? Well, I did, didn't I? say, this is kind of a funny deal at that.
Yes, very funny, Inspector. Look through his pockets and see if you find any marks of identification.
Good idea. Let me see here. Here's a billfold.
Good.
Driving license made out to Leo Bunker. Identification card made out to Leo Bunker. Membership card of the Eastern Horticultural Society made out to Leo Bunker. I'm told this guy's Leo Bunker.
And it was Leo Bunker who called you on the phone. And Leo Bunker who wrote on the floor. Inspector, I think we'd better get busy. Linda Stewart, I imagine, will be expecting us.
Oh, you're the police.
That's right, Miss Stewart. We're the police. My name, Bart. How'd you know we were the police, lady?
I've been expecting you. You found out, haven't you?
You guessed it. That's why we're here.
Well, I'm glad. I was a fool to think I could get away with it.
Well, this is something I didn't expect. Do you mean you're ready to make a full confession?
Yes, I would have given myself up anyhow. Doesn't matter now. Nothing matters.
Why not, Mrs. Bunker?
Bunker? How did you know my name was Bunker?
Isn't it?
Yes, but for the past year I've been living under my maiden name of Linda Stewart. How did you know?
Your husband told us.
My husband?
Yeah.
Then Mark was telling the truth.
How do you say that?
Mark said that Leo had come back and told him everything, but I didn't believe him. When Leo went away, he promised he'd never bother me again.
Just a minute now. I better write this down. Let me see. First, you confessed to the murder.
Yes, I confess.
And your reason was what?
Oh, I was terribly in love with Mark, but he'd become interested in someone else.
Excuse me a moment, Inspector. Miss Stewart, will you tell us exactly what happened tonight?
I went to Mark's studio. He'd found out about Leo. He wouldn't listen to my explanation. He said he was through with me. Said he was going to marry a girl named Diane Mayberry. Guess I lost my head.
And what exactly did you do?
I've already told you. I knew there was a gun in Mark's desk drawer, and I found it and shot it.
Hey, wait a minute. Let me get this straight.
Why do you keep questioning me? Haven't I already confessed? I know you found the gun. My fingerprints were on it. I was a fool to leave it behind, but I wasn't thinking. I didn't care.
Okay. So you shot your husband. Why?
I've already told you. What did you say?
I said you shot your husband. You've already admitted it.
Leo?
Yeah. Now, what I want to know is, what did you shoot him for if Mark Adrian had already given you the go-by?
Shot Leo? What are you saying? I didn't shoot Leo.
Oh, my gosh. I knew it couldn't be as easy as this. Look, lady, you've already confessed.
Shot Leo? Well, why would I want to shoot Leo? What have I done? What have you made me say? The man I shot wasn't Leo.
No? Who was it, Miss Stewart?
It was Mark Adrian.
Having fun, Diane?
Oh, yes, I like it here. And we're together. That's what's important, Mark.
You bet it is.
We'll always be together, won't we, Mark?
I'm sure we'll, honey. Just you and me. Always having fun. Now, let's have another drink, huh?
Not now, Mark. I want to talk about us. About after we're married.
Yeah, always having fun. Waiter, come in. Give us another round of drink.
Yes, sir.
No more for me, Mark. I've had enough.
No, you haven't. You gotta have another.
All right, if you say so. Mark.
What's the matter?
You're through with that other girl, aren't you?
What other girl? Who are you talking about?
The girl whose picture you painted. Linda something or other.
Oh, her. Sure. All through with Linda. All washed up.
She was at your studio tonight, wasn't she?
Linda in my studio? What do you mean?
Oh, I saw her go into the building. I was coming up to surprise you, but she came along the street, and I waited to see if she was going in.
You're crazy. There's nobody at my place tonight. I haven't seen Linda for weeks.
Don't lie to me, Mark. Please.
I'm not lying. Linda wasn't at my apartment. Nobody was. Nobody. Understand that?
All right, Mark.
You don't believe me, huh?
I believe you, Mark. I must have been imagining things.
Oh, that's better.
Here are your drinks, sir.
Never mind the drinks. Take them away.
Yes, sir.
Is something wrong, Mark?
I don't know. My head's all jumbled up. Something's cockeyed somewhere.
Well, perhaps we'd better go.
No, I gotta think. Let me see now. There's something I gotta think about.
Don't worry, darling. It can't be important. Mark, I do wish you'd explain.
Keep quiet. I gotta think. Yeah, it's all right. Listen, you just remember now. You saw Linda come in at 7:30.
But, Mark, you said she wasn't there.
How do I know whether she was there or not? I wasn't home.
You weren't home?
Of course not. I was at the club having a workout in the gym. I was having a workout all by myself.
Oh, darling, why didn't you tell me?
Well, you were suspicious of me, that's why. I had to figure it out.
Darling, you went to all that trouble just to prove to me that you weren't seeing Linda.
Yeah, that's it. I had to prove it to you. Didn't want you suspicious.
Oh, Mark, and I was worried. How foolish of me.
There's no need to worry about old Mark. Just give him time and he'll figure things out. Well, let's go.
But, darling, you haven't touched your drink.
I don't want it. I've had too much already. Come on. We'll go up to my place and have a nice chat.
There's a cab pulling up in front of the studio building now, Inspector.
And two people getting out. You suppose that's Mark Adrian?
I know it is, Inspector. He's quite a familiar figure. It's a better-known night spot.
Yeah, well, I don't get around to the better-known night spot. Hey, that's a good-looking babe he's got with him.
Yes? Well, let's go up, Inspector, and get this over with.
Okay, I only hope you haven't missed the boat.
Don't worry about the boat, Inspector. It's a murderer we're after.
Say, Mark, it's terribly late.
Huh? What did you say, Di?
I said, Mark, what in the world are you looking for?
Looking? Oh, nothing. Nothing. Why?
You're acting so strangely, darling. When we first came in, you seemed almost surprised, as though you expected someone to be here.
Oh, if you're imagining things again, my dear. Whom would I expect to find here?
Well, I don't know, I'm sure. Oh, well, I'll put my coat in the bedroom.
No.
Mark, what's the matter?
Never mind putting your coat in that room. Leave it out here.
But, darling,
Leave it here, I said.
All right, if you want to act that way.
What's that?
Callers at this time of night, Mark?
Oh, it's a mistake. No one will be coming here.
Open up, open up.
Mark, who can it be?
Probably some drunk. I'll find out. Who is it? What do you want?
The police, open up.
The police? Mark, what in the world can they want here?
Don't worry. It can't be anything important. Yes, officer?
How are you, son? Your name Mark Adrian?
Yes, my name's Adrian. Is something wrong?
That's what we're here to find out. Come on in, Bart. I'm Inspector Noah Danton. This is Barton Drake. What's your name, miss?
Don't answer him. I think you'd better tell us what this is all about, Inspector, before you start asking a lot of questions.
Suppose you tell us. All I know is we got a call at headquarters saying there was a corpse lying around up here.
You mean you just get... That's silly. There's no corpse here.
Of course there isn't. Who is it supposed to be, anyhow?
Your boyfriend here, Mr. Adrian.
Me? Well, that's a hot one. Do I look dead?
Not yet. Bart, take a look in that bedroom, will you?
Glad to, Inspector.
Say, what is this? What's the idea?
Don't get excited, Bub. Maybe it was some crackpot.
You better come over here and take a look, Inspector.
Okay, come along, you two.
Oh, this is ridiculous. Someone's been playing jokes on Mark.
Does that look like a joke?
It's a man. He's dead.
Good heavens.
Everyone's surprised, eh? Well, let's look him over.
Is it anyone you recognize, Adrian?
No. I mean, I'm not sure. He looks a little familiar.
According to these letters, the gent's name is Leo Bunker. That name mean anything to you, Adrian?
Why, no. It seems as though I've heard it somewhere before, but I can't think where.
Mark?
Is something wrong, miss?
Mark, that's the name of Linda's husband.
By Jove, you're right. That's just who it is.
And who is Linda?
Well, she's a girl I know. I painted a picture. She and I, well, we became interested in each other for a short time.
For a short time until her husband showed up and threw a monkey wrench in the works, eh?
Well, crudely, that's it. I didn't know she was married until he returned from Alaska.
Uh-huh. Bart, do me a favor and take a look around here, will you? These kids and I can talk in the other room.
Very well, Inspector.
Come on, you two. Now, let's see. Hubby comes back and starts the beef because his wife is playing around and someone knocks him off. Well, that's the start, eh?
Say.
Thought of something, son?
Yeah. Diane, tell the inspector what you saw at 7:30 tonight.
Why, I was coming up here, but I saw Linda entering the building, so I changed my mind. Mark, you don't think Linda
I'm
could have...
afraid that it looks bad for Linda, Inspector. There's some writing on the floor beside the body.
It states that Linda shot Bunker.
Is that a fact?
She must have lost her head when she found Leo here in my studio.
Now, I wonder why she'd do that.
Why? He probably accused her of coming here to see me.
Well, was she up here to see you?
I suppose so. She kept coming up in spite of the fact that I asked her not to.
And what did Linda say when her husband accused her?
Well, how should I know? I wasn't here. I was at my club having a workout in the gym. Wasn't I, Diane?
Yes, that's right.
Were you with him, lady?
Of course not.
Then how did you know he was there?
Well, he told me.
Oh. Where'd you find that gun, Bart?
It was lying beside Bunker's body, Inspector. I picked it up without thinking. Sorry.
Oh, you fool. Now you've obliterated a fingerprint.
Whose fingerprints, Adrian?
Linda's. They were on the gun.
Are you sure?
Of course I'm sure. They'd have to be on the gun if she shot Leo, wouldn't they?
Not necessarily. If she had any presence of mind, she'd have wiped the gun clean.
Well, Linda wasn't that type. She would have become panicky and thrown the gun away before she left the apartment.
In that event, the gun would probably have been here in the living room, wouldn't it?
Yeah, halfway under the divan.
Halfway under the... What the devil are you talking about?
There's something else I'd like to bring to your attention, Inspector. Only one shot entered Bunker's body.
Is that a fact?
What is this? What are you trying to do? Are you cops or aren't you?
That's why we're here, son.
Well, then why don't you get your experts up here? You'll find out that the bullet that killed Bunker came from that gun. And you'll find Linda's prints on the gun. Now, what more proof do you want?
You see, Inspector, it's paying off, isn't it?
I guess you were right at that, Bart.
What do you mean?
What time did Bunker get here, Adrian?
7 o'clock?
What time did Linda get here?
How should I know? Why don't you ask her?
You did.
She says she was here at 6:45.
Well, she's lying. She's trying to save her own skin.
Of course she was lying. I saw her entering the building at 7:30.
Was she entering or leaving, Diane?
Why, she was entering. I'm sure of it.
What time did you leave the studio, Adrian?
5 minutes after the girl. Somebody saw her.
That's a lie. I stayed up here.
Then you weren't at the club.
No. I got there before Linda came.
How did you know Linda was here?
Who fired the second shot, Adrian?
Linda. She must have.
Who said a second shot was fired?
Drake did. He just said so.
Then where's the bullet hole?
I don't know. There must be one somewhere.
Well, let's look.
No use, Inspector. The second shot was a blank.
You don't say.
It couldn't have been a blank.
Why not?
Because it couldn't.
I'm afraid that's the mistake you made, Adrian.
What do you mean, mistake?
There's the gun lying on the table, Adrian. Pick it up and look at the empty shells yourself.
No. Why should I? What do I care about the empty shells?
Your fingerprints are on them.
They're not. I wiped marks.
Well, I guess that ties it.
Does it? I'll show you. So one shell was blank, was it? Well, the others are.
Sorry, Adrian. I put the gun there so you would pick it up. There aren't any shells in it at all. It's completely empty.
Why, you...
Oh, Mark.
You'll never prove I did it. It was Linda. I fixed everything. There wasn't a chance of anything going wrong. I had it all fixed. I tell you, I had it all fixed.
Well, Inspector, here's my corner.
Yeah.
Everything's under control, isn't it?
Yeah, everything's under control. Adrian confessed when he got to headquarters.
Yes, and it probably was a big relief to him.
Yeah. You know, guys like him make me feel kind of bad.
Oh, why, Inspector?
Well, he's smart. He was on the road to success.
True.
What do you suppose made him figure he could outsmart the police?
I think it was a matter of necessity, Inspector.
You mean he didn't want to kill Bunker, eh?
Probably that's the answer. Bunker came to his studio and accused him of alienating his wife's affection.
So one of them pulled the gun went off, and Bunker came out of it dead.
It was fortunate that Adrian made one mistake, wasn't it?
Yeah. Bart.
Yes, Inspector?
Just to refresh my memory, what was the mistake he made?
Why, Inspector, you saw it yourself.
But I want to know what it meant to you.
It was the scrawled message on the floor, Inspector.
Let's see now. What did the message say? Linda shot Bunn.
Mm-hmm.
That was to make us think that Bunker had died before he completed the sentence.
That's it, Inspector.
That's it, yeah. Now, where did you think he made the mistake?
Inspector, I'm surprised. Bunker was supposed to have written the message, wasn't he?
Yeah. Well, he was supposed to.
If Bunker had written the message, he would have said, he wouldn't have said Linda shot Bunker. No. He would have said Linda shot me.
That's right, of course.
You see what I mean, Inspector?
I certainly do. Well, good night, Bart.
Good night, Inspector. Oh, Inspector.
Yeah?
Stop me if you've heard this one before, but mystery is my hobby. Mystery is my hobby. Today's story took place last fall. Paul Arnold, a lifelong friend of mine, called me on the phone to report a murder. At the moment, Paul was unaware that only a few hours previously, his wife, Brenda, had an unexpected caller.
Yes?
Hello, Pop. Now, don't tell me you're the Drake Paul Arnold.
I beg your pardon. Look here, you can't come bursting in this way. Who are you, anyway?
I asked you first, Pop. Who are you?
I'm Roberts, Mr. Arnold's butler.
But... Well, what do you know? Toots did all right for herself.
Toots?
Sure, Toots. You mean you never heard of Toots?
No, naturally not. There's no one here by that name.
Now, wait a minute. Whoa. Toots would like... Toots? Well, I'll be a cross-eyed lizard. Say, if you ain't the
Tony,
pretty...
please.
Huh? What's the matter?
Tony, we're not alone.
Oh, I get it. His nibs there might tell your old man, huh?
If this person is annoying you, Mrs. Arnold...
No, it's quite all right, Robert. You may go.
But, Madam...
You may go, Robert.
Very well, Madam.
Well, what do you know? Toots, you done that like a lady. Yes, sir, you done it just like a lady.
I am a lady, Tony.
Huh? A lady, huh? Now, wait a minute, Toots. Take it easy. This is Tony Irwin you're talking to. Remember?
When did you get out, Tony?
Oh, so that's it, huh? I got you worried, eh, baby?
Oh, no,
You're
Tony.
thinking that I'm sore because I come home and find you married to this panty waist.
And why should you be sore, Tony?
That's what I was saying to the boys just this morning.
The boys?
Yeah. Some of the boys said, Tony, you ought to be sore at Toots, they said.
But why, Tony? Why?
That's what I told them. Why? I says, how did Toots know that I was going to get sprung after only doing it a couple of years?
Tony, please.
Double cross? No, sir. I laughed at him. Why, I says Toots wouldn't double-cross nobody.
I didn't double-cross you, Tony.
Sure, you didn't. That's what I'm saying, baby. You wouldn't double-cross nobody.
Glad you feel that way.
You bet. Baby, I'm proud of you. You got class. I always figured you'd make the grade if you got the breaks.
Yes, Tony?
I ain't like some guys. Some of them boys... You know what they wanted me to do?
What?
Take that Chuck Pizzera, for instance. Now, there's a character.
Well, what did Chuck say?
Why, he says, look, Tony, don't be a dope. Toots is in the chips, he says. Look, he says, she used to be your girl, didn't she? Okay, go on up and clip her for a few $100. She'll never miss it, he says.
And what did you say, Tony?
Nothing doing, I told him. Not me. I ain't that kind of a guy, see?
Thank you, Tony.
I ain't that kind of a guy, I says, who'd stool on a friend. Not even if she did double-cross me.
Tony, I didn't.
So what if Toots would pay off to keep me from telling about the weekend we spent together?
Tony, that's not so.
Sure, it ain't. Yeah, but the thing is, this Paul Arnold don't know it ain't so.
What do you mean?
Well, it's like this, baby. Suppose this Paul Arnold was told you used to be a birdie-chew dancer.
Oh, Tony, you wouldn't.
Suppose he got to know about you and Jerry the Duke in that nightclub raid.
Oh, Tony, please.
Suppose he told and was told about you and me, and I showed him some pictures.
Paul wouldn't believe you. He'd throw you out of the house.
The way I figure it, baby, Arnold could check them things. He'd find they was true. Then, when I mentioned about that weekend...
Stop it, Tony. Stop it.
What's the matter, baby?
What do you want, Tony?
Want? Me? Not a thing, baby. Not a thing.
Yes, you do. What is it?
Baby, you got me all wrong. You know, I wouldn't put the bite on you for nothing. Of course, since it's getting along towards Christmas.
Oh, I see. Very well, Tony. I'll give you a Christmas present.
Ah, swell, baby. Swell. Wait.
The safe is over here behind these curtains. I'll be back in a minute.
No, you don't. I'll just go along, too, huh? Maybe you got some ideas about telephoning? Hey. Huh. This is a kind of a cute idea, ain't it?
Go back where you were, Tony. I'll not...
Yeah. Kind of a cute idea. Big, heavy curtains hanging on the wall, just like there wasn't this little alcove behind them.
If you think I'm going to open this safe with you watching me, you're crazy.
Yeah, kind of cozy, too. Just big enough for us two.
Tony, don't look at me like that.
Come here.
Tony, you keep your hands off
Come
me.
Come here. Just us two.
No.
Like it used to be, huh? Come here. Take it easy, baby. Take it easy. Maybe we can make another deal. What's that?
There's someone...
Hey, who turned off the lights?
Yes, Drake speaking.
Hello, Bart. This is Paul Arnold.
Oh, Arnold. Well, Paul, it's good to hear your voice. How are you?
Right now, I'm not so good, Bart. There's a dead man lying in my living room with a bullet through his heart.
What?
Yeah, he was murdered.
Murdered? How do you know?
Well, my wife was standing beside him, and my butler was standing in the doorway and saw it. My sister was in the hall and heard it happen. And by the way, there's a guy here named Danton who's accused practically everyone of making it happen.
Danton? Not Inspector Noah Danton.
That's the guy. Know him?
Yes, slightly. Tell the inspector, Paul, that you've talked to me and I'm on my way out. And don't worry about him. The old boy's bark is worse than his bite.
Hello, Bart.
Hello, Inspector.
Come on in.
Thank you.
I'm waiting for you. You got my message, huh?
No, Inspector. What message?
What message? Didn't the babe call you?
What babe?
Arnold's sister. I was busy and I asked her to get in touch with you. I thought she did.
I'm sorry, Inspector. I haven't heard a female voice in a matter of hours, worse luck.
Oh, no? Then how'd you know about this murder? How do you happen to be here?
Paul Arnold called me.
Arnold? Why, Hey, what do you think he's getting away with?
Hello, Bart. Glad to see you.
I'm glad to see you, Paul. It's been a long time.
More than a year. I've been in the service, you know.
Yes, I certainly do know. Huh. Wasn't I at your going-away party? What a time.
Pardon me for interrupting. You two gents don't happen to know each other, do you?
Paul and I are old friends, Inspector. We've known each other for years.
We were roommates in college, Inspector.
Well, isn't that sweet? Unless somebody thinks up some excuses mighty fast, somebody's going to be cellmates in Sing Sing. Now, look,
Always the man of duty, eh, Inspector? By the way, have you identified the corpse?
Sure, it was a punk named Tony Irwin. He was doing a stretch for grand larceny and got let off for good behavior.
I see. And what was Tony Irwin doing here?
Well, obviously his motive was robbery. His body was found lying near the wall safe.
Yeah, and there was a gun lying beside him with one bullet discharged. Look, Bart, come over here.
Yes, Inspector. You better come along, Paul.
Yes, I think I'd better. Your friend, the inspector, has ideas.
And I can guarantee you'll have a lot more before we get much farther in this case. Yes, Inspector?
You see these portieres hanging against the wall?
Yes, I see.
Look like decorations, don't they?
Yes, they do.
Okay, now I swing them out like this. On that crane they're hung on, and what do you see?
Well. A dead man on the floor, a gun beside him, and a small safe fitted into a sort of an alcove.
That's right. Now, when I got here a couple hours ago, things looked exactly as they do now.
Well, and what have you been doing for the past 2 hours, Inspector?
What have I been doing? I've been lining up the suspects. I've been waiting for you. I've been looking for clues.
All right, Inspector. All right. Now, who are your suspects?
Well, Mrs. Arnold admits being right here when it happened.
Now, just a minute, Inspector. Brenda didn't do this. You can't
Keep
say...
your shirt on, Bob. I didn't say she did it. I only said she was a suspect.
How did Brenda happen to be here, Paul?
Well, she came into the room and saw movement behind the curtain and decided to investigate.
What happened?
This Tony, whatever his name is, was tinkering with the safe. Just as Brenda looked behind the curtain, the lights went out. There was a shot. Brenda screamed and ran out of the room.
That's her story.
Now, look here,
Never mind, Paul. The inspector sounds much worse than he means to.
Oh, is that so?
Inspector,
Now,
have you checked the fingerprints on the guns?
That's being done now.
How about the safe?
What about the safe?
Well, if Mrs. Arnold were telling the truth, as you seem to doubt, Inspector, Tony's prints would be on the safe.
Huh. That's right, isn't it? Well, I'll have the boys check.
Good. And tell me, who are your other suspects?
Roberts, the butler, for one.
Why?
He claims he heard Mrs. Arnold talking with someone in here. Just as he opened the door, the lights went off. Roberts says he saw someone standing near the door to the hall across the room. Then the shot came.
Did Robert see where the shots came from?
Yep, he says the guy that was standing near the other door fired it.
But he didn't recognize the other party.
No, he only got a glimpse.
Inspector, why do you suspect Robert?
Because he must have been lying. That gun right there is the one that killed Irwin.
Oh, you're sure of that, Inspector?
Sure, I'm sure. You know I don't make idle statements, Bart.
No. Whom else do you suspect?
Arnold's sister, Agatha.
Oh, that's ridiculous. Aggie's so scared of firearms, she won't even look at one.
Yeah? And why didn't she call Drake when I asked her to? I'll tell you why, Bub. She's the guilty party, and she knew that if Drake got on the job, he'd prove she was guilty.
Inspector, let's not make idle statements, remember? Paul, it looks to me as though you're the only one that's in the clear in this case.
Yes, and I'm sure I wouldn't be if I hadn't happened to be on a plane coming back from Boston at the time the murder was committed.
Oh?
That checks. I called the airport. Paul Arnold left on the plane that took off from Boston at 6:30 p.m. He couldn't have gotten here before 9 o'clock, and the murder took place at 7:30 p.m.
Well, thanks for that much, anyhow.
Don't mention it, Bub. We always aim to please.
And stop calling me Bub. Bart, it seems to me your friend the inspector is determined to make a complicated plot out of a purely simple case.
Yeah, well, Bart, it seems to me that your friend Bub Arnold is talking out of turn. What's simple about it, Bub?
Well, anyone with any sense wouldn't ask. This man Irwin is an ex-convict, sent up for larceny. Obviously, he came here with the idea of robbing my safe.
Okay, so then what happened?
We already know what happened. Someone shot him.
See what I mean, Bart? Everybody wants to get into the act.
I'm sorry, Paul. The inspector is right.
Sorry.
Why Tony Irwin is here is unimportant. Somebody murdered him. It's the inspector's job to find out who.
Okay, I guess you're right.
The only thing that we're sure of is that you're not the guilty party because you were on that plane.
Well, Brenda isn't guilty either.
I appreciate how you feel, Paul, but still the inspector...
I beg your pardon, sir.
Yes, Roberts, what is it?
There's a Mr. Harrison on the phone, sir. He'd like to talk to you.
Harrison? I don't know any Harrison. What's he want?
Well, he said something about a ticket.
Oh, yes. Of course. I'll talk to him, Roberts.
Very good, sir. If you'll pick up the extension...
No, I'll take it in the library. Excuse me, Bart. I'll be back in a minute.
Take your time, Paul. No hurry.
Harrison, he doesn't know him.
Inspector, what are you doing?
I'm listening in on that conversation over this extension telephone.
Inspector, gentlemen, don't do that sort of thing.
I'm not a gentleman. I'm a cop.
Well, at least keep your hand over the mouthpiece.
I've got my hand over the mouthpiece. Ah.
Something interesting, Inspector?
Yes, something very interesting. Well, I'll be...
What, Inspector?
But how good a friend of yours is this Paul Arnold?
Why, the best. I've known him for years.
Think he's on the up and up, eh?
Yes, I gamble on it.
That's too bad.
Why?
But I hate to tell you this. Arnold wasn't on the plane.
What do you mean he wasn't on the plane?
That guy Harrison that Arnold was talking to, he used the plane ticket that Arnold bought. He just called to thank Arnold. But Paul Arnold was here in New York at the time Tony Irwin was murdered.
Oh.
Brenda.
Yes, Paul?
Well, what are you doing?
I'm packing. I'm leaving you, Paul.
Leaving me? Why?
Because I think it'll be best for both of us.
Oh, then you've stopped loving me.
Oh, no, Paul.
Well, what else am I to think?
Well, I'm not very proud of my past, Paul. Among other things, I was a dancer in a burlesque show.
And you're ashamed of it.
Oh, no, I'm not ashamed. I did nothing to be ashamed of.
Then why?
Because I met you, Paul. Because I fell in love with you. Because I wanted so desperately to have you love me. And I knew that Paul Arnold could only fall in love with a lady.
He did.
What?
I said, Paul Arnold did fall in love with a lady. You're that lady.
You're trying to be kind. You're pitying me. I can't stand pity, Paul.
Nor I. No, look, Brenda, listen to me. I've known for the last 3 months about your past.
You've known?
Yes, sure. Tony Irwin called on me. He told me all about you, even threatened blackmail.
And you didn't believe him?
Well, I found that everything he told me was true.
But why didn't you tell me, Paul?
Why should I worry the girl I love with something that was completely unimportant?
Oh, Paul.
Oh, there, you poor kid.
Kiss me, Paul. Hold me close. Oh, darling, what a fool I've been.
No such thing. I should have warned you. Irwin waited until things quieted down, then tried his blackmailing stunt on you. That's why I didn't go to Boston. I was worried.
You didn't go to Boston?
No, at the last minute I had a hunch. I gave my ticket to a man named Harrison at the airport. In fact, he just called me on the phone to thank me.
Then you were here when...
When Irwin was shot? Yes. I came in the back way just as the shot was fired.
But you didn't...
Shoot Irwin? No, darling. I didn't get the chance. Someone beat me to it.
Paul, listen to me. Does Barton Drake know that you weren't on the plane?
No, why?
Then you've got to tell him, Paul. If he finds out that you were lying,
Nonsense. Let Bart have his fun.
But it isn't only Drake, Paul. It's Inspector Danton. Oh, Paul, can't you understand how important this is? Drake's clever. He might prove that you...
Brenda, you don't think that I... Oh, darling, come here to me. Listen, Bart's my best friend. Don't worry about him. And even if I did kill Tony Irwin, I've got the best alibi in the world.
Look, Bart. When are you going to give up and admit that your friend Arnold is the guy we want?
Why should I, Inspector?
Why should I, he asks. Because all the evidence we've uncovered points to his guilt. That's why.
What evidence, Inspector?
What evidence? Now, look, Bart, I'm a patient man. You know that.
Yes?
Paul Arnold had a motive. He wasn't on that plane and...
And we're keeping that knowledge to ourselves, Inspector. I don't want Paul ever to suspect that we broke his alibi.
Oh, you don't? This isn't a game, you know, Bart. Just because the guy's a good friend of
What
yours.
other evidence we've that points to Paul's guilt, Inspector?
His sister knows he was here, for one thing. I just talked to her. She admits that's why she didn't do as I asked and call you.
Because she thought that Paul had shot Irwin?
Sure. She didn't want to see her own brother go to the chair.
Oh, Inspector, that's weak. Very weak.
Oh, yeah? Well, there's the gun lying beside the corpse.
From which the fingerprints have been carefully wiped. So far, you haven't mentioned anything that would stand up in court.
Okay. How about the fact that no fingerprints were found on the safe?
Yes, that proves that Mrs. Arnold was lying, doesn't it? She said she stepped around the curtain and saw Irwin tinkering with the safe.
Yeah, but if you just let me talk to...
Yes, Robert. Will you ask Mr. and Mrs. Arnold to step down here, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, Inspector, what was it that you were about to say?
I was going to say if you just let me talk to Arnold,
You'd sweat it out of him, eh, Inspector?
Well, how are you going to find out if a man is guilty if you don't ask him any questions?
You'll get your chance to ask questions in a very few minutes, Inspector.
I will?
Mm-hmm. As soon as Paul and Brenda get here, I'm going to have the crime reenacted.
That ought to be fun. I can hardly wait.
Now, let's not be sarcastic, Inspector.
I'm not only...
Hello, Paul. Brenda, come in, please.
Bart, Brenda and I have just had a little talk. There's something we want to tell you.
I'm sorry, Paul, but that'll have to wait. We've something more important to do now.
Wait a minute. If the guy wants to talk, let him.
It's really quite important, Mr. Drake.
I'm sure it is, Brenda, but it'll still have to wait. Inspector, will you ask Roberts to step in here, please?
Now, listen, Bart.
And, Inspector, will you also ask Paul's sister, Agatha, to stand in the doorway to the dining room? That's where she claimed she was when the shot was fired, wasn't it?
Sure, but...
Fine. Hurry along, Inspector. We'll have everything ready by the time you get back.
Okay, only I'm more used to giving orders than taking.
Now, Brenda, if you'll stand over there, near the curtains, in the exact spot where you were when the light went out,
I
please.
will. Only if you'll listen to what Paul has to say.
I'm sorry. What Paul has to say will have to wait.
Now, wait a minute, Bart. This may change your whole outlook on the situation.
I'm sorry, that's impossible, too, Paul. Listen, I appeal to you. If Brenda won't cooperate...
She'd cooperate if you weren't so doggone rude.
I'm sorry. There are times when a man in my position has to appear rude.
Not to my wife, you don't.
Whose wife it is doesn't matter.
It does in this case. Now, listen,
All right, Robbie, inside.
Just a minute, Inspector Danton.
Pipe down, Gramp, and do as you're told.
Danton, take your hands off Roberts. He's done nothing.
Well, now, what's happened to the big, happy family I left a few minutes ago?
Never mind the wisecracks, chum. Bart, I thought you were a friend of mine.
Friendship ceases where murder's involved, Paul. Now listen to me, all of you. You're going to do as I say, or Inspector Danton will take the three of you down to headquarters and lock you up.
Now you're talking my language, Bart, old boy.
So this is when I ask a friend to help me out.
Oh, what's the use, Paul? If this is the kind of person Barton Drake is, and what we have to say won't matter anyhow.
Brenda, you're 100% right.
All right. If it's going to make you any happier, what do you want us to do?
Thank you, Paul.
Brenda, will you stand over near the curtain, please?
Yes, all right. This is where I was when the shot was fired.
Fine. And where was Irwin standing?
Directly in front of the safe.
How were the curtains arranged?
Well, they were halfway open. About like this.
Thank you. Stay there, please. Now, Robert, if you just stand here in front of this door.
I beg your pardon, sir.
Yes?
It wasn't near this door that I was standing when I saw the shot fired. It was over there near the library door.
Yes, I remember you saying so. However, if you don't mind, I prefer that you stand here.
Now, look here, Bart. If you think that Roberts had anything to do with Irwin's killing, you're crazy. He's been with me for years.
We'll go into that later, Paul. Inspector, where's Paul's sister, Agatha?
She's out in the hall near the dining room door, bored stiff.
Look here, sir. If it were Miss Agatha, I mean, the dining room door is right behind where I'm standing. I mean...
Well, what do you mean, Roberts? Are you implying that Agatha murdered Tony Irwin?
Oh, no, sir. Of course not.
Then keep quiet.
Say, everyone's getting mad at everyone, aren't they?
Paul, will you go over and stand near the door to the library, please?
Okay. So now I'm standing here. What am I supposed to do?
Look over towards the curtains. Can you see Brenda standing behind them?
Sure I can. They're half open.
Excellent. All right, Robert. Tony Irwin was supposedly standing in front of the safe, farther back in behind the curtains, when you stepped into the room. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, Roberts, I want you to raise your hand as though you had a gun in it. Point it in the manner you claim to have seen the figure point it, and fire.
Yes, sir. The figure was standing here. He aimed deliberately. Good heavens.
Well, Robert.
You tricked me.
The guy has got a gun in his hand.
Hey, someone turn off the light.
Look out, Agatha. He's coming at you.
Why doesn't somebody turn off the light?
Which way did he go, Inspector?
Through this door. Come on.
Right.
Let go of me!
It's Agatha. He's holding her in front of him.
Stand back or I'll shoot. So will I.
Look out, Inspector. You'll hit the girl.
Not me, brother. All right, Roberts. You got one chance. That does it.
You blundering idiot. You hit Agatha.
No, I didn't. I hit Roberts.
Nice work, Inspector. Come on.
Agatha, are you all right?
Yes, I'm all right. Is Robert dead?
Yeah, he's dead, lady. Inspector Danton never misses.
So you knew all the time that it was Roberts, huh, Bart?
No, I only suspected. The thing that puzzled me is the fact that he had no particular motive.
But he did have a motive, Mr. Drake.
Oh?
Roberts knew that Paul and I were happy. He apparently overheard my conversation with Tony Irwin and realized that our happiness was being jeopardized.
Roberts has been in our family for years. He was just being loyal. You know, I wish somehow we could repay the debt.
Well, I think Roberts would feel repaid if he knew how things had turned out.
Yes, I suppose you're right. Oh, Paul.
Oh, now, darling.
Can I say something?
Yes, of course you can, Inspector.
All I want to know is, how did you know that Roberts was it?
Well, that's a fair enough question, Inspector. Roberts said he glimpsed a figure standing in the doorway that led to the hall. He said he saw that figure take deliberate aim and fire.
I get it. Anyone standing in the doorway leading to the hall couldn't see the two people standing behind the curtain.
Ah, that's right, Inspector. Roberts, standing in the doorway of the library, could see them plainly. So he assumed that the figure could see them, too.
Uh-huh. And how did you know that this figure just didn't fire blindly and hit Tony Irwin by mistake?
Oh, Inspector, I'm ashamed of you. Because if he had, there would have been a bullet hole in the curtain. Now, wouldn't there?
Yeah. And there wasn't, was there?
No, there wasn't. By the way, Paul, what was it that you and Brenda were so anxious to tell me a little while ago?
Why, well, Bart, it really doesn't matter now.
No, it isn't important at all.
As a matter of fact, it had something to do with my alibi. Bart, it would kill you if you knew.
It would, huh? Bart, shall we tell him?
Absolutely not, Inspector. I told you I'd like Paul to think that...
I don't mean that.
No, what do you mean?
Tell him, you know what?
Huh?
Well, maybe they won't think that we're so darn smart after all.
Oh, I see what you mean, Inspector, yes. Paul, whenever you think of how you put one over on Barton Drake, just remember that mystery is my hobby. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Barton Drake speaking. For this evening's drama, I selected case history number 67 from my book, Mystery is My Hobby. I call it Murder Bound. It was the middle of last winter, and in a remote hunting lodge in northern New Hampshire, a brother and sister and their two guests were preparing to sit out a blizzard which threatened to be one of the worst in years.
Hello, Jim. Can you hear me? I wouldn't try to get through if I were you. Well, I'm calling from the cabin, and it started snowing about 6 this morning. No, we'll be all right. Look, we'll expect you in a couple of days. Right. So long.
They're not going to try and make it, eh, Cal?
No. They're driving that old station wagon, and getting through would be too uncertain.
I think this is too exciting. Really, I do. 4 of us marooned, snowbound, far from civilization, cut off from the world. Oh, it's too thrilling, really.
All I can say is I hope we're not caught here more than a couple of days.
Oh, Don, you're so unromantic, really.
Well, being a psychiatrist, Don means that we might begin to wear on each other's nerves because of the forced intimacy.
Don's an alarmist. Why, we've known each other for years. This is going to be fun.
Bruce is right. You know, being cut off like this gives one a sense of adventure. So let's enjoy ourselves, huh?
All right. Look, how about a couple of hands of bridge?
Oh, let's set up the table in front of the fire.
Hey, speaking of the fire, I'd better get some more wood.
Hey, let me go, Cal. It's only a step, and I need the exercise.
All right, Superman. You insist.
Oh, I think this is going to be grand fun, really. Well, pull up your chairs, everybody, and after a little bit, I'll make some coffee.
Hey, put the coffee on now. I'll need a cup when I get back.
Good morning, Peg. Ooh, it's chilly in here.
Calvin, is it still snowing out?
Of course it's still snowing out. That's a silly question.
Oh, well, really, Calvin, you don't have to be rude. I merely asked.
And you don't have to be so dumb. If you want to know if it's still snowing, look out the window.
Really, Calvin, just because you're my brother...
Oh, for heaven's sake, Peggy, stop saying really.
But, Calvin, really...
Good morning, Peggy. I've been looking for you. How about a game of casino?
Oh, really, Bruce? Casino bores me. It does, really.
How about getting an armful of wood for the fire, Bruce? It's pretty low.
How about getting it yourself, old boy? I got it the last 3 times.
Well. Here we are. Just one big happy family. How's for a spot of coffee, Pig? Can't do a thing without coffee in the morning.
Really, Don, am I a servant? Aren't you capable of making your own coffee?
That's telling him, Peg. Who was your servant last year, Don?
Bruce, do you have to prefix your cliches with that silly laugh?
Well, it's no worse than Peg, really.
Really, Calvin? Must you be so obnoxious?
Cal is obnoxious, isn't he?
Quit that laughing.
Shut up, Don. I'll do my own fighting.
Really, Cal, just because we're snowbound...
4 days of snow so thick you can't see 10 feet.
It's bound to stop sometime. It always has.
Can't you say anything without laughing, Bruce?
Really, must we quarrel? The others will be here soon.
Peg's right. Let's quit this getting on each other's nerves.
Sure, let's.
Well, that's okay with me.
Really, that's the most sensible thing. Oh, really, Bruce? Must you make love to me? It's so boring.
Why not? There's nothing else to do.
Well, really?
If I hear that guy laugh again, I'll kill him.
Be careful, Bruce. That gun's loaded.
Oh, don't worry. I'm not going to kill anyone.
6 days of snow. It's getting us. I knew it would.
Who was that?
Where did those shots come from?
Hello? Who's there? Guess I'm getting jumpy.
Calvin, I heard some shots. Oh, where's Bruce and Don? Oh, really? This is dreadful.
Well, they must be outside. Come on, let's
No,
see.
here comes someone now.
Well, who is it?
I can't tell. It's snowing too hard. Oh, he's coming in. Oh, really? I can't understand. Oh, it's Don.
What happened? Where's Bruce?
Dead. He shot himself. Either that or someone murdered him.
Holy smoke, Bart. Where are we now?
I can't see anything but snow, Inspector. Here, let me wipe off the windshield.
Wiping off the windshield won't do any good. The only thing that'll help us now is about 3 days of good California weather.
Yes, that would certainly solve our problem, wouldn't it, Inspector?
Yeah, maybe this is funny to you, but to me, freezing to death is a heck of a way to die.
We've all got to go sometime, Inspector.
Yeah.
Inspector, we're stuck.
Now, what do you think of that?
I told you that we shouldn't have tried to come through tonight.
Oh, sure, you told me. You knew the storm wasn't going to let up. You know everything.
Inspector, do I detect a note of sarcasm in your flattery? Come on.
Where are you going?
I'm going to try and find a habitation, Inspector.
We haven't passed a house since early this afternoon.
Which means there must be one nearby. The law of averages, you know, Inspector.
Well, by golly, I'm not getting out of this car. I don't want to freeze to death.
The trick is to keep moving, Inspector.
I'm going to sit right here.
Okay, Inspector. I'll have them pick up your corpse early in the morning.
Hey, Bart.
Yes, Inspector.
Wait a minute, doggone it. I'm coming.
I thought you'd think better of sitting there alone, Inspector.
We're going to find our way through this storm. It's pitch dark, and it's snowing so doggone hard.
I think if we keep that light in our line of vision, we'll be all right, Inspector.
What are you talking about?
That light over there, Inspector. The one that's winking at us through the street.
Well, I'll be... Bart.
Yes, Inspector?
You saw that light all the time, didn't you? You were kidding me.
Kidding you?
Yeah.
I, Inspector? Come on, let's go. Almost there, Inspector. Are you tired?
No, what gave you that idea?
Oh, it's just a passing fancy. Hey, look there, Inspector. That seems to be some sportsman's hunting line.
So what if it is? Let's get inside.
All right, Inspector. If you're rested enough.
Phew. Good to get out of that wind.
It'd be even better to get inside where it's warm.
Yeah.
Well, Sheriff Metcalf. Come in, gentlemen, come in. Well, I had no idea you'd even try to get through in this storm. Lucky for us you did, though. Who's this young man with you, Sheriff?
Oh, just a minute, Mr.
Oh, excuse me. You don't know who I am, of course. I'm Smith, Calvin Smith. It was I who called you on the phone and explained about the suicide.
Suicide?
Yes, a chap by the name of Bruce Stearns. Didn't Sheriff Metcalf here explain it to you?
No, he didn't. You see, Sheriff Metcalf has a way of keeping those things to himself until he makes sure of the facts.
Oh, I see. Well, I suppose that's smart. However,
just a minute. There's some explaining to be done around here.
Well, I don't know what else I can tell you, Sheriff. Bruce was depressed, financially as well as mentally, I mean. And then on top of that, Peggy refused to marry him. So he went down to the pond and shot himself. You see, it's very simple.
Yeah, I see it is. Only...
Oh, are these men, Cal? Certainly not the sheriff. You're not the sheriff, are you?
No, I'm not.
I hate attractive men who are sheriffs. Well, Calvin, dear, do introduce me. Really, you're being most rude.
Gentlemen, this is my sister Peggy.
How do you do, Miss Smith?
As you can see, she enjoys the sound of her own voice.
Oh, Calvin, really?
Oh, be still, Peg. This is Sheriff Ira Metcalf.
Now, look, if somebody doesn't let me say something...
There, you see? The sheriff wants to talk, too. Oh, Calvin, sometimes you're so difficult. What's your name?
Name? It's John.
John? Oh, how too divine. I've always wanted to know an attractive man named John. May I call you John?
Yes, of course.
Oh, how wonderful. And you must call me Peggy.
Peggy, will you stop running off the mouth? These men are here for a purpose. Sheriff, I suppose you'll want to view the body.
Okay, I give up. I'm the sheriff. Where's the body?
Oh, I think this is so exciting. Oh, I do hope that poor Bruce was murdered. Well, I mean, since he's dead anyway, why not have him murdered? Because it's so dull around here.
Shut up. Now, if you gentlemen will come with me. The corpse is in the woodshed. Well, what do you think?
Personally, I'm not able to think. That talking machine sister of yours left me kind of dizzy.
Well, don't worry, Sheriff. Peggy won't bother you out here in the woodshed where it's cold.
Good. Now, maybe I can explain who...
Sheriff.
Huh? Who are you calling sheriff?
You, Sheriff. Now, Mr. Smith, if Bruce Stearns died down on the ice pond, why is his body here in the woodshed?
Oh, I see what you mean. We shouldn't have moved the body.
No.
Under the circumstances, I think we were justified, however. You see, the ice pond is partly roofed over, but the snow is drifting in fast. Another day, and we might not have been able to locate the corpse. Now, look over here.
Oh. The body is in a perfect state of preservation.
Yes. As you know, the temperature in this locality hasn't risen above zero for the past week. And at this time of year, it isn't likely to for another month. Oh, hello, Don. Come in. Gentlemen, this is Dr. Donald Shumway, one of our guests. Don, this is Sheriff Metcalf, and John... what did you say your last name was?
Sawyer. Johnson Sawyer.
Oh, yes, of course.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Peggy told me the local law had arrived. You chaps must be badly in need of a murder to come out here on a night like this.
Who said it was murder?
Oh, that's a sharp question, Sheriff. And I always thought Rube Hawkshaws were comic strip characters.
Well, are you going to answer the question?
Sure, I'll answer it. I didn't say it was murder. As a matter of fact, my guess is that Bruce shot himself.
Did you examine the body, Doctor?
Yes, I examined it. He was shot twice through the head. I got to him 5 minutes after it happened.
That's right, gentlemen. Don called me and asked me to help him carry Bruce up here to the woodshed out of the storm.
So, did you hear the shots, Mr. Smith?
Oh, no, naturally not. You see, the ice pond is some distance from the house, and, well, the storm was making a terrific roar.
Did you hear the shots, Doc?
Of course I didn't. No one heard them.
Then how did you know that you arrived at the ice pond 5 minutes after it happened?
Well, I'll be darned. Cal, who was it said these hick cops were dumb?
Never mind that. Answer the question.
I'll answer the question, Sheriff. You don't have to get tough. I happened to overhear the tail end of the quarrel between Bruce and Peggy.
But, Don, you didn't tell me that.
Oh, why should I? I heard Bruce threaten to kill himself. Why make an unpleasant situation worse by talking about it?
So you followed Bruce Stearns down to the ice pond in the hopes of stopping him from carrying out his threat. Is that it, Doctor?
Yes, that's it. Only I got there too late. By the time I arrived, Bruce had shot himself.
I'm sorry, Doctor. Stearns didn't shoot himself. He was murdered.
Oh, he was? Now, look, you Rube cops might be pretty smart, but I happen to be a doctor, and I
Being
say...
a doctor, you should be the first to realize that Bruce Stearns couldn't have committed suicide.
What the devil are you talking about?
Bruce Stearns was shot twice, through the head. A man who shoots himself once through the head doesn't live long enough to shoot himself a second time. Sheriff, I suggest that we wait until daylight and then visit the scene of the crime. Perhaps we will uncover some more items of interest.
Tired of shoveling, Inspector?
Yeah, let's stop and rest a minute.
All right. Well, at least we're fortunate that the storm blew itself out in the night.
Yeah. Say, when are we going to stop this play-acting, tell that bunch who we really are?
Inspector, do you object to being regarded as a Rube Sheriff?
No, Rube Sheriffs are as good as anyone else, only.
That's just the point, Inspector. We know they are, but Smith and his friends seem to think that any local law enforcement is rather stupid.
Yeah.
As long as they think that, we have the advantage. Don't you agree?
Well, maybe you're right at that. Well, let's get on with the shoveling.
Right you are.
Think maybe we'll find a suicide note pinned to the ice, eh?
I'm afraid we can't hope for that, Inspector.
But what if Doc Shumway was kidding us about the spot where he found Stern's body?
Inspector, come here. Look.
Where?
Just a minute till I clear away the last of the snow. There. Now, can you see it?
Well, I'll be darned. The Doc wasn't kidding after all.
No, he wasn't, Inspector. There's the perfect outline of a man's body sunk in the ice.
What's the hair for?
Listen, Dr. Shumway said that he followed Bruce Stearns down here and that he arrived 5 minutes after Stearns died.
Well, what's wrong with that? Being a doctor, he'd know how long the guy had been dead.
But, Inspector, do you think a man's body lying here on the ice could have made an impression such as this in 5 minutes' time?
Say, maybe you got something there, Bart.
Perhaps, Inspector, perhaps. Now, let me see. No, I think that theory's all wrong.
Well, make up your mind, will you? I'm getting cold.
Yes, it's definitely wrong, Inspector. There's no doubt about it.
Stearns committed suicide after all, eh?
No, Inspector. Stearns was murdered, but not by being shot. I'll bet my last dollar he died from a blow on the head followed by freezing.
This is the woodshed. The house is up there.
Yes, Inspector, I know. I want to have another look at the corpse.
Let's get it over with fast.
This won't take a minute. Yes, there it is.
There's what?
The thermometer on the wall, Inspector. I noticed it last night. What does it say, Inspector?
Let's see. Oh, I wish I hadn't looked.
Yes, that is pretty cold, isn't it, Inspector? Let's take another glance at the corpse.
What are we going to look for this time?
Well, those bullet wounds really don't tell us very much, do they, Inspector?
Only that the guy's dead.
But not necessarily from the bullets. It's possible that both of them could have merely grazed the skull.
If it were my skull, I'd give up and admit being dead.
Look, that slight abrasion behind his left ear. That could have been made by a blow from a heavy instrument. Yes, I think that explains it.
You think what explains what?
It explains the manner in which Bruce Stearns died, Inspector. The motive for his having died, and the identity of his...
What's that? What's that?
Someone close the shed door. Come on, Inspector, quick!
Oh, we're being spied on, eh? Well, it's locked.
Yes, of course it's locked, Inspector. It was locked by the murderer. I'm afraid he has us neatly trapped.
What do you mean, trapped? Open the door. Hey, open up, I say.
No use, Inspector. That door is made of oak logs. Don't waste your strength.
Don't waste my strength. Well, what would you suggest? Are we going to just stand here and freeze to death?
I think that's the fate that our captor has in mind for us, Inspector. What did you say the thermometer registered? 10 degrees below zero?
Yeah, and us wearing light top coats. Jumping Judas, we got to do something. Maybe if we began to yell, someone would hear us, eh?
I'm afraid that isn't very likely. This shed is in the rear of the house, and the heavy logs would successfully deaden our voices. Besides, if the murderer is as smart as I think he is, he's going to convince the others that we've quit our job. No, Inspector. We've got to figure some way of getting out of here, and we've got to do it fast. 10 degrees below zero is a lethal weapon that we can't afford to fool with.
Oh, there you are, Calvin. Whatever happened to that attractive man? John, I believe you said his name was. Oh, he's so attractive.
How should I know what happened to him?
Oh, no, really, Calvin, you're being most rude. The car's gone, you know.
What? Whose car's gone?
The sheriff's car, of course. Oh, really, Calvin, don't pretend you don't know.
Pretend I don't know. Why should I pretend I don't know? Besides...
Well, they've gone. Quit. I knew those country bumpkins wouldn't figure anything out.
Oh, really, Don? You don't have to make such an effort to impress us. We're quite aware of the fact that you murdered Bruce.
What? What the devil are you talking about, Peggy?
Oh, don't pay any attention to her, Don. She's crazy.
Oh, Calvin, must you be so rude? Really, after
Peggy,
all...
if you don't stop telling me to stop being rude, I'll sock you one.
Calvin!
You see? That proves my theory, doesn't it? That proves that Bruce committed suicide. I don't care what that thick-headed sheriff says. I tell you, there's just so much of this sort of thing a man can stand. I'm a doctor, I know.
Oh, really, Don?
Stop saying really.
See? That's what happened to Bruce. We'd been here too long, shut in by the storm. Bruce couldn't take it. He got sick of looking at us and hearing our voices. I don't blame him. I'm sick of it, too.
Oh, you are? Well, don't think we're not just as sick of you. You and your big talk.
See? We're all sick of each other. See?
Oh, really, Don? If you say see again, I think I'll scream.
And if you say really again, Peggy, I'm going to do more than scream.
Well, it would be interesting, Calvin, to see just what you would do. You've always been such a mousy little man.
Why, you little fussy old cow. Quit it.
This is what happened before. We don't want it to repeat itself.
You stay out of this, Don. I'm going to teach her a...
All right, Smith. Leave her alone.
Drake! How did
we get out of the woodshed? Is that what you were going to ask, Smith?
Woodshed?
Yes.
What about the woodshed?
Never mind the woodshed right now. Didn't I just hear you call Drake?
It slipped off.
How stupid of you, Calvin. Really?
You knew, too, didn't you, Miss Smith?
Darling, of course I did. Oh, I've admired your pictures in the papers so many times. You're so attractive.
So you were all kidding us, eh? Well, for my dough, that means just one thing. You were trying to cover up something.
Of course we were. Bruce was murdered. Do you think that...
Oh, so he was murdered. I thought you said it was suicide, Doc.
Well, naturally I did. These people are my friends. I wanted to do everything I could to protect them.
Which, of course, makes you an accomplice some way. Miss Smith, how far down the road did you drive our car?
Why, Barton, you don't think that I...
Yes, we think that you. In fact, we know that you.
Really? But I don't
We
see
saw you, Miss Smith, through a crack in the log walls of the woodshed.
And through the same crack, we saw your brother going back into the house after locking us in the shed.
Locking you in?
Yeah.
Then... Oh, but how did you get out?
Chopped our way out some way. Woodsheds usually have axes in them. This one had two. The exercise kept us from freezing and gave us our liberty.
So now that that's all cleared up, we'll arrest the murderer and be on our way.
Oh, Inspector, do you know who the murderer is really?
You should have.
You all know who the murderer is, really. You've known from the moment it took place. Two of you have kept from telling us because you were afraid the same thing would happen to you that happened to Bruce Stearns, and you didn't have any real proof.
Have you?
Oh, yes, we have proof, Calvin.
Well, who is it? Get it over with.
By the process of elimination, you must be it, Shumway.
By the process of elimination, eh? Well, I'm not quaking in my boots yet, Drake.
Both Smith and his sister made attempts to keep us here because they wanted us to get the proof that neither of them could obtain.
And darn near froze us to death in the attempt.
Oh, you wouldn't have frozen to death. I only wanted to keep you locked up long enough to give Peggy the chance to drive your car away.
So you two dirty...
Really, Don? You were most naive to think that we weren't aware that you had murdered poor Bruce. It was so easy to pretend that we believed your suicide theory.
So that's it. You're all ganged up against me. Well, get this. You can't prove a thing. My testimony is better than any you can turn up. I'm a doctor. I can prove that Bruce shot himself.
And we can prove that Bruce Stearns didn't die of bullet wounds, Shumway. He was frozen to death.
That's a lie.
Is it? Now, let me tell you what I think happened. You and Stearns quarreled. In a fit of rage, you struck him. You're a much bigger man than Stearns was, Shumway. I think he ran away from you and you chased him down to the ice pond. One of you had a gun. You struggled for it and it went off twice. Both bullets grazing Stearns' skull.
That's exactly how it happened. It must have been.
You didn't see anything, so shut up, Cal.
No, Smith, I don't think you did see the fight. It was snowing too hard. Shumway knew this. He wiped his fingerprints from the gun and came up to the house and got you.
Yeah. Naturally, you had to accept Shumway's statement that Stearns was dead, only he wasn't.
And the argument that you leave the body in the sub-zero temperature of the woodshed to preserve it until the police arrived seemed logical, too.
Only the police arrived sooner than you expected it. All right, Shumway, drop it. You fools. Didn't you think I'd be prepared for this the minute I knew you were Drake and Danton? This is one time.
Oh, really, Don? You're being most difficult.
Peggy, look out, girl. Why, you...
Don, you should have ducked, you know. Really.
Gosh, Bart, did you see the way she tossed that vase? Really?
Oh, really, Barton? You were magnificent. You really were, you know.
Oh, thank you, Peggy.
And you're so attractive. Really, you are.
Well, I'm very flattered.
Oh, slight.
Oh, really, Inspector Danton? Must you be so crude?
Are you envious, Inspector?
No, I'm not envious, but now I can see why everyone went nuts around here. Really, my gosh, now I'm saying it.
Oh, never mind, Inspector. You won't have to put up with it much longer. Before you leave, however, Drake, I'd like to know one thing.
What's that, Mr. Smith?
Well, how in Tunket did you know that Bruce wasn't killed by those shots?
Well, the answer to that's quite simple. When the inspector and I shoveled away the snow, we found a depression in the ice where Stearns' body had lain. You had previously told us that the thermometer had not risen above zero since before the storm started. That meant, of course, that the depression in the ice could only have been made by the heat from Stearns' body, which meant he must have been alive.
By George, that's right, isn't it?
Oh, really, Barton? You're too wonderful. You really are, you know.
Yeah. Well, look, Bart, tell her why you're too wonderful, and let's get out of here.
Well, I can only guess at what you mean, Inspector. I suppose you mean that you want me to say because mystery is my hobby, and it really is, you know. Mystery is my hobby. Inspector Danton and I had spent the evening playing chess at the Lamplighters Club. It was shortly after 11 o'clock when I got back to my apartment. Almost at once, the telephone began ringing. Hello, Drake speaking.
Hello, Bart. This is Danton.
Well, Inspector, couldn't you sleep after that trimming I gave you at the club?
Bart, listen, I just had a call from a party named Austin. You know the family. They live down in Port Washington.
Oh, yes, of course. David Austin was once one of our leading industrialists. Right now he's retired, living on his millions.
Yeah? Well, right now he's neither retired nor living on his millions. He's dead.
Dead?
Yeah, dead. Shot through the heart with a .38 caliber gun. The guy who called me said he was murdered.
And who is the guy who called you, Inspector?
Name of William Austin. He's Dave's nephew. Willie not only says his uncle was murdered, but he knows who's guilty.
Well, tell me more, Inspector. What's the guilty party's name?
Ernie Forbes. He's Bill Austin's cousin, which makes David Austin also his uncle.
Biologically, that's 100% correct, Inspector.
Huh? Yeah. Now, here's the gimmick. Ernie just got out of jail a month ago, and this afternoon he landed in New York.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah. So, naturally, Bill Austin wants me to come down and arrest Cousin Ernie right away.
Well, why don't you, Inspector?
Why don't I? I'm going to. That's why I'm calling you. Don't you want to come along?
No, thanks, Inspector. It all sounds too cut and dried for me. If you don't mind, I'm going to bed.
Huh? Oh, look, Bart. Maybe there'd be complications.
If there are, Inspector, don't fail to let me know. Thanks for calling, old man.
Listen, Bart, for God's
Good
sake.
night. No, God, you're trying to rout me out just because he likes company. Hello.
Hello. May I speak to Barton Drake, please?
This is Drake.
Mr. Drake, this is Francis Austin. Something terrible has happened.
Really? What is it?
My uncle, David Austin, has just been murdered.
Murdered? Are you sure?
I'm positive. My cousin Bill just shot him.
Bill? Well, look here, Miss Austin.
I know he did it, Mr. Drake. I practically saw him. I want you to come out right away and arrest him.
I'm afraid you've called the wrong party, Miss Austin. I have no authority to arrest anyone. Why don't you call the police?
I can't. Mr. Drake, can't you do something?
Well, possibly I can, Miss Austin. Wait until I get there, please, and disturb nothing.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Drake. I'll see that you're amply rewarded. Please hurry.
I'll be there as soon as I can, Miss Austin. Goodbye. Seems like a busy night for suspicion. I wonder who's calling this time of night. Well, what can I do for you?
Your name's Drake, isn't it? Barton Drake?
Yes, that's right. However, at the moment I'm fairly...
I'm Ernie Forbes. Guess you heard of my uncle, David Austin?
Ernie Forbes, then... I see. What's on your mind, Ernie?
You're a detective, aren't you, Drake?
Of a sort.
Okay. I'm in a jam. In about an hour, the cops are going to be looking for me because I'm supposed to have murdered somebody.
Oh, and whom are you supposed to have murdered, Ernie?
My uncle, Dave Austin.
But of course you're not guilty.
That's it. I'm not guilty. My cousin Franny did it.
You can prove that.
No. All I know is I saw her sitting in her room with a gun.
What gun?
The gun that was used to knock off Uncle Dave. Only I can't prove nothing. That's where you come in.
I see. I'm supposed to prove Franny guilty.
I don't care what you do about Franny. All I want you to do is prove that I'm not guilty. Look, Drake, when this story breaks, it's going to be a mess. And I'm going to be the fall guy.
Oh. And why are you going to be the fall guy, Ernie?
Well, it's like this. I got two cousins, Franny and Bill Austin. They're high-class society stuff. They've been living with Uncle Davy, sort of looking after him in his old age, like.
And what have you been doing?
Me, I like to get around. I stay in one place long, I get itchy feet. So a while back, I decided to become the family's black sheep.
Well, and were you successful at it?
No, I did all right. The thing is, when I walked out on the setup, I kissed goodbye to my share of Unc's dough. After all, Bill and Franny were willing to stick around, be nursemaids to the old boy, Leaf Croak. I figured they deserved to get the leavings.
Yes, that sounds reasonable, Ernie.
But all the time I get letters from Unc, asking me to come back home and start being a good boy. I don't pay no attention to letters. Till the one that come last week.
There was something special in that letter?
Yeah. Unc is scared, he says. He needs me.
Scared? Of what?
Scared he was going to be knocked off. It seems, according to the letter, Bill and Franny got tired of waiting for him to kick the bucket and decided to help things along. Them things sometimes happen, you know, Drake.
Indeed they do, Ernie. Please go on with your story.
Well, frankly, I wouldn't have given the matter another thought. Except that in this letter, Unc says if I'll come home and be his ever-loving nephew, he'll boot Franny and Bill out and give me the dough.
So you decided to abandon black sheeping and come home and become your uncle's ever-loving nephew.
Well, who wouldn't when there's $5 million in the kitty? Besides, if Franny and Bill are planning to knock off Unc, I figured the least I could do was try and put the bee on them.
But you arrived too late to put the bee on them?
That's it. I got in town this afternoon. Tonight, Unc gets it right through the ticker. And I'm telling you, Drake, it looks like I'm the guilty party.
Why do you say that, Ernie?
Because I'm in my room across the hall from Unc, see?
Yes?
I hear a shot. I go galloping across the hall, find Unc on the floor with a gun beside him. And like a jerk, I pick the gun up and I'm standing there holding it when Bill comes prancing in.
Well, rather embarrassing, I should think.
You ain't kidding. I lost my head and socked Bill over the noggin with the gun and got out of there.
Where's the gun now?
Well, that's it. I must have dropped it in the excitement, which is a fact I discover after I get outside the house.
Mm-hmm. So you decided to go back?
Yeah. Only, when I get to the top of the stairs, I see Franny going into her room, and she's got the gun.
So naturally, you assumed that it was Franny who'd murdered Uncle David.
Yeah. Now, look, Drake. During the past 5 years, I haven't been what you might call a saint. With my background and my fingerprints on that gun and Bill's testimony, I got a feeling that I'm up a tree.
Yes, you certainly are, Ernie. Have you the letter that your Uncle David wrote you?
Yeah, sure. Got it right here. Go ahead, read it.
Thank you. My dear nephew Ernest, I hope that this letter reaches you soon enough. Let's see. And in conclusion, I urge you to return to New York as soon as possible to take your rightful place in my household. Well, it's all there, as you said, Ernie. However, I'm afraid this letter will help very little in your efforts to prove yourself innocent.
What do you mean it won't help? Look, if Uncle asked me to come back...
Yes, I know, but since the letter is typewritten, how are you going to prove that your uncle wrote it?
Never thought of that.
See?
Drake, you're supposed to be a detective. How am I going to beat this rap?
I haven't the slightest idea, Ernie.
I see. Okay, Drake, take a look at this.
Well, that's rather a large roll of bills.
There's $2,000 in that roll, Drake. It's every dime I own. Get me out of this jam and it's yours.
I think I can see your point, Ernie. Your uncle's fortune is worth $5 million. You think the 2,000 against $5 million are pretty good odds.
Yeah. $2,000 in my life against $5 million in your reputation. Is it a deal, Drake?
It's a deal, Ernie. Only frankly, I think you're being pretty much of a fool.
Yes?
Hello, lady. Somebody telephoned.
Oh, Mr. Drake. Thank goodness you... Good heavens. Are you Barton Drake?
No, I'm not Barton Drake. I'm Inspector Noah Danton, and
The police?
That's right, lady. You see...
Then Barton Drake did call the police.
Just a minute. How does Drake figure in on this deal anyway?
I expressly told him not to.
I'll bet that impressed him. Now, look.
I'm sorry, Inspector Danton. I'll not have you coming here and cluttering up the house. The next thing we know, they'll be reported.
Now, whoa, just a minute, lady. Back up. Now, I'm going to clutter up the house whether you like it or not. And maybe there'll be reporters here, too.
Will there? We'll see about that.
All right, we'll see. Now, where's the body? And where's this Bill Austin and Ernie? And who are you, by the way?
How did you know about Ernie? I didn't tell Barton Drake.
Stop talking about Drake. He isn't coming. Now, do you answer my questions or do I go looking myself?
That won't be necessary, Inspector Danton. I'll answer your question.
Huh? Are you Bill Austin?
Yes, it was I who called you. Fran, what's all this talk about Barton Drake?
Never mind about Drake. You certainly had your nerve calling the police, Bill. I suppose you thought that would divert suspicion from yourself.
Oh, Fran, for heaven's sake, stop being so ridiculous. Come along upstairs, Inspector. I'll show you how it happened.
That's a good idea. So one of you thought Cousin Ernie did the shooting, and one of you thought Cousin Bill did it. Who does Ernie think is guilty?
He'll probably accuse me. Although, of course, that's utter nonsense.
Oh, sure. Where's this Ernie now?
Well, if we knew Inspector Danton, I think our troubles would be over. This is the room here.
Okay, you two stay here. Let me look around. That's Austin on the floor, eh?
Yes, as you can see.
Now, never mind. I can see all right. Where's the gun?
I have it in my room. I rather thought you'd want to see the gun, Inspector.
What? You mean you picked it up?
Of course. How else do you think I got it to my room?
Well, I'll be... Look, let me get this straight. Who else touched that gun?
Bill did. After I heard the shot, I came running in here and found Bill standing over Uncle David's body with the gun in his hand. Naturally, I suppose that it was he who had shot Uncle David.
There's just one thing wrong with that story. Before Fran got here, I came in and found Ernie standing over Uncle David's body with the gun in his hand.
Well, that's just dandy. 3 sets of fingerprints on the lethal weapon. My. Now tell me, Bub, what did Ernie do when you caught him red-handed like that?
He hit me with the gun and ran. I was only out a minute. When I came to, the gun was lying on the floor. I picked it up and started out after Ernie and met Fran here, coming in.
And, of course, Fran told you which way Ernie had run because she must have met him in the hall.
No, I didn't. I was asleep in my bedroom when the shot came. It took me a few minutes to collect my senses enough to realize what had happened.
Listen,
What's the matter with you?
a car stopped out in front of the house. I'm going to see who it is.
Who in the world would be coming here at this time of night?
It's Ernie. He just got out of a cab. Well, what do you want us to do, Inspector Dan?
We'll just sit tight and see what happens. Turn off those lights, Austin.
Okay.
You two get up against the wall there. Let me handle this. This is something I can't figure at all. What's Ernie doing back here unless he's as innocent as a newborn baby?
He's after his gun. That was your own theory, Inspector.
Yeah, I know. Only that theory's cockeyed when you stop to think
Hush.
that...
There's someone in the hall outside.
Okay, you two, keep behind me. All right, Ernie, get your hands up. No tricks. Now turn on those lights, Austin.
Right.
Well, Inspector, you certainly look determined with that gun in your hand.
Bart, what's the devil?
Bart, are you Barton Drake?
Yes, I am. I imagine you're Miss Austin, and this must be your cousin Bill.
Now, just a minute. Bart, what kind of a gag is this?
It's no gag, Inspector. Ernie asked me if I'd check up on a few facts concerning his uncle's
Ernie,
death.
is he here?
Sure, I'm here. You see, Drake? I told you if I came back, they'd be laying for me.
Why not? From where I sit, you're the guilty party, Bob, and it's my
Just
duty
a minute, Inspector. Have you a warrant for Ernie's arrest?
No,
Does
but...
the evidence you have indicate he's any more guilty than Bill or Fran?
Well,
Is Ernie's motives any stronger than that of his two cousins?
Maybe not,
Sorry, Inspector. Ernie's my client, and I must warn you that I will be forced to take steps if you arrest him without sufficient evidence.
A big help you turned out to be, Bart. What are you fishing through that filing cabinet for?
Yeah, here we are. Let's see now.
When I asked you to come out here with me, you said you couldn't. Sorry, Inspector. Too cut and dry. Ernie offers you a slice of dough and you...
Here we are.
What do you mean, here we are? Why don't you answer my question? What's the idea of telling me you'll take steps? Ernie's my client. I must warn you, Inspector, that I'll have to take steps. Doggone it, Bart. What's the idea?
Oh, sorry, Inspector. Did you say something?
Oh, no, I didn't say a thing. Not a thing.
Good. Inspector, see that package of letters lying on the desk?
Sure, I see them. I'm not blind.
Those letters, Inspector, were written by David Austin to his nephew Ernie, urging Ernie to abandon his wayward habits and return to New York.
So what?
These papers that I have just removed from David Austin's filing cabinet are carbon copies of some of those letters.
Now, isn't that remarkable?
Anything unusual?
Well, no. Some of them are upside down, some of them are coming loose, and some of them are practically missing. What's unusual?
Inspector, this is important evidence. It proves that my client Ernie had good cause to be here in this house tonight, doesn't it?
Bart, have you suddenly gone crazy? What's proving that got to do with anything? And what's all this hocus-pocus about your client Ernie? Look, are you with me or against me on this case?
I'm placing this evidence in your hands, Inspector. I suggest that you peruse carefully. I'm warning you of the consequences if you don't.
That's the second time you've warned me, and I'm sick of it.
Splendid. Pick up those letters and come along, Inspector.
Okay. I'll be along.
There you are, Ernie. Well, Bill, too. When did you get back, Bill?
Back? Back from where? I haven't been any place.
Bill Austin, that's a lie. I saw you out on the corridor only a few minutes ago.
Are you crazy? Ernie and I have been sitting here ever since Drake and Danton left us. Haven't we, Ernie?
Yep. Haven't budged an inch.
The idea. You're both lying.
Never mind, Miss Austin. It isn't important. Oh, come in, Inspector. Have you got the letters?
Yeah, I got them right here in my pocket.
Good. Ernie, we found carbon copies of some of the letters your uncle wrote you. I'm glad to say that proves you were telling the truth.
Well, Natch, you didn't think I'd lie to you, did you?
Not I, Ernie, but others might. Now then, if Bill and Fran knew that your uncle was writing you letters requesting that you return to the family fold, it would give them both a good motive for murder, wouldn't it?
That's what I figured.
Well, the idea.
What the devil are you talking about, Drake?
I'm talking about the possibility of your murdering Uncle David, Bill, before he had a chance to change his will in Ernie's favor.
You're going to have a fine time proving that.
Yes, possibly you're right. By the way, Miss Austin, your uncle had a secretary, didn't he?
Yes, of course. Her name is Pauline Milford. She came here to the house every day to take dictation.
Mm-hmm. May I have her address, please?
What do you want Pauline's address for? What's she got to do with it?
Oh, it's nothing important, Bill. Tomorrow, the inspector and I will want to ask Miss Milford some routine questions. You were about to give us Miss Milford's address, Miss Austin?
It's 32 West Acorn Street. But I don't see...
32 West Acorn, thank you. Well, Inspector, it turned out to be a cut-and-dried affair after all, didn't it?
No. I think you're way off the beam. Now, look.
Inspector, why do you always hate to see a case solved without dramatics? You know as well as I do that when we check the fingerprints on that gun, we're going to find that David Austin shot it.
Do I? I don't think so. And I'll tell you why I don't think so.
Inspector, tell me later. We've inconvenienced these people enough as it is. I suggest that you all go to bed and get some sleep. We'll call you in the morning and let you know what the fingerprints show. Come along, Inspector.
All right, I'm coming, but if you think...
Thank you very much, Miss Milford. Yes, I understand. Yes. We'll be at your apartment in 15 minutes. Goodbye. Now, let's see. 32 Acorn Street is 4 blocks north and 2 east. All right, Inspector. Start her up and let's go.
What were you doing in that drugstore?
Oh, I was making a telephone call, Inspector.
Oh, you were?
Yes. I called Miss Pauline Milford. Pity to get her out of bed at this time of night.
I suppose I'm a sucker for asking. What were you calling Miss Milford for?
I asked her if you and I might borrow her apartment until 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Naturally, she agreed. That's where we're going now.
Oh, so that's where we're going now?
Right.
That's what you think. I'm driving this car, don't forget.
So you are, Inspector. Otherwise, we wouldn't have gone through that red light.
Gone through the... By golly, in a minute, Bud. I'm going to sound off. There's just so much of this sort of stuff I can take, even from you.
What is it you want to know, Inspector?
Plenty. In the first place, how do you think you're going to prove that David Austin shot himself just because his left-handed fingerprints might be on that gun?
I don't, Inspector.
Then why did you tell those kids that you could?
Those kids, Inspector, aren't as quick-minded as you. I estimate it'll be at least an hour before it occurs to them that my theory about the thumbprint was ridiculous.
So when they figure it out, what are they going to do?
One of them is going to head for 32 West Acorn Street with the idea of murdering Miss Pauline Milford.
Murdering Pauline Milford?
Right.
What do they want to murder Austin's secretary for?
Turn here, Inspector. This is Acorn Street. Because Miss Milford, Inspector, is the only one who can prove the identity of the person who murdered David Austin.
She is, huh? Well, why didn't you ask her who was guilty when you talked to her on the telephone?
Slow down, Inspector. I think 32 must be along here somewhere. My idea is to trap the murderer, Inspector. Otherwise, we might have difficulty in proving his or her guilt.
Well, all right. I suppose it'll turn out okay. It always does. Only I'm beginning to get one of my headaches.
Yes, this is it, Inspector. Number 32. Let's go in.
Sometime I'm going to get sore at you, Bart. Make you tell me what you're up to, or else.
Or else what, Inspector? Here's the directory. Let's see. Milford, Pauline. Apartment number 20. That'll be on the second floor.
There's the elevator over there. Or else, by golly, I'm going to do something about it.
Push the second floor button, will you, Inspector?
Okay.
I don't blame you, Inspector. I must be a very annoying person.
I hate to put the screws on, Bart, but there's a limit to what a man in my position can take.
Here we are. I'll open the door. I can see your point of view perfectly, Inspector. The next time I handle a case, I shall spare you embarrassment by neglecting to ask you to come along.
Oh, I don't know. We have to go that far. All I ask is a reasonable amount of consideration.
18, 19, 20. Here we are.
I'm not a hard guy to get along with at all when you come right down to it.
Let's see now. Miss Milford said there was always another key in the nail above the door. Yeah, here it is.
As a matter of fact, I'm downright agreeable now that I think about it.
The light switch must be here on the wall someplace. There we are. Step inside, Inspector, and close the door, please.
Yes, sir. When you come right down to it.
Hey, look. There's a babe sitting in that chair.
Good heavens. Inspector, stay where you are.
What's the matter? Is she dead?
No, just frightened. Don't move closer. You'll be in the line of fire. Get your gun out quick.
All right.
Keep your hand away from your pocket, copper.
Well. My client, Ernie.
Yeah.
Your client, Ernie. Drake, I got to admit that you're smarter than I gave you credit for.
Thank you, Ernie. Frankly, I must confess that I underestimated your intelligence.
Didn't think I'd get onto your left-handed fingerprint gimmick so quick, huh?
That's right, Ernie. I didn't.
Then asking for the address of Pauline Milford just so I'd know where she lived. Drake, you know your way around. But you got a lot to learn.
Yes, you're so right. I should brush up on my psychology of the criminal mind.
Yeah. It's too bad you stopped the telephone. Otherwise, you'd have gotten here just... Keep your hands up, Danton. I'd as soon plug your Z.
Don't tear your shirt, Bub. You're not going to plug anybody.
Oh, no?
No, that gun you're holding hasn't got any bullets in it.
Are you nuts? It's loaded to the hilt.
Pull the trigger and see. It's the gun we took away from you earlier this evening and left on the table in Austin's study, isn't it?
What if it is? It's loaded. Now keep away from me, you fool.
You think we'd be crazy enough to leave a loaded gun around? Put it down, Ernie.
Keep back around.
I don't...
You're not concentrating.
I'm tired. Look, Bart, let's call it a draw and go home. I can hardly see the chessmen.
All right, just as you say, Inspector. By the way.
Yes?
Don't you want to know how I knew that Ernie would try to murder Pauline Milford?
Nope.
No?
Who cares? He didn't murder her, and he's confessed to killing David Austin, so what difference does it make?
In the first place, I knew that David Austin was left-handed because the stamps on the letter he wrote to Ernie were turned up in the upper left-hand corner.
So what?
When a right-handed person affixes a stamp to an envelope, it's the lower right-hand corner that turns up because the corner is rarely moistened.
Oh, I'm sleepy.
Therefore, I knew that the last letter Ernie received from his uncle was written by a right-handed person. That made me suspicious that Ernie had written that letter himself.
Is that a fact?
And since that was the only letter in which Uncle David had promised Ernie part of his inheritance, I assumed that Ernie had followed up those first letters with one of his own.
Oh, that bed of mine will certainly feel good.
It remained then for me to prove that Uncle David had never written a letter promising Ernie part of his inheritance.
Yeah, sure.
And naturally, the only one who would know that would be his secretary, Miss Pauline Milford, since all the letters were typewritten. Do you follow me, Inspector?
Did you say something, Bart?
Naturally. None of my theories would have amounted to anything if you hadn't had the nerve to kid Ernie into thinking that gun wasn't loaded.
Sure. Huh? What was that, Bart?
Believe me, Inspector, your understanding of human psychology is 100% better than mine.
You don't say. Well, now... You mean that, Bart?
I certainly do, Inspector.
Well, come to think of it, it was mighty clever of you the way you figured things out.
Why, thank you, Inspector.
Say, Bart.
Yes, Inspector?
The next time you get a case, are you going to call me?
Why, I wouldn't think of taking a case without you, Inspector.
Bart, you're a very nice guy. Do you know why I think so?
No. Oh, yes, I do, of course, Inspector.
Why?
Mystery is my hobby. Mystery is my hobby. Today's story took place last month in a small town in the upper part of the state. There'd been a recent snowstorm, and a young man and his sweetheart were enjoying the winter weather by taking a sleigh ride.
Well, here we are. Home again.
Oh, Harry, it's been fun. This is my first sleigh ride since I was a child.
Me too. Anne.
Yes, Harry?
You love me?
Oh, you know I do. Why do you keep asking?
Oh, because I like to hear you say it. Go on.
Oh, silly boy. All right. I love you, Harry. More than anything.
Oh, my darling. Kiss me.
There now. You go on home and change, and don't forget to be on time for my birthday party.
On time? I'm practically back here now. Here, let me help you out. There.
Thank you, Harry. There's going to be another storm, I think. I hope it won't keep Fanny and Horace away.
It'll take more than a snowstorm to keep them home.
Goodbye, Harry.
So long, honey. Hello, baby.
Who are you? What are you doing here?
Don't get excited, honey. My name is Chuck Anderson.
Chuck Anderson? That name means nothing to me.
You're a thief. I'm going to call the police.
I wouldn't. Milt might not like it.
Milt?
Yeah, your brother Milt, honey.
You're...
Yeah, that's it. It was me made the break with Milt. Maybe you read about it in the papers.
Where's Milt now?
Not far from here. He couldn't come no farther, so he sent me on ahead to see you.
Sent you on ahead? Is Milt hurt?
Yeah, he's hurt bad. He can't be moved for a while, and said you'd help us.
I don't believe you. I'm going to call the police.
No, honey, be reasonable. That just don't make sense. If Milt got picked up, they'd just double his sentence. You know that.
You're lying. You and Milt separated. The newspaper story said so. You don't know where he is.
Okay, honey, okay. Suit yourself.
Milt wouldn't send you here. He'd be a fool to do such a thing.
Sure. All right, go ahead and call the cops. Go on.
I'm going to. I'll show you.
It's up to you, only I'm telling you. Milt's going to be awful mad. He never liked it in the pen. It'd kill him for sure if he had to go back and do double time.
Hello? Operator?
Milt said to tell you if they found me, they'd sure enough find him, too.
What do you want me to do?
That's better, baby. I figured you'd see it my way.
What do you want me to do?
Well, look, baby, it's like this. Milt and me got it figured out that the cops will eventually wind up here.
Of course they will. That's why Milt would have had more sense than to come here. Or send you.
Yeah, Milt's got sense, all right. He's a smart cookie. That's why he sent me instead of coming himself.
What do you mean?
It's this way, see? Milt figures I can stay here with you, and every day I'll bring him food and medicine and stuff till he gets well enough to travel, see?
You stay here with me? You fool, don't you think people would wonder who you are, ask questions, become suspicious?
Not when you tell them I'm your husband, honey.
My husband?
Oh, Milt said you wasn't no dumbbell.
What on earth are you talking about?
Jim. Yeah, that's it, baby. Jim. You remember Jim, don't you?
Milt told you...
Yeah, Milt told me about Jim. Oh, sure. He said you were only married to the guy a couple of months, and then you threw him out because he was no good.
Jim's dead. He died 3 years ago.
Yeah, Jim's dead. I know he's dead, and Milt knows he's dead, and you know he's dead.
Well?
Oh, don't you get it, honey? It's the slickest idea I ever heard. Nobody but us three knows Jim's dead, see? So Jim ain't dead, so I'm Jim, so I'm back for a little visit, see?
Well, that's absurd. It's ridiculous. Don't you think people would recognize you?
No, baby, look. Milt and me got all the angles figured. When you were married to this Jim guy, you lived down in Terrenceville. Nobody here ever saw him. Folks around here knew you'd been married, but they never saw this Jim. Simple, see?
No, I won't do it. I can't.
Okay, then, so we let Jim go back to the pen and do double time if he don't die first.
Well, it wouldn't work. I've just coming for dinner. There's Harry.
Just for dinner, huh? See, that's perfect. So you introduced me to him as your husband, and the word gets around. And nobody gets suspicious and calls the cops when they see a strange guy around here.
But you don't understand.
Oh, sure, I understand, baby. I ain't gonna risk ruining a setup like this.
What do you mean?
Milt's gotta have food and medicine, see? So I take him to him nights. I'm just around here daytimes, and I don't bother you at all. Oh, you ain't got nothing to worry about. Just relax and take it easy. You ain't got nothing to worry about at all.
They're coming.
Sure, so they're coming. That's fine.
I can't go through with it. I can't.
Oh, quit it. Don't be a fool. Look, the table's all set. There's a fire in the grate. Bright and warm and cozy. We're just a nice, happy family.
I can't. Harry won't.
Hey, open up. We're freezing. Open the door, baby. Let him in. Just keep thinking of Milt and you'll be all right.
Happy birthday, darling.
Why, didn't you hear us knock? All together, everybody. Let's go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday.
Oh. Well, there's someone else here.
Oh, I didn't know you were asking anyone else, Anne. Gosh, no. We wouldn't have come bursting in.
Oh, well, aren't you going to introduce us, Anne? Yes. Yes, I'm going to introduce you. Horace, Fanny, Harry. This is Jim, my husband. Your husband? Anne.
Oh, Anne, quit kidding. Hiya, folks.
I'm not kidding, Horace. I was married a long time ago. Jim, he's come back.
I don't believe it. It isn't true.
It's true, Harry. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's some kind of a joke. It is a joke, isn't it? Anne, tell me.
No, Harry, it isn't a joke.
Oh, it must be. Wait a minute, chum. Anne, who is this punk who's raising all the rumpus?
Oh, he's nobody, Jim. Nobody.
Nobody?
This is the...
Oh, wait a minute, everybody. Let's not go jumping to conclusions.
Let's give Ann a chance to explain.
Well, there's nothing to explain, Horace. It's true.
It isn't true. It's a lie. Ann.
Let go of me, Harry. You're hurting me.
I'll do more than hurt you. You can't do this. Take it easy, Punk. Take it easy. Let go of her. Keep away from me. Ann, let go of her, I say.
Oh, stop him.
I'll kill you. I'll kill you both. You effort. Why, you cheap. Here, cut it out, you two.
Right. Harry, Ann, turn on the light. Somebody turn on the light.
Inspector.
Yeah, Bart.
What makes you think the horse's name is Dobbin?
I don't know. Aren't they all named Dobbin?
At least the horse doesn't object. How much farther do you think it is?
Who cares? I haven't had so much fun since I was a kid.
Huh?
Come on there, Dobbin. What are you doing, horse?
Nice work, Inspector. Now we've turned completely around.
Oh, well, I never did get along with horses. Here, Bart, you drive a while.
Very well, Inspector. Move on.
Thanks.
All right. Get along, Bart. Come on up. By the way, is your friend the coroner going to meet us out at the Wheelock place?
No, he's given me complete charge of the deal.
That seems odd.
Huh?
I mean, asking you to come away up here from New York.
Oh, I thought so, too, until he told me his son Harry was mixed up in the shooting.
Oh?
Yeah. You see, Harry was in love with this Ann Wheelock. He and two other people went to her house to a birthday party. And who should be there but Ann Wheelock's husband?
Well, ghost from the past, huh?
Yep, ghost from the past, only this ghost got a bullet through his gizzard.
I see. As I understand it, Inspector, the lights went out just before the shooting took place.
That's it. So we know that one of the four people in the room shot Jim.
Well, it sounds simple.
Sure. Nothing to it. I guess that must be the place up ahead.
Oh, yes. Rather a bleak-looking cottage, isn't it? Not a tree within 100 yards. By the way, Inspector.
Yeah?
I don't suppose you read in the papers the other day about the two convicts who escaped from the state penitentiary?
Huh? Well, what about it?
One of them was named Milton Wheelock.
What of it?
His sister is Ann Wheelock. The second convict was a man named Chuck Anderson.
You don't say.
Yes, I do say, Inspector. I also say that that's the real reason you and I are up here.
No, wait a minute, Bart.
Inspector, I'm surprised. To think you keep me from sharing in the glory of capturing America's #1 gang leader.
Oh, Bart, listen, I wasn't...
I'm hurt, Inspector. Deeply hurt. Oh, well, perhaps I should feel grateful for your faith in asking me to come along.
Very funny.
Well, boy. Well, here we are. If you feel that you need me during the investigation, don't hesitate to demand my services, Inspector.
That's right, Inspector Denton. I'm Harry Parsons. My father has told me a lot about you. He has, eh? Well, I can tell you some things about your dad. All good, too.
Oh, thank you, sir.
And now, introduce me to these other people.
Yes.
This is Fanny Shepard, and this is Horace McCready.
Pleased to meet you.
Hello. Where's the girl? Ann? Oh, she's in her room. None of us have seen her since it happened. Look, Inspector, can't Fanny and I go home now? We didn't have anything to do with this. We didn't even know I'll let you know when you can go home, Bub. Hey, Bart.
Did you want me, Inspector?
Found anything?
Oh, a good deal, Inspector.
And what do you mean, a good deal? You only been here 5 minutes.
Yes, I know.
Well?
Well, what?
What have you found?
A corpse, Inspector.
Whose corpse? Oh, look, Bart, stop being so hard to get along with. Where's this corpse that you found?
In that bedroom over there.
Oh, that's Jim, Ann's husband.
Ann's husband. Is it, Harry?
Of course it is. We ought to know. We were here when it happened. Afterward, we saw Harry's father put it in there.
Does that prove it was the corpse of Ann's husband?
Yes, it does. I ought to know my own husband.
Ann. Well, so this is Ann Wheelock, eh?
Yes, I'm Ann Wheelock. I suppose you're the two policemen that Mr. Parsons called in to find out which of the four of us shot Jim.
That's it, lady. We're the cops.
But you don't have to look any farther. I shot Jim.
Ann, quit talking like that. You didn't shoot him.
Who did then? You? Fanny? Of course we didn't. That's right, Fanny, you didn't. I did. I could prove it.
Now, there's a switch. Someone trying to prove she's a murderess.
Of course I want to prove it. Do you think I'd like to see Fanny or Harry or Horace accused of a crime that I committed?
I don't know, lady. I just never happened to run across anyone who cared a doggone who was accused, so long as it wasn't them.
Well, we live and learn, don't we, Inspector? Here, take a look at this gun, please.
Hey, that is a gun, isn't it?
Yes.
A .32 caliber pistol. I think Harry's father's already established the fact that Jim was killed with a .32.
Yeah, that's right.
I kept it in the desk by the door there. That's where I was standing when the lights went out. Fanny and Horace can tell you that.
You didn't kill him, Anne. You couldn't have.
Yes, I did, Harry. I'm sorry. There wasn't any other way. Well, Inspector?
Yeah, sure. Well, I guess that does it. She's got a motive. She's got the evidence. She even admits doing it, Bart. I guess our mission is accomplished, eh?
I disagree, Inspector.
Huh? What do you mean you disagree?
I don't think that Anne killed her husband.
But I did. I proved it. What more do you want?
A good deal, Miss Wheelock. Your husband is dead, but I can prove that you didn't murder him.
Look, Bart, I don't think that was very smart, telling Fanny and Horace they could go home.
You don't? Why not, Inspector?
Well, suppose one of them is guilty.
Well?
Well, doggone it. If they're guilty, they aren't just going to sit around home until we come after them.
Don't you worry, Inspector. They'll be back within a couple of hours, as I asked them to.
They will, eh?
That's right.
Oh, that's what I call having faith in human nature.
Well, Inspector, that does it.
What does what? We've circled the house twice?
Mm-hmm.
Have we proved something?
I'm not sure, Inspector. I expected to find that one of the electric wires extending from that outside pole to the house would be down. Didn't you?
Did I?
But of course. The people who were here last night all assured us that the lights were put out by the storm.
Say. Yeah.
There isn't a tree within 100 yards of the house, so the disrupted service couldn't have been caused by a fallen branch.
That's right. On the other hand...
Which might indicate that someone turned off the lights. And if someone turned off the lights, I'd say that the murder of Jim was planned and premeditated. Wouldn't you, Inspector?
Yeah, but...
Since no one knew that Jim was here except Anne Wheelock, it looks as though she's the guilty party.
Very clever. Very clever indeed. Now, can I say something?
Oh, please do, Inspector. Make it profound.
Yeah. Now, suppose a tree branch were blown down by the storm in some other part of town.
Mm-hmm. Well?
Couldn't it have cracked up the main power lines and put the lights out in this house?
Very clever, Inspector. Very clever indeed. Now, can I say something?
Yeah, only make it profound.
Inspector, you're wonderful. Now, suppose we check your premise with the local power company and then take another look inside that house.
Naturally, I can't stop you if you want to search the house, Mr. Drake. I can't imagine what you expect to find, however.
I can't either, lady.
Thank you, Miss Wheelock. Inspector, suppose we start with this room here.
Well, is it necessary for you to search this particular room?
Is there some reason why you don't want us to?
Yes. This is my brother's room.
Oh, I get it. He was the guy
Inspector.
Huh?
I'm sorry, Miss Wheelock.
I don't suppose it makes any difference. Go in if you like.
Thank you.
The room hasn't been occupied or opened since Milt went away. Go on. Do anything you like. Nothing matters now.
Well,
how do you like that?
Well, Inspector, she can hardly be blamed for acting upset. I understand that Milton was her only living relative.
How about Jim?
Jim is dead, Inspector.
Yes, so he is. I forgot. But look.
Never mind that now, Inspector. Let's go in here and have a look. Oh, rather gloomy, isn't it? Would you mind rolling up those shades, Inspector?
Okay. That better?
Yes, at least it makes the place more cheerful.
Yeah. Shows up the dust, too. Women are sure funny. Imagine keeping this room closed up.
Sentimental is the word, I think, Inspector. Found something?
No. Just an ordinary old alarm clock. I like to hear them tick. Reminds me of when I was a boy.
Like riding in sleighs, eh, Inspector?
Yeah, like riding in sleighs. Hey, what are you doing over there?
Oh, I'm just looking around, Inspector. Just looking around. Uh-oh.
What's the uh-oh for?
By Jove, Inspector, I've got it.
What, for crying out loud?
That's it. It must be. There can't be any other answer.
Doggone it, what are you talking about, boy?
Inspector, why didn't we think of it before?
I'll bite. Why?
It was too simple, that's why. What time is it, Inspector?
Time? Can't you read? There's a clock right under your nose.
4:30. Fine. Now, Horace and Fanny will be here at 5. That gives us 30 minutes to search the cellar and the kitchen. Come along, Inspector.
Now we know who murdered Jim and why.
But, Anne, why didn't you tell me? It doesn't matter if you've been married a dozen times.
I should have told you, Harry. I should have. I know that now.
Listen, darling, I love you. Doesn't that mean anything to you?
Oh, it means everything, Harry. That is, it means everything. I don't know what I mean. I'm so confused.
Oh, you poor kid. I know you didn't shoot him.
Oh, I did, Harry. I did. You've got to believe.
Anne, listen to me. You're trying to protect someone, aren't you?
Protect someone?
You think I did it. You think that I shot your husband.
Oh, Harry, no, I don't.
You heard me threaten to kill him. You all heard me. And believe me, please, I didn't do it.
I know you didn't, Harry. I know that you didn't.
I wanted to. Nothing would have given me greater pleasure. But I didn't do it, Anne.
I believe you, Harry. I do.
Then why do you keep saying that you killed him? Why?
But don't ask me, Harry, please. Drop it.
Drop it. Anne, do you realize what you're saying? Do you realize what will happen if they take you away?
Well, that's what I want. I want them to take me away. I don't want to see this place ever again.
Anne.
I mean it. I've caused nothing but unhappiness. You ought to hate me, Harry.
I love you. I'll never stop loving you.
How can you? You're just being kind. How can you love the sister of a convict, a murderer?
Anne, look. I know how you feel about Milt. It was all that you had. He made a mistake. All right. Sure. That could happen to anyone. I'm not blaming you.
Milt was good, Harry. Down deep, he was good.
Sure. I know. Anne, listen to me.
That must be Fanny and Horace.
Well, Anne, I'm surprised that you have the nerve to show your face.
Quit it, Fanny. Leave her alone.
I won't quit it. I think it's disgusting. I'm ashamed that I ever thought of her as my friend.
I'm sorry, Fanny.
Sorry indeed. I think it's a little late for apologies, Anne Wheelock.
Listen, Fanny. If you think that it was Anne who shot her husband, you're crazy.
Oh? Crazy, am I? And just why do you think Mr. Drake asked Horace and me to come back here?
Let's wait till we find out before we go making statements we might regret later.
Regret? I'll hardly regret giving evidence that'll help send a murderer to the electric chair.
Evidence? What do you mean, Fanny?
I'll tell you precisely what I mean, Anne Wheelock. I happened to see you take that gun out of the desk drawer.
You couldn't have.
Oh, no? I was standing nearest to her, wasn't I? I have eyes in my head, haven't I?
Come on in, Inspector. Oh, you are back, are you?
We certainly are, Mr. Drake. And I, for one, am ready to testify.
Testify?
Yes. I saw Anne take the gun from the drawer.
I thought the lights were out.
The lights didn't go out until after I had gotten the gun.
Why didn't you tell us that before, lady?
Because she didn't think of it before. That's why. Now she figures she can make a heroine out of herself by telling a lot of lies.
That's not true, Harry Parsons. I'm only trying to do my duty as a citizen.
It's pretty serious, Miss Shepard, when you accuse a person of murder.
I'm quite aware of that, Mr. Drake. Oh, what's the use? I did it. I told you I did it. Isn't that enough?
It will be, lady, if this case ever gets to court.
Miss Shepard, did Anne take the gun from the desk with her right hand or her left?
Her right.
Oh?
Oh, no. It was her left. I'm sure it was her left.
Did she fire it while she was standing by the desk, or did she walk up close to her husband?
Why, well, she walked up close to him.
How close would you say?
How close? Well, very close. She wasn't more than a foot away.
What part of the body did she shoot him?
In the forehead. There's a bullet hole in the corpse, isn't there?
Yes, and if Anne were only standing a foot away when she fired the shot, there would be powder burns, too.
Powder burns?
Yeah, and there weren't any.
You see, Miss Shepard, you weren't at all sure what you saw. Murder witnesses are seldom sure. That's one of the great troubles with the
But I did. I'm positive. I saw Anne take the gun from the desk with her left hand and shoot her husband.
No, Miss Shepard. Anne didn't take the gun from the desk with her left hand, or her right. She didn't take it at all.
Well, I saw
the
her.
The gun wasn't even in the desk. And Anne didn't shoot her husband. The corpse lying in the other room is not Anne's husband.
Not her husband?
Anne.
He is. Horace and Fanny saw him alive. They know.
They only know what you told the man. You introduced Chuck Anderson as your husband because he forced you to.
No.
Did you say Chuck Anderson, Mr. Drake?
That's right, Parsons. Chuck and Anne's brother Milton were cellmates. They escaped together. Milton became wounded and Chuck deserted him. Isn't that the way it was, Anne?
I don't know.
Yes, you do know. Chuck came here and forced you to pretend that he was your husband by threatening to let Milton die if you didn't.
Anne, is this true?
Of course it's true, Bub. We don't make mistakes.
But what Chuck Anderson didn't know was that Milton had gotten here first. He was here when Chuck arrived. Anne had been taking care of him for days.
Yeah. So she couldn't go to the police because if she did, they'd search the house and find her brother.
And why didn't you tell me?
How could I? I didn't know what to do.
Well, then why was Milton who shot Chuck Anderson? Is that right, Mr. Drake?
That's right, Horace. Then Milton got out of the house.
And left poor Anne to take the blame for shooting that gangster.
Yeah, poor Anne knew she'd never be convicted of murder, lady. There wasn't any evidence.
Just wanted to give her brother time enough to get away.
Get away? Then you mean it? Oh, good heavens, what was that?
Just what it sounded like, lady. Come on, Bart, this is it.
Hey, come in here. There he is. It's Milton. He's dead.
Dead, all right. Shot himself.
Yes, and with the same .32 caliber pistol he used to shoot Chuck Anderson. Pick up that note lying beside him, Inspector. I think you'll find it's a full confession.
Get up, Dobbin. Get along, boy.
Well, Dobbin seems anxious to get back to town, Inspector.
Yeah, me too. You know, Bart, I feel kind of sorry for Ann.
You do?
Harboring an escaped criminal is a serious offense.
Yes, but doing so at the point of a gun isn't, Inspector.
You mean Milton made her take care of him?
I don't know, Inspector. That's what his confession said. The local authorities will have to decide.
I guess you're right. Which reminds me.
Of what, Inspector?
Of asking you how you knew that Milton had been hiding in the house before Chuck Anderson got there.
Oh, that.
Yeah, that.
Well, it was that old alarm clock, Inspector.
What about the old alarm clock?
Anne said the room hadn't been opened or occupied since Milton went away. Yet the clock was running. Remember how its tickling gave you a nostalgic feeling?
By golly, that's right.
By golly, it is, Inspector.
By golly.
By golly, what, Inspector?
By golly, Bart. I'm going to stick my chin out. Tell me, how is it you can figure these things out so easily?
I see what you mean, Inspector. The answer, of course, is that mystery is my hobby. Mystery is my hobby. This story began only last week. Inspector Noah Danton and I had settled down for a friendly game of chess at the Lamplighters Club when... Well, Inspector, I guess we have a free evening ahead of us for a change.
That's all right with me. Which do you want, the black or white?
White. And I feel pretty sharp tonight. I hope you're on your toes.
Don't worry about me. Okay, go ahead and move.
Well, I'll jump my knight over here.
Huh?
Mm-hmm.
You been reading some books or something? Never saw you open like that before.
Variety, Inspector. Variety is the spice of life. Haven't you heard?
Yeah, I heard all right, and here it comes now.
Here comes what, Inspector?
Variety in the form of Jimmy the Page Boy. I knew something like this would happen.
Mr. Drake.
Okay, Jimmy.
I'll plug it in here if you want.
Thank you, Jimmy. Here you are.
Thanks, Mr. Drake.
This telephone gag is beginning to get monotonous.
Yes, Barton Drake speaking.
Drake, this is Fred Chambers, 327 St. Andrew's Circle.
Yeah?
Here it comes.
I'd like you to come out right away, if you will. My wife has just shot herself.
Shot herself? But look here, why don't you call a doctor and...
There is a doctor already here. In his opinion, my wife was murdered.
Oh, I see. Then, of course, the police have been notified.
Police? That's me. What's all this about?
The police have not been notified yet, Mr. Drake. You see, Dr. Morrissey and the others think that I murdered my wife.
Think that you murdered your...
You'll find this a most interesting case, Drake. Most interesting. Solve it and you'll be mailed a check for $10,000.
I can assure you that $10,000 interests me very much, Mr. Chambers, but I don't suppose you are guilty of the crime.
It's going to appear as though I am, Drake, even to you. That's why I'm offering you $10,000 to prove that I didn't do it. Goodbye, Drake.
Well, that's strange.
What's strange? Who's been murdered? Who was that calling? Let me in on the deal, will you?
It was a man named Fred Chambers, Inspector. He said his wife had just shot herself. And the doctor who examined her believed that he, Chambers, murdered her.
Is that strange?
Yes. I had the impression that Chambers didn't believe I could or would prove him innocent of the crime.
Maybe he isn't innocent.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he did murder her. Say, that's an angle. He knocked her off. Someone suspected him. He offered you $10,000 to prove him innocent. I know a lot of guys that paid $10,000 if they could shoot their wives.
No, Inspector. I think you're on the wrong track. Oddly enough, I think Chambers is innocent.
It doesn't add up, Bart, my boy. If the guy is innocent, he shouldn't be running away.
Maybe he isn't running away, Inspector. Suppose we stop guessing and we get out to Chambers' home. You know, I have a feeling we're going to have a surprise waiting for us.
Yeah, it'll take a lot to surprise me after working with you for the past 10 years. Okay, let's go.
slip, Inspector.
Yeah, you can see the house number from here.
I wish we could see the future as clearly as we can see that sign.
Huh? Yeah. Say, it looks as if they were having a party.
Yes, at least the place is brilliantly lighted. Well, we'll know in a minute. Push the door bell, will you, Inspector?
Yeah.
Good evening. Good evening. I'm Barton Drake. This is Inspector Noah Denton.
Oh? The police? Oh, there's something wrong.
We're not sure yet. We'd like to see Mr. Fred Chambers, please.
Come in, Fred. Fred is upstairs with his wife at the moment.
Thank you.
Upstairs with his wife, is he?
Yes, Maxine, Mrs. Chambers, has been ill for some time. I am Dr. Joel Morrissey, her physician.
I see. Will you be good enough to show her to...
Oh, there you are, Gretchen. You and Dorothy come over here, please.
More callers, Joel? I hope one of them can play bridge.
Just an innocent little group looking for someone to make up a foursome.
Yes. Gretchen, I want you to meet Barton Drake and Inspector Noah Danton. Gentlemen, my wife.
How do you do, Mrs. Marcy?
Hello.
Barton Drake. Oh, how exciting. Dorothy, did you hear? It's Barton Drake, the criminologist. Yes, I heard. I wonder...
This is Miss Dorothy Winters. We're all old friends of Fred and Maxine.
Good evening, Mr. Drake.
Miss Winters?
You must have a reason for coming here at this time of night, Mr. Drake. Is something wrong?
That's the second time we've been asked that question. The answer is we don't know yet.
Oh, this is exciting. Well, of course, you must suspect there's something wrong. I mean, you must.
You won't be disappointed there, lady.
Dr. Marcy, how long ago did Mr. Chambers go up to see his wife?
Oh, about an hour ago, I should judge.
Why? It's been gone an hour, And none of you wondered what had detained him? Is he in the habit of asking guests to play bridge and then leave them to shift for themselves?
Aren't you being a bit prying, Mr. Drake?
Yeah, that's our business, lady.
I'm afraid you don't understand, Mr. Drake. We're all old friends of Fred. His wife has been confined to her bed for several months. Frequently, she calls, and Fred goes and sits with her. It's the least he can do.
I see. Being a doctor, I should think that you would also go to your patient when she calls, Dr. Marcy.
Isn't he clever?
It's an angle, lady. Drake never overlooks him.
It isn't that Maxine is in pain, Mr. Drake. She merely wants company. I'd only be in the way.
I see. What's the nature of her illness, Dr. Marcy?
She has leukemia.
I object to all these questions. You two men have no right to come in here.
That may be true, Miss Winters, but for the moment, however, we'll have to override your objections. Dr. Marcy, which room is occupied by Mrs. Chambers?
I'll take you up.
I prefer if you didn't. Professor Danton and I can find our own way.
Well, I like that. Joel, you do no such thing.
Dorothy, do you want to spoil the most exciting thing that's happened to any of us in here? The first room, the left, at the top of the stairs, Mr. Drake.
Thank you. Come along, Inspector.
I'm not tolerant this. Joel, stop them.
I think it best to let them go, Dorothy. It will be time enough to demand apologies.
Say, Bart, that Winters babe acts as though she owns the place.
Perhaps she expects to, after tonight.
Huh? Oh, I get it. Wedding bells, eh? You think maybe she...
Let's not jump to conclusions, Inspector. We don't even know that Mrs. Chambers is dead yet. That might have been a phony call I received back at the club. This must be the room here.
Jumping Judas. If that's Mrs. Chambers lying there on the bed, there's nothing phony about what's happened to her.
No, she's quite dead. Shot to the heart. Well, so far, things are happening just as Fred Chambers described.
Happening as he described? He said they'd already happened.
Yes, that's true. Chambers also said that Dr. Morrissey would call this murder.
Yeah, that's right. And Chambers said he would be accused of the murder.
But that Mrs. Chambers shot herself.
If she shot herself, where's the gun? She was shot through the heart. She couldn't have hidden it.
That's good reasoning, Inspector. Let's look around a bit. And afterwards, we'll let Dr. Morrissey examine the body.
A good idea. If he calls it murder like Chambers did, then we'll know something. Or will we?
I think we'll know more after Medical Examiner Ryan gives his report, Inspector. Inspector, Chambers said we'd find this a most interesting case. And you know, I'm inclined to agree with him.
Dorothy, in heaven's name, will you stop that endless pacing back and forth? Makes me nervous.
Oh, I'm nervous, too. What in the world are they doing up there?
Are you worried, darling?
Worried? Why would I be worried?
Search me. Unless it's because Maxine and Fred might affect a reconciliation and you'll never get to marry the guy.
Oh, for goodness sakes, Gretchen, don't be so vulgar.
Vulgar, she says. Darling, you're wonderful.
Fred was gone an unusually long time. I wonder if it had anything to do with the Rembrandt.
The what?
Nothing. I was just thinking.
Oh, Joel, for heaven's sake, forget that old painting.
Forget it? I'm not apt to.
If anything's happened to Fred, I might not be able to collect my just debts.
Just debts? What in the world are you talking about? Oh, Joel, he won that painting that hangs in Maxine's room from Fred at poker the other night. Fred asked Joel if he'd leave it hanging there until... The Rembrandt? Fred lost it at poker? Well, that can't be true. Fred would never gamble with that painting. He prizes it more than anything he possesses.
Well, he did gamble with it, and I won it. I have witnesses. He promised to give it to me as soon as Maxine...
As soon as she dies. Oh, why don't you say it, for goodness sake? And who cares about the old picture anyhow?
Gretchen, it's a pity you don't know more about art. That original is worth thousands of dollars.
Thousands of dollars? What nonsense. Well, the 5 and dime stores... But it is worth thousands. Fred's told me so a dozen times. Really? And just who would pay...
I'm sorry to keep you folks waiting.
Oh, I should think you would be. Who were the people who came and left our house by the back way? While you can find us in this room. Does Fred know what's going on? I'd like to see it at once.
One question at a time, please. The people who came and left by the back way were Medical Examiner Ryan and his assistant.
Medical Examiner Ryan?
That's right.
Now, look here, Drake. I'm Maxine's physician.
That's why you're saying, Mr. Chambers, Miss Winters. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you.
Well, where is he, for goodness sake?
I haven't the remotest idea.
Oh, nonsense. Drake, what's this all about? What's happened? What brought you here in the first place?
That is something I think you will help me find the answer to, Dr. Morrissey.
I? What are you talking about?
Maxine Chambers is dead. She was shot through the heart more than 2 hours ago.
Maxine murdered? Oh, why, that's incredible. Who could possibly want to kill her?
Did I say she was murdered, Dr. Morrissey?
Oh, why, well, that is,
How very clever of you, Mr. Drake. Yes, how very clever. I suppose that's what you call a trap.
You can call it what you like, Mrs. Morrissey. Well, Doctor?
You tricked me into saying that, Drake. You implied that she'd been murdered. You put the words in my mouth.
No, Doctor. Fred Chambers put the words into your mouth. He called this evening and said his wife had been shot. He said that you would call it murder, Dr. Morrissey. Why do you suppose he said that?
Fred called you?
Hmm?
Well, that's a lie. How could he? He was here with us all evening.
You all admitted earlier that none of you had seen him for an hour after he went upstairs to see his wife.
Then it must have been Fred who shot her. That's it. He shot her, then escaped down the back way and called you. He figured that you would charge me with the murder because I had a motive.
That's interesting. What was your motive, Dr. Morrissey?
I'd won an original Rembrandt that he owned at poker. And there was a stipulation that I was to leave the painting hanging in Maxine's room as long as she lived.
I see. And being Maxine's physician, you knew she would live a long time, so you hurried things along?
Now, that's not true. You can't arrest me on such flimsy evidence. Dorothy had a motive just as strong, if not stronger than I.
Oh?
Joe Morrissey, how dare you say such a thing?
I'm saying it to protect myself, if you want to know. You were going to marry Fred as soon as Maxine was gone. Perhaps you decided to hurry things along.
It's despicable of you to even think such a thing. Well, you had your chance, darling. You went upstairs to powder your nose just before these policemen arrived. Well, so did you, Gretchen Morrissey. You were gone a full 15 minutes. And Joel went up to get a package of cigarettes out of his coat. We all had a chance if it comes to that.
Well, this is an interesting case. I wonder what you're all going to say when we determine whose fingerprints are on the gun.
You found the gun?
Oh, yes, we found it. It was lodged between the bureau and the wall. Evidently, the person who put it there stupidly thought it wouldn't be found. What are you looking so frightened about, Doctor?
Was the gun, was it an old hammer-action antique revolver?
Yes, as a matter of fact, it was.
Oh, my goodness.
Well, at least you all seem familiar with the lethal weapon.
Yes, we're all familiar with it.
Well, you see, Fred bought that gun today in an antique shop. He showed it to us when we first arrived. We all handled it. And when Fred went upstairs in response to Maxine's call, he took it with him.
Then that means... By Jove, that means that Fred must have murdered her. He deliberately got our fingerprints.
Oh, come in, Inspector.
Bart, you weren't kidding when you said this was a strange case.
Something unusual turned up, Inspector?
Plenty. There were only 2 sets of fingerprints on the gun. One was Mrs. Chambers.
The other must have been Fred.
Why? A minute ago, you were deliberately accusing Fred of getting all of our prints on the gun.
Wait a minute, lady. Wait a minute. There were 2 shots fired, and both of them went through Mrs. Chambers' heart.
2 shots?
Yeah, 2 shots. Only it's a funny thing. There was only one exploded shell in the gun.
By Jove.
Well, Doctor?
It's as clear as crystal.
Oh?
Fred and Maxine were quarreling. I heard them when I went up to get my cigarettes. Fred must have shot her twice. He started to reload and heard me coming along the hall. He had time only to get one fresh cartridge into the breech and then ran out onto the balcony and jumped to the ground.
That, Dr. Miles, is not very clever. Chambers didn't have time to shove home the second cartridge, but he did have time to wedge the gun behind the bureau. Is that what you're trying to say?
Well, yes.
I think we're going to find that Mrs. Chambers was killed by someone who's in this house right now.
What the heck are you hunting for in that wastebasket? What are you doing in this bedroom anyhow?
Well, this is the bedroom that Fred Chambers occupied, Inspection. I'm looking for... Oh, here it is.
Here's what? Looks to me like an ordinary piece of wrapping paper.
Exactly what it is, Inspector. It's the paper that the gun was wrapped in. Yep. Here's the name of the antique shop. The Old Antique Shop, 521 Washington Place.
So, now what do we do?
Call them up, Inspector. Ask if they provided an extra cartridge when they sold Chambers that revolver. I have a hunch that the manufacturers long ago discontinued making ammunition of that particular caliber, but still it is possible that...
But for God's sake, you don't think that Mrs. Chambers' murderer actually stopped to reload?
You can't pass up any bets, Inspector, especially when we know that both those bullets came from the old hammer-action revolver.
How could they both have come from it? Even if the rifling is the same, it just doesn't make sense.
That's right, Inspector. It doesn't make sense. The only logical answer is... an extra cartridge that would fit that antique gun.
All right, but I still think... Hey, What are you doing here standing outside this door?
I'm sorry, sir. I was just about to knock.
I'll bet eavesdropping. Come on in here.
Very good, sir.
Well, and who have you got there, Inspector?
I don't know yet. What's your name, Junior? Come on, speak up. What were you doing listening outside that door? What, are you going to talk?
I am, sir, if you'll give me a chance.
Yeah, are you going to tell us who you are, or do we have to beat it out of you?
I'm quite willing to.
Oh, so you won't talk, eh? Okay, Junior. What? Did you say something, Bart?
I wonder if you'd make that telephone call to the antique shop.
Telephone call now? But look, this eavesdropper...
I'll question the eavesdropper. You make the telephone call.
Huh?
Mm-hmm.
Well, okay. Only if he won't talk, just let me know.
Thank you, Mr. Drake. My name is Edwards. I'm Mr. Chambers' manservant.
I see. Where have you been all evening, Edwards?
I was at my sister's.
Oh?
Today was my day off. I just returned a few minutes ago. Dr. Morrissey told me of the terrible thing that had happened. I'd like to offer my services.
Services?
Yes. I'm a bit of an amateur sleuth, if you'll pardon my saying so.
Mm-hmm. Is that a fact? Didn't know it was loaded, eh? Okay, thanks. You were right, Bart. The antique shop had a record of the sale. There wasn't any extra bullets. The shop owner didn't even know the gun was loaded.
That rather complicates things, doesn't it,
Puts
Inspector?
us right back where we started. Has Junior here decided to talk?
Oh, Inspector, this is Edwards, Mr. Chambers' manservant, and he's a bit of a sleuth.
Really? Well, a sleuth's just what we need. You and I aren't getting any place.
Mr. Drake, would you mind letting me see the two bullets that came from the gun?
Not at all. Show him the bullets, Inspector.
Okay, here you are, Bob.
Thank you, sir.
Say, Bart, come over here a minute, will you?
Yes, Inspector. What?
I don't get this. How do we know but he's the guy who murdered...
Not so loud. What if Edwards overheard you say that?
Well, what if he did? Who cares? Listen, maybe he's got a motive.
He has, Inspector. He's got the best motive of them all.
What the devil are you talking
Never
about?
mind, I'll explain later. Just take your cue from me, and I'll guarantee to have this case solved within an hour. At last, we've got something definite to go on.
Something definite?
Well, Edwards, you find something interesting?
Indeed, I have, sir. Look here.
Look where?
Here, at these bullets. See their peculiar shape? Both of them are flat on one end only.
That means anything, Edwards?
But it does, you see it.
Nonsense. You're trying to make something out of nothing.
Now, wait a minute, Bart. Now,
Inspector,
maybe...
I'm surprised. When will you learn that these amateurs are all alike?
I beg your pardon,
That's quite
sir.
all right, Edwards. Now, I want you to go downstairs and to tell our three guests to come up here at once.
But, sir, if you'll just let me...
I'm sorry, old man. You've wasted enough of our time already.
Now, you look here.
That's enough. Are you going to do as I ask, or will I have to put you out forcibly?
Very well, Mr. Drake.
Thank you.
All I can say is, whoever assigned you to this case was a fool.
Well, Inspector, that does it. At last, we've solved the strangest case we've ever been asked to handle.
We have, eh?
Mm-hmm.
Bart, you know what I think?
Now what?
I think you've suddenly gone crazy.
Oh, come, Inspector.
First, you won't let me ask the guy any questions. Then you won't let him talk when he figures something out. What do you mean we got this case solved?
Coincidence, Inspector. Everything is based on coincidence. Haven't you wondered why nobody claimed to hear the shot that killed Mrs. Chambers?
Yeah, that's right. I wonder why I didn't think that.
Coincidence again, Inspector. Chambers had gone to his wife's room. He left the door open. He was probably telling his wife that he had to give the Rembrandt painting to Marcy.
Now, wait a minute. You're not going to tell me he heard someone coming along the hall and slammed the door.
That's precisely what I'm going to tell you, Inspector. He slammed it. Exactly as Edward slammed the door in this room a moment ago.
Now, look, Bart, wait.
Coincidence, Inspector, coincidence. But in a moment, coincidence is going to begin working again.
Jumping Judas, what's that?
That's it, Inspector. That's coincidence. Come on.
Lucy, hurry up. Hurry up. I'm coming.
Well, what are you coming up here for, ladies? Where's your husband, Mrs. Marcy?
I don't know. He came up here. We heard a crash and someone yelled.
Yeah, and I got a hunch that the guy who yelled was Doc Morrissey. What did he come up here for? We told you all to stay in the library.
Well, Joe was nervous. He wanted to talk to Mr. Drake. That's not true. Gretchen, it's about time we began telling the truth.
That's a good idea, Miss Winters. Suppose you start.
I will. Joel came up to get the Rembrandt painting. That's a lie. He only wanted to make sure that it was still here.
And that means he's in Mrs. Chambers' bedroom. Come on, Bart.
I'm right with you, Inspector.
Here we are. Darkest pitch inside.
Yes, with the light switches on that right-hand wall.
Yeah, I got it.
What?
Hey, there's Doc Morrissey on the floor.
What happened? Joel. Is he dead?
No, knocked out is all. He'll be all right.
Joel, darling, speak to me.
Yes, what happened? Suppose you tell us, Doc.
Give him a chance, can't you? He's hurt.
Take all the time you want. Just keep him here, that's all. Hey, Bart, what are you doing over there?
Oh, just checking the windows, Inspector. Is the doctor all right?
Yeah, he's okay. Say, look, those windows...
All locked, Inspector. You feeling better, Dr. Marcy?
Yes, I'm all right.
Shall I have Edwards get you something?
Edwards?
Mm-hmm.
Well, who in the world is Edwards?
Who is he? You were talking with him a little while ago. It was you who told him what happened to Mrs. Chambers.
Nonsense. We've talked to no one all evening.
Exactly. Dr. Marcy, did you recognize the man who attacked you when you came up here to steal the painting?
Steal it? Now, look here, Drake.
Fine. I see you didn't recognize him. Inspector, let me see those bullets that were taken from Mrs. Chambers' body.
Bullets? Oh, yeah, here they are.
Thank you. Now, please notice that one has been flattened on the pointed end and the other on the firing end.
Well, what does that prove?
That, Dr. Morrissey, is the answer to our very strange case.
I wish you'd explain how it answers anything.
Gladly. A long time ago, the revolver which was used to kill Mrs. Chambers was fired, and the bullet became lodged in the barrel.
Say, that's the answer, Bart. When the gun was fired the second time, it knocked out the first bullet, and both of them penetrated Mrs. Chambers' heart.
That's it, Inspector. The flattened ends of the two bullets prove it.
Oh, yes, maybe, but it doesn't prove who fired the gun.
I think it does, Doctor.
Who fired it?
Mrs. Chambers did. Chambers had wiped it off, handed it to her. She was examining the gun when Dr. Morrissey came along the hall.
Sure. Chambers knew that Morrissey was going to demand the painting, and he didn't want his wife to know he'd lost it playing poker.
Yes, Inspector, that's it. He slammed the door in Morrissey's face. Now, isn't that right, Doctor?
Well, yes, that part's right.
The slamming of the door startled Mrs. Chambers. The gun went off in her hand, killing her.
Wait a minute, Bart. Who hid the gun behind the bureau?
No one did. The terrific recoil of the two bullets knocked the gun out of Mrs. Chambers' hand, and it landed behind the bureau. Coincidence again, Inspector.
Well, I'll be a brown-eyed blonde. But look, why did Chambers take it on the lam?
Because he knew Morrissey had heard him and Mrs. Chambers quarreling. He knew his fingerprints would be found on the gun. He thought Morrissey had heard the shot, and he knew he was sunk.
Yeah, but I still don't
After he got away, Chambers called me. Then he began thinking. He finally figured out what had happened.
Chambers figured it out?
Yes. He tried to tell us back in his own bedroom, but I wouldn't let him because I wanted to be positive that the man who called himself Edwards was Fred Chambers.
What?
He proved it when he caught Morrissey trying to steal his painting. Inspector, open up that closet door and ask Fred Chambers to step out, will you?
Say, Bart.
Yes, Inspector.
Decent of Chambers to let us spend the night here, wasn't it?
Did you wake me up to tell me that?
Well, no, I was wondering.
Wondering what, Inspector?
How did you know that Edwards was Chambers?
I guess.
Now, listen, don't tell me that.
Well, of course, my guesswork was backed up by the fact that I thought it strange Edwards or Chambers should call us both by name when he never met us.
Oh, I see.
Also, the fact that he asked to see both the bullets.
Huh? So he did. Yeah. Then he claimed he was a bit of a sleuth, tried to sell us the idea that sleuthing was his hobby.
On the contrary, Inspector, I think he tried to sell us the idea that he knew that...
Yeah. Go ahead and say it.
Mystery is my hobby. Mystery is my hobby. Inspector Noah Danton and I had driven to Lake George for a few days' rest, and were returning to New York. It was early spring, and the mud season was at its height. Early in the evening, a young practicing physician in the town of Cranston had been attending to his last patient of the day.
All right, Horace, you can put your shirt back on.
Okay. Well, everything all right, Doc?
Oh, hello, Hala. Come in. We're all through.
Did you give the patient a clean bill of health, Doctor?
Doctor isn't talking. Look at him. He's disgusted because he can't find anything wrong. You know, it must be discouraging when a fine, healthy specimen like me comes in for a checkup.
I wish all our patients were as healthy as you look, Horace.
Yeah, Doc doesn't think so. He'd go out of business, eh, Doc?
Sometimes people who look healthy are actually sick.
Yeah, I suppose you're right at that. Hey, Doc.
Yes?
There isn't anything wrong with me, is there?
We've been friends a long time, Horace. You want the truth, don't you?
Yeah. Yeah, I want the truth.
It's your heart, old man.
My heart?
Yes, it's quite bad.
Oh, you're kidding, Doc. I mean, well, I'm not going to die, am I?
Not right away. That is, if you're careful, very careful. Any unusual exertion would prove fatal.
What do you mean, careful? Look, Doc, I can't be careful. I'm an engineer. I can't quit work. You know that.
I'm afraid you'll have to quit your work.
Oh, no, I can't. What'd be the good of living if I couldn't build things? Look, Doc, I don't know. You must be kidding.
Sorry, Horace. This is as tough on me as it is on you. Sometimes it isn't pleasant being a doctor.
Yeah. Yeah, I see what you mean. All right, Doc. That's the verdict. I guess I can take it.
That's the spirit. Just take it easy and you might live to be 100.
Yeah, live to be 100. Well, so long, Doc. Good night, Hala. Thanks for everything.
Good night, Horace.
Good night. Oh, what a pity. Charles, are you sure?
Do you think I'd tell him such tragic news if I weren't sure?
But wouldn't it have been better to have let him go on thinking?
That he was in fine physical shape? Would that have been fair? If he's careful, he might prolong his life for years.
I wonder if Horace wants to prolong his life if he can't build things. Some men's work is more important to them than life itself.
Your interest in Horace seems somewhat unusual, my dear.
I've known him since we were children. Once long ago, he asked me to marry him.
Marry him?
Yes. Oh, it was before you came to town, Dr. Morrow. After working as your nurse for a month, I knew.
Knew what?
Why I didn't accept Horace. It was because I'd been waiting for you.
Darling, thank heaven you did. I suppose you know that was why you got the job when I advertised for a nurse.
Why?
Because I fell in love with you the minute you stepped through that office door.
Oh, so you didn't think I'd make a good nurse. All you wanted was... Dr. Morrow, after all, do you kiss all your nurses during office hours?
Only those I happen to fall in love with. And since you're the only nurse I've ever employed, how could I have fallen in love with the others? Besides, office hours ended 15 minutes ago.
Then go and change your clothes and take me out to dinner. I'm starved.
Ah, me. Women and their appetites. Be back in a shake, darling. Don't go away.
I will if you're gone more than 5 minutes. The darling.
Hello, Hala.
Terry.
Take it easy, baby. I ain't a ghost.
Terry, it can't be you.
No. I'll take a good look, sister. A good look.
Terry, what are you doing here?
Well, for the past couple of minutes, I've been outside, listening to your sloppy conversation with your doctor friend.
Terry.
You know, honey, you sure know how to get 'em. Why, you got that sawbones eating out of your hand. Just the way you used to have Horace Graham.
Stop it, Terry. What are you doing here? What do you want?
I had a little accident. Here, take a look.
You're wounded. You've been shot.
That's it, honey. Got into a little jam with the cops. Begun throwing lead around. I stopped one with my shoulder.
So, It was you.
Yeah, it was me who knocked off that payroll clerk. Now, look, honey. I gotta get this shoulder of mine fixed up. I was thinking that maybe your boyfriend...
You fool. Of course he won't.
You planning on making a telephone call, baby?
That's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to call the police.
No, ain't that something? My own sister turning me in. I can just see the headlines tomorrow. Escape con captured. Doctor breaks engagement with jailbird's sister.
So that's why you came here.
That's why I came here. Figure some other doc might start asking questions about how I got this bullet hole.
And why do you think Charles won't ask you those questions?
Charles, huh? Now, it's like this, honey. I was thinking you wouldn't want Charles to know that it was because of me you didn't marry Horace Graham.
That's a lie. It wasn't because of you that I didn't marry Horace. I didn't love Horace.
Oh, sure. Now, look, honey. You're not kidding me. So long as I was alive, you wouldn't marry nobody. Because you figured they might find out and object to having a jailbird in the family.
Horace knew. I told him.
No, you didn't. You never told nobody about me. Then you hear I'm dead. After a while, you go overboard about this doctor guy. You figure everything will be okay because there won't be a chance of me showing up.
Charles!
It's all right, Hela. I heard it all. There's nothing to be afraid of.
Well. If it ain't Doc Sawbones himself. With a gun, too.
That's right, mister, with a gun. And I know how to use it. Don't forget that.
I ain't forgetting nothing, mister. Least of all, I ain't forgetting my sister.
That's enough. I'm not interested in your opinion of your sister. Hela, there's just one thing I want to know.
Yes, Charles.
Did you refuse to marry Horace Graham because your brother was in jail?
No. Horace knew about Terry. I told him. The reason I didn't marry Horace was because I didn't love him.
Well, that's all I wanted to know, honey.
You're making a mistake, Doc. It ain't going to do you no good. It ain't going to do Hela no good when folks find out who I am.
He's right, Charles. It'll ruin you. People will ask questions. They won't patronize a doctor who's married to a sister of a jailbird.
That's it. Don't make a mistake, Doc. You got too much to lose. Or you might even lose Hela.
Hela?
Don't listen to him, Charles. It wouldn't make any difference. You're right about calling the police. I'm going to.
You ain't going to call nobody.
Look out, Charles.
Stand still, you fool.
No one ain't going to turn me over to the police.
The lights.
Terry, come back or I'll riot. You ain't going to...
You know, Bart, I'm kind of glad we decided to drive through to New York tonight after all. We ought to be there by dawn, eh?
I should think so, Inspector. What's the matter? Don't you like the country?
Oh, sure. I like it all right. Nice place to visit. As a matter of fact, I understand there are people who live here all the year round.
I wouldn't be surprised to find you were right. Say, Inspector.
Yeah? What's the matter?
Look, isn't that a man lying up ahead beside the road?
Huh? Where?
By Jove, it is.
Hey.
Pull up, Inspector.
Yeah, okay. Probably some farmer got pie-eyed on hard cider. Good thing you saw him. We might have run over him.
Possibly he's the victim of a hit-and-run driver.
Yeah.
Let's go back and take a look.
Two-Bit says this means we don't get back to New York by dawn.
Get out your flashlight, Inspector.
I got it out. There he is.
Yes. Lying in the mud beside the road. Hold the light steady while I roll him over. There we are.
How about a drunk or dead?
I'm not sure. There don't seem to be any bruises. I think we'd better get him to a doctor in any case.
A doctor? Where are we going to find a doctor in this wilderness?
There must be a town somewhere nearby, or else it... Listen, Inspector.
Huh? Listen to what? Hey, someone coming up the road.
Swing up your flashlight, Inspector.
Yeah.
Hello there. Something wrong?
Oh, yes. We were driving along and saw this man lying beside the road. Are you a native in this locality?
Yeah, I am. Oh, well, what's the matter? Say, is he dead?
We don't know yet. Know who he is?
Wait a minute. Throw your flashlight on his face. No? No, I never saw him before. Probably struck by a hit-and-run driver, huh?
Could be. What's your name, mister? And what are you doing walking along the road at 2 o'clock in the morning?
Well, I'm Horace Graham. I live in the village down the road. Well, as far as what I'm doing, I was just out for a walk.
Well, how do you like that? Out for a walk at 2 a.m. on a pitch-dark night.
Never mind that now, Inspector. Is there a doctor in the village, Mr. Graham?
Yeah, there's a doctor there. His name is Morrow, Charles Morrow.
Good.
His place is at the north end of the town. You can't miss it. There's a sign.
Splendid. Grab hold here, Inspector. This man needs treatment badly. This must be the place. Yes, there's a sign.
Black as ink. Maybe he isn't home.
I think it more likely that he's asleep. All right. Help me lift up our friend, Inspector.
Okay. Let's go.
All right.
There's something screwy about this, Bart, and I think you know it.
We both know it, don't we, Inspector? All right. Ease him down here in the porch. Careful now. There we are.
I'll knock. Why didn't you say so back there on the road?
I didn't think it expedient, Inspector. Neither did you.
Huh? Well, as far as I'm concerned...
Hello? Who's down there?
Dr. Morrow?
Yes, I'm Dr. Morrow.
We've a patient here who needs immediate treatment.
Immediate? Look, I've had a busy day.
This guy was struck by a hit-and-run driver. Come on down.
Hit and run. Very well, I'll be down. Wait until I put some clothes on.
Why is it that some people always have to stop and argue?
Are you asking me, Inspector?
What's that supposed to be? A wisecrack?
There's a light. All right. Let's lift up the body, Inspector.
Body? Who said it was a body? You don't call a man a body and...
Keep quiet.
Bring him inside, gentlemen. My office is to the left. You can place him on the operating table.
All right, fine. Careful now. Sorry to disturb you, Doctor, but this looks serious.
George, he is messed up, isn't he?
Well, at least there's a lot of mud on him.
Let me see now. Hit-and-run driver, you said. Gentlemen, I'm afraid your act of mercy came too late. The man is dead.
So? How would you say he died, Doctor?
How? Why, probably a fractured skull, or worse. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. Tomorrow I'll make out my report and...
Would you mind showing us where the car struck him?
Look here, gentlemen, I'm a doctor.
Well, we're policemen, and we want to know a few things.
Policeman?
Yes. This man here wasn't struck by any hit-and-run driver. There isn't a bruise on him, and he was dead when we found him.
Inspector.
Well, there's no use kidding anybody. We both knew it.
I see. Well, as policemen, you should know it's illegal to move a corpse without a coroner or a doctor. Now, if
the inspector spoke too hastily, Doctor. We weren't sure that the man was dead. It was reasonable to suppose that he was the victim of a hit-and-run driver until we saw the bandages.
Bandages?
Yeah, under his shirt. You better take a look, Doc. Make sure there aren't any bullet holes.
Well, there is a bandage, isn't there?
Yes.
Let me see. This is a bit irregular, but... By George, look there. There is a bullet hole.
Through the shoulder. I wouldn't say that such a wound would kill a man, would you, Doctor?
Oh, it's quite likely. You see, loss of blood...
The wound had begun to heal. That means, of course, that the blood had stopped flowing. No, Doctor. I think you'd better unwrap the rest of the bandage so we can see the second bullet hole. The one that really killed him. Inspector. The headlights are shining on the exact spot where we found the body. Let's get out and take a look around.
You think we're going to find something here, do you?
Naturally, I do. Otherwise, I wouldn't have suggested that we come back.
Well, for my dough, we should be talking to a guy named Horace Graham.
Stop here, Inspector. And why should we be talking to Horace Graham?
Because nobody with any brains will be walking along a country road in the pitch dark at 2 o'clock in the morning. Because the bullet that killed the guy we found entered through his back and penetrated to his heart.
Yes, I think you're right, Inspector. However, let's look around here first. Yeah. There are the victim's footprints in the mud. There's the place where he fell.
Yep, and there are tire tracks where the car swerved off the pavement. Say?
Yes, I was thinking the same thing, Inspector. It almost looks as though a car had chased our friend off the road. Otherwise, the tire tracks would have swerved in the other direction.
But why? The guy wasn't hit by an automobile. He was shot. Remember?
And I strongly suspect that Dr. Morrow knew he was shot. By the way, Inspector, do something for me, will you?
Sure. What do you want me to do?
Follow that line of footprints made by the victim.
You mean you want me to walk through the mud?
Yes, do you mind?
I mind a lot, but I don't think it'll do any good. Here goes. This way you want me?
Fine. Come on back, Inspector. I think we've made a discovery.
Discovery? What did you discover about me walking through the mud?
Turn around and compare your own footprints with those of the victim, Inspector.
What's different about him?
Say, Bart, look.
That's it, Inspector. You're a pretty big man, yet the footprints you made aren't nearly as deep as those made by the man we found lying here.
And he was a little guy.
Right.
Which means that someone must have carried him through the mud and dropped him beside the road to make it look as though a car hit him.
Which brings up another point. When we knocked at Dr. Morrow's door, he told us he'd be down as soon as he put some clothes on.
So he did. And when he finally got down, he was in his stocking feet.
Inspector, it struck me as odd that a man would fully dress himself and forget to put on his shoes.
He didn't forget. But I think we'd better go back and have another talk with Dr. Morrow.
Yes, but not right away, Inspector. As Sherlock Holmes used to say, let's smoke a couple of pipes on it first.
But look, if Doc's shoes are covered with mud...
They won't be, Inspector. The man isn't a fool. He probably wiped off his shoes long before he ever returned to the office. No, there's some other reason why Dr. Morrow came downstairs in his stocking feet. And I'm beginning to think I know the reason why.
Well, gentlemen, back again, eh? Did you make any startling discoveries?
Yeah, we made a few, Doc, that'll knock your eye out. Who's your girlfriend?
This is Miss Hala Knight, my nurse. Hala, Barton Drake, and Inspector Noah Danton.
Inspector
Barton
Drake.
And now, gentlemen, please tell me what you've discovered.
Would you mind if we looked at the corpse again, Doctor?
No, not at all. Just step into my office.
Thank you.
I've made out a full report on the happenings of last night, and I'll turn it into the police immediately.
You better hold it up a little bit, Doc. There might be some things you'll want to add to that report.
Oh?
Well, you seem to have changed the appearance of our corpse somewhat, Doctor.
Oh, you mean the mud? Yes, I cleaned him up a bit. He was pretty muddy.
Especially his shoes.
His shoes? Well, yes, I wiped them off, if that's what you mean.
I suppose that accounts for the peculiar odor.
Peculiar odor?
Yeah. Smells like burning cloth.
Did you burn the cloths with which you wiped off the shoes, Doctor?
Well, yes, as a matter of fact, I did.
I see. Dr. Morrow, do you mind if Inspector Danton and I search your bedroom?
My bed? Now, look here, gentlemen.
You don't have to let us if you don't want to, Doc. Only if we don't, someone else is going to.
I'd like to know who. I can't possibly
Let
understand.
them, Charles. What difference can it make? We've nothing to hide.
That's very sensible of you, Miss Knight. Will you show us the way, Doctor? And these are the shoes you wore last night, Doctor.
Yes, why?
Dr. Morrow, you're a man of intelligence. Doesn't it strike you as a bit ridiculous trying to cover up your guilt?
My guilt? I don't know what you mean.
I'm sure you do, Doctor. You really should have studied the business of crime before attempting to commit one.
Now, look here, Drake.
You look here yourself, Doctor. Look closely at this shoe, the left one. There are still particles of mud buried in the crevices of the heel.
Well, why shouldn't there be? This is the spring of the year. There's mud everywhere.
Exactly. Can you explain why there's no particle of mud at all on your right shoe?
Why,
Perhaps you didn't wear both shoes at the same time. Is that it, Doctor?
Nonsense. Of course I did.
It does sound like nonsense, doesn't it? The idea of a man wearing shoes that aren't mates. I don't suppose you'd mind if we took these shoes out and tried fitting them into the prints that we found near where the body was picked up.
Of course not. In fact, I'd welcome such an experiment.
Yes, I think you would. You're too eager, Doctor. You fell into my trap very neatly.
Trap? What are you talking about?
Amateur criminals, Doctor, are always over-anxious. Shall I tell you what happened?
Nothing happened. I don't know what you're talking about.
The inspector and I found that the footprints were unusually deep. We reasoned that they had to be made by a very big man with small feet. Or a normal-sized man who was carrying someone else.
Well?
We decided that they'd been made by a normal-sized man carrying someone else. And that man was you.
If it were I, then these shoes would fit the prints, wouldn't they?
Oh, no. When you reached the spot where you decided to leave the body, you changed shoes with the victim, carried him to the side of the road, and then returned to your car. It's the victim's shoes that'll fit the prints, Doctor.
Of course they will. He was hit by that automobile.
It was pitch dark when you put your own shoes back on. You couldn't see what you were doing. You got one of the victim's shoes on by mistake. You came back here wearing one brown shoe and one black one, a fact that you didn't discover until last night when we knocked on your door.
Get it, Doc? You came downstairs fully dressed, but without shoes. That made us kind of suspicious.
I see. All right, I guess it's no use.
Oh, Charles.
There, dear. I was a fool to think I could get away with it.
But it wasn't murder. It wasn't.
It was self-defense.
If it was self-defense, why didn't you notify the police instead of trying to pull this hit-and-run gag?
Because the man who was killed was my brother. He'd been in jail. He came here last night wounded. He threatened to tell who he was unless I influenced Charles into attending to his wound. I knew it would ruin Charles, so I refused.
I see. And then what happened, Miss Knight?
Charles had overheard our conversation. He stepped into the room. He was holding a gun. Terry tried to get out of the room. He switched off the lights and opened the door.
Was he facing you both when he switched off the lights?
Facing us?
That's right.
Yes. He made some remark about not letting us get away with it. Charles thought he was reaching for a gun and fired.
Hey, what's that? Someone just went through the front door.
Whoever it is in a hurry. I'll take a look. Hey! Whoever it is swiping our car. Wait, that's
It's Horace Graham. He's got someone with him.
That isn't someone, lady. That's our corpse. Come on! Doc, can't you get more speed out of this jalopy of yours?
Sorry, Inspector. It's a pre-war model.
With a 5-minute start, we'll never catch him.
Doctor, can you think of any reason why Horace Graham would want to steal the body of Miss Knight's brother?
Yes, I can, but until I know for sure, I'm going to keep it to myself.
Look, there's a car up ahead.
That's our wagon, Bart.
I see it is, Inspector.
Give her the gun, Jack.
I'm doing the best I can.
Look, he's turning into that side road.
That guy must be nuts. He knows we're behind him.
Perhaps he wants us to catch him, Inspector.
Better slow down, Doctor. He won't get far on that gravel road.
Here's the turn here. Take it easy, Doc. This is nothing but a cart path.
There's the other car. He stopped at the foot of that embankment.
Jumping Judas, what's the guy up to? He's dragged the corpse out of the car. He's trying to carry it up the embankment.
Oh, the idiot. I told him.
Come on, Doctor. We've got to hurry.
Horace! Horace, stop that! Stop that, Horace!
Come on, let's go after him.
Now, there's something screwy about this. I don't get it at all.
We will in a minute, Inspector.
He stopped. Oh, Horace!
Horace, you fool. I told you that any strenuous exercise...
Sorry, Doc. I didn't want you to get into a jam for something I did.
Something you did? What are you talking about, man?
It was I who shot Ayla's brother.
What? Horace. Listen, Horace.
Charles, is he...
Yes. Yes, he's dead. Carrying that body was too much of a strain, as I think he knew it would be.
Inspector. We ought to be back in New York before dark.
Yep. Wonder if the old place will have changed much.
I imagine it'll look about the same as it would have looked if we got there by dawn.
I don't know. A lot can happen in 12 hours.
You're right there, Inspector. A lot certainly happened in the past 12 hours, didn't it?
For us, it did. You know, Bart, we should have suspected that Horace Graham guy right from the start.
Oh, my, Inspector.
Why? Why, just like I said at the beginning, any guy who'd go walking on a cold black night at 2 a.m. is a screwball.
Being a screwball doesn't make a man a murderer, Inspector. I can understand why he'd want to be out walking by himself, just having been condemned to death by his physician.
That wasn't why he was out walking. He just killed a man. He wanted to see if the hit-and-run gimmick was going to work.
Yes, I know. Inspector, men who are condemned to death have a curious attitude. Horace was once in love with Miss Knight, you know. When he came back and overheard their conversation and realized that her chance of happiness was being jeopardized by a black sheep brother, he decided to do something about it.
Figured he had nothing to lose, eh?
I suppose so. He hadn't planned on Doc tomorrow being accused of the crime. He couldn't figure out why.
So he stuck around, and when he learned that we'd tipped over the apple cart as far as Doc was concerned, he decided to swipe the body. Corpus delicti.
You know, Inspector, I think he had a dual purpose in trying to steal that body. It worked out exactly as he planned it.
Yeah, I guess it did. Now, how did you know that neither the Doc nor Halen Knight had killed her brother?
Did I know, Inspector?
Well, didn't you?
No, not until the very end. When Miss Knight told us that her brother was facing into the room when Charles shot, Just stood to reason that he missed and that the bullet went out the door.
Well, by golly.
By golly's right, Inspector. The bullet that killed Miss Knight's brother entered through his back, didn't it?
Yep, that's right. That's 100% right. Was Doc surprised when you told him that?
No, not particularly, Inspector. As a matter of fact, he only grinned and asked me to autograph a book he had.
Is that it? Fine. What was the name of the book?
Why, Inspector, what else but mystery is my hobby.
Mystery is my hobby.
Ladies and gentlemen, Barton Drake speaking. For tonight's drama, I selected case history number 114 from my book, Mystery is My Hobby. I call it Bullets Make Holes.
Like I was telling you before, this fellow Ronald the Razor, we called him the Razor because that's what he mostly used to commit his crime. Take a razor and slit your throat from hairline to hairline, just as slick as a feller's skinning a catfish. Well, sir, this fellow, Ronald the Razor, escaped from the pen last week, and I got a hunch he's heading straight for this lodge. Probably cross the Pierre Marquette on the bridge below Walhalla, then sneak up along the south bank. They caught him here, you know. Started slitting throats, beginning with cabin number 1, and worked his way up to number 6, doing a neat job in all of them. Never would have caught him in number 6, only his razor got dull, and he had to stop and strop it on the bedpost.
Barton Drake snapped shut the box of fishing flies that he'd been fondly examining and preparing for the steelhead run that was to start on the Pierre Marquette tomorrow. Slowly, he rose from his chair and walked over to the fireplace, where he stretched his long bones in front of its cheerful warmth. For there was still a trace of snow on the old Pierre Marquette. Slyly, he winked at Inspector Noah Danton as old Charlie Ames, the lodgekeeper, concluded his gory tale, when the inspector dropped his can of worms. Then
What was that? Shots, Inspector. Pistol shots.
somebody screamed.
Holy pickle peanuts, them shots, they come from cabin number 6.
And now back to Glenn Langan for the second act of Mystery is My Hobby.
That's cabin 6. Over there.
No lights on. No, there they go. They're on now. Hurry up, Inspector.
I ain't as young as I used to be. Can't take it. Here we are. Better slow down to a walk.
Yeah.
Dead, Max. Blood, horrible.
What's going on in here?
It's and blood.
Who is this man, Charlie?
Steve Morgan comes here every year to fish. Him and his pal, Max Warner. Holy buckets of buttermilk. There's Max there on the floor.
Take that gun away from him, Inspector.
You bet. Hey, you. Give me that.
What I guess? Gun.
Give it here.
Yes, take it. Blood, horrible.
Drake, this fellow Warner's a mess.
Yes. The shot went through his jugular vein. Had to count for so much blood.
45 automatic, Bart.
Yes, and 45s always make big holes.
Max, not Max. Couldn't have been Max.
What's the matter with him, Bart? Nuts?
I hardly think so, Inspector. More likely a state of shock. Come on, fellow. Snap out of it.
Snap out of it. Snap out.
I hate to do this to you, but I...
Don't. What?
I'm sorry, but you've got to come to. Morgan.
I'm all right. What happened?
That's what we want you to tell us.
I don't know.
Did you shoot this friend of yours, Max Warner?
Shoot him?
Yes.
I don't know. Well, yes, I shot him. I must have shot him. Take away that blood. I can't stand blood.
Pull yourself together, man.
I'm sorry. This has been an awful shock. Yes, I shot Max, but I didn't know it was him.
Yeah? Just who'd you think it was?
I don't know.
Stop saying that.
I went to bed early. Wanted to get an early start fishing in the morning. Something woke me up. A noise, I guess. Sounded like somebody raising a window. I knew somebody was in the cabin. I lay here scared to death thinking of that Ronald the Razor that Charlie Ames has been talking about for the past 2 days.
Ronald the Razor? Well, you didn't believe that yarn, did you?
That's just a tall tale I tell to keep you guys interested. Holy barrels of bullfrog.
Well, this is a fine time to tell me.
Go on, Steve.
Well, as I was lying there, I heard this fellow moving around. So I reached under my pillow, where I always keep my gun, and I saw him outlined in front of that window over there.
This one?
Yeah, it's the big one.
And then?
I was panicky, I guess. I pulled the trigger, and he dropped.
Yeah? But we heard 7 shots.
I know. I was excited. I guess I did fire some more. Probably emptied the gun. Can't you do something with that body? It's making me sick.
Throw a blanket over, will you, Charlie?
Yep, but I'll charge the laundry bill to Morgan here.
Then your shooting of Max is apparently an accident, ain't it, Steve?
Hey, he's right, Bart. There's 7 bullet holes in the floor here.
You claim self-defense, I suppose, that you shot at a prowler thinking he was somebody else.
Why, of course, Mr. Drake. Why, Max was my best friend. We've been friends for years. In fact, we've had many business deals together.
It's strange your friend should sneak into your cabin, isn't it, Morgan?
Yes, I can hardly believe it. I thought he was kidding.
Kidding? Kidding about what?
Well, you see, Max and I are both numismatists.
Numismatists? What? Huh?
Coin collectors, Inspector.
Oh.
Well, I had a coin that Max wanted, and I was showing it to him earlier in the evening. Max tried to get me to sell it to him, but I refused.
And that made him angry?
No, he just laughed, said I'd better watch out, or someday I'd find it missing.
Mm-hmm. Then you think perhaps he came back here tonight and tried to steal it, huh?
Why, he must have. That's the only answer. I only wish I'd known he was that serious. I'd have gladly given it to him.
Holy cranberry cakes, I just thought of something.
Yes, Charlie.
Max's wife. Somebody ought to tell her.
Yes, I rather think somebody should.
They was living in cabin 10.
Inspector, do you want... Just a minute, Inspector. Somebody's coming.
Steve, did Max come over here? Oh.
Good evening, Mrs. Warner.
How do you do, Mr. Drake? What is all this, a clam bake?
Something terrible has happened.
What's the matter? Did Brown Copper go down?
Your husband was shot, Mrs. Warner.
Shot? Max? Where is he?
Under that blanket.
Killed?
Yes. I'm sorry to have to tell you this.
You're sorry? What are you sorry for? I'm glad he's dead, the louse.
It's a beautiful morning, Inspector. It's a shame that last night's events will have to interfere with our fishing.
Yeah, me with all those nice fat worms, too. I don't see why we don't forget the whole thing and let the sheriff handle it. Looks like an accident to me.
Yes, on the face of it, I'll have to admit it does. However, there are a couple of things that don't jive, and I won't be satisfied until they do.
Okay, Sherlock, what do you want me to do?
I want you to take the station wagon and drive into Luddington. That's about 25 miles from the nearest town where you'll find a telegraph office.
Well, if you just want to send a wire, why don't you phone it in?
There might be too many people listening. There's an extension in every cabin, you know. Besides, this station wagon is the only means of transportation here at the lodge. With it gone, it'll keep all the interested parties close to home.
Okay. Where do you want me to wire?
Wire the stock exchange in New York. I want to know whether brown copper is up or down. Let's walk around here by cabin 6, Charlie.
Huh? What for?
Something Steve Morgan said last night bothered me. He said he thought he heard a window open.
Yeah, that's what he said.
Now, this big window here, this is the one Max said he was standing in front of when he was shot. Steve said he made a perfect target.
Would have, I guess. Anyways, head and shoulders. He couldn't open that window, though.
Why not?
It don't open. Nailed in there solid as a tombstone.
I'm saying. How about these, around here at the side?
They'll open.
Careful, Charlie. I'm looking for footprints.
I don't see none.
No. The ground is soft, too. If anyone had tried to open these windows from the outside, there'd be plenty of them. Hey, let's go around back.
Ain't no windows there. Nothing but the back door.
We'll go around there anyway. You know, Charlie, it's a funny thing.
What is?
Why anyone would take the trouble to come in through the window when the door was unlocked all the time.
It was?
Of course. Don't you remember last night when we heard the shots? We ran over here and walked right in.
Oh, well, now, ain't that a pretty picture?
Oh, hello there, Drake.
It depends on what you call pretty.
I was just consoling Jill here.
Rather fervently, don't you think, Morgan?
Well, it's been an awful shock to her, and...
Oh, nuts. Steve, why don't you tell him the truth? You'll find it out anyway.
Well,
Steve and I are in love, Mr. Drake. There's nothing any of you can do about it.
Oh, I'm sure I wouldn't care to. That little accident last night seemed to clear things up tremendously, didn't it?
Yes, it settled a lot of things.
Tell me, Mrs. Warner, did your husband know that you and Steve were carrying on a love affair?
Of course he didn't know. Steve and I were too clever for that.
I'm beginning to wonder if you were quite clever enough.
What do you mean by that?
I'm not sure that I know. Yes.
Don't get any funny ideas that the shooting wasn't an accident. Sheriff gave me a clean bill of goods last night when he came to get the body.
Well, I'm not disputing the accident theory. Yet.
Just stop saying that yet.
Go ahead and get you, Steve. It's just shooting in the dark.
Yes, something like you did last night, eh, Steve?
What, you, Steve!
Oh, I'm sorry, Jill, but this guy gets my goat.
Use your head. That's just what he's trying to do. And now, Mr. Drake, when is that policeman friend of yours coming back?
Oh.
Steve and I want to use the station wagon.
He'll be here almost any moment, I suppose. What do you want to use it for?
We want to go into Luddington and get married.
Holy bales of bananas, and your husband's body ain't even cold yet.
What's the difference? There's no reason to kid anybody.
I'm inclined to believe you're right. You'd better get married right away. That is, if you ever expect to get married at all.
And now back to Glenn Langan for the third act of Mystery is My Hobby.
Well, Inspector, am I glad to see you back.
Yes, I had to wait a while at the telegraph office for an answer.
What did you find out?
Brown copper is down, brother. And I mean down.
Down, eh?
The very bottom.
Well, come on, Inspector, tell me. I know you well enough to know that you'd find out why it was down.
Well, Brent, it's this way. You see, this fellow that was killed last night, this Max Warner and his pal Steve Morgan, had a corner on that stock.
I see.
Yesterday, this Steve Morgan wired his broker to unload his entire interest. He did. Sold at a big profit and broke the market.
But Max didn't unload his stock.
No, Steve left him holding the bag. Must have wiped the guy out.
Well, this is really beginning to stack up, isn't it?
Well, I don't see how. If Steve pulled a dirty trick like that on Max, then Max should have been the one who would have been gunning for Steve, not the other way around, the way it happened.
Well, that could have been it, Inspector.
I get it. Max finds out that his pal has sold him out and sneaks over to Steve's cabin to get even. Steve sees them prowling around in the dark, thinks he's a thief, and shoots him.
Right.
Well, any way you figure it, it still comes out the same. You can't pin a murder rap on Steve.
Well, it seemed to be it, Inspector. If Max had received any word of what Steve has done. I wonder. Oh, Charlie! Charlie Ames!
Yeah?
Will you come over here a minute, please?
Yeah. What do you want, Drake?
Charlie, Max Warner was here at the lodge all day yesterday, wasn't he?
Yep, he was.
You'd know if he made any long-distance calls, wouldn't you, Charlie?
Yep, all long-distance calls has to be okayed by me personal.
That's what I thought. Did Max make any or receive any yesterday?
Nope. Holy piles of pancakes. What are you getting at?
Did he receive any wires?
Nope. Nary a one.
Well, what do you think of your theory now, Inspector? Apparently poor Max never learned that he'd been double-crossed.
Which puts us right back where we started from. Well, at least the poor guy died happy.
Oh, you'd better go in and get your lunch, Inspector. We all had ours an hour ago.
Yeah? What are you going to do?
I'm going over and have another chat with the occupant of cabin number 6. Hello there. Anybody home?
Come right in, Mr. Drake.
Oh, it's you, Mrs. Warner. I rather expected to find Steve.
Steve's out getting the station wagon. We're going into town to get married, remember?
Now, I hate to be a party to the curtailment of such sweet happenings, but I'm afraid, my dear Mrs. Warner, you're not going anyplace.
Who's going to stop me?
I am.
You and who else?
Now, really, Mrs. Warner, you can do better than that. Such a trite little phrase.
What's the matter with you? What have you got against Steve and my getting married?
Well, nothing. Nothing at all. Only I'm not sure that Steve knows what he's getting into.
It's a nasty remark.
Yes, I know. And I also know a nastier one. A little thing called murder.
Don't make me laugh. You couldn't prove my husband's death wasn't the result of an accident.
I can only prove it was murder now, but I knew it was murder from the very first.
How did you know?
You tell me.
Well, supposing it was murder. I mean, even if it was, that has nothing to do with me. I didn't shoot Max. It was Steve.
You're such a refreshing young lady, Mrs. Warner. Starting to turn on your lover already.
Well, I'm not going to a chair for something he did.
I'm afraid you are, my dear girl. There's such a thing as an accomplice. That also can carry the death penalty, you know. Now, will you come along peaceably, or shall we go to meet your paramour, or do I have to use force?
I'm not going anywhere.
I think you are.
Does this look like it?
Well, another automatic. You and Steve must have brought out an arsenal.
And I'm a better shot than Steve, Mr. Drake. I wouldn't advise you to make any false moves.
I see. Well, certainly you don't expect me to just keep on standing here.
No. You're going to get in that closet. You're going to stay there till Steve and I can make our escape.
Really, I don't believe I care to. I imagine that closet's rather stuffy.
Get in there, Mr. Drake, or I'll shoot.
I don't believe you would, Mrs. Warner.
Just try me and see.
I'm coming after that gun. Yes, I believe you would.
Now get in that closet quick.
All right.
And don't try to break out, at least not until after we're gone. If you do, next time I'll shoot to kill.
Well, as good old Charlie Ames would say, holy miles of mustard. There they go. Happy bride and groom. I hope the good inspector heard that shot. There's nothing like a shot to make him come a-running. I guess I could bust out of here at that. The place is too small. I can't get... run for it. Charlie's got staunch cabins, good solid oak. And that lock's no easy mark either.
Hey, Bart!
I don't see him nowhere.
Bart, where are you? You all right?
In here, Inspector.
Where, in the closet?
Yes, unlock the door, will you?
I can't. There ain't any key.
Then shoot out the lock. Hurry.
Okay, keep your shirt on and stand out of the way.
Go ahead.
For that, holy gallons of gula.
Charlie, those closets of yours weren't built for comfort.
I heard the shot while I was eating my pie. Charlie and I rushed out just in time to see our friend Steve drive up to the cabin in the station wagon, and his girlfriend come running out. She gets in, and they drive away like mad. What's up?
Mrs. Warner, the little vixen, stuffed me in the clothes closet like an old stuffed shirt.
What? You let a dame?
Now, listen. It isn't funny, Inspector, when you're looking into the open end of a 45.
You mean it was the gal that took a shot at you?
Well, she pointed something at me that went bang. I don't believe it was her finger.
Holy cases of candle.
Never mind that now. Which way did they go?
Turned right up on the road, probably crossing the West Bridge. That'll take them right into Leadington.
No, they won't go to Leadington. They'll realize that all we'd have to do to catch them would be to telephone the sheriff there. What other way could they go, Charlie?
Well, now, let's see. After they get across the bridge, that's about 2 miles down the road, they could double back and go east. There ain't another town that way for 60 miles.
You mean they'd have to come back this way? Only on the other side of the river?
Yes, I guess they would.
Bart, if we only had another car, we could maybe catch them. That is, if we had a bridge up here to get across the river.
Yes, but we haven't got a car, and there isn't a bridge. You'll have to think of something better than that, Inspector.
Say, I got an amphibious jeep. Bought it at the surplus sale. Use it for fishing. Why, it'll cross the river like a duck.
Well, what are we waiting for? Come on.
This is all right, eh, Bart?
It'll have to do, Inspector. You better hold on. We're going into the river.
This is for me, Bart. I'm going to buy me one of these things.
The current's taking us downstream, Charlie.
All right. We'll come out right about here. Now, if we can just miss a few of these trees.
Whatever you do, get us over to that road in a hurry, Charlie.
Okay. Well, there's the road.
Good. I hope we're here in time. Drive the Jeep right out onto the road, Charlie. Make a roadblock.
Not me. That station wagon's my property. And if them two idiots don't take a notion to stop, I'll lose both the station wagon and my Jeep. Nope. I'm going to stop her right here.
I'll stop them. I've got ways.
Well, all we can do is try to... By George, we made it. Here they come.
And look at them come. Holy cow, they must be doing around 80.
Wait here. I'm going to try and wave them down.
Bart, come back here. Bart!
Stop!
Bart! I'll shoot out the tire. Bart, you all right?
Yes, Inspector. I'm
Caught
fine.
fire the minute she smashed.
Turned over 5 times, I counted.
What a mess. What a mess.
Well, there's nothing we can do for them now.
The poor devils. Even if they were guilty of murder, that's a horrible way to die.
And now back to Glenn Langan for the conclusion of Mystery is My Hobby.
Now, Bart, will you please tell us what this is all about? Before we all went off on that moving picture chase, I thought that you thought that Max Warner's killing was an accident.
Oh, I'm surprised at you, Inspector. You should have seen the minute we walked in that cabin that it had to be murder.
You mean you knew it all the time?
Certainly.
How?
Well, the way I see it, Inspector, Steve Morgan and Joe Warner came down here with the express purpose of killing Jill's husband, Max.
Premeditation, huh? How do you figure that out?
Because of the fact that Steve unloaded his brown copper before Max was murdered. Say, what would you suggest is the best fly this time of year, Charlie?
McGinty, best fly for the spring.
Good.
Tell me more, Bart.
Oh.
More.
Well, Inspector, on the night of the murder, Steve invited Max over to his cabin to look at a rare coin. And Max came still thinking that good old Steve was his pal. When he got there, Steve simply pulled out his automatic and shot Max, dead. So you think a McGinty is the fly to use, Charlie, eh?
Hey, wait a minute. If what you say happened, how about the lights? Max wouldn't come into a dark cabin if he was just on a visit.
But the cabin wasn't dark, Inspector, not when Max
It
arrived.
was, too. We saw him turn on the light when we were running over here.
Well, now, Inspector, if Steve could turn on the light, he could also turn it off, couldn't he?
Well,
You forgot that we were in the room here with Charlie Ames when we heard the shots. It would have been a very simple thing for Steve to turn off the light before we could run to the door. Charlie, what weight leader would you suggest?
Oh, about 10 pounds.
Seems to me that's all theory. You haven't any evidence that would stand up in court. I could think up a pretty story, too.
About 10 pounds, you say, Charlie?
Look, Bart, how did you know it was murder?
All right, Inspector. All right. How many shots does a .45 automatic hold?
7. That is 7 in the clip. Could hold 8 if there was one in the chamber.
And how many shots did we hear?
7.
Then I could safely say that there wasn't an extra shot in the chamber, couldn't I, Inspector? Inasmuch as the gun was completely emptied when you took it away from Steve?
Yes, you could safely say that. And so could I.
Thank you. And how many holes were in the floor of Steve's cabin, Inspector?
7.
And how many in Max's neck?
1.
And where did that one come from?
Why, the one in the chamber.
But we couldn't safely say there was one in the chamber, could we, Inspector?
Oh, nuts.
I think I'll borrow that amphibious Jeep of yours, if you don't mind, Charlie, tomorrow.
Where did the 8th bullet come from?
Oh, there wasn't any 8th bullet, Inspector.
Well, then how...
That's how I knew that Steve Morgan was lying. You'll remember that Steve said he was awakened by a prowler who stood between Steve's bed and the window that couldn't be opened because it was nailed shut.
Yeah, he said that all right.
Steve swears that he shot at the prowler's head, which was silhouetted against that window. The shot going through Max's neck.
Yeah, that's right.
Then where is the hole in the window, Inspector? If the bullet went through Max's neck, there would have to be a hole in the window. Bullets do make holes, you know.
Well, I'll be...
No, don't say it, Inspector. There's more to come. When Max came in that night, Steve knocked him down and shot him on the floor.
Yeah.
Then he emptied his gun. There were 7 bullet holes in the floor and 1 in Max's neck. That bullet, you see, making 2 holes. Then he turned off the light, waited until he heard us coming, and turned it on again. He wasn't very clever, Inspector. No, he wasn't very clever at all.
Yeah.
You know, Mr. Drake, that killing reminds me of the time that Harry the Hatchet was stopping here.
So?
Terrible fellow, Harry the Hatchet. Why, one night he started chopping up people. Started with cabin number 15. Well, sir, he hacked his way all the way down to cabin...
No. Huh? That's enough, Charlie. Your stories are too obvious.
What do you mean, obvious?
Obvious fabrications, nothing subtle. In other words, Charlie, they're just plain, barefaced whoppers.
Well, holy boxes of bear meat.
I like intrigue, Charlie. After all, you know, mystery is my hobby. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Barton Drake speaking. For tonight's drama, I selected case history number 68 from my book, Mystery is My Hobby. I call it Blackmail. Far out in the suburbs, a man walked along a quiet street. He seemed preoccupied. He passed the entrance to an apartment building, turned, he traced his steps and entered.
Like an automaton, he moved to the door at the end of the corridor and knocked.
Hello, Vera.
Well, it's about time you got here, Roy. Come on in. Did you bring the money? Did you bring the money?
No.
Why, you... I told you what would happen if you didn't bring it.
Now, wait a minute, Vera. I can get it if you'll just give me more time.
More time. That's all I've been hearing for a week, and I'm sick of it.
You don't understand, Vera. $5,000 is a lot of money.
Are you kidding? Roy's getting beefing about $5,000 when he's worth millions? Oh, look, sucker, I wasn't born yesterday.
That's not true, Vera. I'm not worth millions. Whoever told you that was lie. I've given you all the money I can raise.
Oh, stop blubbering. You always were such a whiner. But this time it isn't going to do any good.
I haven't got the money, Vera. You must believe me.
Oh, yeah? I'll show you how much I believe you.
Vera, what are you going to do?
Listen and find out.
Vera, don't. Put down that phone.
Think you could make a sucker out of me? Roy.
Put down the phone, Vera.
Roy. You mustn't point that gun at me. It might go off.
It is going off, Vera, and no one's going to know it better than you.
Roy, you're going to kill me?
That's right, Vera, I am. You were too greedy, you know. You should have been satisfied with what I was willing to give you. That's the trouble with blackmailers, Vera. They become too greedy.
Oh, don't, Roy, don't. I don't want the $5,000. I don't want anything, honest, Roy.
You should have thought of that before. I honestly hoped you would. I hoped I wouldn't have to do this.
Oh, listen to me, Roy. For old time's sake, listen to me.
It's too late, Vera. Nothing you can say will change my mind now.
Roy, you can't. You can't get away with it. You'll burn for it, Roy.
No, I won't. No, I won't. I've got everything set up for this, Vera. You had your chance, and now it's too late.
Oh, listen, Roy, please. I'll go away. You'll never see me again. I'll do anything, Roy, only please.
Who's that?
Heaven. Now you can't.
Who is it?
You can't shoot me now. You can't. Steve will know it was you. He'll tell the police.
Here, open the door. What's the matter?
All right, Steve, I'm coming. Just a minute, darling.
Don't open that door. Do you want him to find me here?
Can't shoot me now. You don't dare let him find you here with me.
Here, open this door. I'll break it down.
Don't you see, whoever Steve is, he'll be sore. How are you going to explain my being here with you alone?
You don't want to be found here, do you, Roy? You're afraid of your precious reputation.
Well, it's just as bad for you. This Steve sounds as though he won't like it.
All right, Roy. This is one time the chips are evenly divided. Go out that door. There's a back way.
Here!
I'll be back, sir. Don't forget that. I'll be back.
Here, if you don't open
All right,
the door.
Steve. Steve, I'm so glad to see you.
I'll bet you are. Where is he?
Steve, what are you talking about?
Don't give me any of that stuff. Where's the guy who was in here with you?
Guy? Oh, Steve, you know
I know you're a double-crossing little cheat. But he's pulling a double cross on Steve Cameron.
There's no one in there, Steve. I don't know why you should think I'd do a thing like that.
You don't, huh? Well, let me tell you why. I've had a private dick watching this apartment for the past 2 weeks.
Steve, you haven't.
No? Why do you think I came back here today? What's his name?
You're wrong, darling. There's not...
What's his name?
Please don't.
What's his name?
Please.
His name. You tell me, I'll beat it out of you.
Don't, Steve. Don't hit me again.
I'll not hit you.
I'll tell you. Steve, all right, I'll tell you.
Better.
I'll tell you, Steve. Just don't hit me again. Steve, look.
Hey, that door's opening.
Oh, turn off the light. Steve, look out!
All I can tell you, Inspector Danton, is that I was standing in the alleyway out back at this apartment house when I heard someone holler, "Steve!" And then I heard a shot. It seemed to come from the first floor.
Okay, Mike, what'd you do then?
Why, sir, I ran in the back way, started toward the apartment where I figured the shot come from.
Did you see anyone at all, Mike?
Sir, I did, Mr. Drake. Huh? As I came up the steps into the back hallway, I saw someone disappear around the corner at the other end.
But you have no idea who it was?
No, sir, I don't. I don't even know if it was a man or a woman.
What do you mean? You don't know whether it was a man or a woman, for gosh sake?
I only got a glimpse, Inspector. The hallway was only dimly lighted. It could have been a small man or a woman wearing them slack things.
And you didn't give chase, Mike?
Oh, no, sir. I figured that finding out where that shot came from was more important. So I came in here.
I see. And what did you find?
Just what I told you, sir. This lady was lying on the floor in a pool of blood. I could see the bullet hole, and I sort of figured that she was dead.
So you call headquarters and then a doctor?
Yes, sir. Did I do wrong, sir? I didn't touch a thing.
You did exactly right, Mike.
Inspector, I suggest that Patrolman Mike O'Connor be commended for his behavior in the monthly bulletins.
Sure. I'll take care of that. Only, right now, we haven't gotten anywhere on
I
this
think we've gotten a long ways on this case, Inspector. First of all, we know that a man who came here quite often was called Steve, and that's important evidence.
It is, eh? What good is it?
I think that sooner or later, Steve is going to return to the scene. I suggest that we leave Mike on duty here. I'd like to talk to this Steve.
But for crying out loud, you don't believe that stuff about the murderer returning to the scene of his crime, do you?
No, but I believe Steve will return, Inspector. Mike, how about taking up your post outside the door while the inspector and I look around a bit more?
Okay, but me.
Is that all right with you, Inspector?
Sure. Anything's all right with me. Stand outside the door, Mike.
Yes, sir.
What do we do now, Mr. Drake?
Now, Inspector, we take a final look at these articles.
I'll get it. Hello, Dayton speaking. Yeah, Jim? Wait a minute. Let me write that down. Okay, go ahead. Flower Street, eh? Yep, I got it. Thanks. Jim checked the laundry marks on the dead woman's dress. Her name's Mrs. Roy Vincent, 222 Flower Street.
Well, that's interesting.
Why, for crying out loud? What I want to know is who murdered her.
Well, let's not be too hasty, Inspector. Now, look. This little black box with the figures written on it. What does it indicate to you?
Nothing. I hate figures. Oh, I get it. You mean somebody was blackmailing somebody else, eh?
That's exactly what I think, Inspector.
Some babe was blackmailing Vincent. So his wife found out about it and came up here to ask a few questions. Then the babe shot her, huh?
That sounds logical, Inspector, but I don't think it's accurate.
Why not?
In the first place, these figures are written in a man's handwriting. In the second place, why would the babe, as you call her, shoot the wife of the man she was blackmailing?
Maybe the wife threatened her. Maybe it was self-defense.
But why would Mrs. Bitton threaten her? She'd be more apt to threaten her husband. No, Inspector, I think that theory's all wrong.
Yeah? That surprises me. Well, what's your theory?
I'm afraid you think my theory was even more inaccurate, Inspector. Let's get going.
Going where?
Up to the Vinton home, of course. It's our duty to break the news to Roy Vinton that his wife is dead, isn't it? Come along. That's Roy Vinton's house there, Inspector.
Yeah, and there's someone turning in at the gate. Maybe it's Vinton.
Call to him, Inspector.
Yeah. Hey, Mr. Vinton. Vinton, all right, he stopped me.
Did you gentlemen want to see me?
That's right. Your name Roy Vinton?
Yes.
I'm Inspector Noah Danton. This is Barton Drake.
Well, this sounds rather official.
I'm afraid we've some bad news for you, Mr. Vinton.
Bad news? What kind of bad news?
It's, your wife. She's dead.
Dead?
Yeah.
My wife? Come, gentlemen. This must be some kind of a joke.
I'm sorry, Mr. Vinton, it isn't a joke. Your wife was shot to death 2 hours ago in an apartment on Waycross Street.
Waycross Street? This is really amusing. Excuse me for laughing, but, well, come with me.
Might as well go with him, Bart. I want to know what he thinks is funny.
I've a hunch that we're not going to like what he thinks is funny, Inspector.
I'm sorry, but I think you men must have the wrong Roy Vinton. However, come in. The second door on the right there. Here we are.
Is that you, Roy?
Yes, it's I, darling.
You're home early, dear. Were these men with you?
Holy smoke, Bart, look. Yes, I see, Inspector. Mrs. Vinton seems to be an invalid.
Mrs. Vinton, gentlemen, has been confined to this wheelchair for 10 years.
Roy, you haven't introduced me to your friends. The light is so poor, I can't see their faces. Are they someone I know?
No, dear. This is Inspector Noah Danton and Barton Drake. Someone mistook the victim in a shooting accident for you, dear, and they came to make inquiries.
Shooting accident?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, is someone hurt?
It's unimportant, Mrs. Vinton. Come, Inspector, I think we'd better go.
Yeah.
We're sorry to have troubled you, Mrs. Vinton.
Oh, that's quite all right. Roy, darling, will you put the screen in front of the fire? I'm afraid the sparks might burn the rug.
I'll do it. Nice bright fire. Feels good on a day like this. Well, let's go.
I'll see you gentlemen out. Be back in a minute, dear. Well, gentlemen, sorry I couldn't be more of a help.
Guess we got the wrong Vinton, all right. Well, everybody makes mistakes. You don't have to feel bad, Bart.
Oh, I don't feel badly, Inspector. I feel fine. I might add that this is one mistake that's going to save us a lot of time and effort.
Is that a fact?
Yes, it is. Mr. Vinton, have you been home since 4 o'clock this afternoon?
Since 4 o'clock?
Yes.
No. Why?
Mrs. Vinton is alone all day, then. You have no servants.
Oh, we haven't had for the past week. The health situation is... Excuse me.
Hello? Hello, is this Mr. Roy Vinton?
Yes?
That's fine. Is Inspector Noah Danton there?
Inspector Danton?
Take
it, Benton. Hello?
Hello, Inspector. This is Officer O'Connor.
Yeah, Mike, what's on your mind?
It's about that guy named Steve, Inspector. Mr. Drake said he'd returned to the scene of the crime.
Yeah, I know. What about it?
He didn't return, Inspector. He was already here. I found him under the bed. He was shot.
You know, Bart, I hate the smell of a hospital.
Yes, it is. Rather depressing, isn't it, Inspector? Oh, look. There's Mike.
Right here, Inspector. He's in this room.
Hello, Mike. How is Steve?
The doc says he lives. Bullet missed his heart by an inch.
Can we talk to him, Mike?
Well, you sure can, Mr. Drake. He isn't very strong, but he can talk.
Good.
Come on in. The doctor just left a minute ago.
Has anyone else been up here, Mike?
Oh, no, sir. I wouldn't let nobody until you came. Here he is.
So this is Steve, eh? What's your last name, Steve?
Who wants to know?
I do. The name is Danton, Inspector Noah Danton.
Oh, cops, huh?
Yep.
Well, you're wasting your time. I don't know anything.
Who shot you, Steve?
I don't know. Someone turned off the lights. I didn't see anyone.
Who was in the room with you when it happened?
Vera?
Who's there?
My girlfriend. Why?
Oh?
Oh, look, quit needling me. I tell you, I don't know anything.
You know you were shot, don't you? You know you didn't shoot yourself. Where did the shot come from?
I don't know. I heard a noise and turned around, and the lights went out. Next thing I knew, I woke up under the bed and began yelling.
Did you ever hear of a man named Roy Vinton, Steve?
Vinton?
That's right.
No. Hey. Wait a minute. Well? What do you want to know for? Was he up in the apartment?
His wife was. We found her body there.
Body?
Yeah.
You... Let me get this straight. You found the body of a babe named Mrs. Vinton in Vera's apartment? Then it wasn't Vera.
Go on, Steve.
Well, that's a hard one. Look, Topper, do me a favor, will you?
We don't do favors for anyone.
Do me a favor, will you, Topper? Where can I find this Roy Vinton? Just tell me where I can find him.
What do you want to know that for, Steve?
He's the guy I've been looking for. I better get out of here now.
He's fainted.
Yes, I'm afraid the excitement was too much for him, Inspector. Mike, call a doctor or a nurse.
I do that.
Inspector, you and I are going back to the scene of the crime.
That you, Roy?
Yes, it's me.
Well, why didn't you say so? I'm not going to sit in this wheelchair forever, you know.
You'll sit there till the heat's off in this deal and like it. Either that or you'll be sitting in the electric chair.
Don't try to be funny, Roy. I don't like it.
Oh, you don't? And what are you going to do about it?
So that's it. You think you've got me where you want me for a change, huh?
For a change, yes.
Roy, you're still a dope. You couldn't prove a thing without my help. You couldn't even protect yourself.
No?
No. It's I who has the certificate, you know.
Have you?
You're downright... Hey, what do you mean by that crack?
You figure it out. You're so smart.
Did you find...
Find the certificate? Yes. Don't you believe me? Here, take a look.
Why, you double-crossing
Take it easy,
little...
Vera. Sit back there. Now, you see, I'm much stronger than you, Vera. If I wanted to,
No,
I
I
could...
don't.
No, my dear, I won't. Not until I'm quite sure I'm free from suspicion. This certificate is my safeguard.
And then?
Who knows? The future remains with you, my dear.
Meaning, I suppose, that you never want to see me again.
Meaning exactly that. You've hounded me for a year. It hasn't been pleasant. I've lived in constant fear. I'm not going on living that way, even if I have to kill you.
Help me move this bed, please, Inspector.
Sure, but why?
It was under this bed that Steve woke up and began to yell.
Sure, but he isn't here now.
There we are. I'd say those were bloodstains on that carpet, wouldn't you, Inspector?
Yep. I'd say they were all right, Bart. That proves that Mike and Steve were telling the truth.
Let me see now. Come over here by the window, Inspector.
Sure, anything you say.
I According to Mike's story, he was standing over there, near those ash barrels, when he heard the shot.
That's where he was standing.
Well, giving him a few seconds to locate the source of the shot, another few seconds to locate the back door of the apartment building, how long would you say it took him to reach the hall outside the door to this room?
Oh, maybe 3 minutes. Maybe only 2.
Right. Inspector, did it ever occur to you as strange that there were practically no items of identification in the murdered girl's handbag?
What of it? The laundry marks on her clothes positively identified her as Mrs. Roy Vinton.
Did they? Didn't we see Mrs. Vinton alive in her wheelchair less than an hour ago?
Yeah, but...
There's only one link missing in our chain of circumstances, Inspector. I think we'll find the answer to that in Roy Vinton's home. Shall we go? Ring the bell, Inspector. And let's hope that our suspects are still sure enough of their ground to be waiting for us.
Oh, so you think that Vinton is our boy, eh?
I don't know, Inspector, but I think I can find out.
Well, gentlemen, back again.
Hello, Mr. Vinton. May we come in?
Yes.
Thanks. Is your wife at home?
Is my wife at home?
Yeah.
Well, naturally. Under the circumstances, she couldn't very well be anywhere else. Why do you ask?
Our reasoning may sound ridiculous to you, Mr. Vinton, but we feel if she'd been able to go to the scene of the crime, she might possibly have decided to take another stroll around town.
Scene of the... Are you out of your mind? Mrs. Vinton hasn't taken a step for years.
Hasn't she? Mr. Vinton, do you mind if we search your wife's bedroom?
I certainly do. Now, look here.
In that event, we'll have to place you both under arrest.
Place us under arrest? What for? What are the charges? Have you a warrant?
In this case, we don't need a warrant. Well, how about it?
You leave me no alternative. I can't subject Mrs. Vinton to the excitement of being arrested. This way, please. This is my wife's room here at the top of the stairs.
Thank you. You may join your wife if you like, Mr. Vinton.
I prefer to remain here.
We don't care what you prefer. Scram.
Very well.
What are we going to look for, Bart?
Frankly, Inspector, I hope we don't find what we're looking for.
You hope we don't? That makes sense. What is it that we are looking for that we don't want to find?
Several pair of ladies' slacks, Inspector.
Ladies' slacks. Well, now.
No, there isn't a pair of slacks in the closet.
Why should there be? Maybe Mrs. Vinton never wore slacks.
She was wearing them when we talked with her before.
Yeah, that's right, isn't it?
Yes, and if a woman buys one pair of slacks, Inspector, she usually buys 2 pair. Also, Mike said that the person he saw disappearing down the hall of the apartment house was either a small man or a woman wearing slacks.
Whoa, wait a minute. Back up.
Huh?
How could the lady that Mike saw running down the hall be Mrs. Vinton? Mrs. Vinton hasn't been out of a wheelchair for 10 years.
It wasn't Mrs. Vinton, Inspector. I think it was Steve's girlfriend, Vera. Well, don't look so puzzled, Inspector. Come on, let's go downstairs and ask Roy Vinton to supply the missing link in our chain. Oh, there you are, Vinton. And Mrs. Vinton, too.
Did you expect I'd have run away, Mr. Drake? Invalids don't just get up and walk whenever they feel like it, you know.
Yes, that's quite right, which prompts me to ask a question, Mrs. Vinton. Since your bedroom's at the top of the stairs, I wonder how you get up there every night if you don't walk.
How do I...
That's a stupid question, Drake. I carry her up.
You're a small man, Vinton. No, I don't question your ability to carry your wife upstairs, but it occurs to me that after 10 years of it, you'd have arranged a bedroom for Mrs. Vinton on the ground floor.
Now, that makes sense. All right, Vinton. Why didn't you do it?
None of your business.
I'll tell you why you didn't, Vinton. This lady in the wheelchair isn't your wife.
Isn't my wife? Now I know you're out of your mind.
Can you prove she is?
I certainly can. Here. There's our marriage certificate. We were married 12 years ago in Los Angeles.
This is to say Roy Vinton and Vera Keith.
Vera. Say, that was the front name of Steve's girlfriend.
Vera. I don't know what you two are trying to prove. That marriage certificate's in order. If you don't believe me, it'll be a simple matter to contact the Los Angeles City Hall and check their records.
Too simple, Vinton. Well, Inspector, this is our missing link. Now we know exactly what happened in the apartment, who was present and why, don't we?
Huh? Oh, sure we do. Tell him, Bart.
Yes, by all means. Tell us, Mr. Drake. If you can prove that Vera isn't my
I
wife...
can't prove that Vera isn't your wife, Vinton. But can you deny that you have or had a wife named Shirley?
What?
Let me recapitulate for you. 12 years ago in Los Angeles, you married Vera Keith. After a while, you tired of and left her. I suspect that the parting was agreeable to Vera, too. You came to New York, prospered, and in 10 years' time practically forgot you ever were married.
I know a lot of guys who'd like to forget that. Go on, Drake. Then what happened?
Then you met Shirley and married her, neglecting the formality of divorcing Vera. Then Vera arrived on the scene.
You seem quite positive, Mr. Drake.
Yes, Benton, I am. Instead of charging you with being a bigamist, she decided to indulge in a bit of blackmail. Unfortunately, you loved Shirley. You had your reputation as a businessman to think of. So you had to comply with Vera's request for money.
So, Vera set herself up in an apartment and got acquainted with a gent named Steve. Only she didn't tell Steve about her husband.
You're making a grave mistake, Mr. Drake.
Am I, Mrs. Benton? Both Shirley and Steve, however, became suspicious that something was wrong. Both came to Vera's apartment tonight with the idea of demanding a showdown.
And that's when the fireworks started, eh?
That's when the fireworks started, Inspector. The only trouble was that none of those present knew which one was guilty of shooting the other.
Oh, so that's why Steve wouldn't talk.
Right, Inspector.
When he returned to consciousness, Mike told him that one of the babes had been killed, but since her body had been removed, Steve didn't know which one.
No, nor did he know whether or not he had shot her. The same circumstances confronted Vera and Roy Benton.
We have laws to protect people from slander, Drake.
Benton here had an answer to their problem, though, or thought he did. He had Vera hastily remove any identification articles from her own purse, exchange it with Shirley's, and then she and Benton returned here.
Only they forgot the laundry marks, eh?
They forgot the laundry marks, Inspector.
Yeah.
Even so, they had the proof that they had been married 12 years ago in Los Angeles.
Clever, Mr. Drake. Very clever. But not clever enough to figure this one out.
Hey, she's got a gun.
Netta, don't be a fool. You
Keep
can't...
away, Roy. If you don't, I'll shoot you.
Look out.
I don't care if she does. Don't touch me, Drake. Give me that.
I won't. I won't. You can't stop it.
Got it, Inspector?
Yeah, I got it. How about Benton?
I'm afraid Benton is dead, Inspector.
Mate. Nothing like a peaceful game of chess after an exciting evening, eh, Bart?
Right you are, Inspector. Which will you take, black or white?
Neither. I'll take these cream-colored ones.
You take the... Excuse me, they are cream-colored, aren't they, Inspector?
Yeah. You're always a fiend for accuracy, so I might as well be. Too bad about Benton, eh?
Yes. Well, perhaps he's better off. Perhaps he really loved his second wife and didn't see much point in going on without her.
Yeah. Perhaps. Think it was him who shot her?
It's possible he thought he did. However, ballistics and the fingerprint department will have to determine that. It's your move, Inspector.
Right. Queen pawn up 2 spaces. How'd you know?
Know what? I'll move my queen pawn 2 spaces also.
That Vera wasn't an invalid.
Well, the fire in the fireplace, Inspector. It was burning brightly. Benton said he hadn't been home all day. Somebody had to get up and replenish the fuel, Inspector. If Mrs. Benton were really an invalid, she couldn't do it. No mystery about that.
Nope, no mystery at all. Not to guys like you. There's a reason, of course.
Oh, yes, there's a reason, Inspector. It's because mystery is my hobby. Mystery is my hobby. Inspector Danton and I had gone again to the Welcome You Ranch on the Arizona desert for a short vacation. The day after our arrival, we set out on horseback to explore the country.
Hey, Bart.
Yes, Inspector?
It's certainly good to get away from it all for a while, isn't it?
Get away from what, Inspector?
Oh, the humdrum, the hurly-burly, the helter-skelter, the murders.
Yes, I see what you mean, Inspector.
This is the life for me. Sunshine, fresh air, the wide open spaces, and a good horse under me.
And no murders.
Yeah, I said that, no murders. Well, what do you say we turn around and head back for the Welcome You? A good meal, a good night's sleep.
Head back. Come, Inspector. We've only been away from the ranch a half hour.
A half hour?
That's right.
Is that a fact? Seems to me like we've been gone all day. Hey, what's the matter?
What are we stopping for?
Look over there, Inspector.
Huh? Over where? I don't see anything.
There's something lying on the ground near that giant cactus.
Huh, so there is. Must be a fallen log or something.
There are no logs in this country, fallen or otherwise, Inspector. Unless I'm greatly mistaken, that's the body of a man.
I was afraid you'd say that.
Come on, Inspector. Let's have a look. Come on, boy.
Whoa.
Whoa, boy. Easy now. Oh.
Yeah, it's a man, all right.
So I see. Get off your horse, Inspector.
Okay, why is it that these murders have to follow us all over the country?
Let's not assume that this is a murder yet, Inspector. By Jove, he looks done in, doesn't he?
Yeah, let's roll him over.
Right.
Say, look at the whiskers. He's an old man.
Yes, and quite dead. Now, I wonder...
Suppose he was hit by an automobile?
That's a brilliant, Inspector. Imagine the nearest automobile road isn't more than 20 miles away.
I was just supposing.
Let's see. No marks of violence.
Suppose he died of heart failure.
I doubt it, Inspector.
Why, for crying out loud? Can a man die of heart failure if he wants to?
Ah, that's odd.
What's odd?
The boots. Our friend here is wearing a pair of brand new boots. Yet the rest of his costume consists of a patched pair of jeans and a faded shirt.
Now, look, Bart, do you have to try and make something out of nothing? The guy just died. Let him lie in peace.
How old would you say the gentleman was, Inspector?
How old? Who cares? 70, maybe?
Yes, at least 70. And those brown stains on his beard, would you say they were tobacco stains, Inspector?
Yeah, tobacco stains. Now that we've reached those amazing conclusions, let's go back and report to the local sheriff.
Probably he was a prospector. Wouldn't you say, Inspector?
Yeah, out here they call him Desert Rat.
Right.
What are you doing?
I'm removing this poke from the old man's pocket. You see, it's full of gold dust. There's a small fortune in this poke, Inspector.
There is, eh?
Yes. Now consider the inconsistency. Here is a man carrying a fortune in gold around with him. The only thing he has to indicate such wealth is a pair of new boots.
Okay. Now, look, Bud. Suppose
Inspector, this is one of the most interesting cases we've come across in a long while.
What do you mean, case? A guy dies of heart failure.
Hello there.
Hey, there's a babe on a horse.
Yes, and a very attractive-looking young lady. Another inconsistency.
With that, I can agree, but what's a good-looking babe like that doing way out here?
We'll probably know in a minute, Inspector. Here she is.
Whoa, boy. Whoa. Well, this is a surprise. Imagine finding two civilized-looking men way out here.
We were just thinking the same thing, lady. By the way, what's the matter?
Is that a man? Why, for goodness sake.
Is he someone you know, miss?
It's Hardtack Wiggins. What's the matter with him?
He's dead.
Well. So they caught up with the old boy at last, did they?
Caught up with him? Who?
Oh, one of the bunch was after his gold. I imagine it was either Oliver or Matt who murdered him.
Murdered him? Look, lady, he wasn't murdered. He died of heart failure.
You want to bet?
Now, wait a minute.
Open his shirt, good looking. And if you don't find a knife wound, I'll never make another wager.
Go ahead, Bud. Open the old guy's shirt. Some people have just got to be shown.
I think that might be a good idea, Inspector. There. By Jove. There is a knife wound.
Of course there is. There had to be.
Why did there have to be, miss?
Because Hardtack couldn't have died of heart failure.
Why not?
Because yesterday he was examined by Doc Sandbar in Coyote Wells. And the doc said that Hardtack was in perfect health.
Well, Lady, you seem to know a lot about what's going on around here.
Naturally I do. What's wrong with that?
What's wrong? Nothing. Not a thing. Except that the way I look at it, you're sticking your neck into a noose.
I suppose by that you mean that you think I murdered old Hardtack.
Yeah, you're quick to catch on. That's exactly what I mean.
How naive you are, darling.
Darling, now look.
Inspector, I told you this was one of the most interesting cases we've run across in a long time. Pardon me, miss. Were you well acquainted with Hardtack?
Well acquainted?
That's right.
My dear boy, Hardtack was my husband.
How much farther is it? I'm getting doggone tired of carrying this dead body around in my lap.
It isn't much farther.
Want me to spell you for a while, Inspector?
No, I'll keep him. Somehow I feel more natural when I'm lugging a corpse around.
There's the shack now, down in that little hollow.
Doc is right. Don't tell me that you and your husband actually lived there.
Of course not, Inspector. You don't really think that I could abide a hovel like that, do you?
I don't know. The way things are shaping up, I'm willing to believe most anything.
How long had you and Hardtack been married, Mrs. Wiggins?
No, not very long. wrong.
Oh?
The City Hall in Coyote Wells opened at 9 o'clock this morning. And we were married 15 minutes later.
This morning? Well, for crying out loud, if this isn't a screw, you see,
Tell me, Mrs. Wiggins.
Oh, darling, would you mind not calling me Mrs. Wiggins? Gives me the creeps.
What shall I call you?
Shirley, darling.
Very well. I'll compromise. Stop calling me darling, and I'll call you Shirley.
That goes for me, too.
Well, what strange men you two are. Most men
Yeah,
would
but
love...
we are not most men. And if you think we're strange, you better get out a mirror and take a gander at yourself.
Now that that's settled, I'd still like to ask a question.
But of course. Barton.
How long have you known Hardtack before you married him, Mrs. Wiggins?
2 days.
2 days? Things happen fast out here, don't they? I've read about this romance on the range stuff.
Oh, Inspector, let's face it. You know as well as I do that there wasn't any romance connected with my marriage to Hardtack.
We're quite aware of that, Shirley. So suppose you tell us why you did marry him.
He was lonesome.
Oh, come, Shirley.
He was lonesome, and he wanted someone to help him spend his money.
Now we're getting places.
Well, I'm certainly not going to pretend that I married Hardtack for any other reason than the fact that he was wealthy. I'd be a hypocrite if I did.
I don't know which is worse, being a hypocrite or being a murderer.
Oh, don't be silly. I didn't murder the old billy goat.
Shirley, what makes you so sure that Hardtack was wealthy?
Because he discovered a pocket of gold 2 weeks ago. And the asked heirs appraised its value at $500,000.
$500,000. And all the poor guy got out of it was a pair of new boots.
Yes, isn't it a pity? Poor dear. Been wanting a pair of new boots for so long, but up till now he couldn't afford them.
And bought them for his honeymoon, eh?
I suppose so. Hardtack's been poor for so long that he just didn't know how to spend his money.
I imagine you plan to help him out on that score, eh, Shirley?
Oh, Barton, you're so cute. It's exactly what I planned on doing. Oh, my goodness.
What's the matter now?
Those 2 horses standing in front of the shack. They belong to Matt and Oliver.
And who are Matt and Oliver?
Matt Palmer. He's the son of Hardtack's dead partner, Chris Palmer.
I see. And who is Oliver, Shirley?
Oh, Oliver's last name is Runyon. He's Hardtack's nearest neighbor. They're both terrible people.
What's terrible about them?
You'll see. Well, here they are now. They heard us coming.
Yes, and by the expression on their faces, they're rather unhappy about something.
It's about time you got back here, Shirley Milton. By golly, you needn't think you're going to get away with this. Not by a jugful, you're not.
Hey, look. Look at what's traced across that stab.
Yeah.
Why, it's Hardtack. What's the matter with him?
He's dead, Bob. Stuck with a knife. Know anything about it?
Dead? You mean the old coot's really dead?
Oh, don't act so surprised, Oliver. You know he's dead. It was you who killed him.
Me? Dad blast you, girl. I'll wring your neck if you say that again. I never laid a hand on the old codger.
Sounds convincing, doesn't he, Bart?
Be quiet, Inspector. Let them talk. This is interesting.
Now I see it. I see it all. Shirley, you married him because you were afraid we'd get some of the money.
How quick you are, Matt, darling. And I suppose you murdered him for the same reason.
I murdered him? Are you crazy? What good would it do for me to murder him?
No more good than to do me. There's only one who would benefit from Hardtack's death. His legal heir.
How sweet of you to admit that I am my dear husband's legal heir, Oliver. I anticipate some trouble from you. Really, I have.
And you're going to get it. By gum, you are. I was with Hardtack when he discovered the pocket. I helped him. Half that there gold belongs to me.
Belongs to you? That's a hot one. Listen, my old man was Hardtack's legal partner.
So what if he was?
I'm my old man's heir. Half of what Hardtack found is supposed to be mine. Any court in the country.
Boys, aren't you forgetting that since I am Hardtack's widow, all of what he had will go to me?
I ain't forgetting nothing. I know my rights.
And I know mine. Any court in the country will back me up.
Well, Barton, now do you understand what I meant when I said they were terrible people?
Yes, I understand a lot of things. Has it occurred to any of you that giving Hardtack a decent burial would be your chief concern at the moment?
He'll be buried. Don't fret about that. Say, who be you two anyway?
We be policemen now. What do you think of that?
We don't think anything of it. We don't believe it. Shirley, where'd you pick up these dudes?
I didn't. They picked me up. They're staying at the Welcome Mule.
Dudes, eh? Well, dudes, you can leave us Hardtack's body and get out. We don't like dudes.
And we don't like murderers. Inspector, when Sheriff Tanner deputized you this morning, did he give you the authority to arrest any suspicious characters?
Huh? What is that, Bart? Oh, yeah. Sure he did.
Fine. There's no doubt in our minds that one of the 3 people standing here in front of us murdered Hardtack Wiggins.
Now, look here, you.
And that's right, isn't it, Inspector?
One of them... oh, sure. No doubt about it at all. We got the proof, haven't we, Bart?
We certainly have, Inspector. We know which one of these 3 thrust a knife into the heart of Hardtack Wiggins.
Huh?
We know why and how and when.
Yeah, sure we do. We got the evidence to prove it, too. Haven't we, Bart?
We have, Inspector. And by virtue of the authority vested in you by Sheriff Jim Tanner of Cactus County, Arizona, I demand that you arrest the guilty person.
You don't think that tying that guy up and leaving him back there in Hardtack's shack is going to do any good, do you?
Not a bit, Inspector.
And for crying out loud, why did you tell me to do it?
We had to do something to convince them you had the authority to make an arrest, Inspector.
Yeah, but look, why didn't we just take the guy and lug him into town and turn him over to the sheriff and charge him with the murder of Hardtack Wiggins?
Because Hardtack wasn't murdered, Inspector.
Hardtack wasn't, huh? But for the love of Joshua, what are you talking about?
Oh, come, Inspector. You know as well as I that knife wound was made after Hardtack was dead.
I do? How long have I known it?
Ever since you examined the wound and saw there was no blood, Inspector.
Oh, no blood, eh? Say, I did notice that, didn't I? Now that you mention it.
You know as well as I that blood doesn't flow from a wound that is made after death.
Sure. I've known that for years. Was there anything else that I noticed when we examined the body part?
Yes. We both noticed that Hardtack's shirt didn't have a hole in it. So we wondered how the knife wound could have been made, unless someone had first opened the old man's shirt.
Say, that's an angle. What does it prove?
I don't know, Inspector. It might prove a lot of things. Well, here we are. Whoa there. Whoa. Whoa, boy.
We've arrived, have we? Where are we?
Inspector, I'm surprised. This is the spot where we found Hardtack's body, remember?
Well, so it is. What do we do now?
We get off our horses and look around.
Okay. But I don't know what you expect to find.
There's the depression in the ground where Hardtack lay. And there are his footprints clearly outlined in the sand.
Yeah, I see him. Say.
Yes, by the looks of those footprints, it appears as though poor old Hardtack was pretty close to exhaustion, doesn't it?
Or drunk.
Oh, let's give him the benefit of the doubt, Inspector. Come along.
Where are we going?
Let's backtrack on his trail a bit and read signs.
Read signs? Say, where'd you pick up that expression?
I listened to the Lone Ranger program, Inspector.
Listen, kid. Jumping. Judas, look out. There's a snake.
It's a rattler. Get your gun, Inspector.
Don't worry. I'm getting it out.
Nice work, Inspector. What? You shot its head off.
Sure I did. It was his head I was aiming at.
Oh, I see. Pardon me for the compliment. Well, come on, let's get going.
You don't have to apologize, Bart. I can't help it if I'm a good shot. What's the matter?
Look, there. Isn't that an empty whiskey bottle?
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Well, I guess for once the old inspector was right, eh, Bart?
How do you mean, Inspector?
With the staggering footprints, the empty whiskey bottle, the guy was sunk just like I said. What do you mean, Oh, stop saying, for crying out loud. And don't start telling me I'm wrong. Doggone it. It's as plain as...
Yes, Inspector, this is certainly the most interesting case we've come across in a long time. Come on. We're going back to the shack.
Why? What are we going back there for?
Because the evidence that proves how Hardtack died and who murdered him is there.
Don't get excited, Mad Dog. I had to get rid of all of it, didn't I?
Well, it took you long enough. Here, get me out of these ropes.
Okay. See, there's a knife over here on the table.
Yeah. Drake and Denton will be back any minute. We got to get out of here.
Get out of here? Well, where do you think we're going? Now, hold still while I cut the rope. There.
Oh, that feels better. Those crazy fools. Tying me up and leaving me here.
What do you care? I can't prove that you murdered Hardtack.
I didn't murder him. I've already told you that.
Well, it wasn't your fault, though, was it, darling? You tried hard enough.
Now, don't get cute, beautiful. I'm not in the mood for it.
Okay. So you didn't murder the old codger. So what are you getting in such an uproar about?
Don't be a dope. If Drake proves I stuck the knife into Hardtack, that'll be just as bad as proving it was me who killed him.
So?
So we're heading for the border right now.
Now, just a minute, good-looking. Take it easy. We've gone to an awful lot of trouble to get our hands on old Hardtack's dough, and we're not going to run out...
baby, get smart. The dough won't do us any good once we're sitting in the gas chamber.
What do you mean, once we are sitting in the gas chamber?
That's it, baby. I said we, and I mean we. You're in this as much as I am.
Well, you're crazy. It was you who handled that knife.
And it was you who married Hardtack. After first making a deal with me to knock him off on your wedding day.
Remember?
Why, you lousy bum, Miles.
You'll what?
Matt, don't look at me like that.
You'll what, baby?
Matt, Oh, Matt, don't.
Call me a bum. Try to make me take a rap for knocking off that old billy goat?
Please, Matt. Matt, don't hit me again. I didn't mean it. Honest, I'll go with you.
You bet your life you will. Now get your stuff together and let's get out of here.
All right, Matt. Don't hit me anymore. Matt, what are you doing?
I'm borrowing your husband's new boots. It's the only thing he had that was any good, and I'm taking them.
I'm mad. Hardtack waited for those boots so long.
Shut up. What good will they do him now? I'm going to get something out of this deal.
Okay, Matt. Okay. Only stealing a dead man's boots will bring you bad luck.
Whoa, boy. Whoa. Watch it, boy. Whoa. Well, the shack looks just the same, doesn't it, Inspector?
Yep. It looks as though the birds have flown the coop.
So I see. Both the horses are gone, huh? Well, let's get off. Go inside and have a look.
Yeah, they're gone, all right. The door's wide open.
Yes, just as I expected. Shirley came back and released Matt Palmer. There are the cut ropes lying on the floor, Inspector.
And by the way things are scattered around, they got out in a hurry.
Come on over here, Inspector. Uh-oh.
What's the matter?
Look, there's Hardtack lying on the bunk where we left him. Only someone removed his boots.
Probably Shirley.
Do you see the boots lying around anywhere, Inspector?
No, but...
Which means they were stolen, probably by Matt. Come on, Inspector. We've got to catch those two before they reach the border.
Matt.
Huh? What's the matter?
What's the matter with you? For the past 15 minutes, you've been drooping in your saddle like a dish rag.
Nothing. Nothing wrong with me. How much farther to the border?
10 miles, maybe. But say, what's eating you, anyhow? You look half shot.
Oh, there's nothing the matter with me, I tell you. Come on. Let's get going.
Hurry, Inspector. They can't be much farther ahead.
They better not be much more of this, and I'm going to quietly lie down and expire.
Oh, you're all right, Inspector. Just hang on and grit your teeth.
Grit my teeth. My teeth were all shaken loose an hour ago. Look, Bart, how do we know we're even going the right direction?
Why, we're reading sign, Inspector. See? The trail was right there on the sand as plain as Fifth Avenue.
Fifth Avenue, oh, what a beautiful thought. You think we'll ever see it again, Bart?
Well, we won't unless you stop complaining and get a little speed out of that nag you're riding. Come on, man.
Matt, wake up.
Huh? What, is something wrong?
Well, there will be, and something wrong unless you snap out of it. The border's still a good 5 miles away.
5 miles. Too far. Can't make it.
What do you mean you can't make it? You've got to make it. Matt, you're falling out of your saddle.
Gotta lie down.
Matt?
Gotta lie down.
Matt, what's the matter? Matt, get up. What's happened? Matt, open your eyes. Matt.
Gotta reach the border.
Get up.
I murdered old Hardtack. I killed him.
Oh, Matt.
I'm a murderer.
Matt, stop it. Someone will... Matt! Oh, Matt, here they come. Here come Drake and Danton. Get up, Matt. Get up.
Terrible pain. Terrible. I guess I'm going to die.
No.
I'm going to...
Oh, Matt. Oh, Matt.
Whoa, boy. Whoa. Something happened to your boyfriend, Mrs. Wiggins?
Hey, Bart, look, he's got Hardtack's boots on. You were right. He did steal them.
I told him it was bad luck to steal a dead man's boots.
A pity Matt wasn't as suspicious as you, Mrs. Wiggins. I'm afraid your erstwhile lover is dead.
Dead? How do you know? What did he die of?
Matt Palmer, Inspector, died of snake poisoning. There's the welcome you down there in the valley.
Which is all right with me. A welcome you's a welcome sight to these tired old eyes.
Come, Inspector. You should be in better spirits. We've just completed one of our most interesting cases.
Yeah, well, give me the details, Bart.
Well, there aren't many details, Inspector. You see, Matt didn't discover that Hardtack was dead until after he'd driven that knife into him. Then he covered up the wound with Matt's shirt, hoping that whoever discovered the body would think Matt died of snake bite, which, of course, he did.
Yeah, but why did Hardtack have his shirt open in the first place?
Why, that's obvious, Inspector. Hardtack apparently stepped on the rattler, and the snake struck him.
And Hardtack killed the snake, eh?
Yes, by trampling the reptile to death. Incidentally, Inspector, that was the same snake that you shot.
Whoa! You mean I shot a dead snake?
Yes, I'm afraid you did, Inspector.
Well, I'm a bang-tail maverick. Get it!
You see, Inspector, the men at Hardtack realized he'd been struck. He finished off that bottle of whiskey we found lying beside the trail.
Wanted to die with a jag on, eh?
No, there are still some old-timers who believe that whiskey is an antidote for snake bite, Inspector. But the fact is that just the opposite is the case.
So the booze only made him worse, eh?
Yes, I'm afraid so. He staggered along, probably suffering horribly. When he finally collapsed, he must have clutched at his shirt in his anguish and torn it open.
The poor old guy. Then Matt Palmer came along and stuck a knife in him, eh?
That's what happened, Inspector.
And Matt died the same way, eh?
Almost. It was Hardtack's new boots that killed Matt.
The boots? What are you talking about?
When the snake struck Hardtack, the old man apparently sliced down at it with a stick or some other object he was carrying. The blow broke off the rattler's fangs while they were still embedded in the soft leather of the boot.
Well, I'll be... and when Matt put on the boots, the fangs were still there, eh?
That's it, Inspector. You see, the boots fitted Matt snugly, and there was enough venom left in the fangs to work into his bloodstream and after a period of time to kill him.
By golly, what do you know about that? Just like the girl said, it's bad luck to steal boots from a dead man.
Yeah.
Say, what about the girl?
Oh, we'll have to let Sheriff Tanner settle that for us, Inspector. And, by the way...
Yeah?
When we reach the welcome you, I think you'd better not mention our experience of the day.
No, why not?
Well, Inspector, we're out here on a vacation, and I just assume that the folks didn't know that mystery is my hobby. Mystery is my hobby. I had received another of those mysterious phone calls. This time, the speaker urged me to go at once to the Matthews estate on Long Island. Kenneth Pringle, the famous polo player, was in danger of being murdered. Now, I had a strong suspicion that my good friend Inspector Noah Dan was responsible for the call. And this time, much to the old gentleman's astonishment, I was comfortably seated in the police car when he entered, saw me, grunted, and gave directions to the driver.
Well, Inspector?
Here we are again.
Yeah. And what I want to know is how come Barton Drake always shows up when there's something hot in the offing?
You should know, Inspector.
What do you mean I should know?
Nothing, except that the man who called me this morning said that you had been notified.
Notified of what?
That Kenneth Pringle is in danger of being murdered this afternoon.
Ha! What a nonsense.
Perhaps. On the other hand, this isn't the first time Pringle has come close to a tragic end.
Friend of yours?
I've met him once or twice, although he probably won't remember me. My picture of Pringle is that he has two careers, polo and women.
What's the connection?
Pringle's been unfortunate in attracting women who have made, shall we say, previous commitments.
Married dames, eh?
Right.
Nothing new about that.
He's a dashing fellow, this Pringle. And the fact that he's Eastern polo champion adds to his allure.
Those horseback riders. Say, that reminds me.
Yes, Inspector?
This Paul Matthew, the guy who owns the place where we're going now, isn't he an Englishman with a lot of money, kind of old?
That's right. Yeah. Recently he married young and beautiful Diane Carver. They're very happy, I understand.
Yeah. I remember reading about it. She used to play around with Pringle before she married Matthew.
Oh, calm, Inspector. Let's not be gossipy.
It's beginning to make sense. Matthew throws a big party at his Long Island estate, invites Pringle, then calls us and says Pringle's going to be knocked off, huh?
Me, Inspector, that hardly makes sense. A man who contemplates murder does not invite the police to witness a crime.
Then who did make the telephone call?
That, Inspector, is what we'll have to find out. Well, here we are, Inspector. Wow, rather extensive ground.
Yeah. Matthews must still be in the chips. Hey, what are those people doing over there?
They appear to be engaged in an archery contest. Stop here. Looks like an important gathering. Some of those faces are quite famous.
Yeah. And who are we going to tell them we are?
Welcome. Hello there.
Well, hello. Where did you come from?
I was walking behind the shrubbery, wishing that something exciting would happen, and it did.
Oh, so?
You arrived. You won't disappoint me, will you?
Yeah. Well, I'll do my best.
Oh, now I know.
Know what?
You're Bill Rogers, and this must be your father.
Father? Well, look
I'm
here.
Diane Matthews. Paul said you were coming. You're friends of his brother Charlie, aren't you?
Well, as a matter of fact,
Paul didn't say that Bill Rogers was... Well, I mean, I never did think of any of Paul's friends as being so young and attractive.
Thank you.
Good gosh, he's eating it up.
Let's go up and meet Paul. He's dying to see you.
Splendid. Come along, Dad.
Now, listen, I'm not going to... Oh, good gosh.
Jolly good technique, what?
By Jove, I say, you can't be old Tom Rogers. Exact opposite of the way I'd pictured
But
you.
he is Tom Rogers, Paul. Who else could he be? And this is his son, Bill.
Now, wait a minute.
Oh, so you're the young man I heard so much about. I must say, Charlie didn't exaggerate there.
Perhaps I'd better explain. You
By
see...
Jove, this is jolly. Now, see here, I've a bit of an apology to make. Servant trouble, the war, you know, and all that sort of thing. Do you mind shifting for yourself a bit?
Not at all.
Diane, darling, show the gentlemen their rooms, will you? You're the best we can do. I say, look there. Pringle's done it again. 4 bullseyes in a row. Quite a chap.
Tell me, that's Kenneth Pringle, the polo player, isn't it?
Yes. Would you like to meet him?
Well, later, my dear. No time now for
Ken!
introductions.
Oh, Ken, darling.
Oh, hello, Diane. Paul. Nice shooting, old fellow. Rather puts the rest of us in the shade.
Ken, darling, this is Tom Rogers and his son, Bill. They're old friends.
How are you?
Glad to know you. Thank you. You seemed adept to all forms of sports, Mr. Pringle.
Well, matter of coordination, I guess. By the way, haven't we met before, Rogers?
Possibly. I've watched you play a good many times. Yes, I believe once we were introduced.
A guy could do a lot of damage with a gadget like that bow and arrow.
Yes, an arrow has tremendous striking power if the bow is handled by an expert.
Ever kill anything with it?
Oh, yes, indeed. I belong to a hunt club whose rules forbid the use of any other weapon except the bow and arrow.
Ken hangs on to his bow and arrow as though they were something precious.
They are, to me. A good sportsman takes care of his tools.
Show the folks how good you are, Ken.
Oh, I say, let's wait a bit. Time for that later. Right now.
Let him do his stuff. This arrow shooting business is something I'd like to see.
Well, but the contest, we can't interrupt the tournament.
We don't have to go over to the range. There, shoot at that tree, Ken. It's out in the open.
Oh, okay. Only take a minute.
No, I say, Pringle, you might hurt someone. This is a lot of nonsense. Now, look here, old chap. I say, let's wait until the range is clear.
Paul, come back here.
Look out, Matthew.
Hey.
Paul's been hit.
You puppy fool.
Hey, the arrow's sticking in his shoulder.
Oh, you didn't step right in front of me.
Say, by Joe,
Well, the arrow only went through his sleeve. Here, I'll pull it out.
narrow escape was mighty careless of you, Pringle, old chap.
Careless of me? Why, you deliberately...
You're as white as a sheet.
Why shouldn't I be? I might have killed the guy.
You sure might have, brother. Would have busted you all up, too, I'll bet.
What the devil do you mean by that?
Well, what do you think?
No, I say, let's forget it. Just an accident.
You're quite willing to let it end there, Matthew?
Oh, yes, of course, just an accident. I say, what are you driving at?
Nothing, except I don't agree. I don't think there was anything accidental about it.
I don't get it, Bart. It doesn't make sense. Why would Matthews deliberately try to get himself killed?
He didn't.
But doggone it, you said that the arrow shooting business wasn't an accident.
It wasn't.
Now, wait a minute. Maybe I'm dumb. Maybe I don't catch on easy.
So it wasn't an accident. So now we've been here at Matthews's 5 hours, and Pringle's still alive, so we're a couple of suckers.
Inspector, you sound so unhappy.
Okay, so I'm unhappy. It's night. It's raining outside. This room they put us in is cold and damp, and you won't even let us have a light on. And besides that...
Besides that, they don't even know you're the great Inspector Danton. You're supposed to be my father.
Ha, ha, ha. Very funny. Very funny indeed. Yeah, well, I don't just like sitting here in the dark. Hey, what are you going to do over at the window?
I'm just looking out at the rain. Reminds me of the time we... Inspector.
Huh?
Come over here by the window.
Yeah. What do you see?
Look down there. Behind that shrubbery.
Yeah, I see them. 2 people. Say, they must be crazy standing out there in the rain like that.
On the contrary, they have an excellent reason.
Who are they?
Diane Matthew and Kenneth Pringle.
Mrs. Matthew and the polo player.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not surprised. Say, what's the matter with him? He looks kind of funny.
Yes, and I think I know... Oh, so he's leaving him and going around to the rear of the house. And Pringle's heading for the front door. Inspector,
yeah?
Come on.
Huh?
This is what we've been waiting for.
Hey, what was that?
Somebody fell in the hall downstairs.
Yeah, somebody just went through the front door.
Hurry up, Inspector. Let's get down there.
Yeah.
It looks as though we're too late.
I say, what's all the rumpus about? This is swift.
Jumping Judas, look at that guy on the floor. An arrow stuck right through his throat.
Yes, as I expected. Somebody killed by an arrow that was shot by the hand of an expert.
By Jove, I think you're right.
Grab hold, Inspector. Let's move him out of this hall.
Yeah.
All right, I got him. Here we go.
I say, this is dreadful. Awfully decent of you to help out like this, messing things up, you know.
Okay.
Bad enough trying to keep things cleaned up with no help, but this...
Killed instantly, I'd say. Who is he, Mr. Matthew?
A chap named Folsby, Arthur Folsby, I believe.
Friend of yours, is he?
Oh, hardly. A servant. Agency sent him down. Arrived about an hour ago. Arrogant sort.
Arrogant?
Began by telling me he wanted 2 evenings a week off. Must have comfortable quarters, an increase in wages at regular intervals, and all that sort of thing.
Oh. Did any of the other servants know him?
Oh, I couldn't say, really.
Well, somebody must have known him. Somebody must have wanted him eliminated.
I say, you don't think the chap was deliberately murdered?
Oh, no. He stuck that arrow in his throat because it tickled. He liked it.
Look here, aren't you being a bit sarcastic? I say, what's the meaning of all these questions? What I mean is, it should be I who does the questioning, shouldn't it?
Well, now, think of that. He wants to know.
Dad, Mr. Matthew's right.
Now, listen.
This is a serious matter, Mr. Matthew. I think we'd all better explain exactly where we were when Fallsby cried out. Later, we'll give the others a chance to do likewise.
Yeah, good idea. It'll be necessary to notify the police, I suppose. Oh, possibly we can have the thing cleared up by the time they arrive.
The police?
Dad, you see, Dad and I were up in our room. We heard the screams and immediately came down to investigate.
Yeah, saw you myself. Clear as you two chaps, all right.
Thank you, sir.
And now, where were you, old thing?
I? Well, in the kitchen, of course. I thought you knew.
No, we didn't know. We are not mind readers. What were you doing in the kitchen?
Well, really? I was talking to Fallsby.
Oh, talking to Fallsby. So someone walked in with an arrow.
Dad, suppose we let Mr. Matthew tell us exactly what happened. Huh?
Right. Really, Rogers, I can't understand your attitude. I was giving Fallsby his instructions. Assigning him a room, that sort of thing, when the doorbell rang.
The front door?
Yes. Fallsby, I say, just pop out there and see who it is. A good chance to do your stuff.
And did he pop?
Precisely.
And what did you do?
Oh, I sat in the kitchen and waited. Wanted to give Fallsby a chance, you know.
Then what happened?
Well, really, the same thing that happened to you. I heard the front door open, then Fallsby gasped. I jumped forward and ran forward to the rescue.
Matthew to the rescue, eh?
Yes, I got there too late, though. Culprit was just escaping through the front door when I rushed into the hall.
Thank you, Mr. Matthew. Now, I think perhaps you're right. We'd better notify the police.
The police? Now, look.
Hi, Joe.
What is it, Mr. Matthews, yes?
I say, this is awkward.
What the devil are you talking about?
Yes, I saw. This is really... Now, look here. This jacket that fellow's wearing, it's mine.
Oh, so?
Yours. Well, now.
Yes, I remember. You were wearing it this afternoon. That means that whoever murdered Fallsby intended you to be the victim, Mr. Matthew. Come in. I was examining your husband's excellent collection of books while waiting for the police.
Books. Such a boring way to pass the time. Don't you think, Bill?
Well, that depends upon what substitutes there are.
Oh, you're cute. Would I do for a substitute?
Does that answer your question?
Bill, you're marvelous. Tell me, who do you think murdered that man, Fallsby?
Any of the dozen men to whom your husband would appear as an obstacle?
How amusing. You still believe that Paul was the murderer's intended victim?
I can only say the way I would act if I were annoyed by such an obstacle.
Oh, Bill. Really?
You are a very beautiful woman, Mrs. Matthew. May I call you Diane?
Oh, please do. Bill.
Splendid. As your husband would say, this is jolly.
Isn't it? Bill.
Yes?
You're really very charming yourself.
Well, thank you.
Do you mind if I sit here?
Well, not at all. Your husband...
Oh, Paul. He's so stuffy. No, shall we say, romance between us.
I see. Mr. Pringle, then?
Ken, what do you mean?
Oh, a man has his honor. I wouldn't want Pringle to feel that I was...
I beg your pardon.
I'm sorry, but I saw you and Pringle earlier this evening standing out in the rain.
Well, what difference could that make?
Forgive me, I didn't mean to upset you. By the way, Edna wanted me to give you her love.
Edna?
My sister, Edna Rogers. You remember her, of course.
Oh, yes. How is dear Edna?
Splendid. Except for one thing.
Oh, really? What's that?
I have no sister Edna.
Very clever of you, Barton Drake.
At your service. Mrs. Matthew, would you mind telling me why you pretended not to recognize Inspector Danton and me this afternoon?
I had my reasons.
And your husband and all the others, they had their reasons too?
How should I know? The others mean nothing to me.
Including Kenneth Pringle?
Oh, what are you getting at?
That Inspector Danton and I saw you and Pringle in, rather an amorous position.
So
I think that Pringle's madly in love with you. So much in love that he would remove any obstacle that stood in your path to freedom and your husband's fortune if you asked him to.
You're being insulting.
Am I? There's only one other person in this house who is skilled enough at archery to take a quick shot under cramped conditions and drive an arrow through a man's throat.
And who is that, Mr. Expert on Crime?
The name of that man is...
Where is he? Where's my husband? Now, don't tell me he isn't here, because I know better.
Just a minute, Lady Hay. Put down that bow and arrow.
Excuse me, Mrs. Matthew.
I think you're a louse, Barton Drake. Don't stand there like an idiot. Tell me where my husband is.
Lady, if you whack me with that thing again, I'm going to...
Something wrong, Inspector?
So you're him. You're the one who put the ad in the paper. You're the one who made my
Just a
husband...
minute, madam. I don't know whom you mean by him. My name is Barton Drake, and this is Inspector Noah Danton.
Now, don't try... Oh, the police.
Yes.
Oh, got here ahead of me, huh? Now, that's what I call service.
Look, lady, stop talking in riddles. What are you doing here? Who are you looking for? What's your name?
Falsey. Beatrice Falsey. Arthur, that's my husband, and I had a fight, see? He'd been drinking again. I told him unless he quit, I'd kill him.
Well, now, how did you make out?
I haven't found him yet. That's why I came here.
What made you think your husband was here, Mrs. Falsey?
The ad. It was in the paper, see? He underlined it and then threw the newspaper away, and, well, I found it. So I called the police.
You didn't call the police just because your husband answered an advertisement.
You bet your life I did. He took the money, all of it. It was hidden in the pantry, and I'd spent years saving it up. He left a note saying I'd never see him again.
I say, what's going on here? Oh, here, I'll go remove that raincoat. You're dripping all over the floor. Frightful, man.
Isn't that just too bad? I'm not removing nothing till I find Falsby.
Falsby? Oh, the dead chap, you mean?
Falsby dead?
Oh, Matthew, you talk too much. I'm sorry, Mrs. Falsby. Your husband was accidentally killed an hour ago.
Falsby killed? Oh, no.
With a bow and arrow, like the one you've got in your hand. Where did you get it?
We can't be dead. Not Falsby. He wasn't much good, but he was mine.
I say, that bow and arrow the old girl has,
It's Pringles.
Pringles. Are you sure?
Sure, well, I know it anywhere.
Inspector, I think we'd better have a talk with Kenneth Pringle.
You can say it now, Drake. Start talking.
Pringle.
Yes, and the beautiful Diane, which doesn't surprise me in the least.
How subtle you are, Mr. Drake.
I say, Pringle, old chap, put that gun away, will you? You know, it might go off and hurt someone, you know.
It's exactly what Kenneth has in mind, Paul. In a minute, it's going off and hurt everyone, including Barton Drake.
Drake? What's all this talk about Drake? Who's Drake?
Now, see here. Just a minute, Matthew. I'm Drake, Barton Drake, private investigator, and this is Inspector Noah Danton.
No, but look here, I thought
No, you didn't think I was the son of your old friend Tom Rogers. You knew who I was from the first. You all knew. And now I know the reason for your pretense. I also know who murdered Arthur Fawlsby.
Give it to him, Ken. Kill him. He knows you murdered Fawlsby. You'll go to the chair. You killed him. You killed my husband.
Hey, put down that bow.
Look out, Inspector. Your fun's over. Sit down on that chair. You too, Miss Matthew.
Drake, you're lucky. If that crazy woman hadn't come at Ken with a bow, you'd be dead now.
I say it was lucky. She knocked the gun right out of his hand. Bullet went into the floor. By Jove.
Matthew, keep quiet. From now on, I'll do the
Yeah,
talking.
but look here.
Oh, Inspector, how's Mrs. Fawlsby?
I left her with her husband. It wasn't the pleasantest scene I ever witnessed, and I've seen some tough ones.
Yes, whoever murdered Fawlsby committed the most horrible of crimes.
I say, you talk as if it were deliberate. Accident, you know.
Oh, was it? Pringle, you're about as stupid as any man comes. A man of your reputation who'd let a woman...
Don't believe him, Ken. He's trying to trap you into admitting that you murdered Fawlsby.
But I didn't murder Fawlsby. That's what I've been trying to tell you. I didn't murder him.
No, that's right, Pringle, you didn't. But Mrs. Matthews thinks you did.
What do you mean? I know. I mean, you're crazy. You don't know what you're talking about.
I know exactly what I'm talking about. You met Pringle outside tonight in the rain. Pringle had his precious bow and arrow concealed beneath his raincoat to keep it dry. That's what gave him an awkward look when he stood there holding you in his arms.
I say, Drake, that's rather a nasty remark. Diane wouldn't...
Yes, she would, and you knew she would. In fact, you knew she was going to meet Pringle tonight because she told you so.
That's a lie. Tell him it's a lie, Paul.
Go on, Drake.
Diane finally convinced Pringle that the only way that he could have her and her husband's fortune was to eliminate you, Matthew. She knew that you'd be tormented by thoughts of her being in the arms of another man, and sooner or later you'd come looking for her. Pringle was supposed to kill you as you stood in the lighted doorway. Am I right, Pringle?
Yes. You're right.
But the plans went awry. You didn't appear, Matthew. Diane went around back to see if you were in the kitchen, and then Pringle's courage failed him. He tossed his bow and arrow in the bushes, intending to get it back later.
That is the most ridiculous...
Sit down, Matthew.
No, please. I've something I want to say. Drake, that was clever of you. Tell me, when did you become suspicious that I was the murderer?
Yeah, when?
This afternoon, when you got in the way of Pringle's arrow. To make it appear as if Pringle were trying to kill you.
I was afraid of that. Diane, I loved you very much. Too much, I'm afraid. Sometimes I think I wasn't in my right mind.
Paul, you didn't...
Yes, I did. When Fawlsby arrived, he was wet through from the rain. I gave him my jacket to put on. I sent him to answer the door. I knew Pringle would think it was I and shoot him.
And then you reasoned that Pringle would be accused of the crime and sent to the chair. With him out of the way, you hoped to regain Diane's love.
That's true. I must have gone completely insane. When Fawlsby opened the door and Pringle wasn't there,
You shot Fawlsby yourself?
Yes. My bow was in the kitchen. I wanted everyone to think that Pringle had tried to kill me, and now...
He's got a gun.
Oh, there's no need to be alarmed. None of you will get hurt if you do exactly as I say. Drake, to satisfy an old man's curiosity, how were you so sure?
It was your remark to Mrs. Fawlsby that furnished the missing link in the chain of circumstances, asking her to remove her raincoat because it was dripping on the floor. If Pringle had shot Fawlsby, he would have had to step into the hall because the location of Fawlsby's body, where he fell. Now, it was raining hard, you remember? Yet when the inspector and I came downstairs, the floor on the hall was absolutely dry.
I see. Very clever. Goodbye, Diane. I did love you, you know. So much.
Hey, he's gonna... He shot himself right through the temple.
Yes. Well, it's probably best. But sometimes it isn't pleasant to have mystery for a hobby.
Mystery is my hobby.
Mrs. Sally Anders had been found dead in the kitchen of her home in the town of Walkerville. An autopsy revealed that she died of poisoning. Fred Anders, her husband, accused of murdering his wife, had escaped capture, and for the past 10 days had been a fugitive from justice. On the evening of the 10th day, I had an unexpected caller at my apartment. Yes?
Are you Barton Drake?
Yes, I'm Drake. Will you come in?
Yeah. You alone here?
Yes, I'm alone. Sit over there, please.
I'll talk from here.
As you like. Well?
Well, what?
You said that you talk from here. What would you like to talk about?
I guess you don't know who I am.
Oh, yes, I'm quite aware of who you are. You're Fred Anders, wanted for the murder of your wife, Sally Anders.
You're a cool one, Drake. I heard you were pretty clever. Now, you Fred Anders, what are you going to do about it?
Nothing at all. As long as you keep your hand in the pocket of your jacket.
That's smart. I've got a gun in this pocket, Drake.
I haven't the slightest doubt of it, Mr. Anders.
I guess I will. Sit down.
Fine. There's a comfortable chair. I'll sit over here where you can keep your eye on me.
Yes. It's a good idea. Maybe you're wondering why I dropped in on you like this, huh?
I suspect that your purpose is to tell me you didn't murder your wife.
Yeah? How'd you figure that out?
Didn't take a great deal of figuring, Anders. Obviously, there'd be no other reason why you'd pay me a call.
Well, that's what I call being real smart.
Thank you again.
Now, Drake, listen to me. I didn't do it. So help me, I didn't.
The police seem to think otherwise.
Oh, the police, those dumb flat-footed cops.
Come, Mr. Anders. The police aren't always wrong. All the evidence pointed to your
What evidence? The fact that Sally and I had quarreled? The fact that I had threatened to kill her? Does that prove a man guilty of murder?
The fact that you ran away and have been in hiding ever since your wife's death doesn't help your case any, Mr. Anders.
It doesn't prove me guilty either. I'm not a fool. What would you have done?
Never having killed anyone, I don't know.
And I haven't killed anyone either. Drake, you've got to help me.
Oh?
Now, Drake, listen to me. You don't know what it's like to be hunted and hounded, to be afraid of your own shadow, to jump every time a car backfires.
No, I'm afraid I don't.
I haven't slept for days, Drake. I haven't eaten. I can't stand it much longer. I think I'm going crazy.
I think I can appreciate how you must feel.
Help me, Drake. You've a reputation for shooting square. I've got money. I'll pay you.
That's hardly an inducement, Mr. Anders. If you're guilty, it would be impossible for me to prove you innocent.
But I'm not guilty, I tell you. Would I take a chance in coming here if I were? Would I be willing to risk everything on the one hope that you'd give me a break?
No, Mr. Anders, I don't think you would.
Well, then you believe me, huh?
For the moment, I'll withhold my opinion, and I'll give you a chance to prove your faith in me.
I'll do anything. Believe me, I will.
Then give yourself up to the police.
Give myself up?
Yes. If you know that you're innocent and you believe I can help you, there should be no objection.
So that's your game.
I haven't any game, Anders. You're a fugitive from the police.
Why, you dirty, double-crossing rat. So you want me to give myself up? You want to get credit for capturing Fred Anders by talking him into it? So that's the kind of a guy you are, huh?
Those are my terms, Anders. Take them or leave them.
Take them or leave them, huh? I'll show you what I'll do to him.
Put down that gun, Anders. A second murder isn't going to help you.
There hasn't been a first yet.
Now, look, Bart. Let me get this straight.
This guy Anders came up to your apartment and tried to get you to investigate the murder of his wife.
Yes, that's right, Inspector.
You refused, and he took a swipe at you with his gun.
Yes, and naturally I grappled with him, and the gun went off.
The bullet missed, but he knocked you out by hitting you with the gun barrel.
That's right. He knocked me out, all right. What, Inspector?
I smell something.
Oh?
You know what you should have done the minute you came to your senses?
No, I don't. What, Inspector?
You should have called the police and reported what had happened. After all, Anders is a fugitive from
But I did call the police and reported what happened, Inspector.
Huh? What do you mean? You said yourself that you called me the minute you woke
I
up.
did, Inspector. You're a policeman, aren't you?
Huh? Oh, yeah, I guess I am at that. Yeah, but look now.
Oh, come, Inspector. You'd like credit for capturing the murderer of Sally Anders, wouldn't you?
Sure. You mean you know where Fred Anders is hiding?
I'm not interested in where Fred Anders is hiding, Inspector. I'm only interested in apprehending the murderer of his wife. That's where we're going now.
Oh, my gosh. Do you mean that Anders talked you into believing he was innocent?
No, on the contrary, Inspector. I talked him into talking me into it.
What kind of double talk is that?
Fred Anders, Inspector, had a chance to kill me. He didn't, even though I made him mad enough to want to.
So that proves he didn't murder his wife, eh?
While we were struggling for the gun, I warned Anders that a second murder wouldn't help him any.
Mighty decent of you.
Anders replied that there hadn't been a first yet.
You fellas didn't discuss the weather, too, did you?
So you see, Inspector, I did my duty as a citizen by trying to capture a fugitive. And I discovered that the fugitive was innocent of the crime as charged.
Now, that makes sense. That does. Look.
And now I've eased my conscience by reporting the incident to the police, and everything's fine.
I knew I smelled something. Somehow or other, I always turn out to be the fall guy in these deals.
No such thing, Inspector. When we return from Walkerville, you're going to be a hero who captured the murderer of Sally Anders.
What are we stopping here for? This isn't where Fred Anders lived. I saw pictures of the place.
No, this is the home of Miss Emma Bemis, Inspector.
Oh, the babe who discovered the body, eh?
Yes, that's right. That must be she working in that garden patch over there. Come on, let's go find out.
Well, she sees us coming. Say, she's as good looking as her picture.
Yes, I see she is. Good morning. Are you Miss Emma Bemis?
Oh, my goodness. You must be strangers around here. Everybody knows I'm Emma Bemis.
One of those.
Careful, Inspector. Yes, we are strangers in Walkerville, Miss Bemis. I'm Barton Drake. This is Inspector Noah Denton.
Hi.
Barton Drake? What a wonderful name.
Well, what's the matter with that? And that name's been in our family for years.
Well, you're stepping right in my petunia bed. Oh, you big
Now, don't get excited. I'm not stepping on your doggone petunias.
Oh, big feet. Now I'll have to plant the whole plot over
Well,
again.
for God's sake, how did I know?
Stand over there, Inspector. You'll be all right.
I'm all right anyhow.
Of course you are. Miss Bemis, would you mind...
Yes, Barton? You don't care if I call you Barton, do you?
Not at all. Emma?
Here we go again.
It's such a lovely name.
Yes. Miss, Emma, Inspector Danton and I are investigating the murder of Sally Anders.
Sally?
Yes. It was you who discovered the body, wasn't it?
Sure. I mean, yes. Say, wait a minute. Are you two gentlemen officers?
Well, yes. In a manner of speaking, we are.
And you've come on a wild goose chase. It was Fred, Sally's husband, who murdered her.
Who says so?
Ebenezer Pringle says so. He's our chief of police.
I see.
I guess I ought to know since it was I who discovered the body.
Well, look, lady, just because you discovered the
I
body...
was the most important witness at the coroner's inquest.
Yeah, but...
My picture was in every newspaper in the country.
So what? My picture's been in the newspapers, too.
But they called me the beautiful Miss Bemis, who lived next door.
I was known as Dandy Danton, the Beau Brummel of Delancey Street.
Inspector. Huh? Emma, would you mind telling us the exact circumstances under which you discovered Sally Anders' body?
Circumstances? There weren't any circumstances. I just went over there and found it.
Oh.
Well, what was your reason for calling on the Anders that morning?
Reason? No reason. I just decided to call on them the way neighbors do.
That's no answer.
Well, it should be. Sally and I had a cup of coffee together most every morning of the week. Oh, poor Sally.
Why, poor Sally?
Why, poor Sally?
Yeah.
Well, how would you like it if your husband was always threatening to murder you?
I haven't got a husband.
Oh, dear Inspector. Emma, are we to understand that you knocked on the Anders' door? When no one answered it, you opened the door, walked in, and found Mrs. Anders lying on the floor?
Oh, no. No, it wasn't like that at all.
Oh?
The door was locked. That's what made me suspicious.
Well, I see.
No one ever locks their doors in Walkerville. Naturally, I knew something was wrong.
Naturally. And what did you do?
Do I have to tell, Barton?
I'd appreciate it if you would, Emma.
Would you, Barton?
Pardon me, if I'm in the way.
Now, just keep your big feet out of the petunias, Inspector, and everything's going to be all right.
Oh, is that so?
Now, as you were saying, Emma, what did you do when you found the door locked?
I looked through the keyhole.
Well, you little rascal.
And you saw Sally Anders' body lying on the floor?
Yes. It was right there in front of the door.
Oh. Then what did you do?
Well, I screamed, naturally.
I'll bet.
And I suppose somebody heard you screaming and summoned Chief Pringle?
That's exactly what happened. My, you're clever, Barton.
Yeah, clever. Emma, let me tell you about the time that...
All right, Inspector.
Huh?
Emma, thank you very much for answering all our questions. You've helped us immeasurably.
Oh.
Now, come on, Dandy Danton. Get your big feet out of the petunia bed. We've got work to do.
Now, look, Bart. We can't just go in and bust into the Anders home without a warrant. No one's living in the place, and...
Inspector.
Yeah? What's the matter?
There is someone living in the Anders home. I just saw a movement behind those curtains.
Huh? Where? I didn't see anything.
You didn't?
No.
Perhaps I was mistaken.
Mistaken, you? Now, wait a minute, Bart. You're not admitting a mistake,
Yes,
are you?
I'm sure I was mistaken. You know, my imagination's been playing tricks on me lately.
Imagination, eh? Now, that's something I never expected to
Come
hear.
along, Inspector. Let's check and make sure, shall we?
Yeah, that's one way of finding out. Hey, where are you going?
Round the back door.
The back door, but look, the front door's right here, and it's only polite...
I think we'd better try the back door first, Inspector.
Oh, all right. Have it your way. Hey, the place is kind of run down looking, isn't it?
Yes. It hasn't been occupied since the day of the inquest. I'll knock.
Well, it looks as though you did make a mistake after all.
However, let's try the door and just make sure.
It's open. Yeah, that doesn't mean anything, though. Emma the Beauty just told us that no one in Walkerville ever locked their doors.
Miss Bemis also pointed out that Sally Anders did lock her door on the day she was murdered. Come on, Inspector, let's look around.
Deserted houses always give me the creeps. What do they keep the shades pulled down for?
Inspector.
What do you want me to shush for? There's no one here. You said yourself that you...
Dad! No door! Inspector!
Yeah, it came from upstairs.
Take it easy, Inspector. This may be a trap.
Yeah, it might be at that. Well, the upstairs hall is deserted.
Expected it would be, didn't you?
Oh, sure, yeah. Whoever fired the shots must be behind one of those doors.
Yes. Well, let's try them one at a time. This one here will be number one.
Were you looking for someone?
Who the devil are you?
I'm Carol Anders. Who are you, please?
Who are we?
Did you get that far?
I couldn't very well help but get it, Inspector. Miss Anders, you must be a relative of Fred Anders.
Of course. I'm his sister. Now, what is it you want?
What do we want? What do you think we want with everyone yelling and shooting off guns?
Shooting off guns? I don't believe I understand.
Don't believe you want... No, whoa, wait a minute. You mean you didn't hear any shots?
Of course I didn't. I haven't the faintest idea what you're talking about.
Well, I'll be a monkey.
Furthermore, if you don't leave at once, I'll call the police.
The police? I'm the police now. Look.
Inspector, Miss Anders, I'm Barton Drake. This is Inspector Noah Danton.
Hi.
Yesterday, your brother called on me in my apartment and
You're
asked if...
Barton Drake?
Yes.
But I thought that...
Well, you thought what?
I'm glad to know you, Mr. Drake.
Now that the formal introductions are over, I'd like to know which one of us is nuts. I heard a shot. I heard 2 shots.
Just a minute, Inspector.
Huh?
Miss Anders, you can only have one purpose in being in this house. You believe your brother is innocent.
Oh, I do. I know he didn't kill Sally.
And you hope that if you spend some time here, you'll find something that will substantiate your belief?
Yes, there must be something. There must be.
Yes, there is, Miss Anders. There's a good deal. It just occurred to me what it is. Inspector, I want you to pay Chief Ebenezer Pringle a visit. Ask him to let us have a copy of the report on the autopsy that was performed on Sally Anders.
But wait a minute, Bart. There was a shot. 2 shots. A scream. I heard him. You heard him, too.
Are you going to search the barn, Mr. Drake?
Would you rather I didn't, Miss Anders?
Why, I don't think there could possibly be anything in there.
All right, Miss Anders. I think we can skip the barn for the time being and take a look in this lean-to.
But there's nothing in there except odds and ends of farming equipment.
And trash barrels, Miss Anders.
Trash barrels?
Yes. Uh-oh.
What in the world are you removing that for?
Because I think it will help in proving who murdered your brother's wife, Miss Anders. By the way, was it raining on the day Sally Anders was found murdered?
Raining?
Yes.
Why, I don't know. Wait a minute. No, it wasn't. We had a hard rain the day before.
The day before? Are you sure?
Yes, I'm positive. Why?
By Jove, Miss Anders, that's fine. Come along with me. Inspector Danton will be back in a moment, and we'll...
Oh, here comes Emma Bemis,
Yes,
the
I see.
busybody. I was hoping she wouldn't discover that I was staying here.
I know what you mean. Miss Bemis seems to be carrying something.
The pie. She's forever baking them. It gives her an excuse to call on the neighbors.
Oh, Barton!
Mm-hmm.
I thought you'd like... Oh.
Carol Anders. Well, I would have thought you'd have the nerve to come back here.
And why shouldn't I have the nerve to come back, Emma?
Why, she asked. Well, if my brother had murdered his wife...
Fred didn't murder Sally. He didn't, I tell you, and don't you dare say he did.
Well, I like that. Telling me he didn't do it when I found the body. When I was chief witness at the coroner's inquest.
When your picture was in every newspaper in the country. Have you told Mr. Drake that picture was taken 5 years ago?
Why,
I suppose at this point it would be appropriate for me to make a noise like a cat. Meow. Now, suppose we go in the house and try one of Miss Bemis's pies. I'm sure it will taste better
I'd rather
than...
eat poison.
I can understand that. You and your brother should know all about poison, Carol Anders. Don't forget it was poison that killed Sally.
You're so right. And here comes Inspector Danton with the proof. Hello, Inspector. Did you get the autopsy report?
Yeah, I got it. That Ebenezer guy was kind of tough. Well, if it isn't Emma the Beauty.
Don't get fresh, Sandy Danton.
What did the autopsy report reveal, Inspector Danton?
Just what the newspaper said, lady. Sally Anders died of HCN poisoning.
HCN. Are you sure, Inspector?
Sure, I'm sure. Here it is. Right here.
Death due to a dose of HCN poisoning. Traces of a mild sedative were also found. By Jove, that's the answer.
Answer to what?
To the identity of the real murderer, Inspector. Miss Anders, may I have your handbag, please?
My handbag? Whatever in the world.
If you don't mind.
No, give that back.
Inspector?
Yeah, I got it. Take it easy, lady.
Go of me. I knew you had something to do with this, Carol Anders.
Just as I thought. Miss Anders, have you a permit to carry this gun in your handbag?
It isn't any of your business whether I have or not.
So I wasn't nuts. I did hear some shots. And it was this babe who fired them.
That's right, Inspector, it was. She fired them to attract our attention so we'd rush upstairs.
Why? What did she want us to rush upstairs for?
Tell the Inspector, Miss Anders.
You're so clever. You tell him, Mr. Criminologist.
I'll be glad to, Miss Anders. There was someone else in the house with you, someone you didn't want us to see.
Someone else? Then it must
Miss
have been...
Sanders shot her gun and screamed so that we'd rush upstairs and give that other person a chance to escape.
Fine thing. So we let the murderer run out from under our noses, eh?
You're so clever, Mr. Drake.
On the contrary, Inspector, the other occupant of the house didn't escape. Miss Sanders made that obvious when she asked me not to search the barn.
I did no such thing.
And so, Inspector, I think it would be a good idea if you stepped over to the barn and placed Mr. Fred Anders under arrest.
Okay, Anders, inside. Shoving me, Gap. Well, Drake, this makes your double cross 100%, doesn't it?
Sit down, Anders. Miss Bemis was just about to cut one of her famous pies.
Not for him, I wasn't. Oh, Fred, I'm sorry.
Never mind, Carol. It was no fault of yours. Well, Drake, go ahead and make a hero out of yourself by sending an innocent man to the chair.
I don't intend to send an innocent man to the chair, Anders. In fact, I don't intend to send a man to the chair at all.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, Miss Anders, it wasn't a man who murdered Sally Anders. It was a woman.
Then it must have been Carol. She was the only woman mixed up in the ugly business.
Wait a minute, Emma, my beauty. You were around, and you're a woman, or you've been overacting.
The idea.
That's right, Inspector. Emma was around. It was she who administered the poison.
See?
How dare you say such a
Oh,
thing?
Bart's a great hand at saying daring things, eh, Bart? Sit still, Petunia. I mean, Emma.
Anders, before you left the house on the morning of your wife's murder, did you quarrel with her?
Well, sure. Yes. I'm not denying that.
What were you quarreling about?
Why, what difference does it make?
A lot. You'd been having a romance with Emma Bemis, hadn't you?
Hadn't you? Not really. Emma and I were just friendly. Sally was always nagging, and Emma and I...
Fred Anders, how dare you imply that
stop asking people how they dare things. Keep quiet,
You quarreled with your wife that morning, Anders, and left in a rage. Emma was outside listening. After a while, she came in and pretended to comfort Mrs. Anders. The two women sat down over a cup of coffee to talk the thing out.
Full of all the outlandish notions.
Emma had some HCN poisoning in a vial. Now, HCN is such a bad odor and taste that only a few drops would make any amount of food unpalatable.
Well, there. How could I have forced Sally to take any?
By first dropping a mild sedative into her coffee, Emma, which made her drowsy. Then, pretending to revive her, you forced more coffee between her lips, coffee that contained HCN poisoning.
It's a lie. It's a black lie.
Then you took your own cup out to the trash barrel and disposed of it. So it would appear that Sally Anders had been drinking coffee alone.
Oh, I didn't. You can't prove it.
I think I can prove it, Miss Bemis. It had rained the day before. On the morning of Sally Anders' murder, you worked for a while in your petunia bed. Some of the soil clung to your shoes. You left tracks near the trash barrel.
Jumping Judas! I got some of that petunia bed soil on my shoes.
You are right, Inspector. You have, and we can analyze the contents and prove that...
All right, I did it. Fred said he wouldn't marry me because of Sally, even though he hated her. So I studied up on poison. It seemed easy. I didn't think they'd blame Fred. If Drake had known about HCN...
Well, Bart, here we are back at the Lamplighters Club.
Mm-hmm.
How about a game of chess?
No, Inspector.
No? What do you mean, no? We always play a game before...
Hold on, Mr. Drake. I'll plug it in here.
Oh, thank you, Jimmy. Hello. Yes, this is Barton Drake. Oh, hello, Miss Sanders. What? You've been wondering what aroused my suspicions when Emma told me she peered through the keyhole and saw Sally.
Yeah, I'd like to know about that, too.
Well, it was obvious she was lying, Miss Sanders. Did you ever try to peer through the keyhole of a Yale lock?
Well, I'll be...
What's that? Well, that sounds very nice. I certainly will.
You won't. Now, wait a minute, Bart. Don't forget...
Quiet, Inspector.
Yeah, but look, I'm only trying to say...
Well, thank you, Miss Sanders. I know I'll enjoy it.
Oh, you won't. It'll be a bust.
Oh, what a pity.
He's gone.
No, I can't do that. You see, mystery is my hobby.
Mystery is my hobby. Today's story took place one evening last October. It was Indian summer, and I had gone out for a stroll after dining alone at the Lamplighters Club. Suddenly, a young girl rushed up and threw her arms about my neck.
Darling, how are you?
I beg your pardon. Well, after that, I'm sorry I'm not the man you were looking
Pretend that you know me. I'm being followed.
Followed? By whom?
He's behind you, leaning against the bank building. Oh, no, don't turn around.
Oh? But there's a policeman on the corner. I'll call
No.
him.
A policeman would only make things worse. Come, walk along with me. Here, I'll take your arm. He must be convinced that we're old friends.
This is rather an amazing experience. Would you mind telling me your name?
It's Claire Wesley. You've probably heard of my uncle, Howard Wesley.
Mystery is my hobby. Inspector Nora Danton and I had not been out of the city for some time when I received an urgent telephone call from Mr. Sam Hudson, an artist and magazine illustrator of Oak Ridge. We both welcomed the chance for a breath of country air. Unknown to us, Sam Hudson had had an unusual conversation with his half-sister Mary that morning.
Sam?
Huh? Oh, it's you, Mary.
Yes, it's me. Sam, I want to talk to you.
Now, my dear, I've asked you not to disturb me when I'm working.
Sam, this is important. Put down the brush and palette and listen to me.
Now, look here, Mary. I promised Robinson I'd have this landscape done by Monday. I intend to keep that promise.
Sam, Cousin John is dead. He died of a cerebral hemorrhage.
What of it? I'm sorry, Mary, but we hardly knew John.
Sam, you don't understand. He died of a cerebral hemorrhage. Doesn't that mean anything to you?
A lot of people die of cerebral hemorrhages. I don't want to appear rude, Mary, but really...
Sam, give me that brush.
Hey, stop that. Mary, what the devil?
Now, Sam Hudson, you listen to me. Cousin John is the third in our family to die of a brain hemorrhage within the past month.
So what? Maybe the family's having an epidemic of brain hemorrhages. Now, give me that brush.
No. Sam, you may be so wrapped up in your work that these deaths mean nothing to you, but to me they mean a great deal.
Why, for heaven's sake?
Because George Hudson will be next. And then you.
George, and then... Mary, you can't be serious.
I am serious, Sam, very serious. Cousin Elliot was first, then Henry, and now it's George's turn.
Then comes me.
Yes. There's a small fortune in our family, Sam. According to the terms of Grandfather Hudson's will, it's to be handed down in the order I've just named.
Mary, you're wonderful. So Henry killed Elliot to get the fortune. Then John murdered Henry, and George killed John. Then, hey, I must be the one who's going to murder George. Now, I wonder when I'm going to do it. I'm pretty busy.
Sam, I wish you wouldn't laugh at me. I'm frightened.
Nonsense. Now, forget this, Mary. You're being entirely too melodramatic.
Oh, I can't forget it. It isn't just coincidence that those three people died.
Of course it's coincidence. Mary, listen to me. Elliot and John and Henry lived miles apart. Their deaths were spread over a period of months.
I know, but you're all I had.
You're Dean Woodford. When my time comes, you'll inherit the family fortune, marry Dean Woodford, and live happily ever after.
Well, all right, Sam. Maybe I am overly concerned.
Of course you are.
But you will be careful. Promise?
I promise. Now, hey, there's Dean coming up the drive. Go on out and have a time for yourselves. Only don't scare him with any of your wild stories.
All right, Sam. Oh, I'm asking Dean to stay to lunch.
Well, I'm going into my study. You can have the place to yourself. See you at lunch.
Hello, Dean.
Hi, honey. How's things?
Just fine. Nice coming in.
Where's Sam?
In the study. Asked me to come out for a walk.
Okay. Well, let's walk down to the river, honey. It's such a swell day.
All right. Sam won't mind. I told him that you were going to stay for lunch.
Well?
I did what you said, Dean. I tried him out.
What did he say? How'd he act? Are you satisfied?
Yes. Sam's not suspicious. I'm sure of it.
Oh, good, good. I told you that's the way it'd be.
I know, but I had to find out. I gave him every chance. It's the safe thing to do.
Well, you're too jittery, darling. No one's suspicious. They couldn't be. Why, it's a perfect setup.
Dean.
Yeah?
Stop here. We're out of sight of the house now. Dean, I...
Say, what's the matter? Come on, speak up. Has anything happened?
Oh, no, Dean. Nothing, only... Dean, you do love me, don't you?
Is that all that's worrying you? Come here. Does that mean anything to you?
Dean, I love you so.
You won't regret it, honey. After this job is over, we'll have plenty of dough and plenty of time to enjoy ourselves.
Dean, is it necessary that Sam...
Now, look, darling, there's no other way. You know that. You've known it right from the start.
Oh, I know, but Sam's my half-brother, and...
And what has he ever done for you? Made a drudge out of you. Made you live up here in the sticks.
But he did give me a home.
Sure. Why not? He needed a housekeeper. He had a few bucks of his own, and he couldn't stand it to have anyone else around while he worked. So you were the sucker.
Oh, you're right, Sam. You're right, but I wish it were over.
Oh, stop worrying. In 4 days, it will be over. First your cousin George, and then Sam. Cerebral hemorrhage. What a laugh. Even the doctors don't know.
And there isn't a chance of them finding out, is there, Dean?
Not a chance, baby, not a chance. They're all like that brother of yours. Too dumb even to think about it.
Hello, Drake speaking.
This is Sam Hudson, Mr. Drake. I'm up here at my place at Oak Ridge.
Yes, Mr. Hudson?
Drake, if possible, I'd like to have you take a run up here.
Oh, is something wrong, Mr. Hudson?
I don't know yet. You see, 3 members of my family have died within the past 6 months. All of cerebral hemorrhage.
Well, that sounds like an unusual coincidence.
Too unusual, Mr. Drake. My sister is... Well, you see, there's a small fortune in the family that's handed down from one cousin to another upon the death of the first.
I see. And one of you is next in line?
Yes. After my cousin George dies, the money comes to me. You know how women are, Drake. Mary's worried.
And you?
I must confess, Mary's got me going, too. I wouldn't want her to know I made this call. It would only worry her more. Still, I think an investigation would do no harm. On the other hand, if you'd rather not...
Contrary, Mr. Hudson, it sounds like an interesting case. I'll get hold of Inspector Danton, and we'll take the first train up there tomorrow. Well, that's all I can tell you, Inspector. Sam Hudson suspects that he's going to be murdered because 3 of his cousins have died of a cerebral hemorrhage.
But that just doesn't make sense.
It might when we hear the rest of the details.
Okay, but it sounds nuts to me. Guys who die of cerebral hemorrhages aren't murdered.
Stop worrying, Inspector. A couple of days in the country will do us both good. Yes, boy. Have you any local papers, one published in Oak Ridge?
You betcha, mister. Oak Ridge Gazette. There you are.
Thanks.
It's 3 cents.
Pay the boy, will you, Inspector?
Pay the... Oh, sure. Sucker me. Here you are, bub. Can you break a nickel?
Break a nickel?
Okay. Keep the change.
Thank you, sir. Newspapers, magazines...
Wait a minute. Here's something, Inspector.
Rudy Nebb in another jam?
No, it isn't the comic strips, Inspector. It's right here on the front page.
Yeah?
George Hudson, a cousin of Sam, died last night.
What did he die of?
A cerebral hemorrhage, Inspector.
Yes?
Good afternoon. Is Mr. Sam Hudson in?
Sam? No, he isn't. He's in New York.
New York? That's odd. Can you tell me when he left?
Why should I? And why is it so odd that Mr. Hudson is in New York? Who are you men, anyway?
Who are we, lady? We're here to ask the questions, not answer them. Now, look...
Inspector, I'm sorry, Mrs. Hudson. You are Mrs. Hudson, I presume?
No, I'm not. I'm Mary Hudson, Sam's half-sister.
I see, thank you. I'm Barton Drake. This is Inspector Noah Danton.
Oh, the police.
Everybody acts surprised when there's a cop in the crowd.
Anything wrong, darling?
Dean, these men are policemen. This is my fiancé, Dean Woodford.
Well, what's going on, boys? Bank robbery or something?
We wouldn't know, chum. Murder's our hobby.
Murder?
Don't be alarmed, darling. I've heard of this man, Drake. He writes books about murder. He's harmless.
Thank you.
Suppose we all step inside out of the cold. That's better. This country air bothers my hay fever.
Now, see here.
All right, tut now. Never argue with a cop, Junior. Okay, Bart, go ahead and ask your question.
We're sorry to have to intrude on you folks like this, but, Miss Hudson, we've reason to believe that your brother might be in danger.
But why?
Would you mind telling me exactly when your brother left for New York?
Why, it was yesterday morning.
Hmm?
Yes, yesterday morning. He had to deliver a painting to Jeb Robinson of National Magazine.
You were quite sure he left yesterday morning?
Yes. Something's happened to Sam?
I don't know. Miss Hudson, I'm betraying a confidence in telling you this. Your brother called me yesterday.
Sam called you?
Yes, he felt that you were worried because of the deaths of your 3 cousins, and Sam was thanked to admit that he was worried also.
That's utter nonsense. Mary's cousins died of cerebral hemorrhages. A mere coincidence.
I'd be inclined to agree with you, Woodford. If George Hudson hadn't died yesterday, also of a cerebral hemorrhage.
Then you know about George.
Why shouldn't we? It's in all the papers. You know, Bart, if Sam Hudson was worried enough to call
now,
you...
listen, this thing is getting to be funny. What if Sam did call yesterday? That doesn't mean that he was home when he made the call. There are pay stations all the way to New York.
That's true, Woodford. But why didn't Mr. Hudson arrange to see me in New York if he was coming down anyway?
Yeah. Why did he insist that we come up here?
I don't know. You'll have to take that up with Sam.
Yes, we intend to, Woodford. Inspector, I think you'd better call National Magazine and ask Mr. Robinson a few questions.
Now, look here, Drake. It just happens that Mary and I are engaged to be married, and I feel that I have the right to protect her.
Do you think she needs protecting, Woodford?
The way you're acting, yes.
I always say give a guy enough rope and he'll hang himself.
Just what do you mean by that, Danton?
Oh, nothing. Only I was wondering why Miss Hudson said her brother left for New York yesterday to keep an appointment when the man he had the appointment with says it wasn't until tomorrow.
Well, I can't see as that means anything. Sam finished the landscape earlier than he expected to. Went to New York on the chance that he could see Mr. Robinson today.
Without calling Robinson first?
How Sam arranges his appointments is no concern of mine. Or yours.
You're right, darling. Drake, in your quest for book material, you seem to make mountains out of molehills.
It usually pays off, brother.
Well, this is ridiculous. I certainly don't intend to subject myself to any further questions.
Miss Hudson, you seem to think that Inspector Danton and I are accusing you of something.
Well, it certainly sounds like
Let me assure you we're not. Our sole purpose in being here is to help your brother, if he's in trouble.
Well, he's not. Now, look. If it's being paid that you two are worried about, I'll give you a check myself, and you can go on home.
Well, now, that's mighty thoughtful of the young man, Bart.
Yes, it is, Inspector, and I think we'll take him up on it.
Huh?
We can make out that check for $150, Woodford.
What, you don't mean...
Yes, I think we're wasting our time here, Inspector. If anything had happened to Sam Hudson, we'd have heard about it before
but
now.
Look, it was only...
Write out your check, Mr. Woodford. When Hudson returns, he can give us a ring if he's still worried.
But, look, you said this yourself on the train.
Yes, that's right, $150. Thank you, Woodford. We're sorry to bother you folks. Come along, Inspector. This seems to be one time when we've gone on a wild goose chase.
I still don't get it, Bart. You walk out on the deal. Now, here we are on a plane heading for Bangor, Maine. Why?
If possible, Inspector, I want to save the life of Sam Hudson.
Save his life? For crying out loud, we don't even know where the guy is. What the heck are you talking about?
Something you said on the train, Inspector.
Of my say?
Yes, you said if a man died of a cerebral hemorrhage, he hasn't been murdered.
Well, that's true. You can't force a man to have a brain hemorrhage, can you?
I don't know. But the undertaker who buried Elliot Hudson when he died 6 months ago might give us the answer.
That's right. I'm Abe Shaw. I'm an undertaker, and I buried Elliot Hudson. Now, who be you?
Did you know Elliot very well, Abe?
Sure did. Known him all my life. Nice fella.
Abe, I want to ask you something, and I want you to think hard. Was there anything strange about Elliot's corpse?
Strange? What do you mean?
Any bruises or evidence of violence?
Violence? No, let me think now. No, can't say there was. Legs swollen a bit. Scar on his cheek. Hadn't been there for 10 years, though. Face bloated some. All that's natural. What you want to know for?
We're studying to be corpses.
Oh, funny guy, eh? Now, you look at here. You're sitting...
All right, Abe, you've helped us a lot. Now, I don't suppose that you know the doctor who signed Elliot Hudson's death certificate.
Sure do. Everybody knows Doc Hayward.
And Doc Hayward said that the death was due to a cerebral hemorrhage.
Yep, cerebral hemorrhage, that's right.
Abe, had Elliot Hudson been seriously ill for some time?
How should I know? I never seen him much. He lived alone. Folks don't ask undertakers to call on him. Look, now, why don't you two go see Doc Hayward instead of asking me so darn many questions?
We intend to do that, Abe. Not only are we going to call on Doc Hayward, but on the doctors who attended both John and George Hudson. Come on, Inspector. I think we've hit upon our first clue. There's just one more question I'd like to have you answer, Dr. Hayward. Did you ever know a case in which a cerebral hemorrhage had been induced?
Certainly not. Such an idea is preposterous. Now, look here, Scranton or Danton or whatever your name is. When I say John Hudson was one of the best-looking corpses I ever had in my morgue, I know what I'm talking about.
Okay. You don't have to get tough about it. That's all I can tell you, Mr. Drake. John Hudson died naturally of cerebral hemorrhage, and I'm sure of it.
Thank you, Doctor.
Well, Bart, that's the last of them. They all told us the same thing.
You sound discouraged, Inspector.
Well, aren't you? This is the third jerkwater town we've visited in the last 2 days. And what's it got us?
It's got us a lot, Inspector.
Oh, it has?
Yes. Now we know it was not mere coincidence that 4 men have died of brain hemorrhage within the last 6 months.
Oh, we do?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I missed something. I don't suppose you want to let me in on the secret, would you, Bart?
But of course, Inspector. I'll say, by the way, have you got our plane ticket?
Oh, yeah, I got him. There's plenty of time. Now, what was it?
Oh, yes. Well, Inspector, the reason that I know those 4 men did not die naturally is...
Dean?
Yeah? What's the matter now?
Were you out there?
Yeah.
Was he...
No. I told you to take another 12 hours. Now stop asking so many questions.
I wish we'd never started this. I wish Sam would not...
Oh, shut up. Now listen, baby. We're in this up to our necks. Now quit your bawling. In another day, it'll be all over.
Oh, Dean, do we have...
Yes. I've gone too far in this to stop now. Besides, 5 murders are no worse than 1 in the eyes of the law. Well, are you going to quit that bawling?
Sorry, Dean.
No, that's better. Now, tomorrow, when I bring Sam in, remember what you're going to say to Doc Ambrose.
I won't forget, Dean. Sam has been in New York for the past 3 days. He came into the house complaining of a headache and went right up to bed.
Perfect. About an hour later, you went up to see if he was all right. You found him unconscious and called Doc Ambrose.
And Dr. Ambrose will say that Sam died of a cerebral hemorrhage. Are you sure?
Of course I'm sure. He can't say otherwise. It's perfect, baby, perfect.
Dean?
Yeah?
Look out there. It's those policemen.
What the devil are they doing back here?
Oh, Dean, I'm scared.
Now, quit that. Get hold of yourself. Yeah, it's them, all right.
They're coming in here. Dean, could they have found anything out?
No. Now, remember that. There isn't a chance that they could find out a thing. They'll probably pretend that they have, and we've got to play the game.
All right, Dean.
Come on. Let's see what they want.
Sorry, Miss Hudson, to have to intrude upon you again so soon, but certain things have come up.
Now, just a minute, Drake. We put up with your rudeness once before.
You're going to do it again, Bob, one side.
How dare you force your way into my house?
Oh, we dare anything, lady. We're brave men. Besides, this time we got a warrant.
A warrant?
Yeah, search warrant. Okay, Bart. Where do you want to begin?
Suppose you take a quick look around the house, Inspector. I'd like to ask these people a few questions.
Good idea. You need me just yet.
Right.
Mr. Drake, I absolutely refuse to answer any more questions.
That's up to you, Miss Hudson. However, after I tell you the information and the evidence that we've collected, you may change your mind.
Evidence?
Don't listen to him, Mary. He's trying to trick you.
I don't think I'll have to resort to tricks, Woodford. Miss Hudson, I suppose you know that 4 of your cousins have died of cerebral hemorrhages during the last 6 months.
Yes, I know about it. Why?
And, of course, you know that there was a sum of money handed from one to the other.
I can't see if that concerns you.
Oh, but it does, Miss Hudson, because the last one to receive the fortune was, or would have been, your brother Sam, and Sam is my client.
Well?
In the event of Sam's death, you would inherit the money, isn't that true?
Yes, it's true. What about it?
After you inherited the money, Woodford was going to marry you.
What the devil are you talking about, Drake?
I'm building a case, Woodford, against you and Miss Mary Hudson, a case of murder.
Murder? Are you trying to tell us that Mary's cousins were murdered?
That's exactly what I'm trying to tell you, Woodford. Furthermore, you and Miss Hudson are the murderers.
You're crazy. They died of brain hemorrhages. You haven't got a thing on us.
Don't listen to him, Mary.
Nothing to do about the place is clean.
I didn't expect we'd find anything in the house, Inspector. You folks won't mind if we look around outside, will you?
Yes, we will. This thing has gone far enough. Now, you two get out of here.
Take it easy, pal. Holding a gun on an officer of the law is a serious offense.
Forcing your way into a private residence is also a serious offense. Besides, I have a permit to carry this gun.
And we got a warrant to come into this house.
How do we know you have? How do we know you're even cops?
We're telling you, that's why.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Mary, go into the kitchen and call police headquarters. We'll settle this thing right now.
But, Dean...
Do as I say. You know where the phone is.
Yes, and she knows it isn't in the kitchen. Woodford, that's as nice an act as I've seen in a long time. Now I know why you were able to convince Sam Hudson's cousins that you meant no harm.
Drake, I don't know what you're talking
Oh,
about.
yes, you do, Woodford. You're telling Miss Hudson
Well,
to go...
Mary, are you going?
All right, Dean.
No, you don't, lady.
Keep your hands off me.
Sorry, ma'am, but this is necessary. Okay, Woodford. Put down that gun.
Take your hands off her, copper.
I wouldn't, Bob. You'll hit the lady.
Dean, don't shoot.
I don't intend to. Instead, I'm going to make that phone call myself.
Hey, that's a switch. I thought the guy was actually going to show his hand.
No, not yet, Inspector. Woodford's going to play the game to the very end.
Let me go.
Just a minute.
Never mind the girl, Inspector. Come along.
Okay, but this isn't the way I'd play it.
Woodford went through that door.
Yeah, sure he did, but...
Locked.
Yeah. So now what do we do? Break it down?
No, we don't have to, Inspector. Woodford won't go far. I'm sure of that.
Hey, now the girl's gone.
Splendid. I think we'll find them both waiting for us in the garage. There's the garage, Inspector.
Yeah. And you still think those two will be waiting for us inside?
Mm-hmm. I'm positive of it, Inspector.
Why?
Because Woodford still has hopes that he's committed a perfect crime. Here's the garage door, Inspector. Here, help me grab hold.
Okay. Hey, it's dark in here. All the windows are covered.
Yes, and for a good reason. There are our friends over there in the corner.
Oh, Mr. Drake. Something terrible has happened.
Yes, I see it has. Is that your brother's body lying on the floor?
Yes, that's Sam.
Don't get any ideas, Drake. Sam was dead when we found him. There isn't a mark of violence on him.
It's true, Mr. Drake. Dean lost his head back there in the house and ran out here to get his car. He found Sam just as you seen.
Now, that's what I call thinking on your feet, lady.
Yes. Turn on the lights, will you, Inspector?
That's a good idea.
You won't find any marks on him, I tell you. Sam died
of a cerebral hemorrhage. Is that right, Woodford? Well, there's the lights. Let's have a look.
There's nothing to look at. Dean's right. I think we'd better call a doctor.
And I think we'd better take a look at your brother's ankles, Miss Hudson.
Look out, Woodford's got a gun.
I see he has. Watch it.
Hey! He hit the girl with a 30.
Mystery is my hobby. Ladies and gentlemen, Barton Drake speaking. For tonight's drama, I've selected case history number 116 from my book, Mystery is My Hobby. I call it Death is a Twin.
Here's the place, Riley. You wait out here. I'm going in.
Okay, Chief. I better try again.
Come in. Come in. The door's unlocked.
I'll call you if I need you, Riley.
In here, in the living room.
Be right there.
You're the police? I phoned for the police.
Inspector Noah Danton. You're Susan Waterstone?
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
Inspector.
Okay, Miss Susan. What's this all about?
It's my sister, Claire. Something's happened to her. I know it.
Oh? What?
She went into the library about 10 o'clock this morning with George Gale, our attorney. Told me if I needed anything to call out. I'm a cripple, you see.
Yes, I see the wheelchair.
A spine injury. I'm unable to walk a step. Claire does everything for me. If anything's happened to her, what would become of me?
No. Just calm yourself. Maybe nothing's happened to her.
But it has. I've been calling for her for the past half hour. She won't answer.
Why didn't you wheel yourself into the library and see what was the matter?
But I did wheel myself to the door. The door is locked.
From the inside?
I'm afraid so. I can't see through the keyhole.
Well, guess I better take a look.
Oh, wheel me along, will you please? I want to see which
Yeah, sure. Which one?
This door right here.
locked, all right. Yep, keys in the lock on the inside. It's Wonderstone. It's Wonderstone. Anything the matter?
Oh, something's happened. I know it.
Well, guess I'll have to break in the door.
Oh, no, please don't. That's such a beautiful old door. If you had to break anything, why not a window?
Okay, it doesn't make much difference. I'll get Riley to do it. Hey, Riley, try and get in one of the library windows. They're all locked. Break one.
Okay, Chief.
Riley will be in the jiffy.
Oh, what'll I do? Poor Claire.
Oh, maybe she just had a fainting spell. Guess the windows must have been locked.
Holy cow.
Gee, boss. She's dead.
Claire dead. Oh, no. No!
Mike Fatt, Barton Drake's Chinese houseboy, carefully twirled the bottle of rare old vintage in the ice bucket and carefully adjusted a spotless napkin around the top. Carefully, he set just the right glass on each stand beside the two easy chairs, and then, just as carefully, placed a carpet tack point upwards in the chair where the good Inspector Danton would soon be planting his very ample frame. Mike Fatt loved the good inspector, but he also loved his little joke better.
Mike, you up for something?
Oh, no. Just putting out very cooling refreshment.
Well, all right, but you sound rather suspicious. Hope you have dinner ready. Inspector's always hungry, you know.
Oh, yes, Mr. Drake. Dinner ready?
Good.
Yeah. Oh, Inspector here now, I think. I go.
I'll be out in a minute.
Well, evening, Mike.
Thousand welcome, Mr. Inspector, to the abode of Mr. Drake, also of humble Mike Fatt. Please to enter.
Yeah, thanks. Where's Bart? Dinner ready?
Mr. Drake enjoying pleasure of admiring new hand-painted necktie in the mirror.
Uh-huh.
Please sit down.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, no. This the chair, please.
Huh? What's the matter with this one?
Oh, that Mr. Drake's chair, please.
Oh, think I'll stand for a while. I'm tired of sitting.
Oh, no. Better sit. Old Chinese proverbs say, quote, man who sits in friend's house is friend of long standing, unquote.
All right,
Oh, something the matter?
Inspector, was that you yelling?
I sat on something.
Oh, yes, in one moment. Oh, only carpet tack.
Mike, did
Funny
you...
thing, carpet tack should be in carpet. Excuse me, please. I get emergency blinding.
That conniving, scheming, celestial heathen. I had to take him and...
Now, Inspector, mustn't accuse without proper evidence, you know.
Evidence? The carpet tack.
I'll bet you Mike didn't leave a single clue.
Well,
Sit down, Inspector. I'll have Mike pour you a drink.
I'll take mine standing up, thank you.
Have it your own way.
Oh, here, lead flossy bandage.
Yeah, well, you can take it right back where you got it.
Pour the Inspector a drink, will you, Mike?
Not on your life. I'll pour my own.
All the Chinese proverbs say, he who drink from white bottle, get red nose.
Well, you get them. Get out of here.
Oh, yeah, all right.
You can sit down safely now, Inspector, I'm sure.
Well, okay.
Pour yourself some wine.
Okay.
Pour mine, too. I'll trust you. Well, Inspector, have a hard day?
No, nothing interesting. Few robberies, hit-and-run driver, wife beat up her husband, and a suicide.
Oh, well, suicides are always interesting. Always some very tragic reason that makes a man take the matter of his life into his own hands.
Nothing odd about this one. Just plain open and shut case.
Yeah, who was it?
Gal by the name of Claire Waterstone.
How did you do it?
Poison, glass of milk. Look, Bart, how about dinner?
Fingerprint?
Sure. Dead girls on the glass.
Where did it happen?
In the library. Sat there reading a book, drank her poison milk just as calm as you please, and dropped over dead.
Reading a book, huh?
Now, look, Bart. Don't start getting any ideas. This was suicide, plain and simple. Why, even all the doors and windows were locked on the inside. We had to bust a window in order to get in. And the only other person in the house was her crippled sister who couldn't walk 2 steps if the house was on fire. Now, come on, let's eat.
Reading a book. What book was it, Inspector?
If it's any satisfaction to you, it was one of yours.
Huh?
The first edition of Mystery is My Hobby.
What do you know?
Now, will you tell that Chinese boy to start serving the food?
We'll have to wait, Inspector.
Huh?
If that girl was reading my book when she died, I feel duty-bound to look into this case.
But it was suicide. I solved the case myself.
Yeah, so it would seem. But anyway, get your hat and coat.
We're calling on the remaining Miss Waterstone. Come along, Inspector.
Oh, Bart, I'm hungry.
And now, back to Glenn Langan for the second act of...
Mystery is my hobby. Waterstone. You know, that name strikes a familiar note somehow, Inspector.
Sure, you remember old man Waterstone who made a killing during the First World War? All kinds of publicity. War, profiteer, and all that stuff.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, the newspapers made it so unpleasant for him that he retired and has been living on his millions ever since.
Then he's still alive?
Nah, he kicked off about 5 years ago.
What about his money?
Left in trust equally to his 2 daughters, Susan, the crippled girl, and Miss Claire, the one who committed suicide. The mother died when the twins were born.
Twins?
Sure, Susan and Claire. They were twins.
Oh, I see.
We'll pull in here. This is the place.
It seems there's another visitor.
Huh?
That chap's just going in the door. You know who he is, Inspector?
No, can't say I do.
Well, we'll soon be finding out.
Miss Waterstone isn't at home, gentlemen.
Just a minute, you. We're the police.
Police? Oh, well, that's different. Come right in.
Thanks.
I thought this matter had all been settled.
It has.
Well, then what?
This is just a final checkup, Mr.
I'm George Gale, Miss Waterstone's attorney.
How do you do? I'm Barton Drake. This is Inspector Noah Danton.
How do you do?
How do you do?
George, is that you?
Yes, Susan.
Is that someone with you?
Yes, Susan, the police. And a Mr. Barton Drake.
Well, bring him on in.
Follow me, gentlemen, please. Miss Susan is confined to a wheelchair, you know, Mr. Drake.
Yes, I've been told.
I didn't expect you back, Inspector. I thought this matter was all settled when they took my poor sister's body away.
It is settled. It's just that Bart
Miss Waterstone, I'm Barton Drake. I knew of your father.
Oh? Barton Drake, the writer?
Yes.
Susan is very fond of your books, Mr. Drake.
So?
Yes, indeed. Being confined as I am, I find reading a great relaxation, and I'm particularly fond of mystery stories.
I'm very flattered, Miss Waterstone.
Would you gentlemen care to join me in a cup of tea? I have some here, all nice and hot.
I would. I'm hungry.
Miss Waterstone, I'd like to ask you a few questions, if you don't mind. I know this must be a very painful subject to you, but...
Well, it's all right, Mr. Drake. I'm only too glad to have someone to talk to.
Thank you. Now, Miss Waterstone, do you know of any possible reason why your sister Claire should commit suicide?
Why,
I can give you a very good reason.
Yes, Mr. Gale?
Claire lost all her money.
Oh?
All that money her father left her?
Yes. Claire was a spendthrift. She ran with a fast crowd, Mr. Drake. Why, I've seen her lose 10,000 over a gambling table in one night.
But if you handled the trust fund, why did you let her?
The terms of the will allowed me to make a cash settlement when she was 25. I advised her against it, of course, but...
And she lost it all, eh?
Yes, she did. She couldn't take it, I guess, so she took the easy way out.
But you still have your share of the money, Miss Waterstone?
Oh, yes. I'm able to live very well on the interest of my investment. You see, Mr. Drake, I've taken the precautions never to be a burden to anyone.
A very wise move, I'm sure.
Claire didn't think so. She was mad as hops because Susan wouldn't give her half of what she had.
Poor Claire. I did take care of her, Mr. Drake. I gave her an allowance of $100 a week.
I see. Inspector, I want you to show me around the library.
Oh, well, come on.
You'll excuse us for a bit, won't you, folks?
Yes, indeed. What's the matter with you, Bart? I've never seen you act this way before.
Yeah.
Not just over a plain old suicide.
This the door?
Yeah. Well, come on in if you're coming.
Just a minute, wait a minute. Did you oil this lock when you were trying to get the door open, Inspector?
Oh, of course not. Riley opened that door with a key from the inside.
That's strange. Well, now, where was the body?
Slumped over in this chair.
And the book, my book?
Laying in her lap.
That's the book for fingerprints?
Sure.
Whose?
Hers.
Oh. What was the glass of milk?
Laying on the floor. That spot there was the milk.
I see. How do you know the milk contained the poison?
We analyzed the spot. Now, are you satisfied?
What's that broken window?
Where Riley came in. Barn, I told you all about this before. Now, what do you find?
Look at her. They both must have liked mysteries. You know, here's a book of mine I'd forgotten I'd ever written.
Well, I wish you'd go home and write another. I'm hungry. I want to eat.
Very well, Inspector. Let's go.
You mean back to your house and good old Mike Fat's dinner?
No, Inspector. Down to the morgue. Good evening, Charlie.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Drake. You come down to take a look at my customers.
We came down to look at a stiff.
Yes, of course. Come right in, gentlemen. How are you this evening, Inspector?
I'm starving to death.
Good. I had a cadaver that came in this morning that was starved to death, rather thin. Now, what can I show you? I've got all types.
Look, we aren't down here to pick out Miss Corpse of 1947.
Oh, we'd like to look at Miss Claire Waterstone, Charlie.
Claire Waterstone?
Yes.
Oh, yes. I'll see if she's in.
Thank you.
Yes, here she is. Someone to see you, my dear. Beautiful girl.
Of course, Charlie, of course. You're sure this is the right one?
Yes, indeed. I have her case history right here. Got it tied to her big toe. Claire Waterstone, poison, suicide. Yes, she's the right one, all right.
Well, what are you waiting for, Charlie?
Just looking at her face. Awful sad. Well, there you are.
By Judge, Inspector, what a remarkable resemblance.
Why not? They were identical twins.
Yes, this must account for it. Well, that's enough. I've seen all I care to.
My pleasure.
Come on, Inspector, let's go.
You mean at last we're going to eat?
Well, maybe. If Miss Susan will make you a cup of tea.
And now back to Glenn Langan for the third act of
Mystery is my hobby.
Well, I hope at last you're satisfied, Bart.
Yes, Inspector. I'm satisfied.
I told you it was suicide all the time.
I'm satisfied that it's murder.
Murder? Oh, now, Bart,
Stop
Lord.
at this drugstore, Inspector. I want to make a phone call.
Phone call to whom?
My stockbroker.
Stockbroker? Are you nuts?
I don't think so.
Well, while you're phoning, I'm going to have a double banana split.
Hello, Al? Barton Drake. Listen, Al. You know a chap by the name of George Gale? Yes, that's the one, a lawyer. Yeah? Down at the stock exchange, that's right. Yes. Quite a heavy loser, huh? Thanks, Al. That's just what I wanted to know. Yeah, sure. Meet me for lunch tomorrow. All right, bye.
And vanilla. And plenty of nuts, Barney. You through already?
Yes, Inspector. Come along. We've got work to do.
But I just ordered it. No, what's the use? I'm coming. Suicide, morgue, murder, stockbroker. I give up.
You want to solve this case, don't you, Inspector?
I've already solved it. All I want to do is eat.
Back to the Waterstones, Inspector.
Oh, now, look, Bart, I don't mind going along with a gag, but this time you're going just a little bit too far.
You think so, Inspector?
You're darn right. This is nothing but an ordinary police job, just plain suicide. That's the way it's marked up on the books down at headquarters, and that's the way it's going to stay.
Oh, Inspector, I'm afraid you're in for a big surprise.
But it couldn't be anything else. It couldn't be murder. Look, be reasonable, will you?
Why couldn't it be murder?
Because nobody could walk into that library, give Miss Claire a glass of poisoned milk, and then walk out and leave all the windows and doors locked on the inside. That's why. Claire just had to lock that door herself.
Well, it's been done before. If you read my book on the case of...
And besides that, there weren't anybody else's fingerprints on that glass but Claire.
Of course there weren't, Inspector. You wouldn't expect there would be, would you?
Oh, no.
And now, Miss Susan, Just one more little thing, and then we'll go and leave you in peace.
Of course, Mr. Drake. What is it?
Susan, it seems to me they've been poking around quite enough.
Oh, never mind, George. I'm sure Mr. Drake knows what he's doing.
Thank you, Miss Susan. I'd like to look at your sister's room, if you don't mind.
Oh, certainly. Right down the hall. The last door on the left.
Thanks. Coming, Inspector?
Yeah.
If you don't mind, I won't go with you. My wheelchair.
Of course. I think this is it.
Yeah. Kind of dark and gloomy.
Yes, isn't it? Now, let's see.
What are you looking for?
Well, just things. Not much in here. She wasn't very fancy.
No. A little bottle of perfume.
Let's look in the closet. Huh? Not much of a wardrobe.
Well, you got to remember, Claire lost all her money. Probably sold all her fur coats and stuff.
Kind of heavy for dressing gowns and robes. And pretty nice slippers.
Probably stuff she had left over from the good old days. Seen enough?
Oh, yes, in here. While we're at it, we might as well take a look at Susan's room.
Okay, anything to get you out of here so I can eat.
Must have shared the bathroom.
Yeah. Well, this girl Susan has the best room.
She says she has. Very nice.
Want to look in the closet, Bob?
No, you look. What I'm trying to find will more likely be in a dresser drawer.
Yeah, she's got plenty of clothes. Evening gowns, 4 dresses, 3 fur coats, and about 50 pair of shoes.
Yes, so I suppose. She has all the money, remember? Isn't that what you said, Inspector?
Yeah, I sure did.
Inspector, here it is.
Here, what is?
The key to the whole crime.
It's nothing but a knitting needle.
Yes, that's right, Inspector. What do you suppose that string is doing tied to the end of it? Is that the way you knit?
Is that... I don't know. I suppose she... What is it doing tied there?
Just another fatal mistake our murderer made, Inspector. This knitting needle sews up the whole case. Now I'm able to tell you who our murderer is and who was murdered.
But we know who was committed suicide. It was Claire Waterstone.
You're sure of it, are you, Inspector?
Of course I'm sure. I'm as sure.
Glad you had to figure it out, Mr. Drake.
Hey, Bart, look. Susan Waterstone. She's wanted.
Your mistake, Inspector. Not Susan, but Claire.
Then where's Miss Susan? We just left
We
her...
just left Miss Susan Waterstone with Charlie down at the morgue.
I would like to know just how you figured this all out.
Well, stop me if I'm wrong, but here's the way I think it happened. After you lost your money, Miss Claire, you were forced to depend upon your sister, Susan, for your very existence. In order to get the weekly allowance she gave you, you had to wait on her hand and foot.
You're right so far.
That got to be pretty tiring after a while. You couldn't see why a crippled girl who was unable to go anywhere should have all that money while you, who were young and healthy, didn't have a dime. So you decided it would be wonderful to change places with your sister and have all that money for yourself.
Yeah, but one of them was crippled, Bart. Susan.
Why did you get out of the chair?
Oh, it's no use, George. Mr. Drake knows everything.
Oh, that's too bad. You don't think I'm going to let him tell, do you?
Barty's got a gun?
Yes, indeed. I wouldn't use it, though, Mr. Gale.
No, I don't think I will. After all, Claire is the murderer.
No, George. You are the murderer.
What?
Why, This morning, when Susan was in the library, you brought her a glass of poisoned milk. You'd been careful to hold the glass with a napkin in order not to leave any fingerprints. Susan drank the milk, or at least part of it. And the poison worked immediately.
But I thought that...
Then, George, you took her out of the wheelchair and dumped her body in an easy chair and placed an open book in her lap, a book that she'd been reading at the time. That was another mistake. People who commit suicide never do it while they're reading books, George.
Very clever, aren't you?
Not so clever, George. This case was very simple. Then you wheeled out the wheelchair and carefully oiled the lock in the library door. You took this knitting needle, in which you had attached this string. You put the needle through the handle of the key, stretched the string to the floor and under the door so that the end was on the other side, the outside. Then you carefully closed the door, pulled on the string, the needle turned the key and locked the door and then fell to the floor. It was a simple matter to give the string a yank and pull the needle under the door. And you hid it in Miss Claire's dresser drawer. And you had done the supposedly impossible. Locked the door on the inside.
How did you guess that?
I didn't have to guess. I'd written up a case just like this one. It was in the book Susan Waterstone was reading, and which, by the way, you also must have read. Well, that's about all. Except that you then forced Miss Claire to assume her sister's identity, didn't you?
I hate to do this. It's either you or me.
You ready, Inspector?
Don't try it. I'm going to shoot you first, Mr. Drake, and then I...
No,
I got it.
Inspector, I felt the wind of that one. I'd save those tears, my dear. You'll need them for your sister's funeral.
And now, back to Glenn Langan for the conclusion of Mystery is My Hobby.
Oh, Mr. Inspector, you would like maybe have a little wine?
Okay, Mike. But no more tricks.
Oh, no trick. No, sir.
Dinner ready pretty soon, Mike? I'm starving.
Yes, sir. Few minutes, sir.
Good. You know, Bart, I can't get over the way that Claire grabbed that gun. I suppose that she was in with George Gale all the time.
Yes, she was, Inspector. However, embezzlement and murder are two different things. Clara wouldn't go for murder.
Yeah, but how about Susan's murder?
Claire really thought that it was suicide, the same as you did.
Yep. George sure had me fooled. I don't know how you ever figured out that Claire wasn't Susan.
Oh, no, Inspector, I'm surprised at you. That girl at the morgue, didn't you notice her legs?
Sure. She had two, just like everybody else.
No, not like everybody else, Inspector. Hers were thin, very thin. Not at all the legs of the girl who used them to walk on. And then, of course, the clues in the bedrooms were unmistakable. Did you honestly believe that Susan, being confined to her wheelchair, would use evening gowns, sport clothes, fur coats, and 50 pair of shoes?
Well, I don't know. How did you know that George killed her instead of Claire?
Well, primarily because of my call to my broker. He said that George Gale had been gambling on the stock exchange with much more money than he could possibly possess. Only, Inspector, it was Susan's money instead of Claire's. Hers was already gone, remember?
Gentlemen, dinner is served.
At last we eat.
Just a minute, Inspector. Barton Drake speaking. Yes? Yes. Oh, yes, indeed. What? We'll be right over. Come on, Inspector, get your hat.
But, Bart, dinner's ready.
You
I haven't eaten.
Later, Inspector. You can eat later. Right now, we're going to investigate a very mysterious murder.
But, Bart, with me, eating is a very serious business.
I know, Inspector, but with me, mystery is my hobby. Mystery is my hobby. Ladies and gentlemen, Barton Drake speaking. For tonight's drama, I've selected case history number 112 from my book, Mystery is My Hobby. I call it 2 Hours to Live.
Come on, Andy, hurry it up. We've only got a half hour to get to the airport. Planes don't wait, you know. They don't wait.
Be through in a minute, George. Just want a final word with this precious brother of yours.
Look, Andy, I don't like your attitude. Why?
No. Careful, Ken. You're out there.
Why, I ever had dealings with a shyster like you? I ought to have had my head examined.
Look, I brought your case to court and we lost, that's all.
You mean I lost?
Come on, Andy. We'll miss the plane. We'll miss the shooting. Mr. Shooting?
If you ask me, I lost because the other side paid you off.
I don't care what you think. And I'll expect my fee. It'll be $5,000.
Oh, yeah? Try and get it.
Look, Andy Fisher, there's a law that says...
Too bad there isn't a law that allows a man to exterminate rats like you. Come to think of it, one of these days I just might take the law into my own hands.
Don't you dare threaten. Oh, my Bill. Gotta have a bill.
And that reminds me, Ken, I refilled your prescription. I have it right here.
Give me one, quick.
With pleasure, dear brother. With pleasure.
Here. Glass. Water. Desk.
What did you say?
Desk.
Oh, I see.
Oh, well, quick. Fiddling with it. Bring it here.
Keep your shirt on. Here.
Thanks.
Don't mention it. I hope you choke.
Now tell me, Inspector, what is all this about? First you tell me to pack a few things and not to forget my shotgun. And now, from all the signs, you're driving me out to the airport.
You're going hunting.
I am?
Yep, at the expense of the city.
Oh, well, now, Inspector, that's the kind of assignment I like. But I know you too well to think you're just packing me out for fun. So give, Inspector, give.
Lawyer by the name of Kenneth Slocum, dropped dead today.
Huh? That's Shyster?
Oh, you've heard of him?
Yes.
Well, I've got an idea he was, poisoned.
Oh? What kind of poison? By whom?
Well, we don't know what kind. Haven't had the autopsy yet. As for who did it, might have been any one of a million people.
Had a lot of friends, huh?
And a brother who didn't like him either. Now, this brother and a friend left this morning for Pembroke Lodge. That's a couple of hours northwest of here by plane.
I know.
Now, I want you to go up there and nose around a bit. See what you can find out. Will you do it?
Is the shooting good up there?
Oh, the best.
Then I'll do it. What are you going to be doing in the meantime?
I'm going to have a talk with a Mr. Elliott and his daughter. They were with Slocum when he kicked the bucket.
Fine, Inspector, fine. Good hunting.
Good hunting. Hey, you're the one who's going hunting.
And that's the way it all started. No one ever had to ask Barton Drake twice if he wanted to go hunting. So a few hours later, we find him standing deep in a wooded solitude. Suddenly, there's a thunder of beating wings as a whirring grouse breaks cover. And in a split second, with perfect timing, Barton Drake's gun is at his shoulder.
Got him.
Good shot, fellow. Splendid.
Thank you, friend.
One shot. Wow. I wish I could do that.
Well, I'm afraid if you don't drop these fellows with the first shot, you'll never get another chance. Any luck?
And only a couple. Been out since noon, too. How long have you been out?
Oh, I just flew in. I've only been out about a half hour. Sort of looking the ground over.
Well, I guess the shooting's over for today. Sun will be down in a few minutes.
Yes, I guess you're right. Well, we'd better be starting back to the lodge.
Mind if we walk along with you? Walk along?
Certainly not. It'd be a pleasure.
Good. Figure we might as well know each other. My name's George Slocum. Druggist to trade. Druggist. My friend here is Andy Fisher.
Glad to know you, gentlemen. I'm Barton Drake.
Now, howdy.
Did you say Barton Drake?
Yes.
Not the writer, the detective?
Yes, I'm afraid I'm guilty. Well, hadn't we better be starting back?
Yeah, better head.
Well, now, this is interesting. Yes, indeed. It's interesting. Fancy meeting you in person, yes. Fancy that.
I hope you're not being disillusioned.
On the contrary. I'm fascinated. Yes, indeed. I'm fascinated.
Well, thanks. Yes, indeed. Thanks.
Of course, I don't agree with the slip that you fellows so often make, that there never was such a thing as a perfect crime.
No? Why don't you agree?
Because I have a plan for a perfect crime. A plan that's absolutely foolproof. Yes, it's foolproof.
Well, now I'm the one who's fascinated. Go on, my friend.
Yeah, if it's your brother Ken you're thinking of bumping off, George, let me in on it, will you? I'll be glad to help.
Well, yes, that would be a good example. Now, let's suppose that I did want to kill my brother Ken. Just supposing, sir. Do you know how I'd go about it? Do you?
No, I haven't the faintest idea.
Well, I would arrange a hunting trip. Just such a hunting trip as this. I'd bring Ken along, we'd go shooting together, I'd stop to tie him a shoe or something, and drop behind him, and then, when he wasn't looking, I'd shoot him in the back. Claim it was an accident. There, now, what's wrong with that? Ask you what's wrong with that? What are you laughing at, Mr. George?
My dear Mr. Slocum, it's as full of holes as your poor brother would be if those slotchun slugs were in his back.
It is?
Yes, of course it is. Well, that trick is tried at least 10 times every hunting season.
And they never get away with it, eh?
No, certainly not.
Yeah, why couldn't I? What's wrong with it?
Well, in your case, Mr. Slocum, you just rest. And you made it in front of two witnesses, Mr. Fisher here and myself. That would be remembered most assuredly after the crime. Also, in such cases, we always look for a motive. A bit of investigation would turn one up in your case, I'm sure. Mr. Slocum, if you're contemplating the murder of your brother, I sincerely advise you against that method. Because, in a sense, you've already made your confession.
Well, I'm afraid Mr. Drake is right, George. We'll have to figure out some other way to kill him.
Nothing like a good meal and a good stretch in front of a warm fire after a day in the woods, eh, gentlemen?
You're right, Drake. You're right.
Yeah, I'm going to turn in early. Want to get at those birds by sunup.
Drake, forget about what I said this evening, will you? I said I'd like to forget about it.
Oh, yes. You mean your plan for the perfect crime?
Yes, I was talking through my hat. Talking through my hat.
You know, you interest me a great deal, Mr. Slocum. A man doesn't think criminally without some good and sufficient reason. Civilization has gentled people over the ages to the point where murder is the last resort. Except, of course, in crimes of passion.
Yes, I know. And I repeat, I was talking through my hat.
Mm-hmm. You must hate your brother tremendously, Mr. Slocum.
Oh, not any more than a dozen other people.
Which I'm proud to be one.
Oh, do you mind telling me why?
As long as we've gone this far, Mr. Drake, you might as well know the rest. That is, if you care to listen.
I believe I brought up the subject.
Well, George's brother, Ken Slocum, beat him out of his entire inheritance. Every bottle of pills and every dollar.
Bottle of pills?
Yes, their dad used to own a drugstore. Ken, the older boy, studied law, while George here studied pharmacy in order to carry on in the old man's footsteps.
Suppose you let George tell it.
Sure.
Well, my father was confined to his bed for the last 2 years of his life. Last 2 years. And Ken, being the oldest and a lawyer, was given the control of his business. I carried on in the store. Yes, indeed, I carried on.
Mm-hmm. Your father, of course, had made a will.
Yes, he had. And he had given me to understand that in the end, the drugstore was to be mine.
Well, that's quite understandable. But, well, now, I'm only guessing, but, when the elder Mr. Slocum finally died, you discovered that a new will had been made, disinheriting you completely.
Yeah, that's right, exactly.
The beneficiary, naturally, being your brother Ken.
And leaving me $1. And a job as prescription clerk in the drugstore that rightly belongs to me. Yes, indeed, belongs to me.
Yes, that's easy. Now you understand what I meant, don't you, Mr. Slocum, when I said that if you killed your brother, a bit of an investigation would turn up a motive. Many men have been slain for less. Well, this has been an interesting discussion, gentlemen, especially in view of the fact that, perhaps you don't already know, that your brother Ken, Mr. Slocum, died early this afternoon.
Dead?
Yes.
Well, what do you know?
Good Lord. Ken?
Well, it's 8 o'clock. I suggest that you both go to bed and get a good night's sleep. Because in the morning, Mr. Slocum, I'm going to ask you to go back to New York with me. I'm quite certain that the good Inspector Danton will want to arrest you for your brother's murder.
And now back to Glenn Langdon for the second act of Mystery is My Hobby.
Oh. You, Inspector Danton?
Yes, Oscar. Have the Elliots arrived yet?
Yes. They're waiting in Mr. Slocum's office. Come in, won't you?
Thanks.
This way, Inspector.
I know where it is.
This door.
I tell you, I know where it is.
Father, it's Inspector Danton.
Yes, Helene, I see. My daughter's very upset, Inspector. You are upset, aren't you, Helene?
Yes, Father, of course.
Oh.
Well, she's going to be a lot more upset before I get through with you. All right, now, I want to ask a few questions.
We'll answer them. You'll answer some questions, won't you, Helene?
Yes, Father.
Now, you told us before that you two were with Mr. Slocum when he, died.
Helene?
Yes, he was careful. Poor man had a heart attack right before our eyes. Toppled over on the desk there and stopped.
What makes you so sure it was a heart attack?
Why, of course it was a heart attack. What else could it have been? That's right, isn't it, Helene?
Yes, Father.
Yeah? Did either one of you say something that might have brought on this heart attack? Did Slocum fly into a tizzy or something like that?
Helene?
Well, you might call it that. You see, Father had just demanded an accounting from Mr. Slocum.
An accounting? Accounting for what?
An accounting of the trust fund which was left in Mr. Slocum's care by my mother when she died.
Oh, and you think maybe Slocum had been misappropriating the funds?
We have reason to believe that he has exhausted them completely.
Well, now, if that ain't a motive for murder, I never heard one.
However, you must remember that Mr. Slocum wasn't murdered. He settled that question himself by dying naturally.
It isn't quite as simple as that, Miss Elliott. You see, Mr. Slocum didn't die naturally. He was poisoned.
Poisoned? Why, that couldn't be. We were right here. We were right here with him all the time. Weren't we, Helene?
Yes, Father.
And that's just as good as a confession. However, I'm trying to be fair. I've still got a few more questions to ask. Now, when did Slocum have this
Attacked.
I can tell you to the minute. It was just 2:30.
Hey, how can you tell as close as that?
The clock in the hall had just struck the half hour.
Oh. Now, Mr. Elliott, at any time while you were here in the room with Slocum, was anything served? Anything to eat?
Well,
Well, how about it, Mr. Elliott?
Helene?
I'm afraid not, Inspector. Nothing was served.
Did you have any drinks?
No, Inspector, not a thing. The meeting was strictly business.
Did either of you offer Slocum a cigarette? Maybe a little fresh cigar.
The fact is, Inspector, I did offer Mr. Slocum a cigarette.
Now we're getting somewhere.
But he refused it. He said he didn't smoke.
Now, think this over. Very carefully, Miss Elliott. Your answer will prove whether this is suicide or murder.
Yes, Inspector, I'll do my best.
The autopsy shows that Slocum had ulcers. Now, did he at any time in your presence, and particularly just before he died, did he put his hand to his mouth or take a pill of any kind?
I'll answer that. No.
You're absolutely sure?
Helene?
Father's right, Inspector. He didn't.
Inspector Denton, why all this fiddle-faddle? Mr. Slocum died of heart failure. That's what I think. And I'm glad he did.
And I think you're lying. That's what I think. Come on, I'm taking you both down to headquarters and sweat the truth out of you. I'm arresting you both for murder. Just 8 o'clock.
Inspector, to sate the jaded appetite of a tired and weary man, there's nothing like a plate of good old Mrs. McClarski's goulash.
Just like Mother never used to make. Now, Bart, can I bring you up to date on all that's happened?
Of course, Inspector. But before you start exuding pearls of wisdom, I think you ought to know that I brought George Slocum back with me.
Yeah? Well, what did you do that for?
Well, you wanted him, didn't you?
What I want him for?
For murder, of course. He did murder his brother, you know. Inspector, what are you laughing at?
For once they put it over on the great Barton Drake.
Yes, and just how did you put it over?
George Slocum didn't kill his brother. He couldn't have killed him.
Why couldn't he?
Because we held an autopsy, Mr. Drake. And the autopsy showed that Ken Slocum had enough cyanide inside him to kill an elk.
Oh, then the poison used was cyanide.
Right, Sherlock. And cyanide is one poison that works instantaneously. Just a little swallow, Bluey, the angel thing.
Yes, it does work instantly.
So how could your friend George give his brother cyanide when he was 300 miles away when it happened?
I see what you mean, Inspector. You've got a point there. Well, I guess you might as well have George turned loose. And I thought I had a beautiful case.
Oh, don't feel bad about it, Bob.
I don't feel bad. It's just that
I've got the guys who did it all safely locked up in the clink.
You have Inspector who?
Mr. Elliott and his charming daughter, Helene.
Oh, I suppose you have a complete confession.
Well, no, not yet.
I see, and just what makes you so certain that they did it?
Because they had to, that's why. It had to be somebody in the room who gave it to them. They were it.
Did you possibly consider the theory that it might have been suicide?
You bet I did. I asked the Elliots. They said Slocum didn't take a pill of any kind.
You say that Slocum didn't take a pill?
Right.
And it was the Elliots who told you that he didn't?
Right.
Well, Inspector, right goes your whole case right into an old cop's hat.
Right. What do you mean?
When you asked the Elliots that question, you gave them a perfect out.
An out?
Yes, Inspector. All the Elliots would have had to do to clear themselves completely of any charge of murder would have been to claim that they had seen him take a pill. The verdict would have then been suicide. And all the sweating you could ever do would never prove it different.
Yeah, that's right.
Listen, my suggestion, Inspector, is that you turn the Elliots loose immediately and save yourself a suit for false arrest.
Yes, I will, but... Bart, what do we do now?
I don't know, Inspector. I'm afraid for once in our bright young lives, we're completely and irrevocably stuck.
And now back to Glenn Langan for the third act of Mystery is My Hobby.
Here's your change for the accident, man. Here's your change.
Thank you, Mr. Slocum.
Sure. Hope your husband will be all right in the morning. Oh, well, hello, Mr. Drake. Hello. And you too, Inspector.
Good evening, George.
Howdy.
How are you progressing in your investigation of my poor brother's death, General?
We aren't.
Oh, no, isn't that just too bad? That's just too bad.
Well, the signs you should be the murderer, George.
Yes, I know. Really, it's a good thing for me that I was far, far away when it happened. Now, isn't it? Yeah, I say, isn't it?
I'll say it is.
By the way, George, when did you last see your brother alive?
Why, at 8:30 a.m. yesterday. Yes, that's when it was. Andy Fisher and I dropped by his house just before we left for the airport.
At 8:30 in the morning?
Mm-hmm. That must have been about it. We just caught the 9 o'clock plane, and my brother lives exactly a half hour from the airport. Just a half hour.
Just why did you call on your brother so early, George?
Well, Andy wished to see him on business, and I wished to deliver a prescription he'd ordered.
Prescription?
Ken had ulcers for his brother, suffered terribly.
What was in that prescription, George?
Well, sodium bicarbonate, 10-grain tablets. They're very commonly used for intestinal disorders. They're excellent. Oh, they're really excellent.
Yes, I know. Did your brother by any chance take one of these tablets while you were there yesterday?
Yes, I believe he did. He had an attack, in fact. I gave him one, and Andy handed him a glass of water. I remember distinctly that I see what you're getting at. You think perhaps it was I who slipped my dear brother his lethal dose?
Could be.
Oh, no, you know better than that. I left my brother's house at 8:30, and I was out shooting 300 miles away, so my brother died. Oh, no, I'm afraid you can't pin this one on me. No, indeed.
You might have slipped a poison pill in with the others, and he didn't take it until later.
That might have been true, Inspector, except for the fact that 2 witnesses have sworn that Ken Slocum positively did not take a pill just before he died.
Well, that alibi of his is entirely too good to suit me.
Yes, I agree with you, but still, you can't break it down, Inspector. So come on, let's be on our way. I don't think we can accomplish anything further by staying here.
Well, I'd like to have an ice cream soda.
You'd like to... All right, go ahead. I'll wait for you in the car.
Oh, sure. You sure you don't want one?
On top of that goulash, Inspector, what are you trying to do? Kill me?
Well, what do we do now?
I don't know, Inspector. Suppose we just drive around and think. What's the matter, Inspector?
Stomachache. How about that Andy Fisher, Bart? Maybe he slipped the cyanide into the glass of water we gave Slocum.
Inspector.
Yeah, that's right. Slocum didn't die until he was 300 miles away, too.
That's right.
His alibi's just as good as Brother George's. Tell me.
It's too bad you haven't some sodium bicarbonate. Slocum says that it's excellent for things like that.
I have. When I was having that ice cream soda, I bought a bottle.
Well, Inspector, I never knew you had ulcers.
Well, that ain't nothing I'd rave about.
Well, as long as you have them, you might as well take one.
Yeah, I think I will.
You better give me one, too. Mrs. O'Farrisky's goulash wasn't just quite up to par tonight. Well, I guess we might as well turn in, Inspector. We've been chasing around for 4 hours now, ever since we left the drugstore, and we aren't any nearer to a solution than we were before we started.
Yep. This is the worst case I ever tackled. The coroner must be wrong. He must have done an autopsy on the wrong corpse.
I wish I could believe that, Inspector. If it just hadn't been cyanide, something else that didn't act so quickly.
Well, what's the matter? Still got a stomachache?
Yeah, I have. That pill you gave me didn't do me much good.
Well, why don't you take another?
Well, maybe I'd better at that. Give me the bottle.
Here. Big things, are they?
Sodium bicarbonate, 10 grains. Oh, smoke.
What's the matter? Anything wrong with them?
Inspector, turn around.
Huh?
We're going back and arrest George Slocum for murder.
Bart, are you crazy? You said
No, wait a minute. Don't turn. We'll send somebody else out to do that. You'd better get us down to headquarters as fast as you can drive this wreck. Hurry, Inspector, hurry.
Okay, you're the doctor.
I only wish I were. And if we don't get a doctor and a stomach pump in the next few minutes, we've got just 2 hours to live.
And now back to Glenn Langan for the conclusion of Mystery is My Hobby.
You feeling all right now, Bart?
I'll live, I guess. How about you, Inspector? It's not much fun tangling with a stomach pump.
Oh, I'm all right. Doc says you got the pills all right. Had enough cyanide in them to kill a horse.
That's exactly what I was afraid of.
But, Bart, that just isn't possible. You said yourself, when any guy swallowed cyanide, he'd drop. Plunk. Right now. How could we have all that cyanide inside us for 4 hours and still be alive?
The science of medicine never stands still, Inspector. It is always advancing on to newer and better things.
Yeah?
Now, take that enteric seal, for instance.
Enteric... What's that?
That's the stuff that those sodium bicarbonate tablets you bought from Brother George were coated with. It said so right on the label.
Yeah. Well, I still want to know what it's good for.
You see, Inspector, ulcers are not only found in the stomach, they're quite often found on and beyond. So in such cases, they give the patient these N-Seal tablets. They're made with special coatings called enteric seal, which take exactly 6 hours to dissolve. Do you follow me?
Yeah, but I still don't get it.
Inspector, use your imagination. Our druggist friend simply took some cyanide, coated it with enteric seal, gave it to his brother, and went hunting. When the 6 hours were up, the coating dissolved, and Ken Slocum dropped dead, leaving George with a perfect alibi.
Yeah, but how did we happen to get it?
You asked me that, Inspector?
Well,
I have a notion that friend George got a bit panicky when you started to question his alibi.
Huh?
And then when you blundered right into his lap by buying those tablets, he slipped you some of his very special brand. He probably put something extra in your soda, too, so that you take the pill right away.
Why, the dirty little skunky...
Come to think of it, we should have cracked that alibi long before this, Inspector.
Yeah? Why?
Because Brother George was only told that Ken died of poison, remember? And most poison works rather slowly. So if he didn't know it was cyanide, how could he be sure he was 300 miles away when his brother died?
Hey, how about your stomach?
My stomach ache? Oh, I'm afraid that was just coincidence and goulash.
Oh, yeah, I see. Well, you'll have to admit the little guy was clever.
That he was, Inspector, that he was.
He came the closest I ever saw to committing the perfect crime.
And I'm afraid he would have succeeded, too, Inspector. All but the one thing.
Yeah? What's that? What's that?
Because mystery is my hobby, Inspector. I say, a mystery is my hobby.
Mystery is my hobby. Today's story took place a few weeks ago. Inspector Danton and I had attended a radio show called Cinderella for a Day. We were guests of Tony Bradford, the sponsor's son, and were enjoying ourselves thoroughly.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Felix Emery, our master of ceremonies, will collect the ballots from our judges and announce the winner in today's Cinderella for a Day contest.
Say, this is quite a deal, isn't it, Bart?
It certainly is, Inspector. One of the most popular radio shows on the air.
Must be some kind of a gag to it, giving away all that stuff.
I assure you, there isn't, Inspector.
How do you know?
Because Sam Bradford, who sponsors this show, is a good friend of mine, and Sam doesn't operate his business on gags.
Oh. Say, it was Bradford's son, Tony, who invited us here, wasn't it?
Yes, that dark-haired chap sitting up in front of the magic curtain, Tony.
Sitting in front of the what?
The magic curtain, Inspector.
Oh.
In a moment, the winner of today's contest will drink from the magic cup, and the magic curtain will open, revealing today's gift.
Oh, I get it. It's quite a gimmick, huh?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the ballots are in, and the new Cinderella for the day is Miss Nellie Easton.
Nellie looks right pleased.
Good. Besides receiving several $100s worth of gifts, you'll be the guest of the show at all the popular amusement spots in town during the next 24 hours.
Not bad.
She's a good-looking babe. Quite beautiful, I should say. Hey, it looks as though Tony himself is going to hand her the magic cup.
Yeah, I thought that'd be the announcer's job. Yeah, you're right. Felix Emery, the master of ceremonies, is presenting her to Tony Bradford.
I'll be interested to hear how Tony sounds as a speechmaker. He looks rather nervous.
You can't blame the guy. Must be a couple of thousand people here.
Tony's going to talk now.
Miss Easton, it gives me great pleasure to congratulate you on being chosen Cinderella for a day. I now offer you the magic cup, one draught from which will cause the magic curtain to open and reveal the many gifts that are to be yours.
Oh, that wasn't bad for an amateur.
Sounded kind of stilted to me.
Oh, come now.
Say, what's the matter with that red-headed babe?
Oh, she's one of the contestants. She seems to be disturbed because she didn't win.
Who's that talking to her?
That's Nick Lewis, the announcer.
He must have said the right thing. She's quieted down.
Look, Miss Easton is drinking from the cup now.
Yeah. What's in it, anyway?
Well, nothing very exciting, Inspector. Colored water on that. Hey.
What's the matter? Miss Easton seems to be ill.
Yeah, look, she's collapsing.
She's fallen into Tony Bradford's arms.
Call a doctor, someone. Close in those curtains.
This is the only color water was in that cup, Bud. Come on, let's get up in the safe.
Like that. This door must lead to the state, Inspector.
Yeah. All right, everybody, stay right where you are.
Tony, what happened?
Hello, Bart. Glad you're here. I can't imagine what caused Miss Easton just to collapse. Obviously, heart trouble.
Heart trouble, Mike. But look at her. She's dead. Furthermore, she's been poisoned.
What? Poison? Well, you can't be serious. How could she?
From that magic cup of yours. Hey, what happened to the cup? Where is it?
Here it is. I took it from Miss Easton when it looked as though she were going to fall.
Well, that's just dandy. Anybody else handled it?
Well, I'm afraid we all did at one time or another. If it's fingerprints...
Yeah, that's it, son. It was fingerprints I was thinking of. Well, Bud, it looks as though we stepped into something.
Yes, it does, Inspector. I propose that we clear the auditorium and...
Clear the auditorium, but look, suppose...
That one of the 2,000 witnesses committed the murder... Obviously, we can't question 2,000 suspects, Inspector.
Well, of course not. Besides, it's going to be bad publicity if it's suspected that Miss Easton was murdered. So far, the people out front think she nearly collapsed.
They won't think so after tonight's papers get out.
Inspector, the chances are 1,000 to 1 that it was someone connected with the show who was responsible. I think we'll have better luck apprehending the guilty party if we don't have 2,000 curious people milling around.
Yeah, maybe you're right at that. Okay, everybody. Only you hang around. Bart, get hold of a doctor, will you?
Sergeant.
Bradford, give me a list of all the people who are connected. I tell you, Bart, we can't keep those people locked up in those dressing rooms much longer.
No, why not, Inspector? Never mind. You're right, as usual.
Yeah.
Have you the doctor's report?
Yeah. There was poison in the cup, all right. Now, if we only knew who put it in there...
If we knew, we'd have our man, wouldn't we,
Yeah.
Inspector? Murderers are such smart people.
Not all of them. Hey, where you going?
Step over here a minute, will you, Inspector?
Sure. Found something?
Possibly. That table in the corner is where the magic cup was left until the time when Miss Easton came to drink from it.
What about it? I don't see
No, wait a minute. Don't get that close, Inspector. Keep away.
Keep away, but look. If there's some evidence...
The evidence, Inspector, is on the floor, right under your nose.
Under my nose? Oh, say, those footprints?
Right. Inspector, the floor is a composition material highly polished. Now, there are 3 sets of footprints plainly visible, aren't there?
Yeah. But, how are they going to tell us anything?
Because until it was time for the winner of the contest to drink from the cup, no one approached this table. It was placed here in this corner out of the way.
I'll go for that, but I still don't see...
This set of footprints here was obviously made by Felix Emery, the master of ceremonies, when he came to get the cup and hand it to Tony.
Okay, we can check that easy enough.
And the person who made this set of footprints obviously came from backstage.
Yeah, the guy who put the cup here in the first place must have made them.
Exactly. That's another fact we can check.
Sure. We're boiling them down, eh, Bart?
Right.
Yeah, the chances are that the guy who put the cup here in the first place is the boy we're after.
Why, Inspector?
Why? Because he had a chance to dump in the poison and he was carrying the cup.
That's good reasoning, Inspector, but I think we have something more substantial to go on.
Oh, you do?
Yes, the person who made the third set of footprints is more likely to be our man.
Why?
Why? Because he was the only one of the 3 who had no other purpose in coming to the table during the performance.
Well, maybe you're right.
Yes, I'm quite sure I am, Inspector. It would have been a simple matter for our murderer to have moved over to the table while today's Cinderella was being selected, dropped the poison into the magic cup, quite unnoticed.
Okay, so that's how it happened. Now, how are you going to prove who it was?
I wish I could answer that question as casually as you asked it. Say, by Jove.
Now what?
Get down on your knees here, Inspector, and examine these footprints closely.
Down on my knees. Okay, so now we're down on our knees. If we only had some dice...
Take a good look at the heel marks on those 3 set of footprints, Inspector.
Yeah, I'm looking. They're all alike. That means that the same person could have made all 3.
They aren't all alike, Inspector.
No?
Notice that on this one, the circles made by the tread all appear to be hollow except one.
Say, that's right. The circle's smooth. As though the ring was filled up with mud or something.
Yes, and this set of footprints was made by the person we believe was responsible for the death of Nellie Easton.
My golly, that's a fact. So all we have to do is find out who made the footprint.
Right. Inspector, I'd like you to get a police photographer and have some pictures made of these footprints.
Okay, what are you going to be doing?
Hi, Inspector. I'm going down to the men's dressing room where our suspects are waiting and ask them to take their shoes off.
Oh,
for God's sake, Tony. Stop pacing back and forth. You're giving me the willies.
Here, say that again, Nick. Sit down, will you, Tony?
Okay. I suppose my pacing is the only thing that makes you guys nervous.
What do you mean by that crack?
Oh, nothing. I was just thinking about last night, that's all.
What's last night got to do with it?
You ought to know, chum. You and your big talk.
Listen, are you saying that I had anything to do with poisoning Miss Cinderella?
Sure I am. You brought the cup in from backstage.
Why, forget it, you two. Use your heads. Why would any of us want to poison the babe? None of us ever saw her before today, did we? Well, did we?
No, I didn't, if that's what you're driving at.
Neither did I. Well, then let's quit this wrangling. If we don't, Drake and Danton will get ideas.
Bud's going to find out about last night anyhow. Don't think he isn't. I know how he works.
Oh, stop hopping about last night. It hasn't anything to do with this business.
Oh, no?
Oh, hello, Drake. Put your finger on the murderer yet?
No, not yet, Emery. Tony, where's Cliff Ogden, the manager for the show?
He was here a minute ago, Bart. I think he went down to check up on the women who were in the contest.
I see. All the contestants are here, then.
Yes, Cliff locked them up in another dressing room.
Good. Well, gentlemen, come in, Inspector. Did you get hold of the photographer?
Yeah, Harry Carson came up with medical examiner Ryan. Harry's taking pictures and Ryan's examining the body.
Fine. Let's hope that we can clean this up within the next few minutes. Gentlemen, would you mind removing your shoes, please?
What? Removing our shoes? What kind of a gag is this?
The ways of the cops are strange, I always say. Well, it's okay with me.
Thank you. How about you, Lewis?
Okay, what have I got to lose? Hope my socks haven't any holes in them. I'd be so embarrassed.
Maybe you will be anyhow, Bob.
Tony, have you any objection?
Well, no, although I can't see the point of it.
There's the first one.
Look it over, Inspector.
Okay.
Well, here's mine. What'll I do with them?
Hand them to the inspector, please.
Okay.
Well, this one's okay. So's this one. Let me see yours, son.
Tony, I'll take yours.
Here they are. Seems rather silly.
Yes, I know. Let me see. Well, the left shoe's all right. So's the right. Okay, Tony. Here you are. Thanks.
Okay, chum, put them back on.
I'll be glad to. My feet are getting cold.
Did you find anything, Inspector?
Nope, clean as a whistle.
That's odd. I don't understand unless...
Unless what?
Unless, by Jove, Inspector...
Aha, the mastermind has knuckled onto something. Tell us about it, Sherlock.
I intend to, but first
Keep your hands off me, Copper. I'm going in here whether you want me to or not.
Come back here, you.
Well, who's this?
It's the redhead.
I'm Wanda Graham, and I'm sick and tired of being cooped up in that lousy dressing room, and it was me who was to be chosen Cinderella for today.
I said come out of there.
Wait a minute, Ralph. This sounds interesting. Lady, what was that remark you just made?
I said I'm sick and tired of being cooped up in that lousy dressing room. I was supposed to be chosen Cinderella for today. Tony promised me.
Wanda, shut up.
I won't shut up. You double-crossed me, Tony Bradford, and you're not going to get away with it.
I didn't double-cross you. It wasn't my fault. Now, keep quiet.
I won't. I'm going to tell what happened. I'm going to tell who it was who poisoned Nellie Easton.
Wanda, if you open your head about last night, I'll...
You won't do anything, Junior. Now, sit down and cool off.
Miss Graham, you were going to tell us who murdered Nellie Easton.
Sure. It was Nick. It couldn't have been anyone else.
Oh, why couldn't it?
Because of what he said last night, that's why.
Pardon me for interrupting. But will somebody please tell me what happened last night? It must have been exciting.
That's a good suggestion, Inspector. Well, Miss Graham?
Sure, I'll tell you. Nick and I had been going around together. He kept promising he'd fix it so I'd get on the show and be chosen Cinderella. Only he never did. Well, then I met Tony, and he gave me a big rush. So I figured that maybe he could fix it. Hello, Tony, darling. You waiting long?
Hi, Wanda. Thought you'd never get here. Come on. I've got a table reserved near the dance floor. Okay, waiter. Yes, sir, Mr. Bradford. This way, please.
Oh, I love to go places with you, Tony. You're so important.
Anybody can be important if they have the money to pay for it. Here we are.
Oh, boy, it's wonderful music.
Shall we dance?
No, not yet. Say, Tony, did you...
It's all set, darling. Tomorrow I'm going to be on the show myself. Sort of a special occasion. The sponsor's son, you know.
And are you sure that I'll be chosen?
Don't worry about it. It's all set.
Oh, Tony, that's wonderful. Oh, Nick will be furious when he finds out about it.
Nick's furious about it right now, baby.
Nick, where did you...
You hadn't been so busy making moon eyes at Babyface here, you'd have noticed that I was sitting at the next table. Listen, mister, I don't like being called Babyface. That's just too bad, sonny boy. What are you going to do about it? I'm going to have you fired off the show, for one thing. Not for 13 weeks you aren't, chum. The old man just put his John Hancock on a contract bearing my name.
Contracts have been broken before.
No, for heaven's sakes, why can't you boys stop arguing and be friends?
Because I'm particular about my friends. And about guys chiseling in on my girl.
Louis, you're drunk. Now run along and peddle your papers, and we'll forget the whole thing.
I'm not drunk, and we're not forgetting the whole thing. We're settling this right now.
Settling what? There's nothing at all to settle.
There's plenty to settle. Oh, you're my girl, Wanda. You always have been. Right now, you're carried away by this goon and his dough, but
one more crack like that, Louis, and I'll make you wish that you'd...
Oh, relax, big shot, relax. You don't have to impress Wanda. She knows what she wants. Right now, she thinks you can get it for her. That's her only interest in you.
Nick!
Sorry, honey. Bradford, I'm going to say something that won't make sense to a guy like you.
Nothing you've said so far has made sense.
I happen to be in love with Wanda. Sure, go ahead and say it. I'm a sucker. All right, so I'm a sucker, but that's the way it is. I'm in love with her, and I'm not letting any false alarm like you take her away from me.
I've already taken her away, mister. You'd better start getting used to the idea right now.
I'm not getting used to anything. I'm telling you to lay off. I'm warning you, fella. Get smart and see things my way. Because if you don't, I'm going to kill you both.
So that's all that happened last night, was it, lady?
All that happened. Say, isn't threatening to kill us both enough?
A threat to kill Miss Graham is hardly enough evidence to convict a man.
Also, where does Nellie Easton fit into the picture? Was she there? Did anyone threaten her?
Listen, I can tell
If you don't mind, Miss Graham. Thank you. Well, Louis, what have you to say for yourself?
Nothing. It happened that way, I guess. I was pretty drunk. Only I wasn't drunk today, and I didn't put the poison in that cup.
There's a switch. I thought the guy was going to break down and confess.
How about you, Tony? Any changes to make in Miss Graham's story?
She told it pretty straight.
So?
I hope it won't go any further about me arranging to have Miss Graham win today's contest.
That's something that will remain beyond the inspectors in my control, I'm afraid. Emery, will you come with the inspector and me, please?
Why, sure. If there's anything I can do.
There he is. Miss Graham, the officer outside the door will escort you back to your dressing room. Tony, you and Louis stay here.
No. I'm not going to stay alone with Louis. After all, if he's already committed one murder...
Committed one murder? Doggone
I wouldn't worry, Tony. However, if you're concerned, we'll station another officer in here with you. Come along, Inspector. All right, Emery. How much did Tony offer you to switch the ballot?
Switch the ballot? I don't know what you're talking about.
You know exactly what I'm talking about. Did he threaten to have you fired off the show, or did he offer you money?
He didn't offer me anything. Now, look, Drake. I don't have to answer your questions, and I'm not going to...
You're quite right, Emery. You don't have to answer my questions. It's entirely up to you. However, if you spend a few days in jail...
Jail?
Naturally. You don't think for a second we're going to let you off scot-free and arrest the others, do you?
But I didn't have anything to do with this. Listen, if I'm arrested, it'll ruin.
Perhaps you're right. However, if you care to cooperate now, I think I can assure you that it won't be necessary for you to spend any time in jail.
How can I believe that?
That's entirely up to you, Emery. It's your one chance.
I see. You think you've got me over the bell, don't you?
Quite frankly, yes.
I suppose you know I'd be fired out of my ear if I ever admitted switching those ballots.
There are two answers to that, Emery. First, the admission won't go any further than the inspector and me. Second, I don't think you did switch the ballots.
Well, then what do we...
You took money from Tony and promised him that you would switch them. Then at the last moment, you either got cold feet or found there wasn't an opportunity. Isn't that true?
If it were true, what difference does it make? So long as the ballots weren't switched.
It makes all the difference in the world, Emery. Now listen. Tony admits that he promised Miss Graham that he could arrange it so she would win the contest.
That guy. We were all getting sick of the way he was throwing his weight around just because he was a sponsor's son.
Yes, I know. Never mind that. It just stands to reason that the only way Tony could make his arrangements was through you. Because you were the only one who handled the ballots after they left the hands of the 5 judges.
I still don't see why...
Because, Emery, Nellie Easton was poisoned by mistake. Miss Graham was supposed to be the real victim.
I see. Okay, you win, Drake. Tony gave me $1,000. The last minute I got scared that someone would see me. My job was worth more than $1,000. I was going to give it back. Even if Tony did get me fired, I figured I could get another job if my reputation was clean.
Splendid, thank you. Your confession, Emery, has been taken down by Inspector Danton and the stenographer in the next room, so don't make the mistake of trying to change it.
Why,
There's no need for alarm. The information will be kept confidential. Right now, I can practically promise you won't have to spend any time in jail.
Sure,
right, Bud, getting the confession out of Emery, but I don't see that it proved anything.
It may not prove a thing, Inspector, but it strengthens a theory I have. As soon as Lewis gets here, I'll show you what I mean.
You're going to accuse him of something, too?
Yes, I'm afraid I am, Inspector. You see, I already know who made those footprints.
You already know, but doggone it, none of the shoes we looked at corresponded to the pictures we took.
That's quite true, Inspector. However...
You want to see me?
Yes, we did, Lewis. Close the door, please, and come in.
There's nothing more I can tell you. Do you think you're going to make me confess to putting the poison that I
The last thought in our mind, Lewis, is to try to get you to confess to murdering Nellie Easton. It would be foolish of us to even think you would.
Well?
However, there's one thing I want you to confess to. You saw Wanda Graham again last night after leaving the nightclub, didn't you?
That's none of your business.
Frankly, Lewis, I'm only guessing. I don't know that you saw Wanda. I haven't a shred of proof. However, if you want to tell us what happened, it might save you a lot of embarrassment.
Why? Look, Drake, I've already told you that I didn't put the poison in that cup.
Yeah, we remember that. The trouble is, but we don't believe it.
I don't care whether you believe it or not. I didn't do it. You can't prove that I did.
That's very true. On the other hand, Lewis, you can't prove that you didn't.
So that makes us even. Now, do you want to talk, or do I get out my shiny new handcuffs and try them on your wrist for size?
Look, I don't get this. What difference does it make whether or not I saw Wanda after she left the silver slipper?
It makes the difference, Lewis, of charging you with the murder of Nellie Easton or not charging you with it. Before you say anything, let me tell you what I think happened. And that way, all you have to do is answer yes or no.
Okay, go ahead.
You hung around the silver slipper until Tony and Wanda left. You followed them to her apartment. You waited until Tony drove off, and then you went up and pleaded with Wanda to forget Tony and marry you.
Go on.
That's all, Lewis. I'm not interested in what Miss Graham's answer was. All I want to know is what I said true?
Yeah, that's it, Drake. Thank you. Wanda will probably tell you herself when you ask her a little.
We're not going to ask you, Lewis. We don't have to. Thank you. Inspector.
Yeah?
Ask Ralph to bring Tony in here. We'll have a little private talk with him. And then I think we can definitely accuse the guilty party of murdering Nellie Easton. You see, Tony, it's like this. We feel reasonably sure that we know who put the poison in the cup, but it isn't going to do us much good unless we can get enough facts to substantiate a charge.
Sure, Bud, I understand. The trouble is I've told you everything I know.
Sure, that's what the others said, only we found out different.
But there isn't anything else to tell. If there were,
How about after you left Wanda's apartment last night, Tony? What? I don't know what you said to each other before you left, and I'm not particularly interested. I have a hunch, however, that Wanda was impressed by Nick's admission at the Silver Slipper that he was honestly in love with her.
Well?
Because of that, she was probably a little cold to you. After all, women are flattered when a man tells them he's in love with them and means it.
Now, look here, Bud.
The chances are that Wanda toyed with the thought anyway. She wanted to be left alone. She sent you home earlier than you'd intended. Is that right, Tony?
It seems to me that you're sticking your nose into something that doesn't concern you.
Well, that's very possible, Tony. My guess is that you became suspicious because of Wanda's attitude, and you hung around outside for a while. And you weren't too surprised when you saw Nick Lewis drive up and go in.
Oh, so you know about that?
Yes, Lewis just told us.
Well, what about it? Lewis didn't see me, and I didn't go up to see Wanda again.
I know you didn't, Tony. You went home. You got to thinking about it. It occurred to you that Lewis might have been right when he said that Wanda was interested in you only because of your money.
Oh, that's a lot of nonsense.
No, it isn't, Tony. You probably had some drinks, and the thought grew in your mind. You enlarged upon it. Your natural vanity rebelled. So then, you got to thinking of today's show. And you saw an opportunity to get your revenge. That's when you decided to murder Wanda Graham and make it appear that your rival was guilty of the crime.
You're crazy.
No, I'm not, Tony. I have positive proof that it was you who put the poison in the magic cup. And now I have your motive.
Inspector, you won't get away. Oh, no. I'll show you.
Bart, there's a funny thing.
A funny thing? What's that, Inspector?
Somehow or other, we most always wind up here at the Lamplighters Club playing chess after working on one of these murder cases. Why?
Well, it's relaxing, Inspector. Figuring out a murder is strenuous business, you know.
It doesn't bother me any.
It doesn't, Inspector.
No. So, that's the only reason you always suggest a game of chess, eh?
Well, it does give you an opportunity to ask me how I knew that the guilty party was guilty.
Yeah. I thought you might have that in mind. Well, this time I'm not going to ask you.
You aren't?
No.
Well, very well, then I'll tell you anyhow.
Okay, go ahead and tell me.
It was the footprint, Inspector. Remember that one of the heel marks, the one that we decided was worn by the person who put the poison in the cup, had a tread ring that seemed to be filled with mud or some other substance.
Sure. And I also remember that when we looked at the shoes of the suspect, all the rings were free of any trace of such a substance.
Quite true. And, Inspector, it probably was unfair of me not to have shown you Tony's left shoe.
Why?
Because you would have noticed that there was an extra nail hole.
A what?
The nails that hold a rubber heel to a shoe, Inspector, are always sunken in the rings of a tread so that they're not visible until the heel becomes worn down.
So what?
There are 8 nails on the average heel, Inspector. There were 8 impressions on the right heel of Tony's shoe, Inspector. But there were 9 on his left.
A phenomenon, eh?
No, not a phenomenon, Inspector, a fact. Why were there 9 nail holes on the heel of his left shoe? Because he had stepped on a thumbtack and had removed it before we examined the shoe.
Well, doggone. The thumbtack made the 9th hole, eh?
That's it, Inspector, and that's why the ring appeared to be filled with mud or something. The thumbtack left a flat impression.
Well, I'm a so-and-so, and you figure I would have noticed that, eh?
Naturally, you would, Inspector.
Oh, Naz. Now, tell me why you noticed.
All right, Inspector. I noticed it because mystery is my hobby.
Mystery is my hobby. Our story began on a warm summer evening last month. Estelle Wainwright, wife of the young playboy millionaire Tony Wainwright, sat in her room in their palatial Long Island estate, writing a letter.
And I, Estelle Wainwright, knowing that death is now certain, and believing that there is no longer any hope, have decided... You! How dare you come into my room? What are you going to do with that gun? No, keep away from me!
And I, Estelle Wainwright, knowing that death is now certain and believing that there is no longer any hope, have decided. Well, it sounds like a suicide, all right, Bart.
Yes, doesn't it, Inspector? I suppose that's why Tony Wainwright asked us down here.
What do you mean by that? Yes, doesn't it? You got some doubts about it being suicide?
Against such evidence. Why, Inspector, no... Oh, I'll take it. Hello. Yes, Clancy, this is Drake. I see. Thank you very much. Clancy says that Mrs. Wainwright's fingerprints were the only ones on the gun.
Well, that clinches it. We found the powder marks, Clancy found the fingerprints, and here's a suicide note. Come on, let's go back to the Lamplighters Club and finish our game of chess.
Just a moment, Inspector.
Yeah? What's the matter?
What's the name of that young lady who discovered Mrs. Wainwright's body?
Jenny Austin. She was asleep in a room down the hall a couple of doors. The shot woke her up.
Yes, that checks all right.
Sure. So, let's be on our way.
One moment, Inspector. I want to take another look at the corpse. She's over here.
What do you want to look at the corpse for? We've already...
Here she is, Inspector. Now, please note that Mrs. Wainwright was apparently ready to retire.
How do you know that?
Well, her hair is done up in curlers. She's wearing pajamas. There's cream on her face. No lipstick.
I suppose you ought to know about those things. So what?
No woman, Inspector, as lovely as Mrs. Wainwright would think of committing suicide in such a condition.
Huh? What are you talking about?
Women, you may have heard, Inspector, are vain. If Mrs. Wainwright contemplated suicide, she would never do it with her hair in curlers and cream on her face. No, quite the contrary.
Well, I'll be... Say, maybe you got something there, boy.
I'm sure I have, Inspector. This isn't suicide. It's murder.
Drake, you killed me. Listen, if Stell decided to commit suicide wearing a gunny sack, she'd do it. That gal didn't care a hang for anything or anybody.
Including you, I'll bet.
Take it easy, copper. Just because you're a gumshoe doesn't give you the right to be insulting.
Mr. Wainwright is quite right, Inspector. Even though we suspect murder, we...
Murder? Are you kidding, Drake?
Hardly.
Someone murdered your wife, Mr. Wainwright, and was very clever about it. The fact that Mrs. Wainwright's fingerprints were found on the gun proves that.
But who the deuce would want to murder good old Stell?
That's what we're here to find out, Sonny.
That's good. Murder, drama, just like you read about. Hey, wait a minute.
Yeah?
Wait here. Jenny,
Yes, Tony?
come here a minute.
What is it, Tony?
Drake, old man, this is Jenny Austin.
Oh, yes. We've already talked to Miss Austin.
Watch out for a gag, Bart. This guy's a funny man.
Just helping you boys out, trying to make your sleuthing worthwhile. Jenny and I are getting married tomorrow.
But, Tony...
Tomorrow?
Now, wait a minute. Your wife...
Her corpse is hardly cold, Inspector? You see what I mean? That makes it look as though Jenny and I were just waiting for Stell to kick off. Provides a motive, helps you chaps along.
Yeah.
Boy, what a story. I can hardly wait to see it in the papers.
Look, Bart, we've been up all night, and so far we haven't gotten to first base.
That's because the murderer is even more clever than we thought at first, Inspector.
Yeah, if there is a murderer. This guy Wainwright is making us look like a couple of monkeys. Maybe we better...
Fall back on the suicide theory and let it go at that.
Well, it certainly looks as though...
No, Inspector, we'll just have to do our best to act like a couple of monkeys until we can prove ourselves otherwise.
Yeah? What are we going into this room for?
We're not going in, Inspector. I just wanted to examine the woodwork of this door.
Examine the woodwork. What the heck do you want?
You know, this Long Island home of Wainwright's is quite famous, Inspector. They say he spent more than $1 million building it.
Well, who cares? Look, I'm sick of playing the part of a monkey.
$1 million is a lot of money to spend on a house, Inspector. Look at the structure of this door.
Yeah.
I dare say it could withstand a tremendous amount of pressure if anyone were attempting to break in.
Now, that certainly is going to be a big help in finding out who murdered Estelle Wainwright.
You'd be surprised how much it's going to help us. Well, come along, Inspector.
Huh? Where are we going now? To examine more doors?
We're going to find Mrs. Austin, Jenny Austin's mother. She was the only other person in the house last night besides the servants. Here we are. This door opens onto the veranda.
There's someone sitting in the hammock.
I think that must be she. Good morning. Are you Mrs. Austin?
Yes, I'm Mrs. Austin.
I'm Barton Drake. This is Inspector Noah Denton.
Oh, yes, the police. Won't you sit down?
Thank you. Pleasant spot you have here.
I'm tired enough to sit a week.
I want to thank you for not disturbing me last night. I rather thought you might. The police, I heard.
Real tough characters, eh?
Well, yes. However, I'm happily disappointed.
Oh, we have our moments.
Tell me, Mrs. Austin, when did you first hear of Mrs. Wainwright's death?
Well, this morning. What a terrible thing to have happen. Stella was such a lovely girl.
Yes, but tell me, you heard none of the disturbance that went on last night.
No, I'm a very sound sleeper, and I can't imagine why she should ever think of doing such a thing.
You can't?
Well, no, I can't.
Well, we can.
Well, what do you mean?
Mrs. Austin, did you know Mrs. Wainwright well?
Well, yes, I did very well. She was a sweet girl, and I was very fond of her.
Now, for the first time, I'm really beginning to smell something.
I beg your pardon?
Inspector. Mrs. Austin, you are aware that your daughter, Jenny, and Mr. Wainwright are planning to get married soon?
Well, of course. Everyone in our crowd knew it.
Well, I'll be...
That doesn't make sense, Mrs. Austin. Everyone in your crowd knew it, and yet Mr. Wainwright was already married. We've learned that Mrs. Wainwright had refused to give her husband a divorce.
You see what we mean, lady? A guy can't be married to two dames at the same time. And if Mrs. Wainwright wouldn't give Mr. Wainwright a divorce, there was only one other way to make things convenient.
Well, of all the outlandish...
Why don't you see our side of it, Mrs. Austin? A man brings his fiancée into his own house under the same roof with his wife. He invites his fiancée's mother along as a sort of a chaperone. During the night, the man's wife is murdered.
It just doesn't add up.
No, it doesn't, does it? Oh, dear you, policeman.
What do you mean, us policemen?
You're so dramatic. You do insist on imagining things. Say, I have it.
Have what?
A motive for you to work on. Jenny and I are very poor, you know. I've been wanting Jenny to marry the Wainwright million for years. Why couldn't I be one of your suspects?
I'm beginning to feel like that monkey again, Bart.
Tony, haven't you had enough to drink?
Take it easy, baby. Little old playboy Tony doesn't like taking orders from his wife.
I'm sorry, Tony.
That's all right. Here. Have a drink yourself.
No, thanks.
Okay. All the more for little Tony. Good stuff. Pre-war. Lady,
Yes, Tony?
come over here.
Yes, Tony.
Sit down. Oh, here on my lap.
All right, Tony.
Atta girl. You know what?
What, Tony?
You're a cute-looking little number.
Well, I'm glad you think so, Tony. I want you to think so.
How will us finish off this drink, huh? There. Yes, sir. A cute-looking little number. Little old Tony can pick him all right. Every doggone one of his wives have been good-looking.
Oh, Tony, please don't talk about the others.
You don't want to hear about it, huh, baby? A little jealous, maybe?
I guess I am, Tony.
That's wonderful. Love me, baby?
Yes, Tony.
Say it.
I love you, Tony.
Say it again. Like you mean it this time.
I love you, Tony.
Yeah, that's true. Now kiss me. Oh, not like that.
Tony, let's...
Come on, come on. Yeah, that girl. Baby, you're all right.
Tony.
Yeah?
Well, when are we going to get married?
Tomorrow. Did you hear me tell Drake?
Yes, but...
But what?
Well, it's rather soon, isn't it? I mean...
Oh, so now you're going conventional on me.
Oh, it's not that, Tony. Only...
You want to wait a decent interval, I
No.
suppose. Listen, sweetheart, either we get married tomorrow or not at all.
All right, Tony, all right.
Plenty of dames will jump at the chance to marry little old Tony. I got millions, that's why...
Oh, Tony, please.
Every time Tony Wainwright gets married, something to read about.
Tony.
Yes, sir, something to read about. You know how many wives I've had? Five. Count them now. 1, 2...
Oh, Tony, it doesn't matter. I'll marry you anytime, please.
Get out of here.
Tony!
I don't know as I'll marry you after all. You're after my dough just like the others.
Oh, Tony, please. You're drunk. You don't know what you're saying.
I'm not drunk. I will be in a minute, but women. Always after your dough. Well, what do you know? Look who's here. Little Flatfoot himself. Come on in, Drake. Come on in. Have a drink.
No, thanks, Wainwright.
Oh, particular, huh?
Very particular. Wainwright, I want to talk to you.
So you won't drink with me, huh? Okay. I'm particular, too. I drink by myself.
Wainwright, Inspector Denton and I have enough evidence to prove that you were deliberately responsible for your wife's death. Unless you care to answer my questions, you can...
I don't like you.
Well, I'd be bitterly disappointed if you did.
Oh, smart guy. You've got something over here. I don't like you one bit, Drake. I don't want you around here anymore. Now get out.
Put down that gun, you fool.
Get out of here or I'll blow your brains out.
Put down that gun or
Get
I'll...
out of here.
Tony!
Come back, Drake. I'm a dangerous man. Keep over it.
Give me that gun, you...
Oh!
Tony, you've killed him.
Jumping Judas. You're all cut up.
What happened?
That's what I want to know. Here. pour you a drink.
Thank you.
Here. Here, drink this.
I need it.
You feel better?
Yeah, I'm all right. Where'd he go?
Where'd who go?
Wainwright. He pulled a gun on me and I jumped him.
Why, the dirty... Say, it's a lucky thing you got him before he had a chance to pull the trigger.
He did pull the trigger. Huh? He was too drunk to shoot straight, but he fucked me with the gun and I went out like a light. Didn't you hear the shot?
No. I must have been standing right outside, too. Say,
Inspector.
by Jove.
You can't keep me out.
Hey.
I am going to.
Who's that?
I don't know. Let's find out.
I don't care if you are Jenny Austin's mother. Tony Wainwright murdered my sister, and that's utter nonsense. Your sister wasn't murdered. She committed suicide. Oh, there you are, Mr. Drake. Will you please tell this person...
Just a minute, Mrs. Austin. Who are you, please?
I'm Lenore Barrows, Estelle Wainwright's sister. I want to see Tony. Well, you can't see Tony. He's busy.
You mean, don't you, Mrs. Austin, that you don't want Miss Barrows to see Tony because you intend that nothing shall interfere with your marriage to his daughter?
Well, Mr. Drake, since when did you and your flunky decide that you had the right to come
Ever since you decided to be funny, lady, and told us with a merry ha-ha that you'd like to be a suspect.
Well, I don't know what all this is about. I don't care. I'm going to see Tony.
Yes, exactly. Why do you want to see Tony, Miss Barrows?
Why, I want to ask him some questions.
What about?
Well, that's my business.
You believe that Tony's responsible for your sister's death. Is that it, Miss Barrows?
I know he is. He tortured her and tormented her.
One moment, Miss Barrows. How did you know your sister was dead?
Why, There, Mr. Drake. That was very clever of you. Now I guess we know what happened to Estelle.
Do we, Mrs. Austin?
Well, of course we do. This sister of Estelle has practically admitted I admitted nothing. I know that Estelle is dead because she called me last night. And told you that she was dead, I suppose. A likely story. Mr. Drake, I demand that you are...
Then I demand that you stop talking, Mrs. Austin, and let me handle this.
Well, I'll do no such thing if you let this person see Tony. Why, she'll murder him, too.
Inspector, will you please...
Okay, bye. All right, lady.
No.
Come with
Get your
me.
hands off of me. You fool.
Lock her up in her room, Inspector, and keep her there.
Much more to tell you, Mr. Drake. Tony asked Estelle to give him a divorce more than a year ago. She refused, so Tony began flaunting other women in front of her.
He thought that she'd break down and give him the divorce, huh?
Yes. Bad as he is, Estelle loved him. She called me last night and said she couldn't stand it any longer. If she didn't give Tony the divorce, she was afraid of what might happen.
I see. If you knew that your sister was contemplating suicide last night or believed herself in danger, why didn't you come here at once?
Well, I came as quickly as I could. My home is in Rayburn. That's a long ways from here.
Of course, you realize I can check with the telephone company and find out if Estelle did make that call.
Of course. Mr. Drake, do you think that
Your knowledge of Estelle's death, Miss Barrows, is based only on supposition resulting from that phone call. However, the proof of your innocence would depend wholly on an experiment I plan to conduct within the next few minutes. Now listen carefully to what I have to say to you. Sure that Mrs. Austin can't leave her room, Inspector.
Not unless she jumps out of a window. And if she does that, she'll break her neck. And that's all right with me.
Here's Wainwright's room, I suppose.
Well. Look who's here.
Yes, Wainwright asleep on his bed and Miss Austin applying cold cloths.
How dare you come in here?
When a guy takes a shot at somebody, just for practice, we cops will dare anything.
Wake him up, Inspector.
I'll wake him up all right.
Mr. Drake, you should know that Tony wasn't responsible for what he did.
Come on. Snap out of it, sleeping beauty. Oh, go away.
I'll have to ask you to go to your room, Mrs. Austin.
Come on. Get up. We got some experimenting to do.
I'll not go to my room. Tony...
We'll take care of Tony. Come along now.
Oh, what's he doing to Tony?
I'm dumping this pitcher full of water on him, lady. Watch.
Drake, you got a nerve shoving me around like this?
Listen to him, Bart. We got a nerve, he says. After he tried to murder you in cold blood.
I was drunk, I tell you. I didn't know what I was doing. Why have you got me in my wife's bedroom?
It was in here that your wife was murdered. You remember, Wainwright?
If you think you can pin this on me, you got another thing coming, Drake.
You sound quite sure of yourself, Wainwright. According to your sister-in-law, you killed your wife by remote control, as it were.
My sister-in-law? Hey, what is this?
She arrived about half hour ago, after receiving a telephone call last night from your wife.
A telephone call? That's a laugh. Listen, Drake, you're getting farther off the beam every minute. Lenore's hated me ever since Estelle and I were married. She's trying to sell me down the river.
Perhaps. However, you and I have another angle to settle, Wainwright.
What do you mean?
I don't like being shot at and hit over the head with a gun. Inspector, lock the door.
Lock the... Yeah, sure. Okay, Bud.
Now, wait a minute, Drake. Take it easy. I'm a sick man.
Oh, you're well enough for what I have in mind. Inspector, let me borrow your gun.
Oh, no.
Well, now look.
Your gun, Inspector.
Well, okay, Bud. Here you are, only...
Thank you, Inspector.
Drake, what are you going to do?
What do you think, Wainwright?
No. No, you can't. Not in cold blood.
Why can't I, Wainwright? You did.
But I was drunk. I didn't know what I was doing.
Look, Bud, old boy.
I'll handle this, Inspector.
Don't, Drake, don't. I'll do anything. Anything at all.
It's too late, Wainwright.
Don't, please. For the love of heaven. You can't shoot a man in cold blood.
Jumping Judas, Bart. What's the idea? You shot right into that log in the fireplace.
Yes, missed Wainwright by about 4 feet.
Missed him. You weren't even aiming in his direction.
He thought so. Look at him. He's out like a light.
I guess he thinks he was shot.
It'll do him good to know how it feels.
I still don't get it.
You will in a minute. Come on, Inspector.
No, of course I didn't hear any shot. Mr. Drake, you let me out of this room at once.
No, I didn't hear any shot, Mr. Drake. Has someone else been murdered?
Here we are, Inspector. This is it.
If this is a game we're playing, I'd like to know the name of it.
Well, Mr. Drake?
Well, Miss Austin?
Is something wrong?
No, nothing wrong. We're just a bit curious, Miss Austin.
Curious? What do you mean?
We were wondering why you didn't come running down the hall when you heard the shot.
Shot? But I didn't...
You didn't hear any shot. Is that what you were going to say, Miss Austin?
Wait a minute. Look, Bud, if she heard the shot last night...
That's it, Inspector. Miss Austin heard the shot last night, but not from this room, as she told us. This house is so well constructed that the rooms are practically soundproof.
Well, Say, that's the reason I didn't hear the shot when Wainwright fired at you and I was standing up the hall.
Exactly. Miss Austin was the only one who heard that shot last night because she fired it. She entered Estelle's room when Estelle was writing a letter to her sister, probably explaining that the time had at last come when she felt it necessary to go to the police. Now, isn't that right, Miss Austin?
Yes, that's right. I told Estelle. Tony and I had tried to goad her into getting a divorce. We'd even threatened. I knew she was going to the police. I didn't intend to lose my chance at the Wainwright millions. It seemed like a fair gamble at the time.
Yes, that's the pity of this sort of thing, Miss Austin. Because now even the Wainwright millions can't help you. Your move, Inspector.
Yeah. I'll just move my knight over here. Hey, you know what? Chess is a relaxing game, isn't it?
Yes, very relaxing, Inspector. Now, let me see. If I move this pawn...
Bart.
Come on, Inspector.
I was wondering why you didn't plant Wainwright in a room like you did the others to see if he could hear the shot.
Oh, that. Well, you see, Inspector, Wainwright could have heard the shot. His room was next to Estelle's with a connecting bath between.
I see.
And if he did hear the shot, he ignored it. However, I'm sure that if he had anything to do with his wife's death, he would have confessed when he thought I was going to shoot him.
Yeah, he was that type, all right.
Well, here we are, Inspector. I'll move my queen there and say checkmate.
What? Wait a minute. Well, I'll be... checkmate it is. Say, I thought your hobby was...
It is, Inspector. Mystery is my hobby.
Mystery is my hobby. The story began on a cold, blustering day last winter. For several months, Inspector Noah Danton and I had been trying to track down a gangster known as Duke Hensler. Duke operated a murder syndicate, and up to now had skillfully evaded all the traps we'd set for him. That very night, a telephone call came in, and we learned that on the day before, Duke had paid a call at a modest dwelling on the outskirts of the city.
Yes? I'm looking for Basil Fleming. I am Basil Fleming. And you're the man I want to see. The name is Duke Hensler. You, Duke Hensler. That's right. Surprised, huh? Yes, I am. Very much surprised. They all are. Part of my business to look like a, shall we say, successful lawyer. Successful law? Yes, of course. Come this way, please. In here, please. Ah, nice place you got here, Fleming. You must be a rich man. Far from rich, Mr. Hensler. Retired, aren't you? Yes. I've been retired for more than 10 years. With an annual income of approximately $11,000. You seem to know considerable about my private affairs. I have to. Part of my business to know. Yes, I suppose it is. Is there anything else you care to know about me? No. Still, there's some things I can't figure. As far as I can see, you're pretty clean. Clean? Yeah, you never got mixed up in any deals. Nobody's blackmailing you. Most of my clients are troubled with blackmailers. Yes, I suppose that would be a logical reason for engaging your services. Oh, there are plenty of other reasons. Now, let's get down to business. Who do you want bumped off? Bumped off? Yeah, bumped off. Annihilated. That's what you sent for me for, isn't it? Oh, I see. Yes, it is. Now, let's have his name and address. Maybe it's a job I won't touch. There are, then, jobs that you won't touch? Definitely. Men in my business can't afford to take chances. My boys are kind of particular. Boys? Then you don't do it yourself? Yeah, you bet I don't. I'm not that much of a sucker. The suckers are the boys who work for me. But the boys don't even know who I am. I see. I only make the contact. After tonight, you'll never see me again, Fleming. And you won't be able to find me either. A man in my business has to be careful. But you guarantee results? Never missed yet. Say, this must be someone special you got in mind, huh? Asking so many questions. Usually guys just give me a name and the dough and let me do the rest. It is someone special, Mr. Hensler. Someone very special. Yeah? Who? My wife. Your wife? Yes, Mr. Hensler. My wife. Now, wait a minute. An old guy like you can't be playing around. I'd have known about it if... No, Mr. Hensler. I haven't been playing around, as you phrase it. Well, it doesn't matter. I'm not knocking off any old day. Wait, please. You must listen to me. No soap pop. In my business, a man has his ethics, just like in any other. No, Mr. Hensler, my wife is very ill. Sick? Well, then what the devil do you want? Let me explain, Hensler. Lottie, my wife, is suffering from cancer. The doctors say she can't live more than a few months. Well, this is something I don't get. If she's going to die anyway in a couple of months... Every moment of every day, Lottie's in excruciating pain, Mr. Hensler. They give her dope, but the dope wears off, and she wakes up screaming. It's terrible to watch, Hensler. Terrible. Yeah, it must be. Lottie has begged them to give her something to end her misery, and so have I, but they won't. There's a law.
Yeah, I've heard about it. There's been a lot of talk about it. What do they call them? A mercy killing.
I love my wife more than life itself, Vincent. We've lived together in peace and happiness for 50 years. I can't go on watching her suffer like this. I can't.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
I'll pay you anything, everything I possess, if you end Lottie's suffering.
Yeah, well, maybe you're going to change my mind a bit. Yeah, I never had a deal like this before.
Then you will do it?
Yeah, Pop, you've sold me a bill of goods. Well, I find your wife.
She's upstairs in her room. I wanted to keep her here with me rather than send her to a hospital. Hensler.
Yeah?
You'll be gentle.
She won't know a thing, Pop. Not a thing. My boy's a professional. And now...
Yes. Now about the money. How much?
To you, Pop, I'm going to give you my rock-bottom price. $10,000.
$10,000. Very well. I have the money here. I think you'll find it all here.
Thanks, Pop. I won't even bother to count it. I trust you, see?
Mr. Hensler.
Yeah, Pop.
When?
Maybe tonight. Maybe tomorrow. You'll have some visitors, see?
Oh.
Don't worry. Everything will be taken care of. So long, Pop.
Hello? Yes, this is Fleming. Oh, yes, Dr. Harvey. Yes? What? What? You took new x-rays? And you feel sure that with an operation you can save Lottie's life? Oh, my God. Forgive me.
Hensler! 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 Where's Hensler?
It sounds like a screwy deal to me, Bart.
Yes, Inspector. There are some rather odd circumstances connected with the case.
Who was it called you, anyway?
That was Fleming himself. He merely stated that he'd come into his wife's room and found this young Dr. Gil Martin dead on the floor.
Funny Fleming didn't call the police.
Mr. Fleming explained that, Inspector, by saying that his wife was seriously ill. He was afraid that any undue excitement might upset her.
Well, if a guy being murdered in her bedroom didn't upset her, he shouldn't worry about a couple of cops being around.
Well, you see, Mrs. Fleming was under the influence of an opiate when the intern arrived, Inspector. She didn't know about the murder.
Intern?
Yes, Dr. Gil Martin. He's an intern at the Long Meadows Hospital. He come with the ambulance that was to take Mrs. Fleming to the hospital for an operation.
It still doesn't make sense.
Why not?
No motive.
That, Inspector, is why I disregarded Basil Fleming's request and brought along a cop.
Oh, Bart, you're wonderful. You know, sometimes I suspect you of thinking of me as a human being.
Oh, come, Inspector. You know very well that I became convinced long ago that you have at least half a dozen human qualities.
There must be some reason why I like this guy.
Hanson. Come on in.
Thank you.
Who's that with you, your grandfather?
Now, just a minute,
Relax, Gramp. I was only kidding. You're Barton Drake, aren't you, Hanson?
Why, yes, I am.
I thought so. I heard the old man give you a buzz. I've seen your pictures and read a couple of your books. You're a pretty smart cookie.
Well, thank you.
And who are you?
Me? Oh, I'm May Hamilton. I was the old lady's nurse.
What do you mean,
was the old lady's nurse?
I got canned about an hour ago.
Well, it hasn't seemed to upset you very much.
You bet it hasn't. I was sick of the job anyway. And now that Gil's been knocked off...
Gil?
Yeah, Gil Martin, the intern. Him and me trained at the same hospital. He was my boyfriend.
Well, now, think of that. She's all broken up about it, isn't she?
Oh, corpses are okay when they happen natural, but... Well, Gil didn't die natural. Geez, just looking at him give me the screaming memes. No, sir, I'm getting out of here just as soon as Charlie arrives.
And, who's Charlie?
Charlie Butler. He's my other boyfriend. Them two sure hated each other. Oh, wait till Charlie hears what's happened to Gil. He'll sure get a laugh out of that.
I'll bet. It seems to me that you have rather an amorous existence, Miss Hamilton.
Amorous?
Hmm.
Hey, you wouldn't be calling me names, would you, handsome? Anyway, as soon as I got the can, I buzzed Charlie and told him to pick me up here.
Oh? Miss Hamilton, I thought I told you to leave this house.
Now, skip it, chum. I'm not leaving till Charlie gets here.
Pertinent woman. I beg your pardon, gentlemen. I'm Basil Fleming. I presume you are Barton Drake?
Yes, I am, and this is Inspector Noah Benton.
Hiya. Oh, the police. Mr. Drake, I specifically...
I'm sorry, Mr. Fleming, but I asked Inspector Danton to come along as a personal favor.
And it's a lucky thing he did. Where do you say that, Inspector Danton? Well, this babe here has given us more motives for a murder in the last 5 minutes than we've had for a week.
Listen, Flatfoot, are you saying I had anything to do with Gil being knocked off?
Yeah, you want to make something out of it?
Why, you...
I think the inspector means, Miss Hamilton, that he'd like to ask you some further questions. Will you please not leave the house until we've had a chance to talk to you again?
I'm leaving the house when Charlie gets here, and no one's stopping me.
No? Well, you try it and see how far you get there. This room here, gentlemen. There's the corpse lying on that bed. Now, wait a minute. This isn't your wife's room. Naturally not. I couldn't very well have the body there where Lottie... Well, you should have.
Yes, Inspector Danton's right, Mr. Fleming. You shouldn't have had Dr. Barton's body removed until we arrived.
But you don't understand, gentlemen. If Lottie had awakened and found a dead man in her room...
Your wife was under the influence of opiates, wasn't she?
Even so, I didn't want to run the risk of her waking up. Dr. Harvey quite agreed with me.
Dr. Harvey?
Dr. Leslie Harvey. Yes, sir. He's our family physician and an old friend.
I see.
He arrived shortly after the ambulance. When he learned what had happened, he helped me remove Dr. Martin's body to this room across the hall.
And where's this Dr. Harvey now?
He's returning tomorrow to take Lottie to the hospital. He wanted her to have a day's rest after what happened.
Did Dr. Harvey say what he thought had caused Dr. Martin's death?
He said it appeared that death was due to poisoning.
Poisoning?
Dr. Harvey wasn't sure. He said the exact nature of death would have to be determined by the police.
And then he walked out before the police arrived.
Dr. Harvey is a very busy man, Mr. Drake.
Was it Dr. Harvey who recommended Miss Hamilton to care for your wife?
No. Help is so very hard to get these days. One has to take most anyone.
Yeah, that's just what you got, Father.
How long has this Miss Hamilton been here?
She came on duty this morning.
This morning? Say, that gives me an idea.
Yes, Inspector?
Don't you get it, Bart? It's as plain as the nose on your face. Hamilton had these two guys in love with her. Doc Martin knew she was coming to work on this case, so he got assigned to the ambulance that was sent for Mrs. Fleming.
I see. But before taking Mrs. Fleming away, he decided to poison Miss Hamilton because she wouldn't marry him.
Yeah, that's it. It'd be easy to make it seem like Hamilton had drunk the poison by mistake.
Yes. And they probably decided to have a friendly drink while waiting for Mrs. Fleming to wake up, and she switched glasses on them.
Sure, it's simple.
Oh, Inspector. No, I'm afraid you're all wrong.
Huh? Why?
Why? Because it's too simple. In the first place, there wouldn't likely be deadly poisons lying around. Nor would there be any liquor for that friendly drink that you speak of. Nor would it be natural for one, even as crass as Miss Hamilton, to suggest a toast over her patient's sleeping form.
Well, it could have happened, but Jumping Judas, what's that?
Sounded as though Miss Hamilton's in trouble. Come on, Inspector.
Where'd that scream come from? From the kitchen, huh? This way. Good heavens. Jumping Judas, look at that guy lying there with a knife in his chest. It's young Butler, Miss Hamilton's other boyfriend. And there she is, lying on the other side of the table. Yeah, it's the nurse, all right.
Is she dead, Inspector?
No, only fainted.
There's no doubt about Butler being dead. That knife penetrated his heart.
What a horrible sight.
Do you recognize the knife, Mr. Fleming?
Why, yes, I do. It belongs here in the kitchen. Come on, babe. Up on your feet. You're all right.
What happened?
Suppose you tell us.
Charlie. Where's Charlie? Oh, no.
So you recognize him, do you?
Oh, yes.
As a mackerel.
Oh, Charlie. Charlie, why did you come here?
Now, Miss Hamilton. Miss Hamilton, suppose you tell us exactly what happened.
Oh, I don't know. I came into the kitchen a little while ago and he was lying there.
Just like that, eh?
I think I screamed and then I must have fainted. I don't know.
Now, Bart, it doesn't add up. When boyfriend number one gets knocked off, she makes for the wisecracks. When boyfriend number two gets it, she's there with the tears.
Yeah, there's many things here that don't add up, Inspector. Look, I want you to take Miss Hamilton into the library and stay there with her until I get back.
Where are you going?
Mr. Fleming and I, Inspector, are going to call on Dr. Lester Harvey.
When's that guy coming back? He's been gone an hour.
Take it easy, babe. You're not going anyplace.
Oh, no. Well, you listen to me. I'm sorry, Inspector.
What's the matter?
I shouldn't have spoken that way. I must be upset.
Yeah.
Inspector Danton.
Well?
Did anyone ever tell you you were a striking figure of a man?
A what?
So strong and masculine looking.
You don't say.
I could go for someone like you, Inspector Danton.
Well, now.
Inspector.
Uh-huh.
Kiss me.
Nuts. Listen, babe, you're not kidding me. Now take your arms from around my neck and go over there and sit down.
Why, you dumb flat, would I...
Anything wrong, Inspector?
No, everything's just dandy. What are you grinning about?
Nothing, Inspector. Absolutely nothing. I hope you and Miss Hamilton haven't been bored.
Now, listen, Bart, if you think...
Oh, not at all, Inspector. Not at all. Miss Hamilton, I'm sorry I kept you waiting so long.
Skip it, Handsome. For a minute, I almost had Grant acting human.
Sure.
What's the verdict?
Not very good, I'm afraid. Mr. Fleming and I went on a wild goose chase.
Couldn't locate Doc Harvey, eh?
No, Harvey's out of town for the weekend. Miss Hamilton, I suppose you've been wondering why I insisted that you remain in this house.
I've spent more exciting hours.
The reason, Miss Hamilton, is that you're in danger of being murdered.
Murdered? Me? Say what?
I'm positive that you're scheduled to be the murderer's next victim.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Nobody's mad at me. I haven't done anything.
That's just the point. The murderer intends to prevent you from doing anything.
Oh, for crying out loud, can't you stop him?
I hope so, with your help, Miss Hamilton.
What do you want me to do?
The murderer knows you're in this room. He thinks you're alone. I propose that the inspector and I step behind that door.
Hey, roll back up. You're off the beam, Handsome. If you think I'm going to set myself up as a clay pigeon for a nut with a gun, you're crazy.
Then, what are you going to do, Miss Hamilton?
Why, I'm going to get out of here.
Oh, so?
Yeah, right now. You got any objections?
No, not at all.
Well, then. Say, who is this screwball who's got a yen to give me the work?
I'm not sure yet. All I know is that he's not far away this minute.
In this house, you mean?
Or outside, waiting.
For me?
Yes.
I see. You're a cool one, Drake. Okay, so I got my choice of being a clay pigeon or a dead herring.
You're a very brave girl, Miss Hamilton.
Skip it. What do you want me to do?
Sit down. Relax. Pretend complete surprise if you have a visitor. Inspector Danton and I will be behind that closet door.
Safe and sound, huh?
Everything depends on you, Miss Hamilton. The person who comes into this room will reveal himself to be the murderer in one of two ways. He'll either tell you...
Or he'll shoot me and explain things afterward, huh? Barton Drake, you're wonderful. Okay, let's go. Hamilton, you're a sucker. But so what?
Bart, what makes you so sure this plan is going to work?
We've been here a half hour and nothing's happened.
I'm not sure, Inspector. It's a chance we just have to take.
Yeah, the babe can't stand the strain much longer. It's the fourth cigarette she smoked.
I think we can depend on her, Inspector. She's much braver than either you or I. Consider.
Brave, my eye. She just doesn't know any better. By the way, what happened to Fleming?
He's upstairs with his wife. Mrs. Fleming died in her sleep while we were out.
What?
Yes, the strain was apparently too much for her.
Well, I'll be... Hey, what's that?
Keep quiet. Someone's opening the door. Hello, sister.
Hello yourself.
You alone?
No, the U.S. 15th Army is hiding behind a floor lamp.
You killed me.
Well, you just make sure you don't return the compliment, and everything will be lovely.
Hey, you're kind of a cute number. Related to the old man?
Yeah, I'm his father.
And why didn't I meet you when I was here before?
So you've been here before?
Yeah, I was here before yesterday.
What's your name?
Duke.
Duke what?
Duke's all you need to know, baby. Where's the old man now?
How should I know?
Look, baby, skip the cracks. I got a message for the old man.
Well, what am I supposed to do?
You're supposed to tell him for me, baby.
Tell him what?
To say Duke was here and the deal's off.
What deal?
He'll know. Just tell him Duke said it was a matter of ethics. I got a reputation to think of like anyone else.
I don't get it, but I'll tell him.
Thanks, baby. You're all right.
Am I? Look out behind you.
What? Quit shoving me.
Well, Duke, you're a prize we've been after for a long time.
Tucker, you can't prove a thing on me, not a thing.
Oh, so? Well, I'm afraid you're wrong, Duke. Basil Fleming is quite dead. Dead?
Yeah, and you shot him. We both saw it. So did the girl. Hey, what happened to the babe?
She made a quick exit, Inspector. Really can't say I blame her.
So she didn't have anything to do with the murders, eh?
Not a thing, Inspector.
Then who was it?
Fleming.
Fleming? But he...
Yes, I know. You see, Fleming had hired Duke here to dispose of Mrs. Fleming.
That sounds crazy.
No, Inspector, it isn't. Mrs. Fleming was suffering from cancer. Fleming only wanted to end her misery. Unfortunately, after he hired Duke to take care of the matter, Dr. Harvey called and held out some hope for his wife's recovery.
But Fleming couldn't get hold of Duke to call off the deal, eh?
That's right. So it drove Fleming mad. He became suspicious of everyone who came to the house, thinking that Duke had sent them.
And he figured the only way he could stop him was to kill him himself.
Yes, the poor devil's warped brain became obsessed with that one thought. My suspicions became aroused when Fleming identified Charlie Butler as Miss Hamilton's boyfriend. Now, there was only one way Fleming could have known that. Charlie himself had to tell him.
But Fleming didn't believe him. He knifed him in the kitchen while we were in here talking to Hamilton.
That's right, Inspector. And then Duke, he had to return to protect his reputation.
And Fleming almost got him, too.
Well, now ain't that cute? All tied up and ready for delivery, eh? Just a couple of smart cops.
Yes, that's right, Duke. You know, Duke, there's one thing about you I can understand perfectly.
Yeah?
That's why you worried about your reputation as a head of a thriving business.
Is that so?
Mm-hmm. You see, in a way, you and I were running in competition. We were on opposite sides of the fence. Murdering was your business, and it's murderers like you that make mystery my hobby.
And now to Glenn Langan as Barton Drake and the first act of Mystery is My Hobby.
Why the good inspector had to drag me to the theater tonight of all nights is quite beyond me. I could much more profitably have been finishing the first chapter of my latest book or calling upon a very desirable young lady I know. Of course, mystery is my hobby, but that doesn't include magicians, charlatans, and mind readers. And that's just what this Raja Vidrami is, I'll bet you. Even if he is billed as the greatest wizard of modern times.
Well, this ought to be a good show, Brian.
Inspector, you're getting childish. Certainly you don't believe in this stuff.
Of course not. I'm here on business.
Oh, you want to learn some card tricks?
Now, look, Bart, you know the department frowns on these kind of things. We got laws about fortune tellers. I'm here to see that this guy doesn't pull any monkey business, that's all.
And incidentally find out how your great aunt is doing in the other world, Inspector?
Now, Bart. Anyhow, they usually have some mighty pretty girls in these kind of shows.
That's right.
In tights. Now, be quiet. Here comes the man.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. To some of you, it may indeed seem strange that I appear before you in this unusual capacity, but I assure you I am the same Dr. Tree who was your professor of psychology at the university.
Yeah, it sounds as if the guy might be all right, Bart.
Why, Inspector?
A professor wouldn't give up a good job to handle a fake, would he?
Maybe not.
I am convinced that the Raja Hanuman Bigamy has developed the ability to control his mind, as well as the minds of others, to an extent never before known to science. That is why I left the university a year ago, to enjoy the company of this great man. I therefore take great pleasure in introducing to you Raja Bigamy.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. I am Raja Bigamy. During the evening, I shall attempt many experiments. However, the greatest one of all will require the whole evening. I shall therefore begin it now. Loretta, if you please. You will become rigid, Loretta. Dr. T, you and I will bind her hands to her side. We will place the rigid body upon this bed of sharpened spikes. Strike them, Dr. T. I wish the spectators to know that they are real.
Yes, Raja.
We now place this sheet over Miss Loretta. Now, Dr. Three, you will cover her completely with sand to a depth of at least 2 feet. Ladies and gentlemen, you shall see at the end of this performance that despite a complete lack of air, when we uncover her, she will still be alive. Dr. Three is now removing the sand. Buried in sand for 2 hours, you shall see that Miss Loretta still lives. You may remove the sheet now, Dr. Three. Miss Loretta. Miss Loretta. Dr. Three, please.
She's dead, Raja. She's dead.
Impossible.
Loretta's been shot. Ladies and gentlemen, a terrible tragedy has occurred. The girl we buried alive in the sand is dead. Not by suffocation. She's been shot.
I'll pick out a couple of men and put them on the stage door, Bart. Then I'm going to call for a detail.
Okay, Inspector. Raja, could we have the curtains closed, please?
Yes. I attend to it at once.
Well, Dr. Tree, something seems to have gone wrong.
It's impossible. It couldn't be done.
Death isn't very pretty, is it, Doctor? But Raja can at least close up the curtains.
The Raja can do anything.
Yes, except bring this poor girl back to life. Help me turn her over, Doctor. Maybe we can find the wound.
Yes, of course.
Thanks. We'll set her down here, off the spikes. That's better. Yes, indeed.
It's terrible, sir.
A gaping hole in the back of her head. Bullet still in the brain.
It couldn't happen. It couldn't.
Yes, but it did. Let's take a look at this bed of spikes.
Well, there's nothing...
What's this?
What, sir?
This bent metal tube running to this spike. There's a mouthpiece on the end of it.
Well,
There. I'll pull it out of the spike. Well, This particular spike is hollow. There's a hole borrowed in the stage just under it. There are two other holes slightly larger right alongside of it. Well, Dr. Tree, this exhibition was a fake, wasn't it?
What do you mean?
All the time the girl was lying buried in the sand, supposedly in a trance, she was breathing through this tube.
But she had to breathe, of course.
The whole thing was a fake. That's a funny thing, Dr. Tree. Even I was tempted to believe it was real, and you completely fooled the inspector.
Well, why not? I staged it. So far, I've been able to fool all the great authorities.
Well, never mind. Who was backstage, Doctor, during your act?
Only the girl, Mildred, Raja's other assistant. You saw her yourself.
Yes, she was quite alluring.
There's one thing I think you should know, Mr. Drake. This girl here, Loretta, was my wife.
Very interesting.
We've been married just a few months.
And I see you're completely overcome with grief.
Hey, Barnes.
Yes, Inspector.
I've got guards on the doors and a homicide detail. I'll be here any minute.
Good old Inspector. You follow the routine to the letter, don't you?
You bet.
Where's our friend the Rajah? Did you let him go?
I'll say I didn't.
The Rajah couldn't possibly have committed this crime, gentlemen. He was on stage during the entire performance.
Where is the Rajah, Inspector?
Downstairs in one of the restrooms.
Perhaps we'd better go have a talk with him.
Hey, what's that? Who's shooting?
Come on, let's find out.
Hey, give me that gun.
Who's in where, Mildred?
Man, I don't know who, but he ran back to the mummy case.
I'll bless him out. Wait a minute, Bart. Let me get him out.
Okay, Inspector, go ahead.
Come on out, you. Come on or I'll shoot. Come out of that box. That'll get him.
You're so thorough, Inspector.
Nobody in there.
I'm sure I saw somebody. I'm sure I did.
Hey, what was that crash?
Where's Dr. Tree?
How do I know? He was just here.
I'm afraid this little pretty has tricked us, Inspector. She's distracted us long enough for Dr. Tree to go downstairs and conceal some evidence. Well, Dr. Tree, coming up again?
I was down here looking for evidence.
Uh-huh. And why did you expect to find some evidence down here?
It's obvious, isn't it? Loretta was killed while she was lying on her back, buried in the sand. She was hit in the back of the head. This is the only place the shot could have come from.
What evidence did you find, Dr. Tree?
None whatsoever. I even moved our wardrobe trunks.
What was that crash we heard?
One of the trunks, it got away from me as I tipped it.
Dr. Tree, there's something that's bothering me considerably.
Yes, Mr. Drake?
Your emotions. You seem to be holding them singularly in check for a man who's just seen his bride lying in front of him, dead.
Thank you, Mr. Drake. I have learned a great deal from the Rajah.
Yes.
Sublimity of the mind.
Well, Inspector, as long as we've come this far, we might as well go down and take a look for ourselves.
But I assure you there's nothing to be found.
Come on.
This is it, gentlemen. We are now directly beneath the stage.
I see. Are these the wardrobe trunks you were moving, Doctor?
Yes.
What's this little tin pail?
One of the props, I believe, Mildred.
Yeah, the Rajah makes roses grow out of them.
This one's been smashed.
I'm afraid the trunk fell on it.
I see that some of your sand has leaked through onto the floor from above.
Possibly. There are several holes in the stage.
Hey, Bart, come over here.
Yes, Inspector?
Here's where the murder was committed.
Yeah? How?
See one of these holes here in the ceiling? See, this one has powder marks. Somebody poked a gun through this hole and pulled the trigger.
I wonder who.
Mildred, that's who. She's the only one who was off stage, and I took a gun away from her, remember?
But Mildred's gun was an automatic. An automatic wouldn't fit into that hole, Inspector.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, so it wasn't Mildred, but somebody did. How about us find the gun, too, right here in this basement?
Mr. Drake, could I speak to you alone?
Well,
Go ahead, Bart. I'll speak with the doctor here. I'm going to find that gun, and I'm betting he'll help me find it.
Bart. Mind if I call you Bart?
Why not?
Bart, do you believe love is overpowering?
Are you trying to tell me that this is a crime of passion?
Yeah, with me, love's everything.
It has its points. But what do you want to talk to me about?
Well, you're more the romantic type than the Inspector.
Thanks.
I could go for a guy like you.
It's pretty easy to go care for yourself.
I'm in an awful jam, Barton.
Really?
Bart, kiss me.
Well, no. I never refuse a lady in distress.
When I get out of this mess, we'll have fun.
That depends whether the sheriff will let you out.
Oh, now, Bart, don't spoil it.
Open your heart, darling. What crooks?
Dr. Tree never would have married Loretta if he'd been here teaching the school. He was out of his environment.
Something like I was a few minutes ago.
Oh, now, baby. Be nice.
Sorry.
After the ceremony, he found out his mistake, but it was too late. She wouldn't give him up. After all, managing a Rogers $100,000 racket, she wanted her part of the take.
You admit it's a racket, huh?
Only you. I can trust you, Bart, can't I?
With certain limitations. What's the rest?
Well, I saw Dr. Tree needed sympathy. So I gave it to her.
In other words, you made a play.
Well,
and when you play hard.
That isn't very nice, Bart.
Let me say it for you. Loretta became jealous of you. She became so jealous that the doctor felt he had to kill her.
You'd know better than that. Dr. Tree was on stage all evening.
That's so. Then Loretta became so jealous that you had to kill her. You weren't on stage all evening.
That's the kind of conclusions I thought the inspector would make. That's why I wanted to talk to you.
It's a very simple matter to find out if you fired the gun. Those things leave powder marks embedded in the skin of your hand.
I did fire a gun. Out there on stage, remember?
Mm-hmm. Well, that's all you have to tell me. You're wasting time, my sweetheart.
I haven't mentioned the most important thing.
You mean there's more?
I was bad once. I rode a guy for his dough. Loretta was with me. She held it over my head. Said if I didn't leave her husband alone, she'd go to the police about me. And while she was there, she'd expose the Raj as a fake. When she turned to leave me, the Raja was standing there. He'd heard everything she said.
So, you think the Raja killed Loretta, huh?
Well, I didn't actually see him do it, but he had a darn good motive.
But Dr. Trey made a great point of the fact that the Raja couldn't have killed her. Remember, the Raja, too, was on stage all evening.
I thought... Dr. Tree said that?
Yes.
But the Raja couldn't have killed Loretta. Well, I thought that he...
Yes? What did you think?
Yes, Mildred. Tell us, what do you think? Yes, my dear. Tell us, what do you think?
Well, Mildred?
Raja, I didn't know you were there.
Your words accuse me of murder.
I didn't mean to accuse you. I simply meant you could have killed her.
It is true. It would have been possible. I know something of firearms. Even better still, I know ways of controlling the human mind so that a person will destroy himself. I would have a care, Mildred.
I know, Raja, I know.
But I did not kill Loretta.
Did you know that Loretta had threatened to expose your claims to abnormal mental power as false, Raja?
I did. It was as though a great tree had fallen across my body, crushing out my spirit. How was I to know that these three had contrived to embellish my miracle with the use of mechanical contrivances, fraud and trickery? Since I learned this through Miss Loretta's thoughtless words, my life has become a mockery. I am nothing but a bit of chaff being ground in the mill of commercialism.
You must hold a great hatred of them, Raja Bidrami. And especially for Loretta, who threatened to expose you.
Hatred is not within the concepts of my mind, Mr. Drake. It is an unworthy emotion.
I can sympathize with you.
Then, Miss Shahid, when this crime becomes public knowledge, my work as a charlatan for this past year will also become public, will it not?
I'm afraid so, Raja.
Hold on!
Good heavens, that's the inspector.
Close!
Where are you, Inspector?
In here! In the mummy cave!
Stand where you are, Mr. Drake.
Dr. Tree, he has a gun.
Yes, and I'll use it. Unless you let Mildred and me go free.
What about the Raja? Don't you want him to go free, too?
No. I'm certain that he killed my wife, Loretta.
Help! Let me out!
What makes you so sure, Dr. Tree?
Because the inspector found the murder weapon, this gun, in the Raja's trunk.
I'm sure that the inspector must be mistaken.
Hey, Barty, you gotta let me out.
I'm sure he's not mistaken. This is the gun. I've seen it before.
But how could it be the murder weapon when I have the murder weapon right here?
You
got it out of my hands.
Now, will you please release the inspector from the mummy case?
I shall be happy to do so.
Where is he? I'll send him up for life, interfering with an officer in the line of duty.
Now, don't feel too bad, Inspector. I've heard of Egyptians who stayed in those things for thousands of years.
The dirty lug, he tripped me. Pretended he was trying to help us. I dropped the gun and he shoved me inside that thing and slammed it shut. Oh, Bart, when the boys hear about this...
No, don't worry, Inspector. I won't tell.
I think I'll just work the doctor over for luck.
Just a minute, Inspector. Let's get one crime solved before we come involved in another. Now, the way I see it, Dr. Tree here and the beautiful Mildred are in love, age notwithstanding. Each seems to be afraid that the other did the killing, and each is trying to protect the other.
I can get results quicker with the heel of my hand. I'll make the doctor confess, but quick.
I'll save you the trouble, Inspector. If you all come out onto the stage, I believe I can now reconstruct the crime.
If you will be so kind, Mr. Drake, I would like to go to my dressing room and lie down. I'm overcome with shame.
Oh, no, you don't. You'll stay here.
I'd prefer it, Raja.
As you wish. Although my shame is punishment almost too great to bear. If I committed a crime, it was in all innocence. I was gullible. These are the tricksters who blaspheme my work.
Yes. Well, we'll take care of that in a minute, Raja. First, I want you to notice these 3 holes here in the floor. One was for the tube that Loretta breathed through. One was used to push the barrel of the revolver upwards. It's just tight enough to hold it firmly. But there's still another hole.
Yeah. What was that for?
The little tin pail, Inspector, that we found downstairs. It was tied to the trigger of the gun directly under this 3rd hole. So when the sand was shoveled in over the girl, some of it ran through the hole and into the pail. When the bucket gained sufficient weight, naturally, it pulled the trigger of the gun.
Well, I'll be darned. Why didn't I think of that?
You will when you tell it to the boys.
Incredible. What I want to know is why we didn't hear the gun go off.
Oh, Inspector, how could you? The gun was under the stage. It was also covered by Loretta's body and over 2 feet of sand. A perfect setup. Even the murderer couldn't be exactly sure when it was going to go off.
Yeah, but why wouldn't it still be sticking there in the hole?
The murderer poked it out himself after the sand had been removed, Inspector.
But it would have been on the floor downstairs.
Any one of the 3 could have retrieved it from there, Inspector. Mildred wasn't on the stage all the time. The Rajah went down to rest, and Dr. Tree went looking for evidence.
Yeah. I think we'd better run all 3 of them in.
Oh, let the Raja...
Hey, no, you don't. Give me that knife.
I'm afraid we're too late, Inspector.
I go where spirits are kind, where there is no fraud or deception.
Roger.
Yes, my son.
You're dying. You know that, don't you?
Yes. This is as I wish it.
What about the murder, Raja? Tell us.
A human can only stand so much sight. I worked for greatness, then found that true greatness was not for me. That is a tragedy unto itself.
Tell us. Please tell us about Loretta.
Loretta.
Hey,
he's dead.
Yes, he's dead.
Well, I guess that just about closes the case.
Yes, Dr. Tree, it just about does. You know, Inspector, the Rajah was a good and sincere man. He had a lot of talent, if the others hadn't tried to exploit it.
What kind of talent?
Extrasensory perception, for one thing.
What's that?
Skip it.
I don't believe it, whatever it is. Now, don't tell me that he gave you some kind of a thought transfer that made you tell me to arrest Dr. Tree for Loretta's murder. Or maybe you read his mind.
No, Inspector. It wasn't a thought transference. In fact, it was Dr. Tree's complete lack of thinking that put me on the right track.
Yeah?
Yes, I'm afraid so. You remember when he announced Loretta's death from the stage. He said she'd been shot. But when we looked at the body lying face up on that bed of spikes, there was no visible wound. We didn't find the wound until we turned her over.
Well, I'd have seen that, too. Only I was out posting guards on the doors and phoning headquarters.
Why, of course you would, Inspector. Just as you knew that Dr. Tree was the only person who could possibly have pushed that gun barrel down through the hole in the floor.
Did I know that?
Well, certainly did. He was the one who shoveled the sand out of the way. He was the only person who came near the body and the gun. You knew that, Inspector. You wouldn't have insisted on staying downstairs and searching for the murder weapon.
I found it, too.
Yes, you certainly did, Inspector. In the Rajah's trunk, right where Dr. Tree had put it.
I'm good, ain't I?
Yes, you are. You certainly are. It was you who also pushed the trunk aside, Inspector.